All right, everybody, welcome back. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Pseudo Intellectual Live. Today, we have a very special guest. You know him, I'm sure, as Destiny, as Steven. He is one of the largest streamers right now, so really happy that he's taken the time to come chat with us. Destiny, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? I'm doing great.
Doing good here. Actually, I'm lying. I'm being Canadian and just being friendly. I'm sick. So if my nose gets more red throughout this stream, it's because I have a box of tissues next to me. But do you prefer Steven or Destiny? Are you good with either?
Definitely, Steven.
Steven? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I came up during the era of YouTube where screen names were kind of common. So I used to be roaming millennial, and then I kind of abandoned that. But yeah, I know how it be. So first off, happy Valentine's Day to you and everyone in the chat.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day to you as well.
Yeah, for anyone who celebrates this, I mean, admittedly very commercialized holiday, but I thought we could kind of talk about some relationship stuff in honor of the holiday. I want to open up with a question I think could be interesting. Do you think it's easier or more difficult to find love today than it was, say, 25 years ago?
I'm gonna be honest. I just woke up like 15 minutes ago. I had a late night last night. You're asking me the hard-hitting questions.
Yeah.
I would say that in some, I'm gonna give you the most way. It's like in some ways it's a lot easier. In some ways it's a lot harder. I think it's easier in that you're connected to more people today than anybody could have ever been connected to in the past, which is amazing, right? If you were like an introverted stable boy in the past, you couldn't hop on a social media app and talk to however many girls you're able to match with. That being said, I think the standards and what people expect in relationships has dramatically grown. So it in one way it's like easier to meet people, but in other ways it's a lot harder. So like something that I talk about for men is that probably like 50, 60, 70 years ago, as long as you could like work a stable job and you weren't a total lunatic, you probably get a wife, because women need to go and find men, marry them, and have a family. That was kind of like the path for everybody. But now that people have so many more paths available to them in life, it's I guess the value add for a relationship is it's competing with a lot of other things.
Now, so you say that like women had to get married and stuff. What do you mean by that?
I mean, before women were as educated and before women had as much a place in the workforce, you're like, if you're a woman and you're like 30, you're not married with a kid, like what are you doing with your life? Because you're not really like, they're just like the pursuit of career and the pursuit of education wasn't as common of a thing. So it seems like that was kind of like the expected path for women to go down. And if your expected path is to be like a housewife and a caretaker, well, obviously you have to pair off with a man to do that because he's going to be the one that's working. So I feel like that was like a more standard path, like a more accepted kind of, people were kind of pushed in that direction in the past.
So, I mean, in your opinion, then, with the push for marriage that we saw in the past, was that mainly driven by women?
Um, that it's like asking like which wheel of a car is the most important. I mean, it was probably driven by women to some extent, but it was also driven by women because it's also like what men wanted, but it was also driven probably by men because it's what society needed, and then like families pushed you towards it, and then like that was the social expectation. Like, I don't know if I could ever say there's like one force there that was pushing in a direction. I would say that I guess if you look at it from a, I'm trying not to go, I try not to be too woke before 1 o'clock. But if you're looking at it from like a patriarchal point of view or whatever, like social factors are pushing everybody in certain directions. In some ways it's nice, in some ways it's not nice. I guess in one sense, it's nice that people kind of had simpler paths, and therefore you don't have as much decision paralysis or, like choice fatigue, where it's like, fuck, did I make the right choice or blah, 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 because these are things were just kind of expected for you. I think that women probably enjoyed parts of it and didn't like parts of it. I think men probably enjoyed a lot of parts of it, didn't like parts of it. Yeah. We can dive,
Okay,
if you want me to
so
go into deeper on anything we can, but my answer is going to be very macro level right now, sorry.
no, that's good. Okay, so then it's not necessarily easier or harder today. Would you, Steven, do you prefer being ago or 50 years ago or 100
Wait,
years
wait, wait.
ago?
Oh my God, you just froze for a second. I thought you were thinking of the deepest question ever. Hold on.
Oh,
Say,
no.
yeah, repeat that last thing. Sorry, the thing froze for a
Okay,
second. Go ahead.
so would okay, assuming you're Steven, you're looking for love now,
Mhm.
are you happy to be in 2024, or would you have preferred to be in the past, 25 years ago, or maybe even 100 years ago?
I mean, I like this era now 100%. But also, if I was born, 50 years ago, maybe I would feel
You
differently.
probably
But
wouldn't know different.
yeah, of course, yeah. But hey, maybe
So
maybe in the 40s I would have been a Nazi. Who knows? um, Yeah, I mean, I definitely prefer this era now. But yeah, I mean, we're products of our time. So who knows? Who's to say I would have felt 50 or 100 years ago? Yeah.
That's interesting because I feel like from what I'm hearing from my audience, for men at least, there are a lot of guys who are saying that they are very black-pilled about what the current dating situation looks like. And from what I understand, it's because, I mean, I think nowadays the power has kind of shifted in terms of relationship dynamics. A lot of people think that women are basically holding the keys, not just to sex, which traditionally they always have, but also to relationships. And that if you can't even get in the door for that first initial date, then as a man, your power to technically control relationship status, it doesn't even exist to begin with for a lot of men.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. The balance has swung really dramatically. My kind of like explanation for this, I'm gonna trigger the fuck out of your audience today. My explanation for all of this is I view there's like a basket of feminine traits and there's a basket of masculine traits. And for a long time, religious people and red pillars and everybody's kind of coped that like, oh, feminine traits are beautiful and masculine traits are good and they complement each other. But I think deep down, we all know that's fucking bullshit. All the masculine traits are really fucking cool. Having honor, having integrity, being a provider, being able to, stand up for your enemies and for your family and blah, blah. These are like really cool things that everybody wants to do. I think we kind of deluded ourselves into thinking like only men want that. Like women want to be feminine and elegant and caretakers and breastfeeders. And that's like the best thing ever. Not to say that these things are bad. I'm just saying that like in the box of masculine traits, there's like 80% of these traits are things that everybody wants. Nobody wants to be weak. Nobody wants to have to be taken care of. So I think as time has gone on, as women have gotten access to birth control and have gotten access to education and then careers, I think that what we've seen is women have kind of like always had this feminine side. They've done a really good job at growing their masculine side as well. And men have had their masculine side, and that's it. And there hasn't really been a push for men to encompass like more intellectual feminine traits. And so you've got this era now where women have become these like Voltrons of like all these different powerful forces. And now when you're a woman and it's 2024 and you're looking into the dating field and you're like, okay, well, who should I date? Well, you don't need a guy for sex because you have birth control. You're not going to get pregnant every time. And you don't need a guy for money. You can work your own job. So now the value add for a guy has to be really high. Because before it was like, listen, do you want to be a fucking unwed, unpregnant loser at 30? Or do you want to get with me because I've got a paycheck? And now if you're a guy, a paycheck's not enough, And yeah, I think women with like jobs and birth control are like kryptonite to guys who can only offer their wallet, which is the only thing guys have ever really been trained to do. So I think it's hard.
Right.
I think it's hard for guys right now because socially they're just not trained, and nobody wants to train them or learn that because why feminist stuff sucks. When you think of feminist stuff, you think of blue-haired, sissy, progressive crybaby guys. It doesn't seem like a cool thing, Yeah.
Right. No, even feminists themselves are not lining up for the male feminist ally, like cuttlefish person who's no. But it's kind of interesting because I feel like there are a lot of red pill guys who, strangely enough, share the same opinion that like historically men were kind of there to be the breadwinners, but now that we no longer need men as women to be the breadwinners, it's kind of like torpedoed relationships. I feel like as a woman, which will be my trump card throughout this stream, that kind of overlook, like, yes, obviously there was the financial aspect to it, but I don't think that's enough. I don't think that completely explains why we're seeing like marriage rates decline, because I think there's a lot of women out there who, even if it were, let's say, a billionaire guy, 50 shades of gray, super attractive, whatever, they still want someone who's actually like a good father and someone who's caring and an actual partner. And I think when there are a lot of guys who complain like, oh well, women just aren't interested in dating nowadays. It's like, yes, we are. Women still very much are interested in partners, but I feel like men are kind of at a loss as to how to relate emotionally to women in that regard.
I think that we can also dive in on any of these things on a deeper level. I don't know if I would agree with the women want like a good father thing. Again, I think the expectations for parenthood were way, way, way different back then. I'm borrowing heavily from my own household experience, which I hear echoed a lot, and then I'm borrowing heavily from like sitcoms at the time. But I feel like the vast majority of the parenting was left up to the woman, and I feel like for men, the meme was always like they go to work, they come home, you leave them alone in the evening, and then hopefully they kind of like play with you on the weekends, and that was like basically it in terms of expectations. And then like even like Boy Meets World and stuff. Although I think that father was a little bit more emotionally in tune with with Corey and Sean. But I feel like the meme was always like, go ask your mom, go talk to your mom, go talk to your mom about this, do it, I just gotta leave me, blah, 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 blah. And I feel like that was kind of unironically the standard, I think, for a lot of dads at the time. And I think that the expectations for co-parenting, the expectations for emotional involvement of the father, I feel like those have all increased pretty dramatically over time. I really do feel like in the past, I feel like we over romanticize a lot of things. Oh God, I don't know how old you are now, but I'm 35 now, and now I'm old enough to where I see lower generations talk about the older generations, and I see how fucking stupid it is. And I know I've done this when I was in my 20s, but some girl on Twitter was tweeting out. She's what was she? I think she was a Gen Zer. She tweets out and she's like, this is bullshit. I work at Walmart 40 hours a week. Did you see this video? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, she's crying in the car and she's like, 20 years ago, on minimum wage, you could afford blah, 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 blah. And it's like, 20 years ago, I worked at McDonald's for $5.15 an hour. You can afford shit. What the fuck are you talking about? You're insane.
You had to have a roommate. Yeah,
Yeah.
you weren't. I mean, I was on like the federal minimum when I was in college for sure. I didn't have my own like 1 or 2 bedroom apartment. No way.
So I feel like when they talk about the past, I feel like they romanticize the fuck out of a lot. Where they're like, oh, the average man was like an emotionally stable guy that worked a hard job, white picket fence, good union work. Mom had 3 kids, dinner on the table all the time. I think relationships were probably a lot more dysfunctional back then than we realize. How many people were on different types of drugs that were even legal back then, all the sexual and physical abuse, etc., that wasn't even reported because it was kind of expected. Also, we didn't have fucking cameras in everybody's fucking face to record every single mistake that you made, whereas today we can highlight all of it. So, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the father thing because I feel like you're right. I mean, I do think we romanticize the past in a lot of ways, specifically on the right. There are a lot of studies that show that millennial fathers are way more involved than their parents' generation were, and I think that's an actually good thing. I don't think that necessarily changes what I mean. Like because women now have the means to provide for themselves financially and everything like that, I think it means we're still looking for a man who can be there to provide for us, but it looks different. So, if we are going to be, out in the workforce ourselves, if the financial burden is now on 2 people instead of just 1, I think it makes sense that for both people to be giving 100%, which is what a marriage should be, right? It's not 50-50, it's 100-100. It means that the father should also be, way more involved than he was in the past. Not to mention also it's just your kid and you should want that, like, regardless of how the working distribution is.
Yeah, but I think the issue is that there's going to be some lag time there because our fathers didn't have that training. And then our fathers, like, I love both my parents. We're very, very, very different people. Okay. But I love both my parents. I don't think I've ever had an emotional conversation with my dad ever. And not for lack of trying. Like, I love him. He's a cool guy. I have a lot of respect for him, but he's just not wired that way at all. And I think that was normal for like a lot of boomer parents. I know a lot of people in my age bracket who, for instance, like their parents never talked to them about sex a single time in their entire life because it was too much of an awkward conversation. Or stories about girls that have their first period and their moms never warned them. In terms of like the level of involvement they would just be in class and your fucking uterus is falling out. You're like, holy shit, I'm dying. And your mom's like, oh, that's cute. It's like, it's not. So yeah, I kind of feel like on that in terms of expectations for people changing over time, because the masculine traits are always so cool and because women have kind of wanted to gravitate towards that, not necessarily in the super warrior way, but just like in being able to have a job and being able to make choices for yourself and not necessarily being chained down all the time. I don't think there's like a good voice out there telling men like, hey, it is good to be able to hold a conversation and, be emotionally receptive and responsive to somebody while you're talking to them. It is good to be able to go on a first date and not treat the girl like your mom because it's the first time you've had somebody be emotionally reflective to you in your entire life. Now you're going to trauma dump every single thing you can on them. It is good. Listen, I don't know if you've heard the term weaponized incompetence. Like, I'll watch dudes, put together entire computer systems and then be like, I can't work the washer or dryer because I'm going to break anything. Can you please do it? I can't do any housework at all. Like, come on, bro, you can do this.
Yeah, no, I had an ex-boyfriend who like literally told me that he screwed up doing something in the kitchen so that I wouldn't ask him in the future to do it, and I would just do it.
Yeah, I've done that
Yeah,
before.
no, I think that's
in the past.
I think that's
but,
fun,
yeah.
but I mean, it's funny that you kind of mention the, I guess, willingness to have those emotional conversations. So my dad, I'm really close to my dad still. Like, we do movie reviews together on my like Mediaholic channel. He's great.
That's
but
awesome.
he's also an Asian father. So he is there's a difference in the way that emotional vulnerability is between the cultures, and he's always been very like happy to tell me he loves me. Same thing with his granddaughter, my daughter now. He always says grandpa loves you, grandpa's here for you, all of that. But there is like a level of, I guess, not being comfortable with those more emotional topics. And I you know I'm not necessarily sure that being a good or strong father figure necessarily has to equate to having those more emotional or vulnerable moments. I think even like if we look cross culturally, there are a lot of cultures that have very strong father figures, very involved families, very different than the American boomer version of Homer Simpson, where it's like, oh, go ask your mom. I'm actually just an avatar here after work, and I'm not really gonna be hands on with the kids, that don't have that same level of expectation of emotional vulnerability. So like I'm not saying emotional vulnerability from men is a bad thing, but I don't think that we necessarily even need more of that to have more involved fathers, if that makes sense.
I think that so I would say I think that emotional vulnerability is really important for fathers, but I would say that the way that fathers and mothers, or on a really broad level, the way that men and women express and experience emotions can be a bit different. And emotional vulnerability for a man might look a little bit different than emotional vulnerability for a woman. I think that when you have, especially young boys, I think it's there's a different feeling. Well, I shouldn't have to explain this here because you probably feel the same way about looking up to. I'm thinking like in school, like older men versus older women. If you're a young boy, being able to look up to an adult male that is giving you like guidance or some sort of life lessons or whatever, it feels different. You feel like you connect with it more, synergize with it more than if like I'm thinking like an older teacher who's a woman is like giving you the same advice. It feels like there's like a better connection there. I guess it feels like the types of emotional struggles, the growing pains, the experiences that men have versus women. It's nice to have the same sex figure there because they have a more shared foundation, I guess, of experiences to talk to.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Mhm.
I want to ask you about OnlyFans and how that's changing the romantic landscape today. But first, I do have a big thank you to the sponsor of today's video, a sponsor I'm so excited to have, Factor. So I've actually been using Factor for like a year and a half, if not more. The first time I ever had a Factor meal was we were home from the hospital, and obviously my husband and I, we were super busy, had a newborn. We were able through Factor to get fresh, healthy meals within like 2 minutes of microwaving, and that's it. We didn't have to order out. It was right there delivered to our door. And eventually we became a loyal subscriber. We've been with them ever since. So Factor, basically, they're delicious, ready to eat meals that make eating better every day easy. You'll have over 35 different options a week to choose from, including keto, calorie smart, vegan, and veggie, and more. And there's even more to enjoy with over 55 nutrition packed add ons, including things like smoothies, breakfast, and desserts. And they say 2 minute meals. I can microwave mine for like a minute and a half, and it's totally fine. So the idea, you can go to your fridge, minute and a half later, have a healthy, fresh meal that you didn't have to order out for, that is not just garbage. That's amazing. Especially if you're trying to lose weight. Factor is one of the easiest ways that I found to do it. You can also sign up and save. They've done the math. Factor is less expensive than takeout, and every meal is dietitian approved to be nutritious and delicious. It is the perfect solution if you're looking for fast upscale options done easily. Flexible as well. Get as much or as little as you need by choosing 6 to 18 meals per week. Okay, there's no prep, no mess meals. So head to factormeals.com/Chen50 and use code Chen50 to get 50% off. Again, that is code Chen50 at factormeals.com/Chen50 to get 50% off. Guys, I hope you do subscribe because, again, I love these guys. I want to keep them happy. So a huge thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video. Okay, let's talk about OnlyFans. How common do you think OnlyFans is amongst the average population of, let's say, women in their 20s? Because I've had men comment and say, oh, it seems like every woman's on OnlyFans. I don't think that's true, but I think it's fair to say it's definitely more than it ever has been. Like, basically, women involved in sex work. Obviously, OnlyFans itself as a platform is pretty new.
I have no idea. I wish there were solid numbers on this because the perception is so different between different people. Like there are, if I'm hanging out with somebody who's like kind of a normal human being, a normie, if you will, who just like goes to school or is like working and is whatever. Like some of them have like heard of OnlyFans because they're kind of like familiar with internet culture, and that's about it. And then I'll talk with other people who are like, oh yeah, like me, and like all three of my friends are on OnlyFans, and we all like do this, blah 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 blah. I truly have no idea. I feel like it's hard to get a fix on it like anecdotally because our friend groups are going to heavily dictate people's inclinations to go off and do this type of content. Like if you were to ask me if I was an idiot, you were to ask me how many people do YouTubers streaming, I'd be like, I don't know, probably like 10% of the population are like YouTubers or streamers.
Right, because
but like,
that's your social group.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
But it's self-selecting.
And I feel
Yeah,
like
I
if
mean,
you
it's
ask, I feel like if you ask the average like red pillar or people that are like really far in one direction, like how many girls do you think have an OnlyFans? I think a lot of them would legitimately say probably 20 to 40%. I think a lot of people would say this for women under 30. I'm like, that number's probably really high, but maybe it's not. I don't know. It'd be nice to actually get like data on that, but I don't know if that's ever possible to get. Yeah.
It would be nice because I mean I'm in a social circle where everyone that I talk to on a day-to-day basis, we're all in, perpetually online. We all heard of OnlyFans, but I was on the Whatever podcast. That was my first time ever meeting someone who had an OnlyFans account. Like all of my female friends, and my friends are basically only women. None of us have OnlyFans. I mean, I do feel like there is a selection bias. So do you think that the idea that we are so heavily focused on, and I do this too, I've done a ton of videos about OnlyFans, I think it's fascinating. Do you think that's actually almost skewing the perception that it's more common that it is, and therefore hurting gender relations?
Would it hurt gender relations? I don't know if it would hurt gender relations necessarily, unless you're like
Do you think OnlyFans hurts gender relations?
Why? It would depend on how many people are doing it, right?
Why would that matter? Or just like as a concept?
Okay. So here's something that I have a hard time sorting through. I don't know it's just hard to know. So one of the arguments that I hear a lot of men put forth when it comes to OnlyFans is that OnlyFans have corrupted women's brains, OnlyFans and social media, because women are able to get infinite validation from men who want to fuck them whenever they want. And that was never a thing in the past. But then when I talk to especially older women, what they'll say is, that's not true. Every single woman since she turns about 12 has had infinite offers for dick for the entirety of her life. Every single guy you meet will potentially at least want to fuck you, if not more. So that attention and that type of like validation has literally always been there. And the internet stuff doesn't really change it that much, other than it adds kind of like a new dimension to it, which the internet has for like everything for everybody. So has OnlyFans like skewed or changed perceptions in relationships? I mean, I would say probably not, but if it has, I would say that it has insofar as like the internet in general has skewed and changed all of our perceptions about relationships. But backing up to that thing we said before, if like 50% of girls did OnlyFans, maybe that would affect it a lot more negatively. It's hard to say, but I will say something that's a little bit annoying is that it felt like porn on TV was okay, porn in magazines was okay, porn in video games was okay, porn on the internet was okay. But for some reason, as soon as women started to like kind of control it and earn all the money themselves, now it's literally like a society-ending plague that needs to be ended as soon as possible. I find that a little bit suspect. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess it depends on who you ask. Like porn on the internet and on TV and in magazines was okay. I think there's a lot of people that would say it was not okay. But I mean, even if we say that, all right, people weren't as upset about porn in magazines as they are things like OnlyFans, I think it's reasonable to say that, the abundance of something like pornography does matter. Like there's a difference between saying you can buy pornographic material if you go out, if you buy a magazine, and it's just kind of like it's relatively vanilla, and it also usually if you're buying something like that, you're going to be consuming the same content and you're less likely to be desensitized to it versus what we have going on right now. Like I think it's fair to say that how we're dealing with pornography as a culture, as a society, is not something that we as a species have had to deal with. Like, what does your sexual drive look like when you basically have anything you could ever think of, and a lot of things you would never even imagine at your fingertips 24/7? Like, I think it's reasonable to say that OnlyFans has been an escalation of a problem we've been seeing for a long time now, for generations, literally, which is that the increased availability of pornography. Like, I don't think it's fair to say this is just OnlyFans specific, but it's just online pornography in general, and OnlyFans as part of that. It absolutely, I think, is a different problem than generations previously have had to deal with. And I think it does contribute to worsening relations between men and men, because I feel women and men, because I feel like men more so now are seeing women like literally as a commodity that they can buy, where it's not just, oh, pornography in general is available to me. This woman's nudes specifically are probably available to me. I've had like people online agencies like reach out and ask if you have OnlyFans. Like when did that become socially acceptable to ask a woman, hey, is there pornography of you I can buy? Because that's what's happening now. It's crazy.
I feel like there are parts I agree with, there's parts I disagree with. So one of the things I said before is I wonder how much OnlyFans is a problem versus just the internet in general. Like I do agree that OnlyFans is kind of presenting, and porn, maybe online porn in general, is presenting kind of like unique challenges to people today. But when I brought up the thing that OnlyFans makes me really, it really makes me really suspect about people's intentions, is because while people have always had a problem with porn, it's pretty rare outside of like very religious communities, and even at that, it wasn't the most common thing, to find like young men that are these staunch advocates against pornography outside of very religious communities. And I feel like that's driven by something a little bit more than care and concern for fellow men and women. I feel like there's a bit of jealousy or a little bit of envy, or the idea that like this fucking random chick that doesn't know anything is able to make all this money and man, fuck this person, blah, blah, blah. I feel like there's an envy or jealousy driven aspect there. I could be wrong. This is a feeling I have.
Maybe you're right, but also sorry about the runny nose, but also I feel like with young men specifically, and it's true, like now in a way that probably we haven't seen, I mean, maybe since the Crusades, we have like young men taking up the banner of like sexual morality, right? They're policing these thoughts and stuff. I feel like it is self-interested in a way. I think for a lot of these young men, they're looking at these women and they're thinking, man, I would love to date you, but I don't want to date you as an OnlyFans model. So I think there's like, there's this condemnation, but it's also born out of, this is what women in my generation are increasingly looking up to and becoming, and they don't want that. They want their dating prospects, I guess, to not be on OnlyFans, which I don't think is unreasonable.
I've heard this narrative before. I have never met a guy that would even be in the same league or have the opportunity to date a girl that's successful on OnlyFans and like turns her down. I've never seen that happen in my life. That might be a thing, but it feels like generally the circle of people that are complaining about these types of women have zero overlap with like the actual people that could date these types of women. That just is generally the case. But I'm being a little bit mean there when I say that, but that just seems to be the case.
But I mean, there are, I know the type of person that you're referring to who would maybe like be very judgmental and condemning them, but also like, let's be real, if that woman were like, hey, do you want to be my boyfriend, to jump on that. But there are, I mean, people like Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, they're happily married, they're fathers. I think there is a version of a man out there who, yes, for moral reasons is against it.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, like Knowles and Walsh are, no offense to your ilk, these are very, very far right people. So they probably would pair off with also women that share like similar social values. So I would hope that if you meet a woman, like for instance, if you meet a woman that goes to your church, that's part of your community, you start talking about she has an OnlyFans, that'd probably be a really fucking big deal. And I imagine that would probably not be okay. So yeah, there's gonna be some people that definitely have no preference for that at all. Backing up just real quick on the OnlyFans thing, something again that I have a really hard time sorting out is like you mentioned that OnlyFans and online porn presents like a unique challenge to people today and the impacts on us. I don't disagree. I just wonder sometimes how much the internet has changed everything, and then from the internet, people can pick and choose like whatever their particular pet project is to say this is actually the worst thing, when in reality the broad thing is like the internet. So like a long time ago, there was a guy called Jack Thompson who was attorney that hated violence in video games, and he like went on a crusade against it, and he was like, this is where all the problems of the world are coming from video games. Or you've got people on Twitter today, and white supremacy and Nazi talk is the worst thing in the internet, and it's empowering everybody to turn everybody secretly into Nazis. Or for red pillars, it's OnlyFans has ruined the modern woman, and now women eat hot chip and they can't even cook anymore, and blah blah blah. There are some things about the internet that we know are really bad, and there's some things we don't know, and I feel like we harp more on the latter than the former. So for instance, for OnlyFans, and even for porn's impacts on relationships, I did a debate a while ago on this. It's really hard to find data on like, how does porn actually affect us? Right. I feel like there are a lot of people that make a lot of really strong claims that the data doesn't support. Not to say that it doesn't have really big impacts on us. It might just be really hard to study. But one thing I do know is something that's really well researched is social media is horrible for young people, especially teenage girls. It fucks your mind so much. And people will come out and say things like, well, I'm just against OnlyFans and porn because I don't like to come out of my women, or I don't like how women are making this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, why not say something about like the horrible impacts of social media on students? Because it's a really big deal. And that's really well researched, super empirically validated. I feel like the selective focus, again, is one of those things that makes me wonder, yeah. And the fact that it's like, this is like the internet is mind fucking all of us And there are different facets of the internet that mind fuck us, but it's not just because it's porn. It's not just because it's it's because now we're like connected to a billion different things at the fingertips, every single second of the day. And that's like having a lot of wide reaching impacts on our lives.
No, I think that's fair. I want to get. I will go the super chats, guys.
Yeah.
I remember a few years ago, someone online. I posted a photo of myself, and they said that my filtrum was too long. So it's the distance between your nose and your lips.
Oh yeah,
And
I definitely
I had
noticed that when
never
I
even.
joined today. I was like, oh my god.
But that's the thing. Like I had woken up that morning, not a care in the world about my filtrum, and now I'm like introduced to this new complex, and it's like that for women. And yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that the internet in general is a problem, social media especially, and I feel like OnlyFans, it's almost like the social media of pornography. So you have all of the potential issues that might come with porn use, plus social media, and it's together at the same time.
Yeah, it might
Here
be.
we have
The access is also a lot harder too. Did you talk about family stuff at all or no? I want to.
family stuff. Yeah.
You-
Sorry, SG199
Okay, go for
says
it.
women selling themselves at a push of a button. I feel like that in and of itself is reason to talk about OnlyFans, because like the possibility of becoming a porn star was always out there for women. The possibility of becoming a prostitute always out there, but I think OnlyFans has made it that much easier, where the lower bar to entry has actually incentivized women to give it out, to give it a shot. I mean, you probably already have a webcam, a phone. There's nothing stopping you from it. And I don't think as a society we should be just banking on the fact that it's too hard to become a sex worker for women to not do it. Like there should be other reasons why women don't do it, but because OnlyFans took that step of lowering the bar, I think that is why it's getting a lot of attention and criticism from people who are like kind of right leaning or conservative or against sex work, including I guess sex negative feminists.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree that it makes things easier, but like, is it not at all concerning, for instance, that I'm pretty sure when you poll kids now, their number one job that they want to be is a YouTuber? Isn't that
I
a
think
little bit
that's very
scary?
I think that's very concerning. I mean,
Yeah, like even from my side, I told him like, bro, you're going to college. Like, you're not skipping college. You're gonna go to school. You're gonna get your fucking degree. Okay, you're not doing this shit right out of high school. Yeah, I just think that yeah, it's. I do agree that there are problems with internet stuff because it's so ubiquitous now. Like when I was growing up, the things that they would always say to parents are, hey, monitor your kids' behavior, monitor your kids' internet activity, which I think when we were growing up, I think was possible. Well, actually, wait, I don't know your age. Again, I'm 35.
I'm 29.
Okay.
So yeah, it was definitely possible. Like I
yeah.
remember when I was a kid, I grew up with dial-up internet. It was like,
Yeah.
do you need to make a call today? I would like to surf online. So 100%.
And you've got like one family computer that is
Yeah.
in the family room. Yeah. Today, God, bro, kids get like iPads at school. Their library books are like connected to the Wi-Fi. Like everything is insane today. You cannot, kids will find whatever, and there's no way to keep them off of anything because you could ban every single internet device in your household, and they might have a friend on the bus that has like an extra phone from a sibling that they just give give your child, and you have no control over it whatsoever. So,
Well,
yeah.
I would disagree. You have no control. It's really hard though, because we're hoping to homeschool. I have extended family who their daughter is like 12. She doesn't have, a smartphone or anything like that. Well, guess what? Her friend does. And so, I mean, basically through that proxy, you can't really control it. And that's why I'm not against talking to kids about this and having like upfront conversations. Hey, there's going to be stuff online. I'm not trying to control you, but at the same time, you're my steward, like you're my ward. I want what's best for you. And there are things that you're just developmentally not prepared for. That doesn't mean it's always going to be the case, but like I feel like you have to have those conversations as a parent. Like you can't just be like, oh, it'll probably be fine. Like, no, your kid is definitely looking up like hentai and weird tentacle stuff. Like you don't assume they're not.
Yeah, maybe they thought they were
If they have
goblins.
access.
I think that the one of the reasons why people like Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson or the Red Pill, one of the reasons why they got so big is because people on the left refused to talk to men, especially white men, about any of their issues, because they were white supremacists, because they were, patriarchy and blah, blah, blah. So they're like, fuck you, I'm not going to talk to you. Screw you. So what do? They all went to the right and they were like, oh, well, I'm just going to listen to these guys because if you're not going to talk to us, they will. And I feel like sometimes conservatives or people on the right or people with these concerns, I feel like sometimes people make a similar mistake where they look at the stuff online and what's really happening is I think when kids are going online and they're finding stuff, I think they're filling voids. They're getting information that they're not otherwise getting in their life. And one of my, not to get into a huge culture wars about it or whatever, but one of the big issues I've had with conservatives, especially growing up in a Catholic household, going to a Catholic school, where if you got caught having sex with anybody, you were expelled, even outside of class, just for my background. Is
No,
when
it wasn't just inside class sex that would expel you.
no. It was like where like if teachers had like a credible reason to think that, for instance, like a woman had an abortion or whatever, you were expelled from high school. It was Jesuit high schools, all girls in their schools, all boys in our school. It was very, very, very strict. One of the things that is irritating is it feels like sometimes for conservatives, the answer is like no drugs, no sex, no bad things on the internet, abstinence only, and that's it, and boom. And when that's like your template for dealing with your child, what happens is if the kid doesn't get any information realistically from the parents about the world, they're going to explore on their own. And now you've ceded that teaching ground to their friends at school, to porn stars on the internet, to crazy people on YouTube like me. And you've completely lost the ability to mold or shape any of their thoughts going forward because you have like a zero tolerance policy and everything. And I think it's been a big mistake from parents in the past and even today to some extent. You know?
I don't think necessarily that zero tolerance is the problem. I think zero communication, zero trust, that's the problem. So I'm not somebody who is a just appeal to authority type of person. I don't want that. And I think if you're trying to raise a child who's a critical thinker, you don't want to be a parent who is always saying because I said so.
Oh,
so
yeah.
me, it's very that I think that is the weakest thing, and I would never accept that from a boss. I would never accept that from a government. So I would not expect my child to expect that from me. But I think there are a lot of parents, yes, including religious parents, who they do think that because I said so is justification enough where it is not. So I think we need to be clear with kids, like, okay, why don't I want my daughter to do drugs? Well, I don't want my daughter to do drugs because, especially as a young child, your brain is developing. These are substances that can harm your brain, even if it's something like marijuana that could be okay later, right? There's also reasons like some of these things are addictive. They could actually end up chemically controlling your life. Like, I think it's okay to say, I don't want my kid to do X, Y, or Z, but you need to have a valid reason. And I think you need to be articulating that to your child. Where, Catholic schools, I come from that background as well. There is often no attempt to articulate why that's bad. Yeah. And it's the same thing with sex as well. Like, STDs, pregnancy, just never mind regret, doing something impulsively because you're young and maybe not being able to take that back later. That enough, I think, is a reason to be like, hey, you don't rush into this. But that's not really something that's talked about. I think the authoritative approach from conservatives, that is damaging when you're dealing with, really anybody, but especially young people.
Yeah, I 1,000,000,000% agree. It feels like if you don't give your child like a realistic outlook on things that are going on, then the problem is if they discover anything that breaks the mold, they're not going to trust you on anything. And like I said earlier, they're just going to look to other people for guidance. I don't know if you guys had DARE growing up, but I heard so many crazy things about like alcohol and marijuana, that like these substances were so unbelievably harmful and toxic and terrible for you. And then it's like you go through high school and it's like, okay, well, there's a 17-year-old guy I know and he smoked like every single day. Being an upperclassman. So how is this kid not dead yet if these drugs are so horrible and I've been told this for so long? And then you don't just trust anything,
Yeah. So we do super chats. Myth Informed Milwaukee. Roseanne was a good example of working class families in the 90s. If that's Sean behind the account, we were just talking about you, buddy. Destiny and I will both be at the Vulcan in Austin, April 27th, it is, I believe. So check out tickets for that event. Marriage causes divorce. I don't think many guys are wired for emotional conversations. Some guys are on the spectrum or introverted. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Well, I'm of the belief that there's been an explosion in like autism diagnoses, not necessarily because people are that much different than they were, let's say 50 years ago, but it's because we've basically tried to medicalize men's personalities. Like I hear a lot of the descriptions of how you might know you're on the spectrum, and I'm just like, that's men though. And that's okay. You don't have to be emotional as a person. It's okay to be a man.
I don't know how much I would agree with that take. We're gonna have to jump down the medical rabbit hole.
But you're a man. Like, and I hear this from women like all the time. Like, I think my husband's on the spectrum. He doesn't understand like my emotions. Like, I have to explain these to him. It's like he's just a man. And obviously autism is real. I'm not saying it's not, but I feel like women are used to a certain level of emotional communication and awareness that is not realistic for a lot of men.
I wonder if the problem is it not realistic or does nobody even think it's worth pursuing? This is like an experience that I've had because I've talked to a a lot of different types of women. If I'm talking to a really far left, like wokey woman, okay, if I'm up in Portland, if I'm hanging out in Seattle, I had a woman from Portland once tell me that she actually thought it was really cool when I opened the door for her and I opened my car door for her. I also have a very aggressive and edgy personality, and for whatever reason, I guess the guys that she associates with in Portland are not like that at all. So really basic, like chivalrous things, like having a somewhat like masculine demeanor was something that she really enjoyed, and she felt like for like wokey progressive guys, she didn't get that at all. And that's kind of the stereotype online that like, oh, like really far left, like guys are so weak and blah blah blah, and they're not masculine at all, and they might be lacking an aspect of masculinity. That could be true, but something I don't hear mentioned as much is if I talk to conservative people, talking to a woman who's only talked to guys that are super conservative her whole life, to be able to talk to a guy that can actually hold a conversation, that like takes an interest in like her hobbies or things she wants to do in life, or is capable of like having a back and forth, or has some level of emotional intelligence, or can do some level of consoling. Like these are things that are like, holy shit, I didn't even know men were capable of doing this. I thought I could only talk to my girlfriends about this stuff. This is the nicest thing ever. I feel like people have this issue where they go off into like one part of the political spectrum, and then they craft and mold their entire personality around it, rather than trying to like have a really healthy collection of different types of traits. I think every single person should have a really high degree of like masculine and feminine traits, and I think that these two things play off each other really well too, in my opinion. Yeah, I wonder sometimes because people say like what you just like, oh well, men are just all kind of like autistic. I mean, do they really have to be? I don't think that's the case. I feel like that's just laziness on men's parts. Yeah, but.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily like associate autism like with not like asking questions or like having conversation, but I feel like for a lot of women, like if you are expecting your husband to maybe pick up on cues and understand why you might be mad at him, that's what a lot of men like, oh, we're not mind readers. Like from a female perspective, we're not asking you to be a mind reader. It's just that if we were to observe something that would upset our friend, like we would understand the emotions behind it. For a lot of men, you do need to spell it out, and I think that's okay. But I feel like
can I hold on? I want to
read those situations.
I want to fight you on this. Okay, I'm curious because you're married now, right?
Yes.
Okay, maybe I'm self-reporting, or maybe it's just the community I'm in. I feel like 99% of the time, a guy says some shit where he's like, well, I didn't know you were fucking mad. You didn't tell me shit. I feel like what's actually happening is you definitely know. When your woman is mad, you fucking know when she's mad. Absolutely. You might not know what exactly.
They know when we're mad, but they won't understand sometimes why we're mad.
No. It's not that they don't understand why they're mad. It's that they don't want to talk to you about it because they don't want to get in trouble. So what they'll do is they're like, oh shit, okay, well she's mad. Well, I'm going to be on my fucking shit over here. And then eventually something's going to happen with this confrontation. And it's going to be like, okay, what? I don't know why you're mad. I don't even know what you're mad about. You haven't said anything to me, blah, blah, blah. And the guy might act incredulous, like, well, I'm not sure, blah, blah, blah. But no, he absolutely knows. If he's been dating her for more than 2 weeks, he knows when she's fucking mad. And that's my feeling. And I think sometimes it gets like swept up in this.
I want to hear from you guys, but I feel like a lot of the times, like it's a man will need to explain, like, I'm mad because you did this, which to me means this, and therefore this. I've had a lot of conversations like that. And I feel like that's way more common with men. Again, like if that doesn't happen to you, that's great. I don't know if it's fair to say like just like men as a gender are just kind of like basically feigning ignorance in order to avoid confrontation.
I think so. I think everybody does. I think women will do it too in relationships where they'll kind of like where they'll feign ignorance as well. Maybe to use more stereotypical examples, maybe it'll have to do with like sex related stuff where the husband really wants sex and the woman will kind of like go to sleep and she's kind of like angling away from him and the guy will kind of like rub her, touch her, and she'll kind of like roll over and blah blah blah. And then like the next morning the guy will be like, hey, I feel like we don't do anything. She's like, oh well, it's not like you're trying to make any moves or anything. Like I didn't even know you wanted to. Yeah, the woman knows, right? Like, I think all of us are kind of in some ways like non-confrontational. We kind of like don't call each other out on each other's bullshit because confrontation is difficult. And yeah, that's just my feeling. But yeah.
Okay, we have another one from Nye BSFP. Legal but not encouraged is like how it used to be when you were a stripper. Good in between. I'm guessing that's referring to maybe like pornography or OnlyFans as a whole. Mm-hmm. Marriage causes divorce. Pornhub and IG does contribute to relationships dissatisfaction, but a lot of humans are serially monogamous, not wired for a 50-year marriage. What do you think of that? Because I do have friends from college who I guess are serial monogamous. So they've not been in any one long-term relationship, let's say like 50 years, but they've just kind of gone from like relationship to relationship that is monogamous, but each lasts maybe a max of 5 years. A Taylor Swift, if you will.
I've seen, because I've done unfortunately all the is it David Buss, the Evo Psych reading on serial monogamy and everything. When Evo Psych people or Evo Biology people say we're serially monogamous, I don't think that means that we have a bunch of short relationships. It just means that we tend to be in only one relationship at a time. I think things like single, monogamous, one-on-one relationships that go over the course of years or decades, it seems to be the case that that's like our evolutionary, biologically normal or ordinary pattern. But how much of that is like genetically coded into us versus how much was just a result of the tribes we were in is hard to know. So for instance, we might say today that people date around a lot more. Well, it might be because it's a lot easier to find a partner that matches you in some ways that's better than it used to be before. Whereas when you were in tribes of like 120 people before, I mean, if you're dating one dude, I mean, how many other guys are there to choose from? You're not gonna be upgrading or switching around or picking different guys all the time. There's only gonna be so many people. So I think in today's world where you're connected to so many more people and there's so many more options, it's probably harder to be like, fuck, is this the right partner for me? And then, unfortunately, so in some ways the right pushes too far because you guys are crazy, and in other ways the left pushes too far because they're crazy. I think sometimes there's too much of a stress put on finding your perfect partner versus that's like the left push is find the perfect person for you, and the right push is like, we'll make your relationship perfect. And there's got to be a combination of those two things where like you don't just find the perfect relationship, you find a really good partner, and then both of you work together on making a really good relationship. And that building of a good relationship is going to overcome, even if you find somebody that's a better match for you in the future. Right? Like if I'm married to somebody for 5 or 10 or 15 years, there might be a girl out there that's actually better for me if we would have met 15 years ago, but I've spent 15 years building a relationship with this one woman. I can't overcome that instantly just because I find somebody else that can support me in bot lane or something, or can do some hobby or whatever that I have. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that just makes me think of like there's this kind of this meme in Christian colleges where it's like ring by spring, where it's like you go there basically to get your MRS degree. So if you're a woman in Christian college, a lot of them literally just going so they can meet men who are college educated, which I'm not against, like, more useful than a lot of degrees out there. But, just because you are both committed to a relationship, that doesn't necessarily mean you should overlook trying to find someone who is more compatible. You can't, like, yes, sheer will get you through a relationship, but there are some people who it's going to be easier with. And I know I got flack because my husband and I, like, we dated, like, we were together for like a year and a half before he proposed or something like that, which I guess in our circles is considered a long time, but I'm not against making sure.
A year and a half was considered a long time?
Yes. Okay. It was considered a really long time. It was like dragging I would get like comments like, the marriage is supposed to last longer than the dating. It's like, okay.
Jesus. One of them planning on killing you? My God.
Chicago Faucet. If naked women is pornography for men, is a money to afford a luxurious lifestyle pornography for women? I would say pornography is more pornography for women. Like women do, especially like pornography where women looks different than men, but women use pornography. Women struggle with same issues with pornography for men as well nowadays. So it's I guess covers both genders. Leo 50 Perez, Destiny is a girl's name.
Based.
Yeah. Extro, there's a difference between dating and marrying. Most guys would have no problem dating an OnlyFans model, but that's as far as it would go. Marrying one is a completely different thing. I think most wouldn't. I think there's a difference between like sleeping with someone and marrying someone. I think there's a lot of men who, even if they're thinking about dating, still wouldn't want to date an OnlyFans model because that's going to involve, I guess, a level of emotional attachment and just closeness that they wouldn't necessarily want from someone that they know marriage is just like not a possibility. What do you think?
I think there are going to be people that wouldn't, but
And obviously OnlyFans models do get married. It's not everybody.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because of the types of people in certain communities. So like, it's sometimes I have to take a step back and I'd be like, who the fuck am I arguing right now? Like, sometimes. This is gonna be really condescending. I'm so sorry. Not to you, but like imagine going to, imagine I go to pick my son up from school. Okay, he's in 7th grade, and I start like debating all the kids in school, and I'm like arguing about them and like owning them, and I'm like, these guys are so stupid. I feel like that's what it's like going into red pill spaces, and people are telling you like, well, these are what relationships look like. This is who I would date, and blah 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 blah. And this is like a guy with body count 0 who's never dated anybody in real life, isn't in his entire life. He had like one girlfriend from Gaia Online when he was like 12, and he's telling me what the ideal relationship looks like. I remember when I was sitting across from Sneeko one time, and he was like, was this when he was 22? And I was asking questions about like what he thought his future relationships or marriage looked like, and he's like, oh, well, like I figured out, like I know exactly what women want. It's like, bro, you're 22. How many relationships have you even had? And he was like, I think he told me like 10 or 15. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What? Those are relationships. Those are DMs. What do you mean 10 or 50 relationships or 20? So it's hard to sort through like what is the real relationship takes. How do people actually feel? Would somebody date an OnlyFans girl? Probably. I think there's definitely a group of people that wouldn't. But there's definitely a larger chunk of people that would, that I don't know if people acknowledge. But Yeah, it's the culture and everything is also changing so fast too. Like I remember growing up, the idea of having like a nude leak or something that's like the end of the world. Holy shit.
Right.
And not to say that that wouldn't be really embarrassing now, but like the culture has changed a lot on that because of just how common like all of that stuff is too. So I don't know who's to know in 10 or 15 years where we'll be on that
Well,
stuff.
and there's a difference between stated preference and revealed preference, which I feel like a lot of people will use stats of like, oh well, I saw one just today. 15% of women on social media, whatever dating apps, would not go for a guy who is 5'8" or less. And so I saw that sharing, and they're like, oh, okay, so only 15% of women would date a guy who is 5'8" or less. That's obviously not true. Like, that's obviously not true. I think the average height in Canada is, or at least Quebec, where I'm from, is like 5'9" or something. So, like, obviously, women are dating men who are below that. But I feel like what happens is that for a lot of these dating apps and things, people will have like an ideal, or even like the interviews on the streets that women do, like how much should your ideal partner make, and they'll say like some crazy number. That's not to say that they're only going to date someone who meets that, like, because obviously that's not the case, and it's fun that we can make fun of how unrealistic they are. But if you're using that information to be like, this is why I can never find a relationship, that doesn't make sense. Like, obviously people are dating outside of those preferences.
Yeah, and it seems like even more than for the revealed preference thing, like people can have preferences, but those preferences aren't necessarily like outcome determinative. You know, like somebody might say, like a woman might say, like, oh yeah, I'd like to date a guy that's 6 feet tall, and I think for a lot of women, I think that's true, and for a lot of guys, like I'd like a woman who's like 5 foot, small. I think that's cute when you have like small girls. But if you meet somebody that checks off enough boxes, I don't think, unless you're like part of the 0.001%, a woman is never turning down a guy who's 5'9", who checks every other box, who's not 6 feet tall. And a guy is never turning down a woman who's like 5'6", who checks every other box because she's not 5 feet tall. So like people can have these preferences, but they're pretty fluid and they're pretty malleable. And people meet people that surprise them all the time and then start to feel differently about whether they date them or not. I think that's like a fact of life,
The McClone Code says it's good to teach your kid obedience, but it can't be the only thing you teach them. And I'm like, maybe it's my personality type. I don't even like the term like obedience, because I feel like obedience denotes just like you're doing it because someone says you're doing it. Obviously it takes time, but I would like a relationship with my daughter where she trusts me, that like I'm making good decisions, that she knows I have her best interests at heart. And then, it can be more than just obedience. And I feel like that also it's because I'm anti-government. And so anytime I think of like what I want the relationship between me and my daughter to be, I'm like, would I accept this from someone who's supposedly in a higher position of authority than me? Marriage causes divorce. Interestingly, men who are successful, like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, etc., are probably on the spectrum and divorce, but are still good for humanity. I don't know. I don't think anyone is making the case that like getting a divorce means you're bad for humanity. I don't know. I feel like,
I don't know what that means by better for humanity. I mean, they probably contribute more, but sure, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. SG says, Lauren, what are your thoughts on Valentine's Day? I don't have a problem with it. I saw a post that was kind of saying that it was creepy when like one father sent his daughter flowers every Valentine's Day. I don't think Valentine's Day needs to be only about romantic love. So yeah, celebrate your friends, celebrate your family, people you love. Why not? Jesse Irwin says,
just be careful with that advice though. If you end up going out to dinner with like your brother, people are gonna look at you weird if you're like both like 18. Sorry, I just want to give that caveat. Yeah, if I'm here, but go ahead. Yeah.
Do you think the Obama divorce law changes have contributed at all to the state of marriage? What do you think? I mean, there's a lot of people on the right who are saying no-fault divorce laws, we need to get rid of them. They're killing everybody.
Wait, but I thought divorce was a state issue. What are the Obama divorce laws? Did they change something federally?
I'm not sure of, because I'm pretty sure it is I'm not sure exactly what Jesse means, but I think he's probably referring to...
I don't think there's anything wrong with no-fault divorce. I think that if you want to keep people together, I think that we should like help people learn how to do relationships better and figure out how to do that. But the idea of like we need to keep people from getting divorced who want to get divorced, personally, I'll take a stronger stance on this actually. The only reason people complain about no-fault divorce is because they have this idea that women just get divorced because they want to, and because there's so much to gain from it, and because being a single woman who divorced a guy is like the sexiest, coolest thing in the world, and you get all of his money and his alimony, and every guy that complains about this is a broke fucking loser anyway, so he never has to worry about alimony. I'm wholly unconvinced about these like uncontested divorce or no contest divorce. The worst. I don't believe it. I think it's dumb. If people want to get divorced, let them fucking get divorced. But if you don't want people to get divorced, help people find better partners in marriage, and then help people like maintain their relationships better.
I agree that I think if we are pro marriage, pro family staying together, and we are literally just relying on I physically, legally cannot divorce this person, we've probably already lost. It's
Yeah.
probably not a position of strength to be coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Green, had a woman complain about a source of stress, and when that source of stress abated, she was sad and got mad at me for celebrating for her that the source was gone. I invalidated her emotions. WTF? Okay, some women are crazy, as you know. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. I'm not here to say otherwise.
Spoiler alert,
Thunderstorm,
that
less
that woman's
siblings.
probably mom died. And she had
Oh,
cancer, and it was stressful for a long time. And the guy was like, "Good, at least she's fucking gone." And now she complained. He's like, "What's going on?" Guaranteed, that's what I don't know. I'm sorry, forget about
okay.
that.
If it's something like that, then that right there is an autism moment. Yes.
Every time people make vague
Thunderstorm.
complaints, I always say, "Give me the fucking details." 50% of the time, the other person is crazy. 50% of the time, the guy or the girl, because women are crazy too. No offense, or take offense. When they actually give you the details of the circumstances, they're like, "Okay, you're the one that's fucking crazy here. You're the one that's in the wrong here." So it's always funny when people make vague complaints, like this person yesterday complained, and they say that I'm always ignoring them just so they don't respond to every single fucking text. Like, can you tell me what's going on? And then you find out that they like ghost their partner for like 4 days at a time when they've been dating for like 6 months. Like, bro, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I've brought this up before on stream, but one of my favorite pages on the internet is r/AITA. So am I the
Yeah.
asshole? It's just basically people are like, here are my personal problems. Please judge me, and I'm like, yes, would love to. And no, it is funny what details people will omit in order to make themselves look good.
Mm-hmm.
Thunderstorm, less siblings means less communication skills. Also, less communal culture means less connections. Can't replace culture with ideology. Uh, yeah, I mean, I think having a sibling teaches you a lot about life that is hard to replicate otherwise. Jeremy Willis, there are many messages to men re emotional improvement. Why do women receive no equivalent messaging around self improvement? They are good as is. I think that's a legitimate thing to point out. Ali Beth Stuckey, she's talked about like the toxic culture of self-love or self-acceptance a lot. Basically, oh, if you can't have me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Like, no, it's okay to have partners who kind of want to pull you toward a better side. And I think there are studies done that the relationships that tend to stay together the longest are ones where they feel that the partner is kind of there to help them be accountable or even like to push them in a better direction rather than just enabling them in whatever they may be doing at that certain time.
Yeah, I think that there's another one of those things where it's like, you know what an MRA is, men's rights activist?
Yes.
Like, there are things where it's like there are issues that need to be talked about, but it feels like the people that carry the banner for these issues are the worst types of people ever. When people talk about like women need to work on things too, that's definitely true. But then when I look at like if I think of like things that women need to work on, like being more forward, I think would actually be helpful. And Zoomers absolutely play these insane games with guys where they're constantly waiting for the guy to make the first move and they refuse to do it. And dumb shit like that is annoying. Women being too agreeable, especially in bedroom related stuff where women are like will very easily get pressured into sex because they don't want to say no or because they feel bad or blah, blah, blah. Like I think that there are areas here where there's good room to give advice to women or women expecting their boyfriends or whatever to be the same types of like emotional pincushions that their friends might be isn't always a fair expectation. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of good advice I think you can give broadly, like women, to self-improve. But the people that always say women need advice too, they need to self-improve, here's what they need to do. One, stop being an over-entitled fucking cunt. Just because you can sell pictures of your fucking feet online doesn't mean that you're entitled to a six-figure fucking man. Just because you blah, 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 blah. Like, that's always, I was like, bro, calm the fuck down. What the fuck? It's like the guys that say like, oh, well, the reason why I shit on fat women all the time on Twitter is because I just think it's not healthy. And health at every size is really damaging to women's health. It's like, okay, well, have you ever said anything about how like birth control might be damaging to women's health? Like, why is this the one issue that you fixate on? I never believe the intentions of people. I'm sorry, I poisoned the well so hard, but there are women's issues that should be talked about that they can improve on. But oftentimes the people that carry that banner are fucking insane, in my opinion.
All right. Tom Selden, can Destiny explain dog warts? I've heard it mentioned it before, but I'm not sure what it means. I don't know what that is.
Without getting too into it, basically, there was a guy that came into my stream one time, and I think the conversation started with if you were a miniature person, would your cat eat you, basically, or would they like you or be nice? And then somehow this turned into dogs, and somehow the conversation evolved into like if there was like a Hogwarts for dogs and dogs could cast any spell they could, what kind of spells would they cast? And then it was just a dumb conversation of like if there was one spell a dog could cast, would they do it in a way that like helps their owners? Would they secretly hurt their owners? It was a really off dumb thought experiment in that direction, but yeah.
Okay. Siege D, howdy Lauren. Glad you're doing these live streams. Would you like to collab with Rollo Tomasi or Michael Sartain to get better information? Rollo Tomasi, I've heard of. Michael Sartain, I've not. Rollo Tomasi, from what I understand, he was trying to collect nudes of Brittany Venti in order to hold them over. So like, I'm happy to talk to people who have different opinions than me. That's fine. But if someone is like genuinely pretty toxic, which it kind of seems like Rollo is, I'm not really interested in that. Like, I don't want to have someone on stream where like I have to worry about whether they're going to, I don't know, try to blackmail me about something in the future. That just seems like it would be a headache.
Huh.
The McClone Code. Men in their degeneracy love degenerate women. Men in their degeneracy regeneracy do not. As a culture, where ought we aim? Men shouldn't date OnlyFans girls. Well, I think there's an interesting like conversation we had about the pull and the push of like OnlyFans, because I'm happy to like say to women like, let's talk about OnlyFans, let's talk about the long-term implications, how it's going to affect your ability to find a partner going forward, what it's going to mean for, you know, your children going to school in the future if those pictures come out, unless we also have a conversation about men who are subbing to those OnlyFans girls. It's basically meaningless. I don't think we can only focus on one side of the issue. And it's funny. So like the Whatever podcast, I would love it. They always have like OnlyFans girls on. I would love it if they would like have an episode that was OnlyFans simps. Like instead of the girls, they have the same side of that, but like the men who are enabling that.
They do have that on every single episode. It's called The Audience.
An OnlyFans simp?
It's called The Audience. Yeah. I'm just kidding. But I know what you mean. Yeah.
That would be good. Brian, you should do that. 150 years ago, a man would marry a former brothel woman and move to another territory where they weren't recognized. Fast communication means the whole world is no longer a hiding place. That's interesting. Lone Boy 63. This is the least I've disliked hearing Destiny talk. I find myself agreeing with him when it comes to politics, though. Throw up emoji. Okay, so that actually is a good place to leave off. You recently had a like 2.5-hour conversation with Ben Shapiro on the Lex Friedman podcast.
Mm-hmm.
It did feature Ben Shapiro in a leather jacket. Still not sure how I feel about that. But I thought it was really interesting. What were your takeaways of that conversation?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Without getting too, there's like a whole fucking mind thing or whatever. When I approach political debates, there are certain types of preparations I'll do depending on the type of person I'm debating. Ben Shapiro is somebody that I think is more intelligent than most people in politics, period, really. And for a debate like that, it would be really fun to take one or two topics and like really tear them apart for 2 or 3 hours. Since this was our first conversation ever, it was more probably a trust building exercise of anything else on my part for him to show that I'm not insane. So we I think we probably bounced off of like 9, 10, 11 or whatever different topics in the course of 2.5 hours. So it was like an okay conversation. But when I have somebody like Ben, it would be really fun to like, I want to talk about like the Abraham Accords for like 3 hours. Or I want to talk about like schools for like 3 hours rather than, well, let's each do 2 sentences on each topic and then move to the next thing. So it was like a fun conversation, but we didn't get quite as deep as I would have wanted to, but that's not like his fault or anything. It was just because it was the first time we'd spoken to each other. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, you bring up schools, and I thought that was so. You brought up something called like the conservative merry-go-round. Would you mind explaining what that is for people who haven't seen the video yet? And if you haven't seen it yet, by the way, you should watch it.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes when you're trying to push for incremental change, I feel like conservatives are really good at pumping the brakes on everything by saying this won't fix everything, therefore we shouldn't do it at all. So I think the 2 things I brought up to Ben is I'm pretty sure the 2 most empirically backed things to help students in school is, as stupid as it sounds, one is air conditioner. I want to say there's research where it's like every degree lower a classroom is, there's like an aggregate boost to like children's grades.
So
go ahead.
So I heard you bring that up as like something that we should be investing. What exactly, how was that study done? Was it done kind of just where they measure the overall like temperatures of different classrooms and then they extrapolate, or was it done in a control where they actually were themselves controlling the temperature of a classroom and then comparing it to different classrooms where it's like the same teacher and stuff?
Jesus, man, I didn't read the fucking methodology. I just read the abstract on this. It was a study that from I think a few years ago. I just Googled.
I'm not trying to like do a gotcha, but the first thing I thought of when I heard you say that was if it is a study where they're literally just looking at like temperature versus student performance, a lot of like the global South does not have air conditioning, and they would, I would imagine, have like lower test scores, but it's not necessarily the air conditioning that's the problem there, if that makes sense. That's just where my mind went, and that's why I'm asking about how what exactly the study meant.
This particular study somehow was able to link doing modeling was able to link like different, like the degree increase would reduce learning by some. It was without air conditioning, each 1 degree Fahrenheit increase in school year temperature reduces the amount learned that year by 1%. I would have to dig into the methodology exactly for how they study that. But I know there are other studies that link a lot of adverse impacts for higher heat in schools of just like fucking kids up a lot. I mean, if you want to have a big research about this, I can go and actually read like the full studies later, but I didn't dive into the methodologies on these. I just know that the heat thing and the food thing are two things that I've heard that are, one, they seem like no-brainers. I don't think we should want kids to go to school and be in like uncomfortably hot temperatures, and we don't want kids to go to school and be hungry. And two, they're really easy. I really like is tractable the opposite of intractable? An intractable problem can't be solved. I like easily fixable problems. And giving kids lunch and having air conditioning, these are like easy to fix problems. It's not an infinite amount of money black hole, you know, like maybe like homeless populations or war on drugs might be. It's an easy thing with a fixed solution. It's not something that it's like, oh, how many air conditioners do we need? Or like, oh, how many billions of lunches? Like, well, you know how many kids you have to feed. So if there's like easy changes like that can incrementally improve children's lives, I think that's good. But the problem is when you make suggestions like this, and we could point to any number of other topics as well, sex, abortion, whatever else, it feels like conservatives say, well, that's not going to fix the whole problem because the actual problem is, and then it'll be some really abstract thing like the family. And it's like, okay,
yeah,
well,
which is what Ben Shapiro was saying. Yeah, right.
And then when the solution is like, okay, well, how the fuck do we fix the family? You know, like people get married for a whole bunch of different reasons. People have kids for a whole bunch of different reasons. People make choice. And then Ben is like, well, shotgun marriages. I'm like, fuck, come on. Like, I don't think there's a realistic solution. And I felt like I got conservative merry-go-round right there. I was like, well, okay, well, fuck me. Maybe we can make small incremental changes in schools to help children learn better. And he's like, but what about shotgun marriages to fix the family structure? I'm like, I don't know about that, but yeah, that's basically what I'm talking about when I say the conservative.
Yeah, well, I think it's true. So like, obviously, when we talk about like school performance, having 2-parent households is like a huge thing. But we should very much advocate for that as conservatives. But also, like, if someone is, for example, like running as like school superintendent or like governor, they need to have a policy on school that is beyond just like everybody get married. Okay, 100% agree with you there.
Yeah.
I was surprised. Maybe
I will say I will agree though on the conservative side too, though, that there are sometimes too many fixations on incremental changes without thinking about like, well, what are the underlying problems? People on the left do have that issue. I would admit that 100%. But people on the right have a really hard time accepting any incremental change too. Yeah, just a summary. Yeah.
Well, I thought it was strange that maybe I missed it, but he didn't bring up things like school choice or teachers unions at all, right?
Did he mention teachers unions? I don't remember. He might have. I'm not sure. But I think we focused on like the shotgun marriage idea. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I thought that was interesting from Ben Shapiro, that like school choice is like this really big issue right now. And he didn't bring it up as a conservative way, like, hey, this is actually a policy we can introduce in the hopes that improvement comes to students. I thought that was interesting. Something that I've also been like reading a lot about is like when we look at the disparities for different groups in terms of like their standardized test scores, chronic absenteeism is actually a huge problem in a lot of different communities and a lot of different schools. And it's something that like,
wait, chronic absence, is that like kids skipping schools or apparently in the household?
Yes.
Or okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And it's like that is something where, because I've also seen when policies are introduced to introduce like, truancy charges and stuff like that to actually like say, okay, you have to get to school. The complaint then is that it's just fast tracking the school to prison pipeline. So, I mean, guess what's your take there? It's like, if chronic absenteeism is a huge problem in a lot of inner city schools, which it absolutely is, it's something that hopefully parents should be taking more control over, but they're not always. What is then the right policy? Like how do you make kids show up to school?
I don't know how you do it. And now forgive my audience, or forgive me to my audience. This is where my major conservative side is going to come out. I am a big believer in the saying of, what is it? It's like idle hands are the devil's play shop, or idle minds are the devil's play shop, or whatever. Yeah. When you look at kids, okay, I was really lucky in that my parents worked really hard to send me to a nice private school. When I went to school, the reason why I didn't sell drugs or get involved in crazy stuff, it wasn't because I was a good person or that I was a better person. Well, I mean, I was a private school bureau, but not just because of that. It was because there was so much stuff to do all the time. I was in band. Sometimes we had to show up at 7 a.m. to do like early morning rehearsals. There were after school clubs. There were athletic events. There are so many different things going on from the early part of the morning to the, into the middle evening-ish, right? 5, 6 o'clock, depending on how late your particular practice went. when you have that much stuff going on during the day, you don't have really time as much for like premarital sex as much, or like drugs or getting into all this crazy trouble or whatever. Kids that are skipping school, when you're at home and there are no parents around and you've got like 8 hours in the day to do like whatever the fuck you want, that's like some Ferris Bueller shit. I just think it's not good. Truancy is really bad. And whatever you can do to like get kids into school and to get them into those environments so that they're not as likely to get into trouble, I think is a really, really important thing to do, I would say.
Okay. Well, and you guys talked about schools. You also talked about foreign policy. I feel like you guys weren't that misaligned when it comes to the whole Israel situation. And we don't need to like go into the whole thing of that. We just
Hmm.
had like Dave Smith on. What did you think of Shapiro, I guess, macro level, his foreign policy stance?
I think we actually probably have quite a few disagreements. I have Trump derangement syndrome to the end of the universe, so I just really wanted to have a lot of time to talk about how much I hate Donald Trump, so we didn't get into foreign policy as much. Ben Shapiro is one of the few last old school conservative-ish kind of people, almost neocon. He hasn't fallen to the side of the evil populists like you guys all have. So he's still pretty hawkish on foreign policy, which I appreciate because in some ways I am incredibly hawkish. I think given the opportunity to dive really hard into foreign policy, I think I would be a big proponent of America's hawkish policies right now, and I think I would be highly critical of some of the hawkish policies we've had in the past. And I think I'd probably talk a lot more about, like, I kind of agreed with Ben that like there has to be an off ramp for the Ukraine stuff. We don't want to be there in a forever war, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think we're there yet, though. I don't even know if we're close to that yet. So I'd probably argue a lot more about Ukraine. And then for Israel Palestine, I spend most of my time fighting with pro-Palestinians that think that as long as you're brown or oppressed, you can do literally no wrong, which is insane.
Right.
But with Ben, I would fight to the death on a lot of stuff related to the settlements in the West Bank. I think it's incredibly toxic. The need to push for some actual long-term solution with the Palestinian people, that Israel has to be a better partner for peace. They need to stop pretending like the entire world is out to get them. It is fine. That country is not facing existential threats of annihilation anymore. They don't have to act like it. These are the areas that I think I would push really hard on for foreign policy. And I'd probably attack Trump a lot more, too. He gets way too much credit for the Abraham Accords. He doesn't get enough credit for how horribly fucked up the Afghanistan pullout was, which I think was almost entirely his fault. But yeah, those are my broad takes on that.
So I guess regarding the settlements, what do you think your stance is? I guess misaligned with Ben Shapiro's regarding that.
I think that on a very broad level, Israel Palestine is like it's like one kid being like, I want to beat the shit out of you. Give me a goddamn reason. And that's Israel. And then the other kid is like, I'm going to give you all the reasons. And then that's like Palestine and the surrounding Arab countries. So I think Israel, like, it wants to act out, but then the other countries around them, they always give them a good excuse to do it. It's like, okay, well, I can't really fault them. But I would say like the last 20 to 30 years have been a pretty big departure from that. The Palestinians are no longer represented by the Egyptians, the Jordanians, and the Syrians. They have no real allies anymore. Egypt is a strong country. They've got security guarantees from people all over the world. It's time to calm the fuck down and work out peace with the Palestinians. Treating Palestine over the last 20 or 30 years like you treated the entire Arab world coming for your throat, from 48 onwards or from 1880s onwards is ridiculous, and Israel needs to drop that. The settlements have been a disaster for peace negotiations. I don't even know how you do it anymore. To say that like, well, we'll negotiate peace, we'll figure it out, while you're continually encroaching into territory that is occupied is just like, it's stupid, it's untenable,
Do
and
you
it's yeah. Okay, sorry.
do you support? I mean, we've been seeing that the U.S. Biden, he's actually kind of started to draw criticism from hardcore Zionists because he's starting to condemn the settlements. We've seen, even I think he's starting to say that they're going to reject visas for settlers. Is that something you support?
No, I do not support the revoking of visas for settlers. I think that Biden should hold all Israeli aid, every single dollar we send them, contingent on absolutely halting the settlements right now until the problem gets fixed. I think Biden didn't go far enough with that. I think the settlements are ridiculous, and every single new house that goes up is an impediment to some sort of future two-state solution. So I think that there needs to be massive repercussions.
You're in favor of a two-state solution?
Yeah, I think that's like the only realistic solution there can be, right?
I mean, it's interesting because I was talking to Daniel Cohen, who's very, very critical of Israel, and then also Austin Peterson. And so they were like, kind of like, Austin Peterson is very, very pro-Zionist, Daniel Cohen very, very critical, but they both were in support of a one-state solution, equal rights for Palestinians, Israelis, all of that. The way that Austin Peterson, I guess, was arguing for is that Israel would just annex Gaza, but then through doing that, give Gazans like full rights, full citizenships, which I thought was interesting.
Listen, if you ever want to have any of these people set up a debate with any of these, I would gladly do it. The problem is that it would never work in practice. The issue is that Israelis don't trust that Arabs or Palestinian Arabs, given equal access to voting, would vote with their best interests in mind. And I think they've got good reason to believe that over the past 30 or 40 years.
Don't you think it's kind of it's a little bit interesting to call yourself like the one democracy in the Middle East while simultaneously saying, I don't want to give voting rights to these people because I don't think they'll vote in my interest?
Well, it's not that they wouldn't vote in your interest, it's that they're anti-democratic. I don't think it's that crazy. It's like we're the one democracy in the East, but we're not sure if we would be if we gave voting rights to the 4 or 5 million Palestinians that live here, which would also mean that they're probably going to vote for right of return for the 5, 6, or 7 million Palestinians that the UN has arbitrarily declared as refugees. And now we've got 12 million more anti-democratic people that live here. I don't know if you would be the one democracy in the Middle East anymore. And I think that's the chief Israeli complaint.
Right. But
Yeah.
I guess it's like that's my issue with the claim that like Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, is that it kind of seems like you are selectively choosing who can and cannot vote in order to uphold a certain set of standards or like a certain homogeneity that I think if we were to like look at the West, we would never accept that type of behavior in a country like Canada or the US and still call ourselves like a liberal democracy.
Well, I mean, kind of. So on the first part, I agree with you. This is why Israel, in some ways, wants to have their cake and eat it too. They want to say,
Right.
and these are the strongest. I personally, I don't like the apartheid argument, but if you're going to make it, this is the strongest version of it. Okay, Israel wants to say this territory is not a state. Okay, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, these aren't states. This is we occupy this territory because we're trying to figure out what to do with it. Okay, well that's fine, but if you want to occupy that territory, you can't encroach on it with settlements. And it's like, well, hold on. This is our territory. We can make settlements here if we want to. It's like, oh, okay. Well, if it's your territory and the Israeli people that you move in there can vote, why the fuck can the Palestinians there not vote? How the fuck does that make sense? How can you ever have people living side by side where some of them have voting rights and some of them don't? And then, like you said, yeah, still call yourself a democracy. It doesn't make any fucking sense. That's literally apartheid. You can't have it both ways. So that's why I'm saying, like, yeah, there needs to be huge international pressure on you. You have to figure that shit out because it's just stupid and it's gotten dumb and it's still dumb and yeah. As far as like accepting it in the West, it's hard in America and Canada especially to compare because we're as much as it triggers all the white people to hear it, like we are immigrant countries and our values and the threats that we face from demographic changes and everything it's way different than people in the Middle East. Like if you come to the West, you're coming here for a particular set of reasons, and usually it's because you broadly align with ideas related to liberalism and whatnot. Like I've said this a million times in the past, and I'll continue to say it. Like I have no problem in the United States. I will be at events. I don't give a fuck if there are Muslims around me. I'll tweet whatever crazy shit about Muslims I want. I would never go to the Middle East. I would never be in Dubai and tweet some of the shit that I do about Muslims. I don't even know if I would do that in fucking Paris or London and tweet some of the shit I do about Muslims. But the people that come to the United States or Canada, well, at least the US, I can't speak for Canada. You guys are fucking wacky. But at least in the United States, like we're very much like an immigrant country. So to compare our demographic standards and how we enforce our stuff to like Israel is a lot different, I think.
But do you think that a lot of the people who are coming here are doing it because they broadly agree with liberal values, or do you think they're coming for economic reasons?
I think those two things are very closely related, I think. I think that liberalism, broadly speaking, things like private property rights and capitalism and the ability to work jobs and get an education, I think all of these things roughly tie together. I mean, I agree it might not necessarily be because they're like, yeah, I support like the Constitution of the United States, but hey, I mean, you don't have to support the Constitution to be a good American. That's the entire Republican Party right now. So yeah, I think that broadly speaking, I think that a person like a PhD Kenyan that comes to the United States is probably going to share more values here than they would with like a Ugandan warlord or something, I would say. I'm using really hyperbolic examples, but yeah, I think it's evidenced in like our Muslim population here. It's always a good one to point to. Like I'm pretty sure our Muslims are more tolerant, for instance, of gay marriage than like evangelical Christians are, which is like interesting. And you don't really see that much like Muslim extremist violence over here. I think if I was in Canada, I'd be more worried about an indigenous person killing me in a church than a fucking Muslim. So yeah, but I don't know. That's just my feeling. That probably was a fair shot, but like, yeah, that's just my feeling about it.
Okay. I mean, I know people in the chat are going to be very critical, and I would agree that I would disagree with you and agree with them. Like it's a different concern, like the way that voting trends would. Like I think it's the same concern ultimately. It's you're dealing with like I don't want to say an indigenous population because then like a lot of people who are not Native Americans this applies to, but if you're dealing with like one group that has citizenship rights and voting rights, I think it always makes sense to think who you are extending that franchise to and what their competing concerns may or may not be. It's
Nah.
we could talk about that very openly in regard
Hmm.
to Israel, and they talk about it very openly as well. But we can't do that in places like Canada or the United States without being called xenophobic or racist.
Here,
And I think
this is my
that's a frustration.
this is my issue because I've debated so many. I'm not saying you're a white nationalist, but I've debated a lot of really far right, like Nazi white national people say this. Here's my issue. I feel like that falls on its face with two questions. So I might say something to somebody's like, okay, well, what are your thoughts on immigration? And they'll say, well, immigration is a huge problem. We get lots of non-white people that come, from places like Mexico, Honduras, El Salvador, Costa Rica, whatever. They all come up here through Mexico. They're going to change the voting demographics in the United States, and slowly we're going to see an erosion of our policies in the U.S. because of a different demographic of people moving here. Our demographic is, white, homogenous European stock, more or less, and their demographic is going to vote for something way different. And it's like, okay, chief, let's say that's true. Let's say that we ban all non-white immigration, or at least all immigration from like Central America and shit from the United States. And you want to go to your homogenous countries. Do you think people from fucking Sweden or Norway or Finland or France are coming to the United States and voting for Donald Trump? Do you think that people are coming from fucking Britain and you think they're like, Donald Trump, this guy's actually pretty cool? Like, bro, these people are going to heavily vote Democrat. You wouldn't like their demographic. In fact, it wouldn't be surprising to me. Fuck, I should look up numbers on this because it would be nice. It would be a good gotcha for people. It wouldn't be surprising to me if Hispanic people coming up from the South tended to vote a little bit more conservative than like people coming from like Scandinavia, just because on social values they might align with
Oh
conservatives
yeah,
a bit more.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all, and that's why like I don't argue around immigration from a racial standpoint. Like I think it makes sense. Like if you look at the policies that like someone from Venezuela might have coming over, I think it makes sense just from like literally a policy standpoint to say, hey, this doesn't really make sense. Like, does this align? Do we want to give someone the right to vote this quickly? I think it's like, depending on the route they take, like, within 10 years, potentially someone could be an American citizen, could be legally voting. And that's not even to mention like, kids that might also be voting eventually. Like it speaks to a cultural shift. And I don't think it makes someone a white nationalist to be concerned about that. And never mind, like the reason why we have so many politicians who are very gung-ho with mass migration, it is from an economic standpoint, like social security and all that. It doesn't actually solve the problem that people in America and in Canada, in our Western countries, aren't having kids. Like there's this belief that if we just import enough people, then all of these programs, these government programs we have, they'll be fine because we'll have more people. Like, but does that make up for the fact that Americans, Canadians, Brits, whatever, aren't actually having kids themselves? Like, I don't think it's a Band-Aid.
The kids thing is an interesting problem on like three different levels. It's an interesting ethical dilemma. Is it a dilemma? Should you be able to compel people to have children? That's a really.
I'm not for compelling people, but I think we could have more pro-natal policies and a more pro-natal culture.
Pronatal. So my understanding is pronatal policies, I think, almost ubiquitously fail. Could be wrong, but I feel like I read in World War II. I think especially in Italy, I think they tried a lot to encourage family growth. But the reality is
they're doing some pretty cool things, and they are one of the few countries where the birth rate has gone up a little bit.
Which country?
Hungary.
Okay, I can't speak to Hungary right now because I haven't looked at that. That could be the case. But I was going to say I don't know as much of pronatal policies. Pronatal culture, I think, can definitely be a thing. Because there are some groups of people, isn't it like it's all the fucking settlers, I think, in Israel. Don't these people pump out kids like crazy? I think like Israel is one of the only developed countries in the world with like a huge birth rate still, unless that's changed recently.
Yeah,
no, it is actually still.
I used to live in Utah, and like the birth rate within Utah is very different. Especially like I forget like the one area where it's like Salt Lake City, like Provo, where all the Mormons are living. Like the birth rate is very high, so it is possible to have people in developed countries who do have very high birth rates. Certain religious communities do have that. It's just by and large, worldwide, we've seen that as economic development happens, birth rates plummet.
Yeah, and I think
which is a problem.
Yeah, that's. This is it kind of goes back to our first thing about like pornography and stuff. I think that we always assumed, this is going to sound really mean. I don't mean to sound mean to any parents or whatever. I like kids. I love my kid. But I think that for a long time, we just assumed that like women like to make babies and like have babies and be moms, and like people want to have families and big families and blah, 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 blah. And I think we assumed for a long time that that was like a really built-in fundamental feature of our biology and not like a consequence of some social thing. And I think as life has grown to provide people, especially women, with a lot more alternatives, the competition for having a child is really high now. Again, if you go back like 100 years and you're a woman and you're like 22, well, what the fuck are you going to do besides like having kids? There's like not much for you. Other help around the house, I guess. There's just not much else for you to do. But now having a child is going to compete with, well, you want to get your 4-year degree in college, so you're putting it off at least 4 years. You're not shopping around for a serious relationship. You might want to start your career. If you start your career, well, now you're putting off for another 5 years. So now we're like approaching 30 before we're even seriously considering having a kid. Whereas before, women might have started dating in their late teens, 18, 19. Don't get too excited, libertarians, or like their early 20s, and they're already looking to like start families. So I think that the societal changes and what's competing for attention to have kids is a lot. It's a lot different now than it used to be, which goes back to the ethical question of like, how much ought you compel people to have children? Like, let's say that our birth rates were 1.2 forever, as long as women could work and had access to birth control. Like, do we take those two things away, or do we start like picking and choosing and clawing some things back because women aren't fulfilling their obligations to have enough kids? I'm asking these rhetorically, like I know the answer. I don't know the answer. I think these are actually really interesting, really complicated questions, because there is a future at some point. I don't think we're there yet, but it's like, the populations of all the countries are dwindling, and we're like, okay, well, fuck, I don't think this is working. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. It's a challenging one, yeah.
Gapples, we need to allow immigrants in, but ship them in our country, okay, beyond parole. Well, there's a solution that would upset everybody for different reasons. So, I mean, the thing is, I obviously don't think that we should be like forcing women to have kids, but I appreciate that you can at least accept that this is a problem, because I've spoken with like a lot of libertine people who will say like, well, it's this is a conversation we shouldn't even be having, but there are actual societal consequences when people stop having kids. Like we're seeing that right now. You see it in Japan on a way bigger scale. Like they have ghost factories and things like that, right? There are people who are in retirement homes and they're being cared for by robots. And again, not even to mention the whole social security issue. So birth rate is a big problem. I mean, I've even seen people suggest, but simultaneously, the thing is, you also don't want to incentivize the dissolution of the family structure, which a lot of these attempts at being pro-child or pro-natalist in the United States have inadvertently done. Right. So there's a fine line to walk there, where you want to be supporting families, but you don't want to be incentivizing out of wedlock children.
Yeah, it's a hard one, because like, so for instance, to even go back to the fundamental question, is the demographic problem in terms of age now, not race, is that an issue? I don't actually think it is right now, and my guess is it would probably take several generations for it to be there. I'm going to give the WEF spooky Klaus Schwab trim the population answer that everybody hates. But like, if we lost like 20 to 30 to 40% of the, that's probably way too much. If we lost like 5 to 10% of the human population, technically, at least in the short term, there are a lot of problems that get way better. Housing becomes way more affordable because you no longer have as many people chasing the same number of houses. If you are worried about like climate change or pollution, that's not as big of a deal. Your cities aren't as crowded. Like technically losing some population in the immediate short term alleviates some problems. Because I know that like up until like 2005, I feel like all we heard every single day was overpopulation, it's going to destroy us all. And then it feels like in 10 years, now we're like, holy shit, we're going to lose all of our people, where the planet is depopulating, and this is the worst thing ever. And it's like, I don't think we're there yet. And who knows, maybe there's like an equilibrium state that we reach where it's like at some point, be like, okay, well now I do want to have kids because there aren't as many people competing for the same number of things. There's also, go ahead.
I actually have friends who, like, in Canada, housing crisis is really bad. They used to say like, I'm just going to wait until boomers die literally and buy their house. Right? But the thing is, that's not really possible when Trudeau is simultaneously importing immigrants who only go to these major population centers. So that's the problem. And it's not necessarily like, oh, this is a problem that we have 5% fewer people in the country. It's where those missing people are, right? Because it's not just we have fewer people, it's that we have a higher proportion of retirees and a lower number of people in the workforce. Like that's the issue. So we have fewer people who are working, who are now needing to support the bigger amount of people who are retired and not on the workforce. That's kind of the big issue there.
I don't think that's an issue in the United States. I will say, because I see the other Lauren. I see Lauren Southern tweet shit sometimes about Canadian immigration, and I always want to say it's stupid because it's conservative, blah, blah, blah. But then I look it up. You guys do some wacky stuff in Canada when it comes. I feel like there were districts, what was it? You had like 40% of your population, or you're like bringing in more immigrants from like India. I can't speak for Canada shit. You guys are wacky as fuck up there. So you guys might actually have problems with that. I know in the United States, immigration is still considered, even illegal immigration is considered even a fiscal boon to our budget because they don't draw Social Security and shit. I can't speak to Canada. Your guys' shit might legitimately be fucking weird up there because yeah, you guys are on some wacky shit. But at least in the U.S., we're not having problems here where it's like, oh no, the immigrants are fucking us over. We're at like 3% fucking whatever unemployment for the longest period in all of U.S. history. We are dying for workers down here. You should make a program like I don't know, call it Indians for oil. We can ship up more oil to Canada. You guys can send us some of your fucking immigrants. We can help shore up our employment a little bit better. You guys get some more economy shit. I don't know. Maybe that's we can work out a deal there. But yeah, everything that I say economically, I do want to be very precise. It sounds like I'm half joking, but like I really am only speaking from an American perspective because Canadians, you guys do have different issues a little bit that play out a bit differently. So the things that I say in America might not necessarily apply to your country. Damn, that was the Indian joke was too far. It was comparing her to the other Lauren. That's a big no-no. I shouldn't have done that, especially with the same name. There's probably a lot of competition there to be the biggest and baddest. Canadian YouTube. Lauren East versus Lauren. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Stop. Okay, I'm doing messages until she comes back. Hold on. We're gonna call her Lauren West just because you guys are being racist. Stop being weird about it. Is she even Canadian? I thought so, isn't she? Thanks, Gregor. Would you ever chat with Ben Shapiro off stream to build up some rapport? If you wanted to, yeah, sure. But I feel like I'm encroaching on somebody's time, which is incredibly rude, by the way. We're going to talk about that. As soon as I'm done with this, we're going to talk about that. I will have my diva moment today. I am so triggered because I'm very right. I'm sorry, shit. But you guys don't understand because I'm a diva.
So my internet pieced out. That's why I'm on my phone. Very sorry, guys. Sorry to leave you stranded on my own stream, Destiny. That is embarrassing.
Oh, well, it happens. Damn. Canadian internet or?
No, so I'm in.
Wait, oh, sorry. You're in what?
I'm in Nashville.
Oh, well, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know, right? Sorry that I cut out there, but I think we're about at 90 minutes. So I do want to say thank you, Destiny, for I guess all the time for great conversation. Where could people follow you if they're not already doing so?
YouTube.com/Destiny. Yeah.
All right, and huge thank you to everyone for tuning in. Again, apologies for the live stream, kind of just piecing out. And I guess on that note, I will see you guys next time, hopefully with some better internet.
Thanks a lot. Have fun.
Okay, yeah, really sorry about that. Like, what?
Okay. I'm going to have my diva moment, okay? Listen. Okay? You ever want to know how to trigger me, okay? There's one thing, okay? All you have to do is lie about me. If you lie about me, especially about something that I feel is very not true, will trigger the fuck out of me, all right? If you lie about me, it will trigger the fuck out of me, all right? Okay. Listen to me. I am a disgustingly polite person, all right? Wait, oh shit, was I supposed to have a phone call this morning? Why didn't that show up on my Apple Watch? Hold on, wait, now you guys have to sit and wait. Can we schedule it? Bro, I'm so stupid. guess we're not going on Piers Morgan. Wait, why didn't it show up on my calendar thing? Hold on, I gotta check. Oh, I don't know if maybe it doesn't sync from my personal calendar. Oh, fuck. I'll look at this later. God damn it. Fuck these dumbass. Thought it was a smartwatch. Dumb. Okay, sorry. Anyway. Fuck. Tree of Logic apparently is gonna go celebrate Valentine's Day also. When you get sick, does your skin temperature elevate or not on Whoop? On the Whoop, it did, yeah. I don't know if the Apple Watch tracks that. I hope it does. I'm trying to use this to replace my Whoop. Who are you supposed to call? One of the producers for the Piers Morgan show was supposed to call me this morning. But on my calendar, the first thing it said it was 12:30. Okay, listen. I am very polite. Oh, I should have asked Lauren about this. Fuck. Because she was at one of these Tim Pool shows as well. I'm very polite. I'm very generous with my time, okay? I don't bill that much. Or anything. I've just started. Okay, I'm super, super, super polite to everybody in real life. Everybody says this is why Tim Pool. One of the reasons why Tim Pool speaks highly of me when I'm on a show is not just because I like do well on a show or like am willing to talk back and forth. It's also because off show I'm an incredibly polite person. Okay, I filmed a whole hour and a half extra episode with a Seamus guy. I didn't even post it. Okay, all this stuff. Okay, I'm a pretty nice person. Usually don't even bill people room and board when I travel. Usually that started to change recently. Okay, this fucking guy on Twitter. All right. This fucking guy on Twitter. Fuck me. Fuck me, okay? Fuck me. Adam tweets out, conservatives will hate you just as much if you're center left or far left. Destiny. This seems wildly untrue. Sure, it's true for many hyper-partisan conservatives, but why would you want to throw center-right conservatives under the bus by framing them as insane haters? To be fair, you guys called like Obama socialist forever, okay? Not you guys. I don't think he's a conservative, but just saying. Sorry, but regardless, this is already a dumb tweet himself. But whatever. Destiny is the only person that was a guest on Timcast that was not polite and friendly when I met them. Now, that's an interesting thing to say because every single time, All That Remains is a good band and Phil's a good guy. Listen, good for him if he does music. I looked at some of his band stuff. It seems like cool. I support his music. Okay, I'm not separate the art and the artist. It seems like cool music. That's fine. I have no problem with anything that they do as musicians. I don't even have a problem with Tim Pool's music. But I showed up. I'm always polite to everybody on these sets, behind the scenes, pre-show, post-show, all hang out and chat. I'm so polite. So I don't understand when he says I wasn't polite and friendly. Who was this person? I was so curious who this person was. So then, I gave him the old WHO. Limeo. What? Have I ever met you before? I've been friendly with literally every single person I've met off that show in person. I've shot hoops with people who were on the show, and I even did a spontaneous show with another guy, his name is Coughlin, I think. While I went on one time, they've got like an indoor skate rink and basketball and blah, blah. I'm pretty sure Philly would shot footage. I've like hung out, I've done so much stuff with these people here. I would have no idea if anybody in the Timble area would have like a negative opinion of me. That's so, yeah, I'm so curious. And he says, oh, listen, please, okay? I am being a diva right now. I am being a diva, okay? But understand, okay? I am a diva. I'm rich. My life is incredibly privileged. I am super grateful for all of that, okay? I appreciate all my blah, 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 okay? That being said, my job is pretty hard, okay? I do a lot of shit. I love it. I would rather do this than carpet cleaning. It's hard in ways that are challenging and fun and fulfilling, but there's a lot of shit going on, and I've got a lot of stuff going on at all points in time, okay? Keep that in mind, all right? Keep that in mind. Right. For an example, even when my audience like memes about me like vacationing and taking time off stream, like for an example, on the second, okay, I flew out at like 8 p.m. at night to go to DC. At 9 a.m., I did a podcast with Jordan Peterson. That evening, I flew out to Vegas. On the 4th, I did the Iced Coffee Hour podcast. Then I flew out from the Iced Coffee Hour podcast to Boston because that was an easy place to rent a car and drive to. The next day, Yale, which was about a 2.5-hour drive. At Yale, I did a 2-hour presentation, a 1-hour dinner afterwards and photos. And then from Yale in Connecticut, I drove to Ithaca. And then from Ithaca, that's about a 4.5-hour drive. Again, easier to drive than make the flights because there's smaller airports. At Ithaca, I did another event. And then from there, I flew to New York City because I wanted to have dinner with Pisco. And then I had another meeting with another Austrian person. And then on the 8th, there's a lot of never mind. We'll see if anything comes on this. I don't know if I can reveal who I talked to in New York. On the 8th, I went to Ohio, and then I did my 3 to 4 days of canvassing, right? This is like a travel. When I travel, it's like pretty densely packed with a whole bunch of different things going on at any point in time. And while I'm traveling, I also have to keep up with my emails, with my social media. I'm trying to read this fucking book that I almost read. I'm trying to, there's just a lot of stuff that I'm juggling at every point in time. Now, that's cool. I enjoy it. It's fun. But there's a lot going on at any point in time, okay? There's a lot going on at any point in time. Destiny should have never given a long-form response. Don't give a fuck. I will give a long response because I will explain, because you need to understand how fucking stupid this guy's next statement is, okay? Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to remember. You weren't overtly rude or anything. You were on the couch in the green room. I came up, smiled, introduced myself, and put my hand out to shake your hand. You looked up from your phone and you said, "Oh, hi," and you shook my hand a little dismissively and looked back at your phone. I didn't say you insulted me, just that you weren't friendly, okay? When you work in, I don't know, the Olympics, when you do shows, like as a musician, he should know this. If you're in theater, if you're an actor, if you are talent at any point in time, okay, you're familiar with something called a green room, okay? A green room means that this is the place where you can go right before and right after your shows. It's a place before for you to prepare. Could be putting on makeup, costumes, outfits. Could be to tune your instruments. To psychologically and mentally prepare. Okay, you're about to go on to a show, you're about to do a performance, whatever. And you're unencumbered and unfucked with by anybody that's not supposed to be there. The only people that go in a green room are crew, so people that are working at production, and not even all of them, and talent. That's it. Full stop. Okay? Afterwards, all right, you go to a green room, maybe because after show you want to decompress. You want to sit, you want to chill, because you know that after you go out, you're going to have fans, you're going to do pictures, you're going to do, autographs, you're going to take videos, you're going to have a ton of people on your blah, blah, blah. Maybe after show you want to decompress a little bit. That's the purpose of a green room, okay? The fact that he came up to me in a green room, if he did, I don't even remember this. He came up to me in a green room where I'm on my phone. And if I'm on my phone, it means I could either be booking travel, I could be doing last minute research, I could be coordinating any 1 billion number of things. I might not even have a hotel room for that. There's a billion things that could be going. I could be working. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking at a point I want to jerk off. The fact that he came up to me in a green room just to say hi, like a fan, and then because I am a polite person, I'm never going to totally blow someone off. I'm not that much of a diva yet. Maybe in 1 million subs I will. For him to come to me, and I still said like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" Shook his hand, and then I went back to what I was working on. Was already above and beyond a politeness level that you could expect from me. If I walked up to somebody in a green room and I was like, "Hey, what's up?" and I wasn't like talent working on that show about to go on with them, and they completely, totally fucking blew me off, they'd be totally on their right to do so. It's a green room. This is not my place to say hi and shake hands and have a conversation. This is this place was created explicitly for this not to happen. That is the super point of a green room, okay? It is the actual reason why it was created. So the fact that he approached me here, I still shook his hand and said hi, and then he has the audacity to try to blow me up on Twitter and join some jerk wave. Oh yeah, he's the only person that was a guest on Timcast that wasn't playing for me. Kill yourself in a video game. In real life in the video game. Fuck this guy. Okay, so look, and this is what I'm frustrated with. I don't know if it's just like anti-fans or conservatives or people think I'm a diva. It could be all things. So like this guy in chat says, "I don't know if many people agree with you, man. Dude literally just said hi, lol. I don't think he was expecting a whole ass conversation." What do you mean? I said hi back. I shook his hand and I said hi back. And I was clearly busy with something. What was he expecting? What else am I supposed to do? Fuck, that triggers the fuck out of me. My God. Destiny, I was a touring drummer for 5+ years, and sometimes a fan whose friend with the bookers or venue would stop in quick to say hi, but it was always brief, and they knew not to expect much until after the show and were escorted by that person, and it would start with, I'm really sorry, but they're a huge fan, et cetera, et cetera, and you say hi, like you did, thank you, and see you later. Yeah, maybe, says Mayo, and I'm not saying that you're not big, and you could have been bigger than me, I don't fucking know, but I'm saying that, like, I'm pretty sure that if you were to pull that shit on larger shows, I think you would get fucking fired instantly. If you were working security and you brought a friend in to fangirl or fanboy over a band, it's like, oh my God, yo, this is my friend, can you say hi to him, blah, blah, blah. I'm pretty sure you would get fucking fired. I think if anybody that owned the venue knew that you were doing that while you were working that event, they'd say, bro, you need to get the fuck out. The whole reason why you're security is to avoid this type of stupid fucking shit. And yeah, fuck. Not to say, by the way, 1,000,000% it was very few and far between, but it happened. Sure, it does happen. And I'm not, by the way, also, let me be super ultra clear, okay? Because I am an exceedingly nice and polite person, okay? I'm not even that strict about it. And the fact that this guy came up, I'm not even mad that he did. Like I said, I don't even remember the interaction. Was it a little bit rude of him to come up and expect me to, if I'm clearly busy, about to go on a show, to expect me to shake his hand and say, right? I think it was rude of him, but I'll say hi. It's fine. I'm not going to be a huge stickler for it or whatever. But the fact, this is like the worst. This is like the green room grape. That you would go up to talent in a green room, ask them to talk to you, and then if they don't give you the level of attention that you want, try to go on social media and blow them up afterwards is unbelievably fucking unprofessional. And it's a billion times worse, given that my understanding is this was a fairly big band. He's a fairly popular musician. That's wild to me. Fuck this guy. If he personally wanted to think that, I wish he would have chatted with me a bit more, well then fine. Yeah, maybe he can feel away. But to publicly blow me up on it, fuck you. So you know what I did? I did write a big ass fucking response because this did trigger the fuck out of me. I was mad. Yeah. You know how you're like, you mad? Yeah, I am mad. And I was mad. This response actually pisses me off 1,000,000,000% more, or 1,000,000,000 times more, than if I were just randomly rude to you. Holy shit. Warning, this is the most diva post of mine you will literally ever read in your entire life. You have been warned. Flirty smiley face. For some industry lingo, for anything that involves talent with fans, etc., green rooms are usually places where talent can rest or chill in order to either get ready for an event, free from being encumbered by random interruptions, or relax after doing a show/event. In my industry, it's mostly to insulate you from fans who want pictures or from random people who want to chat or solicit something from you. If talent is in a green room and they're on their phone, common courtesy would not be to walk up to the person and start a conversation. If you weren't even on the show or working with the production crew for that episode, which he wasn't either of these things, you shouldn't even really be in there at all. In fact, it's literally one of the most annoying fucking things to have to deal with. People are in green rooms there to insulate themselves from people like you. You are an actual talent terrorist, every single performer's nightmare, that some fucking rando would approach you in a green room, expect you to put on a fucking show for them, and chat them up, and then have the audacity to complain afterwards if they weren't happy with the interaction. If someone complained to me that they approached talent in a green room and tried to introduce themselves, and the talent completely blew them off, I'd probably tell them, hey dude, they're literally in that room so they can focus on the upcoming show or relaxing after a show they were just on. You are approaching them in the worst way possible. You are literally attention raping them. Stop. If I was on my phone, I could have been managing social media, retweeting links for the show as per the host's requests, or linking so my fans can find me, scheduling next day events via email, scheduling same-day travel to catch a flight, researching or reading something for the upcoming show, or literally a million other things that could be occupying my time. The fact that you are complaining publicly about approaching me in a green room as a fucking fan, and I still shook your hand and said hello to you, is actually fucking insane to me. If you want pictures, find me outside of a green room after a show. Otherwise, seriously, fuck off. Fuck me. This triggered the fuck out of me. Okay. All right. Also, people are saying that I legitimately thought he was a fan. No, I don't think he's a fan of mine. He probably just told me he wanted to check me out. I'm insulting him. That's just an insult. Now respond to Fantano. What did Fantano say? What is this? Just want to say this opinion, and anyone who boosts it is just endorsing open racism. XQC and anon idiots like this think that because I'm interviewing rappers, I must be reviewing murderers, because rappers equals murderers, that's what they think. A broken clock is right twice a day. I wonder if I agree with XC or Fantano's morality suddenly becomes a thing only with Kanye album reviews. Haha, true. Well, wait, has Fantano ever interviewed a murderer or gone over a album of a murderer before? And people say, I'm up my own ass. That's because you are up your own ass. The problem with this, the problem with my thing, and I understand, listen, I don't care. You want to understand what you want. This is very much like an industry thing, and it's very much like a diva thing. I understand it comes off as like rude, or it comes off as like out of touch or whatever, and it is a little bit, but like, bro, there's like, I don't know if I could take a camera around with me at an event, and if you were at my canvassing event, if you had anything else, like I can be like a little bit checked out, but I'll make time, I'll chat with you, I'll shake your hand, I'll give you a hug, I give somebody head pats because they were a tier 5 sub. Like, if I'm in a public area and there are fans that come up to me, I almost will always take a picture, take a video, record a thing or whatever. I do that, I will. And that was even though I'd set aside 2 hours at the event to do photos like on the first time. I generally will always do this. But yeah, fuck, not in a green room, okay? Not in a green room. God, fuck me. And then to complain about it afterwards. And you're a fucking performer. And you're a performer? Are you serious? And you're a performer? That would be like raping me and then complaining publicly that I didn't make enough nice noise when we had sex. What an unbelievable fucking thing to do. Fuck that guy in a video game. Anyway, moving past that. Hold on. Let me get a Red Bull. Oh God, ABBA, my other out-of-touch millionaire friend, and you're a comic, so comics probably have 1 billion times stricter rules about fucking green rooms. Absolutely, because being in the right mindset, thank God. Hold on, and before he actually disagrees, I think I say, 1 second. Literally, any performer hates being spoken to before having to go on stage. It's on the writers for most artists before any appearance. They want to be talked, they don't want to be talked to for long. Yeah, sure, yeah, true. Fantano talking about a murderer's album.
Let's go to heaven.
Nice. That one went even harder. Though the Herbo feature was a little short, though. But hey, for those of you who are interested, the King Von project, the posthumous one, it's out now. It's out now. If you're seeking it out, check it out.
Wait, hold on. Fuck! Don't make me defend Fantano! No! No! Don't make me defend Fantano! Don't make me do it! Don't make me do it! Please don't make me do it! Okay? Can I give you some bad faith help? Can I give you some bad faith help? You should have cut this clip like 5 seconds earlier. Couldn't Fantano respond to this and say, this guy is dead. Covering his music is a lot different than covering somebody who's alive and contributing harm to the world. That's what he said, right? He said posthumous or whatever? Posthumous?
For those of you who are interested in the King Von project, the posthumous one, it's out.
Posthumous? That means he's dead, right? Or am I missing? Is that a different word? I only see this word typed. It's like posthumous. He covered him when he was alive as well? Okay, well, you should have posted that one then. Not him covering the thing when he's dead. Okay? Fitzmanzi, I see. King Von is credited with multiple murders. Thank you for putting that in chat. Unfortunately, you're on a 7-day break because you typed it 5 fucking times.
Now, I don't give a shit if he burned down some churches. I don't care if he murdered a guy. I really don't care if he's racist. If he comes out with an album in the future that I find interesting, I will welcome it with open arms.
Much better. This is a much better clip. However, yeah, okay, I was going to say this. If this sounds like it was a long time ago. If he was saying some shit, bro, you can find me, I'm pretty sure you can find fucking, I don't want to say actually because there's too many people that hate me now, they'll go looking for shit. You can find me saying some wild shit from 14, 15 years ago too. 13, 14 years ago. I don't know if I would necessarily hold this against him. Statement from Chairman Representative Mike Turner. Today, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence has made available to all members of Congress information concerning a serious national security threat. I'm requesting that President Biden declassify all information relating to this threat so that Congress, the administration, and our allies can openly discuss the actions necessary to respond to this threat. White House response. Oh, hold on. Sorry, hold on. Actually, subreddit. Okay. Stop asking about dog words. If you want to link stuff also, you should be linking it in Kick Chat, guys.
Or he doesn't say imminent, serious national security threat. The lack of your ability to say anything has the potential to raise distress for some Americans. In the simplest of terms, can you tell Americans that there's nothing they have to worry about right now?
Hold on, actually. Fuck, where am I? Josiah, get in here. Or IRI, or... How ordinary is it? How normal is it that a committee is saying, hey, like publicly, you need to declassify something? That kind of seems a little bit cucked. Seems like a weird thing to do, no? Like, if you really feel like it needs to be... What? Bro, how many dead people do I have on my fucking Discord friends list? Is this a meme account? Did I get trolled? At TMZ, 7.5 million. Did this account get hacked? YouTuber 2Mad, dead at 23. Investigate as possible OD. Was he on our last show? How many shows ago was he on? Do you think that Kanye's anti-Semitic rants could have done more harm to society as a whole than a murderer? I mean, almost certainly, but that's not even because... That doesn't even mean anything in terms of what a person's saying bad or good. Like, I've probably done more. In some ways, I'm sure I've harmed society more than a murderer. And I'm sure that I've, like, helped society more than a doctor. Just because, like, when you start communicating with a lot of people, it's really easy for that harm or good to stack up, like, a lot. So it's like a weird question to ask. Like, let's say that by virtue of listening to my stream, let's say, like, 10 people decided to go to med school. Like, well, is that helping society more than if I would have been a doctor? But 10, like, it's just, like, a weird thing to say, like, does a person that communicates with a ton of people help or hurt more? Or what if you're a conservative? Or what if what if 10 people have listened to me, and because of listening to me, they decided to join like the IDF, and then one of them like shoots and kills, you know, like 3 or 4 Palestinian people? Like, technically I did worse for society than like a single murderer did who killed one person, right? It's a weird thing to try to compare like one person who speaks to a lot of people. Are they better or worse for society than one person that does one action? It's just like a weird, yeah. Do you think it's a valid criticism to Fantano then? I think it's valid to say you don't want to review Kanye West because you feel like he does anti-Semitic shit. That's valid. The only cucked thing is it's weird that we have such standards for that when you're in rap reviews. And it's like, if you are reviewing highly problematic rappers, because rap has had a cyclical problematic feedback loop that it is breaking with the black community in terms of things like misogyny, homophobia, gang, drug, not embodiment. When you take something, you idolize it, idolization culture, whatever. Yeah, I mean, like, these are issues. So the problem is people think that he probably just doesn't want to do the Kanye shit because he's like a woke cuck leftist. So as long as it's from black people and as long as it's like about like black culture and it's bad, that's okay. Yeah, drill rap or whatever is fine. But if it's Kanye and Kanye is like not cool with the woke people for whatever reason, then it's not okay. I think that's weird. Damn, Too Mad is dead? What was the last thing that he tweeted? Wumpus Wave. Okay. Well, rip on into the ethers, my friend. Damn. Guys, listen, if you're going to kill yourself, at least wait until you're 30. Bro, imagine being a young, healthy man. He's probably still got good hairline, good testosterone, decently smart. Fuck. There's like so much shit you've got in your life into the future. And you, damn, that should be a crime to kill yourself that young. He lost a ton of weight, true. 13 reasons why. Redodges why? Was this just a typo, or is he... Did he actually... He had allegations against him? Yeah, but they weren't being pursued criminally, were they? Didn't he fuck Belle Delphine and shit on his... I don't know if he fucked her, but he did like a shoot or something with her.
Now, in terms of what he describes as a national security threat.
Look, I think in a way that question is impossible to answer with this.
Yeah, it's such a weird question. Like, hey, are we going to be safe from everything, including a threat that you may or may not declassify? Like, what the fuck are you supposed to say?
Great, yes, right? Because Americans understand that there are a range of threats and challenges in the world that we're dealing with every single day. And those threats and challenges range from terrorism to state actors. And we have to contend with them, and we have to contend with them in a way where we ensure the ultimate security of the American people. I am confident that President Biden, in the decisions that he is taking, is going to ensure the security of the American people going forward. And I will stand here at this podium and assert that, look you in the eye with confidence that...
Hello? Who joined?
Josiah, you rang?
Yeah, what the fuck are you supposed to say when like a committee publicly says, can you declassify something that might be a serious threat? I feel like there are so many weird political games you could play with this.
Yeah, I mean, Sullivan's handling it the best you can, but that's why typically people don't do that. So Turner, because of his position on the House Intelligence Committee, he's privy to like certain declassified information, and he's supposed to be meeting with Sullivan and intelligence officers at the White House, tomorrow. So that's what's super fucked. Like, he did something really rare, and he did it in advance of a meeting where he's going to get more information about it tomorrow. It seems super irresponsible. Like, even Mike Johnson is like telling reporters, hey, don't worry about it. No need to panic. So I don't know why Turner did what he did, but it is unusual for a member of Congress to publicly request that the president declassify information about an ongoing threat.
Okay,
Probably
listen.
wouldn't be unusual.
Can you do me a huge favor? Okay.
What?
Wait, did you talk to Jack?
Not yet.
Did you text him?
No, not yet. Dude, I've been.
What do you
sick
mean
as
not
fuck.
yet? I'm getting you big connects. I need you to talk to these people, okay? Don't make me look bad, okay? And you need to be in your best behavior, okay? Listen, okay? Just in case, okay? 'Cause I know you're on your little blow up right now, okay? Just in case you get bigger than me, you forget the small guys who was behind, okay? I need you to do me a favor. We need to do this, okay? As a result of the combination of all of my Israel-Palestine research and all of my January 6th research, okay? I'm feeling I got big surges of American patriotism, all right? Conservatives fucking are not good Americans.
This country.
Yeah, can
They hate
we,
this country. Yeah.
as a result of pivoting away from the Trump shit and everything, just as part of your rhetoric, okay, can we please try to take back patriotism from conservatives, please? We need to do
Bro,
this.
100%.
I think it's
100%.
really important, okay?
It's an untapped reservoir of
It is.
like political mobilization, 100%. Like, that's why when in all my videos where I've been bitching about, Republicans wanting to anoint Trump God King and make him absolutely immune from anything, the adjective I use above all others is that they're un-American. Even more than fascistic and authoritarian, they're just un-American. It's the most un-American sentiment you can possibly have, wanting to put one man above the Constitution. Super gross. I completely agree.
Okay.
You can still be a patriot and without like being uncritically, like you don't have to uncritically worship the country. You can still, as a component of patriotism, want to improve it. So I don't think it's mutually exclusive with like liberalism or progressivism at all. And I think that we have done ourselves a great disservice just seeding the ground on that. It's insane. I think people don't like to live in a country I don't think people living in a country like to think that they're expected to have disdain for their country. So I agree.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Hey, listen. Did you? Never mind. Never mind. I got this
No,
information.
say it.
I'm good. I'm good.
Did I what?
Did you give information about like all the the streaming stuff over this past weekend, like concurrent viewers and stuff like that? But I just checked a document that I got, and it's all on there. So never mind. We're good.
Oh, no, I didn't. Have fun.
Yeah.
Be careful.
All right. See you, buddy. Bye.
Yo, Dust, if someone were to give you money but wanted you to clear off debt for a specific thing, would it be wrong to use that money how you want or to just save it? I would say it'd be, yeah, I think that's wrong. I think it's immoral or unethical. But hey, fuck it. I mean, you want to be an asshole. New sources say this national security threat has to do with Russia and space. I heard a rumor from a friend who is a streamer who spent some time in Ukraine. I'm not going to specify any further than that. But there was a worry that he heard on the ground rumblings that Russia might be getting access to Starlink. Do you think it could have to do with that? This is way open information. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, Elon denied it? Can we add the new Almost Friday TV video to the queue? Add it to the queue? You mean we'll watch it right now? Also, wait. I feel like space weapons would be really dog shit. Like, what? It's just, that's, like, there's such good conventional ground weapons. Why would you want to manage some fucking bullshit from space? Especially some shit that can get shot down so fucking easily that the whole universe can literally see, no? But I don't know. A nuke dropped from space would do a bunch of damage, I bet. All nukes come from space. That's how ICBMs work. You can't shoot down stuff in space. It will cause a huge debris issue. Bro, there's already a huge debris issue in space. Unironically, actually, shooting down something in space, I think, is one of the ways that you prevent a debris issue, is by shooting it down. Because usually when stuff is... Where's Erin at? She would know this. I think usually when you decommission stuff from space, it usually drops into a lower orbit, and then I think it takes a while for it to finally, like, burn out. But that process can take, like, years, I think. You can do a lot of damage just dropping a big enough rock. You can figure out how to properly aim it. Can you? The problem is that, oh God, how do we do this? I think the issue is when you, is there a way to like make it so it's dotted? I don't know. Fuck it. Yeah, we all played Kerbal Space Program. We're orbital experts. This is the orbital expert stream. I think the issue with dropping stuff from outer space is that if you're able to fire something up, in order to actually like drop that, because if you're gonna deorbit something, you don't want it to deorbit like this, right? Because if it comes in at this huge angle, it's going to burn very slowly. The atmosphere is going to bleed off a ton of kinetic energy. And when it finally fucking hits the ground, like you've bled off like so much kinetic energy and you've actually physically burnt off material in the atmosphere, it'd be really hard. But to drop something like straight down onto the planet is incredibly difficult because you have to burn off like so much. You'd have to put like a rocket booster on whatever thing you're shooting, and it would take a lot of, I think it would take a lot of fuel to a point where I don't even know if it would be worth it. Why wouldn't you just shoot missiles? Wait, rods from God? The fuck are rods from God? Ian Miles Chung execution rumors? No way. Ian and Coach Red Pill in the same year? Not good. I wouldn't celebrate it. I'm not celebrating that. I would not celebrate that. But God damn.
All right, before I even start this video, I have to say this is not real. Allegedly. Some people think it is, some people think it isn't. I'll give you my opinion at the end. So, today we're talking about kinetic bombardment, which is just the United States Air Force's rebranding of the oldest unhealthcare technique known to mankind. Dropping heavy stuff on people that you don't like. Buh, can't swear for the first 30 seconds. Buh. You see, it all started in 1967 at the height of the space race. Pretty much all the countries on the planet got together and signed a treaty that basically said we're not going to drop WMDs on each other from outer space. Yes, America and the Soviet Union both signed this, surprisingly. Fast forward to 2003 and the American Air Force decides they're going to lose all of their chill. They crack open the rule book and start looking for loopholes. That's when they realize
Different flying trajectory makes it harder to predict such events. How? Wouldn't you're tracking everything in space. No, it's not like you could hide it up there. It's space.
that a weapon of mass
Unless you launch like fake satellites and hide it in there, but I feel like we would know. Maybe not, I don't know.
destruction is defined as a nuclear weapon, a biological weapon, or a chemical weapon. So they proposed making a weapon system that was none of those things. Basically, they wanted to put a satellite into orbit and fill it full of tungsten rods that were 20 feet long and 1 foot in diameter, and then merely drop them on bad guys from outer space. The theory being that it would generate the same destructive force as a nuclear warhead, but it wouldn't have any radioactive fallout. Yeah, Uncle Sam's trying to have a vegetarian option for weapons of mass destruction. A vegan nuke, if you will. Because, well, it's never a war crime the first time. Can't be illegal if I just made it up. It takes a lot to surprise me when it comes to the American healthcare system, but even I'm surprised that they legitimately proposed making the grunt caveman version of the Death Star. Who needs a giant laser beam when you could just yeet metal telephone poles at people from outer fucking space, apparently? Yeet's not even the right term. They just gotta Elsa that shit. Let it go! Let gravity do all the dirty work. But saying it has the same destructive power as a nuke is just simply not true. But a lot of people don't believe.
You also have to be careful because, like, I'm being a huge KSP loser right now. You can't just drop something from outer space. If you were a satellite up here, if you're in this orbit and you're right here, and then you drop something, it's just gonna float alongside you. It's just gonna float with you. If you're up here and you put a big pole here and then you fire a rocket booster to send it right into the Earth, it's still gonna like go in this direction. It's still gonna take some time to like break through the atmosphere. It's traveling 7,000 miles per hour as well. Remember, velocity is two components. It's a speed and a direction. It's traveling 7,000 miles per hour, but it's not traveling 7,000 miles per hour at the Earth. It's in orbit. You have to deorbit it. So if you put anything right here, you would have to put a ton of fuel here to deorbit this so that it would fall in a relatively straight line. But at that point, here's what I'm curious about. It's a physics question. It might actually be the case. My question would be, is like, if you expend this much fuel to deorbit a giant hunk of metal, wouldn't it be better to just blow this fuel up on the planet? Ugh, you.
Hello.
I didn't get to even finish telling you both all my stories, okay? What's up?
Oh, I was gonna say, dude, you're well, originally I was gonna talk about you being a fucking liar, okay?
Uh-oh.
Do you want to know what you lied about? Does everyone want to know what you lied about?
That you didn't actually go to the Goodwill and get that shirt?
Well, actually, yeah, unironically, it was a good call. I did get that from Goodwill, but we're moving past it.
Okay, I didn't know that. You did look good, though, by the way. You look super fly. I think you know that, though. Go ahead.
No, it's that you fucking, in that tweet, you said you played basketball with the, I bet my heart, my soul, and the soul of my firstborn child, you've never played basketball in your life.
Okay, hold on. What did I say in the tweet? What did I say in the tweet?
Could you imagine this guy with some
What did I say in the tweet?
I could not believe it.
I said,
no
hold
way.
on. I've shot hoops with people. Have you ever played horse?
Wait.
I wasn't playing half court, motherfucker. Yeah, obviously. No, I suck. We shot some hoops. That's it.
Shot a hoop?
We shot
You're
hoops.
not talking about basketball?
We played horse.
You
No,
said
we're not
shoot
playing
hoops?
half court. We're not playing full court. No, we just shot some hoops. Just whoosh, throw the basketball up there.
I've never in my life heard somebody say shoot hoops and have it not mean an actual game of basketball, at least half court.
Well, how much time have you spent on the court then, kid?
Actually, I played at a very high level in middle school.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
I was actually, the reason why I joined, though, was over the space shit, unironically.
You joined basketball over the space shit in middle school?
I joined the fucking call, you dumb.
Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. We topic changed.
Sorry.
My God.
I was
Okay,
almost,
sorry, go
I was
ahead.
almost racist.
Yeah.
Almost. You brought it out of me,
good.
bro.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Because it seems like you're trying to discuss, like, what, space weapons, right?
I guess, yeah.
Like, why, I thought, like, a main issue for a lot of the weapons that were going up in space wasn't, like, harming people on the ground, but harming other, like, systems in space. So it'd be like lasers or some other form of kinetic weapons that would be used to assault like our satellite arrays. Not even like harming people on the ground, but just disrupting our ability to communicate between ourselves.
That's true. I think I've heard that before. That like
I think that was the primary like issue because like of this like kinetic like you were talking about with ICBMs. Like if somebody drops a nuke from space, it's pretty similar to what already happens with nukes, which is they go up in space anyway. So
yeah,
I thought the big thing was fears of EMPs, some form of laser or disruptive weapons towards our satellites that would make it difficult to be able to communicate.
Yeah, that might be an issue. Yeah, although I mean, I have no idea what the legality is on it. I can't speak to any of that, but it could be a thing. I literally can't say anything. I don't know anything. Fuck all.
Well, yeah, I don't know about the legality of it as well, but I thought that it was just
legality is pretty important because I think if you start fucking around in space, you're gonna piss the whole world off. I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was just trying to figure out like what you were discussing because when you were looking at it, I thought the main issue that a lot of people were drawing was damage to our own satellite arrays and shit. But
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, much love.
Okay.
Yeah. Show me a picture of you in Air Maxes, bro.
Fuck you, bro.
It doesn't exist.
Bye.
Do you even have basketball shoes? Have you ever bought like basketball shoes?
Yeah, I got Nike or Adidas Ultra Boosts. Okay.
Wait, do you actually? Or are you fucking with me?
Yeah, because they're comfy. I don't know if they're basketball shoes or not, but.
Wow, that's weird. You're weird and white. Bye.
Fucking loser. Somebody says that you can shoot things in space from a railgun. So the problem in space is that that every single thing is, okay, we're not gonna get into this much. God, I can't believe KSP2 was such a fucking disaster because it'd be so much fun to do another KSP arc. I don't want to do all the physics explanations because fuck all this AIDS shit, okay? The problem is every single movie that you've seen having to do with like space stuff is wrong, okay? No one has any idea truly how anything works because space is weird because in space, nothing is stationary, all right? Everything is orbiting, and orbits, it's not even that everything is moving, it's that everything is orbiting. So you already have everything is non-stationary, which makes things confusing, and the velocity is always changing. Remember, velocity is a direction and a speed. So when you're in an orbit, your speed, even if your speed is constant, your velocity is changing every single moment through this orbit, right? So everything's really, really, really complicated in space. If you had a machine here, okay, let's say that you had a thing here, all right? Somebody said that it shoots it with a rail gun. If you shoot it, right, you obviously you can't just shoot it straight down because if you shoot it down, it's inheriting this tangential velocity, right? So if you shoot it down, it's going to take this weird path to where it's going to start to it'll slowly go to the planet, but you're going to lose so much of your kinetic energy burning through the atmosphere. Okay, now. Somebody might say, somebody might be a little bit smarter, like, okay, well, yeah, Destiny, obviously, duh, you wouldn't shoot it down. You would shoot it back, right? So technically the direction, if you want to get it to, if this is going at, we'll say 7,000 miles per hour, okay, and you want to shoot something to fall straight into the planet Earth, what you would do is tangential opposite to your orbit, you would shoot it in this direction at 7,000 miles per hour, right? So if you shoot it behind you at that speed, it'll drop in free fall. However, I think the problem is that if you do that, this thing is going to deorbit after a while, right? If you're shooting these massive physical rods, remember, for every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. In order to shoot something back, you have to bleed velocity off here in the form of kinetic energy, so you're going to be traveling slower now. And if you travel too slow, you're going to start to deorbit. Now, you could also put fuel on this thing so that every time you shoot a rod back, you also have fuel to accelerate you so that you're using chemical potential energy to make up for the kinetic energy you just lost in order to fall. But at this point, why not just shoot missiles? This sounds so fucking retarded. Why would you not just shoot missiles at this point? There's like so much shit going on to throw a big fucking rod onto the planet. This sounds retarded. Destiny, no? What am I knowing about? Wouldn't shooting it behind you increase your velocity? Oh no, wait, you're shooting retrograde. So you would gain velocity. Correct. I'm sorry, wait. That was the opposite. But even though that was the opposite, the principle is still the exact same. If you shoot it retrograde, you'd still have to burn prograde to bring your orbit back. I'm sorry, you're right. If you shoot it backwards, it's going to boost your orbit, but then you would still have to shoot something in front of you. Or wait. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. We're engineering. What if we had rods that we shot in the front and in the back? So we could do both. Then we're boosting and deboosting using our projectile weapons. Oh, okay, hold on. Never mind. I take it back. Maybe it is possible. All right, let's see what this guy says. The guy that has to record himself in 6-second clips.
Believe that thanks to movies like G.I. Joe.
Does the ISS deorbit every time the shuttle undocks? I think the ISS always has to constantly boost itself and make corrections, because I think it's in an orbit that's too low for stability, I think, right? Because it's still in, the atmosphere is still too thick, I think.
And the Call of Duty Ghost video game that portrays it as being more powerful than a nuclear warhead. Which it simply just isn't. Buh! How do you know? Buh! Fucking math. Math is how I know. Look, a 20-foot rod of tungsten that was...
Oh, that's true too. Shooting a rod at 7,000 miles per hour. What is the force that would have to be applied to that? That would be crazy. Sorry.
1 foot in diameter would weigh approximately 24,000 pounds. Propelled by nothing but gravity, it would travel at a speed of Mach 5. Upon impact, it would generate the destructive force of approximately 3 to 4 tons of TNT, which is about equivalent to that of the Moab bomb.
Okay, hold on, wait, I need to fix it right now. How do I get rid of standing notifications on my phone? I don't need you to tell me when I need to stand up. Yes, I have an office job. I sit down all day. Why do you make me feel like shit? What do I have? Is it Heart Watch or is it Health? What is this app? Wait, I'm sorry. It just makes me feel bad. I don't need this. Okay. Remind me to check this in a bit.
Bomb, or commonly referred to as the mother of all bombs, which is the largest non-nuclear bomb ever dropped. By America, of course. America, fuck yeah! But when you compare that to an actual nuclear warhead, it's not even close. For example, Fat Man, one of the bombs dropped during World War II, had the destructive force of 20 kilotons of TNT. If you don't know, means...
Wait, this is like a TikTok video. There's not even going to be the fat electrician. Is there going to be any physics here, or was it just those 3 math equations?
1,000. I still have no idea.
Apple Watch settings, it's in the activity tab. Oh, wait, hold on. Settings. What is the activity tab? Is that like an app, or... I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't have tabs on my fucking watch. The orbital strikes can hit Mach 10. They'd be almost impossible to start. How fast do ICBMs go? How fast do ICBMs go? Holy shit, 15,600 miles per hour. How fast is Mach 10? Oh my God. It's 7,200 miles per hour. What is this, like Mach 14? Mach 20? Holy shit. Just open the settings app on the Apple Watch. Oh. Okay, open settings app on the Apple Watch. And scroll down until you see activity. Notifications, general, focus, airplane, cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, display, app view, gestures, action button, accessibility, Siri, sounds, passcode, SOS, battery, security, app, calculator, clock, compass, contacts, hand washing, health, heart, wallet, and workout. I don't have that. Do you think it'd be under my heart app? Hold on. Nope. Health? Nope. Okay. I'll just look at my phone later. Okay.
Idea what the fuck a meter is, though. Or a Celsius, for that matter. Quit
Activity
measuring
is the
temperature
green
based off
Running Man
water. It's
app?
dumb. Use Fahrenheit. It's the easiest thing on the planet. Zero's cold as fuck, 100's hot as fuck. Hashtag science. So a rod from God would have the destructive force of 4 tons of TNT versus 20,000 tons of TNT of one of the earliest nuclear bombs ever used. So you're off by a factor of about 5,000. So if it's not as destructive as a nuclear warhead, what would the actual advantage be? Well, it would be virtually unstoppable. You see, with a Moab or a nuclear warhead, you either have...
Okay, I don't care about this anymore. We have important stuff to do today. And by that, I'm going to need to get through all my links, and I got to get through August links so my YouTube channel doesn't die while I read books on stream all day.
Okay, I don't know what I said here, by the way.
Mid gap is
Oh, I meant mid gap is too big, and I hit. Oh, wait, that's why I got. Oh,
how do you even?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, that's actually a mistype because
Oh,
D
no,
is by in, and I was like, mid gap is too big. Wait a minute.
Jesus. I can finally say it. Two Mad was a rapist and a pedophile. Over the past few years, he tried to murder me multiple times for helping the police and detectives in multiple states to investigate a lot of horrible things he's done. He wanted to take out multiple innocent lives by getting behind a wheel and going head-on on freeway while being high on illegal drugs. He didn't succeed once as he overdosed before killing anybody, so he tried it again. Despite him trying to murder me and multiple innocent lives, I'm trying to help law enforcement make sure he's safe, doesn't get hurt, harm anybody. Please remember he's a rapist and a pedophile. I continue to prey on the vulnerable. Post proof. Wait, post proof, bro. Is the Piers Morgan thing gone forever? Well, I don't know. I think I missed a phone call this morning, so. Hold on. What, do I have a voicemail? Oh, shit. Oh, we've got one. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Oh, wait. This guy didn't even try to call me this morning. Never mind. I don't even feel bad. Gates caught with a prostitute? Bro, this is gonna delay our talk. Can I just say, bro, this is some pussy ass shit, okay?
Just a little
Hold
crazy.
on. Let's just listen to this real quick.
Especially
Chat. When were these efforts, chat? When he was reviewing the fucking albums and the fucking things people were saying to rappers that killed people, dude. What do you think about the families that had fucking dead people in it, right? When their guy says, yo, we fucking blasted that fool in the fucking head, one tap with the Draco, man. Pull up in that bitch, one tap that bitch ass in the fucking head. What was that? How do you think their families feel like about him saying, guys, don't worry, guys, it's just a one kill, guys. Guys, it's just straight bullet, it's just a one tap. My bad, guys. It's just war. It is what it is, Jab, and war, dude. You get one tapped. Like, what? This argument is so fucking... Guys, because if you're going to do it one way, you got to do it both ways. If you're going to stand tall, you stand tall across the board. You don't fucking say, oh, oh, this album, though. Oh, guys, this guy's liked by the public. He's a review. Oh, but this guy, though, no, guys, we must stand against it. Shut up. Boom.
since he's not. It's not so bad. He's just a little crazy, that's all.
Chat,
Especially since...
Chat. When were these efforts, chat? When he was reviewing the fucking albums and the fucking things people were saying to rappers that killed people, dude. What do you think about the families that had fucking dead...
Okay. The national security threat may be about space nukes? I don't believe that. The national security threat reportedly involves the Russian military attempting to deploy nuclear weapons into space for use. Oh, against satellites? I might be able to believe that. Satellite versus satellite stuff, I think, is, yeah. Irrelevant is talking about that. It's so funny, the cultural changes. If you're a Zoomer, you're not going to get this. Good. This man shouldn't be near a school zone. Principal with drag queen side gig resigns under pressure from Oklahoma schools official. I'm trying to think if did I just live like in an exceptionally weird... I was in Omaha, Nebraska. I feel like drag was kind of like a funny meme thing. And like some people did it, but it wasn't like a huge deal ever. But maybe that's just because I feel like I had a lot of friends that were girls at like Rocky Horror Picture Show and shit. And it was just like kind of like some meme funny shit. But I don't ever feel like it was this huge fucking thing. Like that people would freak the fuck out over. But then my first wife also listened to Eddie Izzard and shit. So who knows? Who maybe actually, didn't he go on to be trans? I don't know. It was like really fun, especially in the UK. What are you about to say about Fantano? Yeah, true. Just want to say this opinion, anyone who boosted is just endorsing open racism. Why are you assuming that all rappers are black people? That's the assumption XQC is jumping to. What, bro? It's 2024, okay? We're kind of past like hating black people. We don't even really hate gay people anymore, okay? The cool thing now is to hate trans people. Do you really think XQC is fucking racist? You really think that's what's operating here is racism? Come on, bro. Get over yourself. It's so cringe. Black people watch anime now, okay? We're integrated. Who cares? Grow up. Ukrainska Pravda sources in GUR claim the Russian Cesar Kunik Project 775 landing ship was sunk by drones. A Russian channel claims the crew is alive. Bro, do you think this is a war where the belligerent has lost more ships in the history of all of war kind to an enemy that doesn't have a navy? Ukraine doesn't have a navy, do they? The video reportedly shows something burning off the coast of Crimea and helicopters are spawning. Rybar criticized the command of the Black Sea Fleet. Video from GUR of the attack. Also, where are all of our like layered sea defenses and shit? What's going on here? Oh my god. Like, what is happening here? Is this thing on like a fucking... Is this like a... It looks like a jet ski. I stole that comment from chat. I tried to pass it off as my own. I'm sorry. I feel ashamed. Somebody in chat said it was a jet ski bomb. Oh my god. If this is a jet ski bomb, that's extra funny. There's like a twinge of irony here, I guess, because I'm pretty sure the Houthis not hijacked, but they basically stole a bunch of boats after they kicked out people from... Is it Hadaidar, that port or whatever? And they made all of these boats into like IEDs. They put bombs and shit on the boats. Oh my god. And they'd like crash them into things. Which is like kind of sort of in a roundabout way being supported by Iran. So it's kind of funny. And Iran is kind of supported by Russia, so. A buoy? To be fair, the point of the Navy is to be at sea, just like the point of the Air Force is being in the air. Standing there makes you supremely vulnerable. Yeah, kind of. Somebody was bringing this up before. Oh, that one, the very, very pro-Israeli guy from 2 days ago, Hasley, was bringing up how crazy it was that Israel was spending money on submarines and shit. Having domination in the water does actually give you the ability to fight better on land. I'm not sure if people are aware of that or not, because I let the guy just kind of, I didn't say anything about it. But I remember reading during the, reading during the, I don't know if it was the Suez Crisis or if it was the 6-Day War, but Israel having supremacy in the seas actually gave them the ability to like launch missiles at ground positions from the Mediterranean. Like it does actually help. It does confer some ground advantage there. And it also prohibits the enemy from closing straits and waterways for other shit too, but yeah. Hey, what's up?
A good story, boss. How are you?
Well, not as good as your story. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Oh, or I just asked you that. Wait, are you back home yet, or are you still in America?
Oh, I'm back home, yeah.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I'm just getting adjusted to the time change very quickly, but I'm managing. Slept for like 18 hours with a couple of wake-ups in between, but it was fine.
Okay. Well, what's up? What do you want to talk about?
So I maybe misread this. It felt like PV maybe didn't want too much conversation to be devoted to Israel-Palestine because I guess that's maybe where Biden is getting a bit fucked in the progressive vote, but I just thought I'd defer it to do it today instead after the event. But I suppose I just collected a few things that I thought you were maybe going a little bit off on, or maybe just needed more elaborating on. So
sure, my brain is huge now. So yeah.
Yeah, so I've heard. Yeah. How are you? How's your book going?
I'm almost done. I've got like 2 short chapters left, like 40 pages.
Okay, I'll maybe get to that one in a minute. I've seen.
I think it's so far. I think it's a really well done, narratively done book to show the constant stream of failures from both sides. At least of anything I've read so far, I think it's a really interesting book talking about the political figures involved, and then like why Israel couldn't accept peace here, why the Arabs couldn't accept peace here, what are the conditions that have to be met for peace to be possible, you know, what are the missed opportunities. I just think it's a really well done, like balance on both sides, at least from what I've seen of it. I don't know, I haven't seen any huge criticism of it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'll probably ask a few things about that in a minute. I saw you've done like maybe 3 or 4 videos now or segments about human shields. So, specifically the human shields policy in 2002, 2005 that was kind of hit by the Israeli Supreme Court. Where are you on that now?
I'm guessing this is going to come up. I'm pretty sure this is part of Inquest into Martyrdom. I think it's going to come up in the Finkelstein book, so I'll probably do some deep dives on it. My understanding is that what would happen is when the IDF were performing military operations on the ground, according to them, what they found was that knocking on the door as the IDF increases the risk for some hostile firefight and people to end up getting killed, generally Palestinians. So what they started doing is they had a policy where when they were in the area, what they would do is they would try to grab a civilian and say like, hey, can you go and knock on this person's door and tell them that the IDF is here and can you come out, like, basically. And that was the policy. Now, on paper, that seems fine. Supposedly, I haven't dug into this. I'm regurgitating headlines right now. Supposedly, there had been times, though, where Israel either commandeered people against their will or people felt like they didn't have a choice. And I read one story, or one headline, I haven't done deep dives in any of this, where supposedly a person was sent into a building that they thought was booby-trapped to make sure that it wasn't going to explode. In cases like that, I would say that it's obviously not okay. But I think that it's, even if that was the case, it's measurably different than like Israel had a policy to employ human shields until 2002 or 2004 or whatever, but yeah.
So I think 2002 was a temporary injunction. So you're suggesting that it was like most like a voluntary thing.
That's how the IDF policy presented it, yeah. But then the question became
is that how they presented it before 2002, though? Because the impression I'm getting, and it's only from 1 or 2 articles, is that after the injunction, they said that they would no longer use human shields, but they would only limit it to volunteering, which suggests that it wasn't voluntary before 2002. Is that not?
I haven't heard that. You can link me that. We can read it right now, though, if you want. But I'm probably going to, this will be a deep dive thing later, so.
Yeah, it's a pretty short article, but what I've got here is basically them saying that after 2002, they're saying they're not going to use human shields, but we're going to just do volunteer stuff for wanted Palestinians. But then also you've got like, I think it's either the Supreme Court themselves. I mean, they called it human shields at the time, but it's either Supreme Court themselves or affidavits from soldiers saying that there is basically, it's Judge Barak, the guy who went to the ICJ, him saying that it's basically like, how can this ever be free will?
Sure, yeah.
And then there's like soldiers joking about the idea of like, well, who's going to refuse a request, quote, request, if you've got soldiers at 3 a.m. pointing guns in your face. So, yeah, and this is something maybe I'll look for at some point, but at the end of this article, which seems to be based on the Supreme Court case, is them saying that other methods they used included ordering civilians to pick up suspected bombs, another one being literally grabbing a civilian and firing over their shoulders, and another one being commandeering family homes and using them as military posts, but keeping the families in there to discourage any counterattacks.
So my understanding is all three of those would be explicitly not okay. Yeah, all three of those. Yeah, that's it. Those would be all explicitly not okay. The question is, were those a result of a practice of policy, or were those individual instances of soldiers acting improperly? I don't know what the answer is.
That's what I don't know, because it's just saying here that they've used them in this variety of situations. But
I thought that was
when the
my
IDF
understanding.
literally said that they were going to stop it, they were going to limit it to volunteering. So that's where it suggests, that's why it suggests that before then their policy was very much involuntary, crazy shit like that. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to, when I dig into it, when I dig into it, I'll get more information about it. Somebody posted in chat yesterday. So I'm telling you where I'm getting this from, so it doesn't seem like I'm not like too married to this. Somebody posted in chat yesterday, in the history of them using this policy, literally only one Palestinian ever died doing it. Now, that doesn't exonerate it. That still makes it bad if what you just said, if those three instances happened, and that was true, like even if they had 100 Palestinians check for bombs and none of those were bombs, that's still 100 different instances of using a human shield, of conscripting a civilian to work for you to prevent harm from your people. That's still bad, even if they weren't. But there are worlds. It's so annoying because nobody's good faith to talk about this. There's a world where I would technically think that not only would that be a good policy, even as a Palestinian, you might want that policy. I think I read a story or whatever, or I read an example of like, let's say, for instance, that your son or a family member, the IDF wanted to talk to them, right? And you were on your way home from a grocery store and you saw some soldiers that were kind of like outside your house. And I see that they're about to go and knock on my door. If a soldier came up to me and was like, hey, listen, we want to talk to your son. Do you want to go knock on the door and tell him to come out, or do you want us to do it? I would much rather do that. I would much rather do that than the IDF barge in or whatever fucking bullshit might happen there. But yeah, but I mean, again, the question is like, how did it play out circumstantially? If it was the case that only one Palestinian died, that seems to point in the direction that maybe it was a good policy. But if what you're saying is true, that because human shields, I don't think you can use human shields against like Hamas, but against like civilian populations, I think the IDF could absolutely use human shields. In the West Bank, you don't want to kill your fucking family members to kill IDF soldiers. Hamas might want to, but not civilian Palestinians. It could definitely be an effective deterrent. So yeah, but I'll dig into it more. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same article I'm reading is saying that one was killed, some 19-year-old, after being forced to knock on a Hamas guy's door, and then the rest, some wounded. But yeah, do you know if I haven't been able to find this yet, but do you know if the actual Supreme Court case or any summary of this, what the Supreme Court said themselves is out there? Because
I think I read the dissenting opinion. And I think the dissenting opinion, because there were three, they were short. These were like paragraph or two long, I think. So maybe it wasn't even the full thing. Maybe they're just clips of it. But I think the dissenting opinion was the guy, I want to say he basically said like, yeah, I can understand we'd want to ban this because it looks bad. But like at the end of the day, all we've done is we've made Palestinians less safe because we're trying to give into some political thing to look better. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard, and I think it was the National Religious Party said that it was like making life harder for everyone. But yeah, it seems to be one of those things that very much like the left were in favor of the ban and the right wingers were like no. So, yeah. But I think the way that you'd phrased it earlier was just like that the policy used to be, well, we'll just ask them to volunteer. It seems to be the case that soldiers and the Supreme Court themselves basically viewed it as coercive, at least until 2002.
But the possibility, but I think I even said that when I mentioned it, because I think that was one of the chief criticisms. It was like, well, how much consent does a Palestinian actually have if there's like 7 IDF soldiers standing there, with M4s? It's like, hey, do you want to go knock on that door? I don't know. It'd be interesting to see stats on like, I don't know if the IDF collected it, how many people agreed and what was the fail rate? Like what if only like 10% of people agreed? Well, it doesn't seem like there's that much coercion if there was, but if it was like 98% agreed, and it's like, okay, well, either it was a really good idea to cooperate or they really felt compelled to do it. Like, yeah, I don't know. But I don't have a lot of conviction around any of that, because that, like I said, that'll be something I dig into around the.
Yeah, because I can see the argument with the fact that it might be more violent if you just have them banging the door, being IDF, open up, like rather than just like using a decoy or something. Yeah, okay.
Like even if the police were to come to talk to my son, my kid's 12, but like if he was like 18 or something or unruly, like I would absolutely want to first pass at talking to my kid to tell him we need to go out and talk to the police rather than the police like barging in. Although we're all white, it's fine. But like I would definitely want the opportunity to do that. But yeah, I mean, I could see it going either way. Also, something that I'm really stressing when I'm fighting with people is there's a big difference between policy and bad behavior. So like, for instance, somebody tells me, has it ever been the policy of Israel to like intentionally target and kill civilians? My understanding is no. It's never been that policy, or at least in the past 30 years, it's never been that policy. But that's a way different question than, has an Israeli soldier ever committed the war crime of targeting and killing a civilian? If I had to guess, I would say almost for sure, yeah, I'm sure that's happened several
times or dozens of times or maybe hundreds of times. Hopefully not that, but most likely, yeah. But there's a big difference between like a soldier did a bad thing that they never should have done versus like the policy of the military was to engage in this behavior, right?
Well, it seems to be that since 48, the Israeli thing has been like, even if they want to do something, they won't make it policy, right? Even in 48, when they quite clearly wanted as many Arabs gone as they possibly could, but it never became policy, right? It was always just like, yeah.
I would disagree. I think it literally was policy, right? Because remember, during that civil war and the ensuing war, they were like, take as much territory as possible. Literally, that was the whole
plan. No, not
plan.
taking territory. I mean, taking territory, that was definitely a goal. No one can test that. But expulsion, as far as we talk about policy, depending on how you define policy, it was much more of a kind of like, we're going to communicate this understanding from the top down, right? So there'll be areas where like Ben Gurion would be in a meeting of like, what do we do with the 50,000 people in Lida and Ramla? And he's just not saying anything. But then they go outside for a cigarette break and they ask him and he just waves his hand as if to say, fuck them all off. And then they do it. That's what I mean by like, was it policy? So technically, no, it wasn't like the government from the top down, but there was very much an understanding. There was very much like, no one's going to get reprimanded if you do it. You can be very loose with how you interpret hostility in Plan Dalit. And then just like different commanders from like sort of the middle down giving orders like that. Yeah, that's more how it works. That's what I mean by policy.
Interesting. I'd have to dig more there, but I think I disagree. I think it was explicitly the policy for expulsion, destroying villages. Like Deir Yassin wasn't like a one-off, like, oh my God, how did this happen? Like, I'm pretty sure they explicitly said, like, yeah, we're gonna fuck shit up, and our goal is to literally make these people never want to come back. Fuck these people. Like after the 48 war, when there were Palestinians from Gaza that kept trying to sneak back into Israel, some were committing crimes and terrorism, but I think most of them literally just wanted to like go back to their homes or set up shop again, like near where their village was, if it hadn't been overtaken by a kibbutz or whatever. The policy at some point was like, kill all these people or like go back over the border and like destroy them so hard that they don't want to come. And this was like, I'm pretty sure the outspoken policy of the IDF. This wasn't a secret, and they did this over and over again.
The barring of them coming back was policy. Yeah, 100%. I guess. Yeah, I think it's mostly just a semantic thing when it comes to the idea of whether the expulsions were, because for Plan Dalit, the argument against that not being a quote expulsion policy was that they would say that it was more to do with villages that presented hostility, for example, like on roads that they couldn't get their resources towards, and then trying to consolidate just like secure passage between cities, and then they would expel people on the basis of like hostility rather than just a blanket policy of expulsion. But that's kind of where the big dispute comes. So it's like whether or not this had been like a premeditated and planned ethnic cleansing, or whether it was actually just like an understanding that was communicated from the top down in a kind of like unofficial way. Because Ben Gurion's whole thing was very much like he didn't want to be ever seen in history as the great expeller. So he can be like, look at everything we're saying and look at all these orders and all these documents. We're not saying kick out all the Arabs. Like it was never that simple. But obviously they were doing that, but just in a more unofficial way.
I think the frustrating thing is that like the Arabs in general, at least up to 73 and onwards, like they just managed to make exactly the worst decisions every single time, which gives Israel a pass on so much stuff. So like, or I wouldn't say a pass actually, but I would say like, so for instance, the Nakba, right? What would have happened if all of those Palestinians hadn't fled? Because my understanding is for the majority of the Nakba, the vast majority of them fled because they were worried about their villages getting fucking destroyed, right?
Yeah.
What would have happened if they would have stayed? I think it would have been really awkward for Israel to deal with. Like, do they keep them there and have like this demographic challenge inside their newly formed country? Or do they actually expel them? Because for the Nakba, they didn't have to actually expel 700,000 people. It was a fraction. Was it like 10%? Do you know how many? I think it was less than that. Wasn't it like under 100?
10 to 15%.
Was it 10 to 15? Yeah. Okay, yeah. That they expelled, and then 600, 500,000 left on their own. What would have happened if they would have stayed? Well, we don't know, and we can't answer that question, unfortunately, now, right? So, yeah.
Well, I mean, some who stayed got massacred, right? So like 25 minimum massacres after people stayed and surrendered.
Sure, some might have, but then a lot of them were integrated in and worked, and also there was a lot of back and forth violence. Like, I don't know if they were all straight out just massacres, because even... well, I don't want to get too deep into it, but like even the Deir Yassin thing, I'm sure that traveling Israeli guy or Israeli traveler or whatever, did he debate you on that at all?
He didn't debate me on it, but he made a response on it. I mean, he doesn't deny any of the facts of what happened. Like, people were killed after surrendering,
Yeah.
and the people who died in the fighting were mostly civilians. He didn't deny either of those things, but
Sure.
he thinks it's not a massacre because the majority of the deaths happened in the context of a shootout.
Yeah.
And then after the battle ended, 20 to 30, 40 people were killed, but he doesn't call that a massacre. It's retarded,
interesting.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's just semantics. But as for Deir Yassin was also quite an exceptional one because the Haganah didn't actually want to do it. They didn't consider that village to be militarily significant. They considered that they had been making a good effort to keep the peace. They originally, the plan there was to expel them. That was what the Irgun wanted to do. But obviously people, like, they suffered like a third of their forces having casualties. They got really fucking mad, and then they shot them. A bunch of people were shot after surrendering. But when you're talking about the people who would have stayed, that would have presented a massive problem. But that's what I mean by the expulsion policy without policy, is that, like, even in places like Haifa, where the official Jewish line from the leaders was stay after the battle, like, we wanted the Arabs to stay, but on the ground you've got the Haganah who kind of don't want them to stay because they're kind of unruly. It's difficult for them to consolidate control, especially if you're preparing for a war. So they would be very like they would arbitrarily search people. They would, like, have very poor responses to looting from the worst excesses. They were just very, very rough with the population, so that basically just made them want to leave anyway, right? So you kind of have, like, mixed messages even in situations where the official line is to stay. And also, that's not to mention the Irgun and Lehi, who were literally running around occupied towns trying to get people to leave by terrorizing them. So, where are you now with Arab war aims in the 48 war? I saw you were talking to one of my dudes about it yesterday.
I think it was 100% territorial conquest, and then kind of with the secondary goal of maybe trying to expel Israel. But I think it was mainly the states were all just looking to expand their territories.
So you're not really committed to the idea that it was that they were wanting to genocide them or anything like that anymore?
I mean, I think they would have if they had the opportunity to, but I don't know if they had the ability to. And I think the primary goal was acquisition of land. I think a secondary goal was expelling all the Israelis if they could, if the war was going really well. Maybe a tertiary goal maybe would have been genocide or establishing a Palestinian state. I don't know, but I think the first two were, like, way more up there.
I think I'm just going to give you my take and then we'll see what you say.
Okay.
I think, as far as trying to say that the genocide thing, I think you can, if anyone's going to make that argument, it's based on two things. One would be the fact that none of the documents are released, so we don't actually know what they were planning behind the scenes at all. We can only guess based on public statements that are very sparse. As far as genocide goes, I always get skeptical about people holding on to just, like, one or two quotes. You know, that's the same thing with, I guess, the ICJ case right now with South Africa.
Sure.
I think you mentioned it yesterday, this idea, the General Secretary of the Arab League saying that there's going to be a war of extermination and momentous massacre. It'll be like the Mongolian massacre or the Crusades, right? That one. But if you even look at the context of that quote, which is probably the worst one, is that the context of that is basically similar to a few quotes that he'd made a few years earlier, and him saying that there's the context of this time is Jews and Arabs both blaming each other for how a war is going to start. And him saying that is basically just like hyperbole of him saying that, of him trying to blame any war that starts on the Jews and just saying he doesn't want it. But even if you have a quote like that, which is really, really extreme and seems very clear cut, it doesn't really match anything else this guy ever said. Before, like, he said that a year before the war started. A few days before the war started, he was actually much more frequently committing to an idea of saying things like, we want an Arab Palestine, but as for the Jews, the idea is that they just exist as an ethnic minority and, quote, they can have citizenship and be as Jewish as they like. And even for some Jewish majority areas, he was offering, like, autonomy. So
I'd have to see what that quote is. My feeling for what you're referring to, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I don't think any of the early people cared about Jewish people that much. What they cared about were Europeans. I think that was the really scary thing, was the European settler project that was coming into Arab land, not necessarily about Jews. the Jewish Europeans that were coming in here did not see themselves as Middle Easterners, and they wanted to set themselves. They viewed themselves as superior. They wanted to be democratic shepherds of Western democratic values and shit into their new secular area, and they saw themselves as better than the surrounding kind of like religious dogs or whatever. I'm not trying to add like a racist component, but they very much saw themselves, I think, as Westerners versus Easterners. And the Near East people that were there definitely saw themselves as like the native people, and these are like European invaders, I think.
Yeah, but as far as with this guy in particular, it seems to be that he had pretty decent relations with the actual European Zionists. I mean, even Ben-Gurion described him, and this is after the quote's been published in that newspaper that it came from. You've got Ben-Gurion describing him as the most, or one of the most honest Arabs, like Arab leaders to deal with. Like he called him like the most honest, the most humane, like literally one of the good ones is how Ben-Gurion described him. So yeah, it's just that's the thing is I always get was when people, there's this tendency to like once people have kind of got like a preference with like Israel or Palestine, and then like the levels of charitability become very varied between the two groups, right? Because I feel like if you heard this from if people generally heard this from a Zionist leader, there would be very much people wanting to hunt for context and what exactly that quote means and where it came from.
A feeling that I had, so as I've done political research over the past year or two, one thing that I've been big on as I've been talking to people is I don't put much stock in quotes at all. Because like, show me a military action or show me an action of a country afterwards, because people say wild shit and a quote just doesn't mean anything to me. So I'm so sorry.
Excuse you.
My Red Bull, shut up. So what I would say is, so I'd say, okay, well, show me military actions or show me country actions after. I don't care about the quotes. In Shlomo Ben Ami's book, he actually ups that a lot and has kind of changed my understanding even more, such that like public speeches by politicians are incredibly tactical things. However, like what happens is, so one thing I used to fight about relating to the 6 Day War, or we can even talk about like 48, is I would say something like, Israel wanted to preemptively strike because they felt like the Arab countries wanted to go to war. And they were ready and preparing for war. And the counter arguments I would get all the time is, well, no, they actually didn't want to go to war. They didn't want to go to war. And what I never considered was that both of these statements could be true from both sides at the same time. So something that Ben Ami talks about a lot is a lot of times Arab leaders would substitute aggressive rhetoric or would substitute war for aggressive rhetoric. So if their populations were unruly or they were getting restless or they hated the Israelis, then they would say, like, yes, we will kill them everywhere we see them. And they would ratchet up like the mobilization of the armies. They would ratchet up these like dumb little cross-border things, whatever they could to satisfy their population, but they didn't actually want to go to war. So like my position right now for the 6 Day War, for instance, I don't think the Arab states at that particular point in time wanted to go to war. They just wanted their population to think that they would so that they looked big and tall and strong. But simultaneously, I think it's super fair that Israel looked at it and was like, these motherfuckers are going to annihilate us. So I think that like a lot of these things can be simultaneously true. When you talk about the General Settle stuff, I don't think I would ever lean on a particular quote. I think the figure that I would lean on and the actions that I would lean on would be, one would be the Al-Husseini guy, the Mufti, because holy fuck. And then two would be the assassination of Abdullah I in East Jerusalem, I think, when he traveled there after Jordan took over the West Bank. Because I think the Palestinians there considered him, was that because he was unloyal because he didn't push far enough into the Israelis, or didn't do good enough job, or was making peace, or not making peace, but like, I don't know if Jordan ever actually even fought Israel in 48. I think they like took East Jerusalem.
They fought in Jerusalem.
Didn't they? Yeah, but they like stopped. Like I think it was mainly, the majority was like Jordan took a ton of territory and then they just like kind of chilled. They might have fought a little bit in Jerusalem, but that was like it.
Yeah, because Jordan had the Arab Legion, and of all the Arab armies, the Arab Legion were the only ones who had any success fighting against Israelis, and they weren't even really that committed to the war. So as far, again, we're talking about Arab goals. The Jordanians wanted to take the West Bank and East Jerusalem. They didn't really want to do anything else. They didn't want to commit genocide. They didn't want to take any Jewish territory from their side of the partition plan. They hated al-Husseini. It was al-Husseini supporters who killed Abdullah.
Yes,
in 50.
one of his family members, I think, or from that group of people. Yeah.
And you're right about al-Husseini, but again, that also would go in the favor also against the genocide thing, because the other Arab leaders he like when he turned up to Arab League and Arab Legion meetings, like he was barely ever invited. He would just turn up. They all didn't like him. Even to the point that I don't even know, and this is something I get into arguments with people quite a lot, is like I don't even know how popular al-Husseini authentically was in Palestine either. Most of the population in Palestine was illiterate. It's like 50 to 70%. That whole like nationalism of al-Husseini in particular was very much an ideology of the upper classes. Most of them left before the war even started.
Sure.
And when it came to al-Husseini, Abdullah basically preferred living next to an Israeli state than next to an al-Husseini state. Like that was very
that continued
open.
into the 2000s, I think, where Jordan was more interested in forging ties because of all the stuff going on with the Palestinians historically and everything.
Yeah, and even local leaders, I didn't know this until quite recently, was that when the war was when the Arab militias were being kind of diverted towards urban warfare because they were failing at the rural level, Arab local leaders from Haifa, Jerusalem, and Jaffa actually went to Egypt begging al-Husseini to leave the cities alone because they didn't want the same kind of like war to the end that he did. They wanted, because these were multicultural cities, they wanted to stay that way. So yeah, it's like I don't think people can ever like exaggerate just how much of a like renegade al-Husseini was, even just like in terms of because you know he was appointed, right? He was appointed by the British, even though he only came in fourth for the position of Mufti as a political move. Even when he had power, he worked very, very hard and very aggressively to keep that power, often against his like opposition in a very repressive way. So in the Arab Revolt, people who opposed the Arab Revolt were literally like chased around and murdered. Like one of the ways that Husseini liked to kill his political opponents, like fellow Arabs, was to throw them into fucking pits with snakes and scorpions. Like, so he ruled with a proper fucking iron fist. And that's the thing, is that like, the one leader who I think did have genocidal intent in the 48 war from the Arabs was someone who all the other Arab leaders hated. That's why Lebanon barely got involved in the war. They only took like one village. You know?
I think that something that was interesting to me, this is a question that I'd asked a lot before, is oh fuck, all my thoughts just went to Lebanon. I lost it. Oh no, I'm sorry. I might have even asked you this question. Actually, I think I asked you this question over the PV weekend. Why were Jews so good at like diplomacy and politicking versus either all the Arabs or the Palestinians? Like, I don't understand how they outmaneuvered them so hard. And there's such an interesting passage. It's a couple paragraphs that because Ben-Ami reflects on this, and he's like, you know, why was this the case? And a really interesting observation that he makes is that as Israel is maneuvering from 48 to the 90s, Israel's facing constantly the existential threat of elimination. That when things are getting really fucked, their back is against the wall and they're facing extinction. So it forced them, and many times, to be realistic about what they could achieve. That Israel couldn't afford to gamble on idealistic plans. There were plenty of times where they had to make concessions, where they had to beg for help, or to do whatever they could to remain okay in the eyes of the United States, but they do all these things because they were constantly worried about being eliminated. And none of the surrounding Arab states, or even the Palestinians, ever really have that fear. They can always afford to hold out for the next deal, or commit the next terror attack, or wait for the next war. They don't need support from the West. Even when they lost support from the Soviet Union, like, they've got all their surrounding states to help them. And that like pragmatic imposition on Israel from the realities, from the conditions that exist on the ground, might have been the thing that always pushed them towards considering more realistic options. And ironically enough, and then this feels good because it's funny, although I didn't realize it, but something I said before was more true than I even realized, that people hyping up Palestinians are actually hurting them. And then Shlomo expands on that by saying that, like, actually, yeah, people inflating Palestinian dreams to unrealistic heights, because Palestinians will never actually face extinction, will never actually face genocide, is always basically prompting them to fight for more and more and more and more. Because if they lose, well, they'll just wait till the next intifada, or they'll wait till the next UN mission, or they'll wait until the next whatever happens to give them another shot at it, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's mostly a good answer. You did ask me at the time, and I had a banging answer, even though it's only... I never heard it anywhere else, but I think it makes sense.
What was your banging answer?
It was that Zionism, even though it came from the 1870s, it was a modern movement.
Thanks for the 5 subs.
Like, it had already been through it. It had witnessed like the Enlightenment and all that kind of shit. So they were very modern in the sense that they were very meritocratic. They were very based on talent. They were very willing to represent people who would otherwise not be represented, right? Like women representation was a part of the Zionist movement before it was basically anywhere in Europe, before the UK at least. And obviously, because diversity is our strength, they were
unironically
they were
like
very,
imagine being woke, blah 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 blah. In fucking Israel, in the fucking 70s, has Golda Meir a fucking woman as the prime minister in an existential war? Yeah, and it's not even like a thought, you know?
And she especially, like, she was one of the chief. She was like the spearhead of raising funds in America and the UK for the 48 wars. She was expected to fundraise $25 million for arms from Czechoslovakia. She came back with 50 million and then did it again in the same year. So like that. But unfortunately for the Arab leaders, their leadership was very much reminiscent of the Ottoman Empire, like a 500-plus-year-old feudal system that was all about families and who could take who just happened to be in the right place at the right time, you know, people like al-Husseini, you know, just like total fucking shit for brains, like racist psychos who didn't really have anything that much to offer their own people and were just considered with keeping their own station. So I think that's a really big thing as well, is that the Arabs were kind of like unfortunately stuck with a lot of the remnants of the Ottomans, especially Palestine, because under the Ottoman Empire, the land of historic Palestine was actually kind of fucked even a bit harder than the rest of the Middle East. Like they were kind of abandoned. They didn't have like natural resources. That's why the illiteracy was so high. And the people who managed to take power out of that transfer from Ottomans to the UK, it was just families trying to improve their lot. And that's why you've also got like this phenomenon of nationalist leaders selling their lands to another nationalist movement that's planning to take it over, you know? And I think a really good example of that was Ibn Saud, the king of Saudi Arabia, and his contribution to building up to the partition plan. I think it was the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry that was considering what to do with the Palestinian state and whether, like, the borders and everything. And his method of negotiating was taking these British and American politicians to where he was, to Saudi, and lecturing them about like how we have the power of the sword and we got rid of the Romans, so we'll get rid of the Zionists as well, that kind of shit. And basically just offering them like really ridiculous bribes. Like he offered them like a golden dagger and a robe to each politician and then took them for a tour around his harem. He offered one of the British politicians a wife, like the chairman of the committee. So I'm like, so that's what I mean by like feudal fucking representation, you know?
That's interesting too, because Israel always tried to be somewhat empathetic. No, that's not true. Never mind. I was going to say Israel tried to be somewhat empathetic and understand the desires and wills of other nations, but that's not actually true. The only ones they really understood were other Western nations, because Israel at multiple times did fuck shit with their Arab neighbors without realizing how stupid they were being. But yeah, the Arabs and like the old world, I don't know what you would say it, versus like the Israelis and the European New World were definitely at ends with each other, and you could see that in multiple points in the conflict.
Yeah, and it's also like the even the partition plan negotiations. Partly, they also did just have a little bit more sympathy from Western leaders. So I didn't even know this, that that partition plan vote might not have even passed with the supermajority that it required had it not been for US and British pressure on smaller nations. I think it was Liberia and one other, Greece, was it? Yeah, there were two nations that were literally like basically threatened with economic sanctions to vote in favor of the partition plan. And I think that was the difference of whether or not it would have passed at all. But also like when the UN was drafting the partition plan, the Zionists went there and buttered everyone up and bugged all the meetings, so they knew what everyone was thinking, what everyone wanted. The Arab leaders went there and just lectured everyone and didn't budge on anything. So yeah, but that is the kind of phenomenon you get when you've got like autocrats versus people who are selected basically on a meritocratic basis.
Which is why one of the people, I don't know if I brought this up or not, if I ever do an autobiography or biographies looking at people, the Sadat guy in Egypt seems really cool. Of all the people I've learned about in the region, he seems like one of the bravest and coolest leaders to emerge, especially coming from an autocratic regime like that. But anything else? What else?
Where are you on Ben Ami's opinions on Camp David? Was it actually a great deal, or was it? It
was an amazing. All of these were good deals. The Palestinians are fucked themselves over and over and over and over again. No, not the Palestinians. Kind of the Palestinians. Arafat was a terrible human being. Arafat was a garbage fuck human being. Yeah.
What does Ben-Ami actually say about Camp David in the context of if I was Palestinian, I wouldn't have accepted that deal?
The problem, when he's saying that I might not have accepted that deal, so what Ben-Ami does throughout the book is he tries to say, like, what are the possibilities that somebody could have pursued peace at this time? And then he tries to say, so like, for instance, one thing that Ben-Ami says is oftentimes peace can only come after Assad has vindicated itself through military victory or whatever. That, like, for instance, peace with the Arab states in a conciliatory manner where you're taking territory from them after 67 probably wasn't possible. The conditions weren't right because Israelis were way too full of hubris and messianic hallucinations after winning wars, and it humiliated the Arabs, and that the conditions for peace probably weren't possible. But after 73, where the Arabs showed that they had some ability to stand up to Israel militarily, and when Israel was finding itself increasingly worried about doing things, the conditions at that point might have been more correct for peace. Israelis, even though they won in their blitzkrieg fights, they didn't like war of attritions, where over periods of time they were losing people, because Israel thrives on its military power, not on its population that it can throw continually into machine gun fire like the Arab states could. So he talks a lot of different points about, like, the conditions for peace were probably such that it could have happened here or it couldn't have happened here. With Camp David, on the Israeli side, the conditions for peace were there. They had the negotiators, they had the government, and the government had an unbelievable amount of courage. Even though they didn't have support of the population and they probably didn't have the political support of the home front, they were still willing to bank everything on getting that deal done. But Arafat was a man who always lived in paradox, or always lived in ambiguities, and he thrived in it because he was a celebrity, he was a diva, he made lots of money, he enjoyed to fight with terrorism, he always liked to employ all of these tools and never have a committed position at any point in time. And Camp David, it's possible that he never went to Camp David with even an end goal in mind, and he constantly fucked around with the whole process. Now, American negotiators, Clinton was weak and didn't understand the situation initially. He wasn't the bulldog that Carter was a counterexample given. And Ehud Barak and the Israelis might not have gone in with realistic assumptions about, say, like Israel, because initially when they went in, they were like, not Israel, Jerusalem. That's not even on the table. That's not even a question about splitting even the old city. So they might have had bad things going in. But I think the Israelis really wanted, I think there was a chance that if it wasn't Arafat, if it was anybody else, the Israelis were willing to do something there. And by the time you get to Taba, the things that were on the table were unbelievable. Looking at those maps, the offers, the refugee fund, like, oh my God. And Arafat still said no. So, I mean, like, what are you going to do? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the impression I got from Ben-Ami was that I think he is blaming at least the American and partly the Israeli side for Camp David as well, because of just how scuffed a lot of the negotiation process was. The lack of understanding of what either side's red lines were, the fact that the Americans basically abandoned the talks for like a week at the beginning, and just kind of let them go between themselves. So I can get that, but yeah, when he talks about like Taba and Clinton Prime just being like the big missed opportunity, I think I agree with that. It does make a lot of sense. Sometimes I hesitate before saying like amazing deal rather than just like the least bad one for Palestinians, I guess, because the way that they're going to see it is that it's always going to be we're getting 22% of the land at the end of the day. But
yeah, I guess my understanding is that like Egyptian leaders and ambassadors, Saudi leaders and ambassadors, like the Arab world was like exasperated that Arafat was shooting these down and didn't want to negotiate and didn't want to actually make,
I think the last thing I wanted to bring up was settlement expansion in the 90s. And I think the way you describe it as only expanding within the settlements rather than making new ones.
No, I completely take all that back.
Oh, okay. Why?
I think Netanyahu was a subhuman piece of shit. And even under Rabin, the settlements continued to expand. They didn't make new settlements, but the way that they expanded settlements was a way more, insidious, was way more subversive than I originally realized. So for instance, they might not create a new settlement, but they'll say that, oh, well, this plot of land that's 4 kilometers away from the city is actually still part of this settlement, so we're going to build houses over there. And then there were a lot of like, there's that YWYE. There were a couple of deals that were cut. Yeah, that were cut and uncut and shit. And yeah, I don't know. I'll dig into that more. But my macro level broad understanding is that through the 90s, on the Israeli side and the Palestinian side, both of them were pretty shitty partners for peace. Mainly because I would blame Arafat for how the Oslo Accords were negotiated. Were just the Oslo Accords. Fuck, I hate to say this. I have a very negative opinion of the Oslo Accords now. I think they set the stage for everything to be really fucked. But
yeah, the thing with the settlements is like, it's also actually a bit. It's actually a bit worse than that. They also, yeah, they would recognize some outposts, and they would actually they would naturalize outposts, and then link them to an existing settlement, even though they were really far apart. Yeah.
Yep.
I think also they. I've heard a few people mention this when people compare the growth of settlements during the Oslo period. They always just compare it to the 1 or 2 years prior to Oslo, which is really weird because that was the fall of the Soviet Union.
Repeat that last point.
Unprecedented. People will compare the expansion of settler populations in the Oslo period to just 1 or 2 years before.
Oh yeah, I already went over all that on stream. Somebody's made a huge email on that, and it's super disingenuous because, like you
it's
said,
the fall of the USSR. Yeah.
So a ton of people were coming on. Yeah.
Yeah. I think also Rabin did also expand settlements, but he, at the very least, made a conscious distinction between security settlements and political ones. He thought there were some settlements that actually had some security purpose, and the other ones were just it was just for expanding territory. And he explicitly only expanded security ones. He made that distinction himself.
Okay.
And Barak didn't do that.
Sure.
And Netanyahu definitely didn't do that. Netanyahu expanded the definition of security settlements in a very dishonest way. You know that clip of him bragging about fucking the Oslo Accords with Jordan Valley?
I haven't seen it, but it absolutely wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, Ben Ami talks about this as well. He talks about how the Israelis had a very exaggerated understanding of the security benefits of the Jordan Valley, way in the east of the West Bank. And Netanyahu expanded it even further to basically give Israel this 20-year lease on the Jordan Valley way in the east of the West Bank by defining it as a vital security interest, even though it wasn't at all. And one of the things Ben Ami mentions is when he gets to the Clinton parameters, he kind of rejoices in the fact that Clinton and most of the Israelis had finally acknowledged that this decades-long mythology of the security benefits of the Jordan Valley had been realized, and then they were eventually going to get fucked off. And I think the time period in Camp David was something like 6 to 21 years of giving Israel a chance to move out of there. But then by the time they reached the Clinton parameters, it was just down to 6 because they realized that it just wasn't as important as Israel was making it out to be. And Netanyahu, I think, was a very big part of that, was just defining the security interest very, very, much further than it should have been.
The Judea and Samaria circle jerk bullshit and all the more religious extremism that started to show up in Israel post 67 is pretty unfortunate. It kind of fucks a lot of shit up and is really gross. Yeah, never mind. Fuck. There's a difference between what's right and just in the eyes of morality and international law versus what's possible. I don't think it's possible, but I do think it would be just that a dismantlement of almost all of the settlements, at least the ones that aren't close to that aren't on the that aren't clustered together or whatever, should happen. The settlements are just so evil and bad and have fucked up so much for negotiating positions from the West Bank. And I don't like that. I don't think that Israel can have it both ways. You can't have settlements in occupied territory and say you're doing this because it's your land, but then simultaneously say, well, Palestinians can't vote because it's occupied territory. That can't be both, because that is just apartheid, right? It can't be both of those things. So I don't know. I hate that settlement shit is so fucking annoying. I don't know what the final plan is there, but yeah, the continued attacks and the cycle of violence, it's going to take a really brave leader and a lot of political will and a lot of good international pressure on the Palestinians and on the Israelis, because it seems like there's never been good international pressure on the Palestinians, because the only ones that would pressure them are Arab leaders who secretly, don't like Palestinian leadership, but publicly would never say as much. It's a really frustrating, stupid fuck situation. Yeah. Unfortunately.
How do you feel about the prospect of ANC style Palestinian militants encouraging settlements out of the West Bank?
Encouraging settlements? You mean encouraging to attack settlements?
I mean, when I say ANC style, I mean obviously don't target the people, but if someone's going to set up a tent, is it that bad if a fucking paraglider just comes and pulls it down?
Probably, because just the violent shit just fucks everything up. What the Palestinians need right now is they need somebody that you can negotiate with. It can't be a boss, and it can't be Hamas. Have we talked about that one leader?
Barghouti.
Barghouti. Yeah, maybe that guy.
Yeah.
He's got some historic authority because I think he was a big like militant in the Second Intifada. It seems like he's chilled the fuck out a bit as he's. I don't know if he's still in prison now, or at least I've heard that in his writings he's chilled out.
He
And
is
it
in
seems
prison,
like he's like incredibly popular. Israel needs to actively work to empower the Palestinian people to have a representative. But the other thing is that like I don't even know what the fuck that means when I say that, because like what can you force elections on them? Maybe that's just not their vibe. That's not their culture to have elections. But then their representatives in the past are who? Al-Husseini, Arafat, Abbas, like people that end up being corrupt, completely unpopular. Like even the PA under Arafat was incredibly unpopular. It was all fucking corrupt. None of the Palestinians liked it ever. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, the thing with it's actually quite hard to find that much about what Barghouti believes throughout now, because I know there's this thing about people speaking in different ways to the Western media than how they speak to Arabs. So I don't know how much that's an issue. Like a good example is Hamas, right? Hamas will actually, they don't say it's okay to target civilians. I don't know if you noticed that. Like in their 12-page report on October 7th, they literally say like it's an affront to Islam to target civilians, and they just blame it all on Israel.
Yeah,
right? Like,
I saw that report.
Stance. Yeah.
But then you also have to be very careful about what it means when we say target civilians. Just like whenever I hear a Palestinian or a Muslim or a defender or whatever, whenever I hear them say things like they want to fight against the occupation, you have to be very careful, because in our ears we hear, oh, that's kind of fair, West Bank and Gaza. No, for a lot of them, the occupation means the entire state of Israel. And for some,
that's true. Yeah. That's true. But I'm telling you that when Arab media, when they discuss civilians, they don't take the that tanky thing, no Israeli civilian, because technically it's settler close. They don't talk like that. Yeah, Arabs are actually more like Arab propagandists like fucking Hamas are actually a bit more competent than that on the world stage. They'll actually they do acknowledge that there are Israeli civilians. They just blame it all on Hannibal doctrine and shit like that, right? Or and the helicopter fire.
Yeah, but then I guess
their position. Yeah,
I guess, but I mean, like clearly they didn't feel that way on October 7th, unless you really.
Yeah,
think
no, they
that,
didn't. I'm just saying what they say publicly.
The propaganda,
which is why, when I think about like someone like Barghouti, is he obviously was a big voice of the Second Intifada. He believed that there has to be confrontation alongside negotiation.
So did Arafat.
He said he opposed killing at least civilians within Israel proper. He said he has recently called for a third intifada, although his understanding of intifada seems to be a bit different from people like Hamas. He's also endorsed the Geneva Accords, which is kind of like based on the Clinton parameters. So it would just be really interesting to see what he would have to say as a leader, because he is very popular. I don't think he could ever renounce violence completely, but to control it in a more meaningful way, maybe. But
sure. What do you want?
Bro, we had people an attack about mitzvah. Come on now.
We had what?
What? The Barghouti, right before he was in prison, he ordered an attack on some girl's bat mitzvah.
So?
Some terror attack. This guy is.
I mean, hold on. Wasn't Mandela literally involved in an actual civilian death before he was imprisoned and before he was finally released from prison, so that he could be negotiated with and stuff? I think he was involved in some pretty radical shit too, even prior to.
There were also MK attacks on civilians that they took years to own up to, let alone condemn. Yeah.
I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, they need somebody to negotiate with, and if he's the guy, and if he can renounce violence, there has to be somebody, right?
I can see that, but the problem is I think, especially after Hamas, the idea of propping someone up and then being responsible for propping up the next person that becomes the new Hamas or the new Yassin, the guy who's started Hamas essentially and started off he's an okay guy, and then it just became Hamas.
Sure. This is what I would wait before we move on to that. Okay. Here's what I think. I think right now, Israel making a bad decision would be better than them making no decision, because the status quo right now is unacceptable and is on a crash course for destiny. Something is going to explode at some point when these annexations start. We already delayed with the Abraham Accords, but at some point, Netanyahu is going to want to start annexing the West Bank, right, proper into Israel.
It's not going to happen. That's my thing.
Why would you say it's not going to happen?
A better pathway, because Netanyahu has almost no mandate from the Israeli people to do anything right now.
That was literally the impetus for the Abraham Accords. He was about to start annexing the West Bank, and I think it was Bahrain that reached out and was like, well, hold on, let's chill, let's not do that, and we can do peace instead.
No, I'm not saying he didn't want it. I'm saying that it's not going to happen. That's all I'm saying. But also, what I'd say is, rather than prop up someone we know has been a terrorist already, and like has called for the third intifada, but we don't really know what that means yet. Maybe he means like only killing some civilians. Maybe he means like 30% civilians. But like we have an alternative pathway, I hope, in like having an Arabic coalition take over control and make their presence more seen, which they seem to have said make some sort of promises in the rebuilding of Gaza. I don't know how deep that's going to go, but I think going through a pathway of like having an Arabic coalition take control and like be a benevolent,
how does that work now, though?
regime.
Not to, unfortunately, 2000 plus, now we have to start factoring in religion. When you say Arab coalition, you mean a Sunni coalition.
Yeah.
How is that going to take control of an extremist Islamist Shia-backed government in Gaza?
Gaza is Sunni. And Hamas is Sunni as well.
Oh. Wait,
Yeah,
why the fuck do they get
the-
support? How do they rationalize it to get support from fucking Iran and Hezbollah and the Houthis are both? The Saudi Yemen people are.
Killing the Jews is a very good unifying.
Oh, okay.
factor
Never mind. Fuck it. Then. That would be a thing then, I guess. Okay.
Yeah. But another thing is that he brought up is I don't know why this keeps getting brought up. The what is it called? The Jordan Valley is like this. I heard the claim that it's like mythological. The idea of how important, how like it's unshakable was I feel like is what I was reading from Ben Ami when he said that the mythological Jordan Valley, but it's made as like this insane idea that the Israelis wanted to maintain some sort of control over the Jordan Valley, which is like the border between Jordan and like having some sort of control there. And then they eventually settled for some sort of installations of warning systems. It's not like this was like this insane, unshakable resolve that Israel would never give up. It's seen as like this thing is like, oh, this is the proof that the Israeli side was actually like unhinged as well in Camp David.
Wait, what is the point?
I don't know why you're bringing
minor
that up, and I feel like you just heard the word fucking mythological and then just ignored everything else I said. I literally said that it was exaggerated.
You made it sound like it was a complete.
No, I didn't
like,
make it
bullshit
sound
thing
like
that
I
you
said
just made up.
exaggerated like 3 or 4 times. I don't know why you're just. It's because I said mythological the first time and I read it in the book. You've just decided to stick on that for the rest of fucking
And you
eternity.
repeated
We've
it
been over this
today.
like 3 times.
And you
Yeah, because I'm quoting the
repeated that
book.
shit today. Okay.
As in
okay,
the
sure,
value of it, like, as in the exaggerated value of it was mythological. Also,
I
which
you wanted to
which
fight-
are these?
Yeah,
Wait. I could be wrong. Okay. Barghouti was charged with 37 something crimes. He wasn't convicted of all of them. Was the bar mitzvah one that he was convicted of?
No, this was like after he was already sentenced. He already had like, but it was said that it was his attack that was orchestrated on that bat mitzvah. Allegedly, it was before he was captured and it was already set in stone or something. I saw, but yeah. What about that? I mean, he still did shit on a terrorist.
Yeah, he probably did. But bro, I mean, hold on. The Israelis were
back to the peaceful kind.
Wait, hold on.
but we've
Israel
also-
negotiated.
negotiations have been-
Israel negotiated with Arafat for how long, bro? And like this guy was like the king fucking terrorist. If they can negotiate with Arafat over and over and over and over and over again, they can negotiate with the other dude.
It's different to like install. Hold on, it's different to install a terrorist.
No.
yourself,
Hold on.
saying,
Wait.
"I want
Wait.
you to
Hold on.
be
No. Stop.
the terrorist leader."
Install implies doesn't have popular support, and you would make him the leader. We're not talking about installing anybody. It'd be releasing a guy
Yeah.
who already enjoys
You're
pretty
releasing
wide.
him to become one.
Yeah, that's not installing. He's already enjoys.
He's
like
more popular than Hamas,
Yeah.
bro.
He's more popular. He's like the
Still.
most popular politician among the Palestinian people. That's not installing.
Well, right now he's installed in a prison cell.
Okay, let's say you don't release him.
So
What do we do?
he's not doing
Wait.
any terrorist
Hold on.
attacks,
Who does
right?
Israel negotiate with right now to make peace with the Palestinians?
I think there has to be an emerging leader from after the Arabic coalition. Once that comes into power, and they start, and then you can start seeing actual like good things happen, like some sort of calming of the situation and some sort of economic stability, and a like a chilling of some of the restrictions on the Gaza Strip once the Arabic coalition comes in. Some sort of movement between
Is
the
there
West Bank
any
and
talk
Gaza
about
make the
this?
situation
Is there any
calm
talk
down.
about this right now whatsoever? Like, are there any Arab states that even want to fucking get involved in this shit show of a project?
From Biden said that they do want to that the Saudis and UAE have put up that they will be a major player in the rebuilding of Gaza. That's what Biden has claimed has been
Major
committed
player
by
in the rebuilding might just mean sends money. That doesn't mean anything. You need like political commitments.
That's what I'm not 100% sure about yet. But I think that I pray, because like I feel like that's the only fucking way anything gets solved. I don't think the Barghouti method is going to go very well. Maybe it could. Let's say that the Barghouti method has like a 20% chance of leading to some sort of like peace. I think, and like a 50% chance of like being way worse than our current situation, and like a 30% chance that everything stays the same. And then I think the Arab coalition has like a 50% chance of moving towards peace. Actually, even higher.
Wait,
like
wait. But
70%.
what's the percent chance peace that an Arab coalition even forms? Again, is there anybody that actually wants to step up and do this? Like, take political responsibility, not just send some fucking money.
I feel like if the Arabs had
through the pressure of the U.S.
I feel like if the Arab
Through,
leaders
like,
had, I feel like if the Arab leaders had your brain, why would they have ever negotiated with Begin?
My brain or his brain?
What do you mean?
David's.
Oh.
What do you mean by that? My brain.
Because Begin was a fucking terrorist.
Literally.
And the Arabs negotiated peace with him over the Sinai.
Although to be fair, that was with a lot. That was with
saying.
heavy. Was that Carter at the time? That was with heavy U.S. pressure as well, though. And that track started secretly too. But
yeah. Again, the point is that we don't actually we don't know what Barghouti believes, nor do we really know what he would be like as a leader. It's just like compared to Hamas, I mean, it can't get much worse, right?
Well, you can not have Hamas there, and I don't even know. I really don't even know if he would be better than an Israeli occupation. That is saying something. When an Israeli occupation, like West Bank style, would be a nightmare. Did I say Israeli or did I say Gaza? I don't know. I meant Israeli occupation over Gaza. But I understand the point of Barghouti. But do you want to move on to the 48 war? Some of the contentions you had.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
wait. Hold on. I want to force an answer real quick. Hold on. Wait.
Fine, go.
If the Arab coalition doesn't form, what is Israel's responsibility going forward for making peace with Palestine? What should they do?
Everything's fucked. They should both get nuked, and they should all
Good
move.
one. So
move
meme
out of the
answers.
Middle
Okay, you can't contest any of our answers then if you're gonna only give meme answers. If you don't have any other alternatives.
I'm
So
not
the
doing
terrorist
the
guy
movement.
should be
Okay, I'm not doing. No, I'm saying that the Arabic coalition should be forced, and maybe I'm not saying it's an impossible idea. I'm not saying that it's like this is the worst idea of all time. I'm saying that should be like the absolute last resort. I agree that it is a possible solution, and I don't think it's a good one, and I don't think it's any better than the Arabic coalition. That's all I'm saying. It's definitely way worse than that.
Okay, I don't understand. I don't know if that answered anything I just asked, but okay. All right. What was
what did you ask that I didn't answer?
If the Arab coalition doesn't form, because it doesn't look like it's going to, I don't know if we have any indication it will, then what should Israel do to push for peace? How should Israel try to make peace? There is no Arab coalition, and if the Arab coalition doesn't form.
I truly don't know. I think that the situation will be fucked, because there is no way that Israel... Oh, if you can't form an Arab coalition, maybe I would say, yeah, fuck it, do Barghouti. It's probably better than an Israeli occupation, just barely.
Okay, fuck it, yeah.
I would eventually say that.
Do you drive a Tesla?
Okay. No.
Oh, okay.
Kia.
I do agree with you. I think an Arab coalition or some other Arab states being involved, I think would be really good, but okay.
Yeah. To the 48 war, I was digging a little bit more, and I was right. There was a shit ton of problems in the beginning of the 48 war. Israel was deeply on the defensive and losing territory and regaining territory, but losing again, and then like just barely holding on to what they have and losing a couple of villages. And they only started to turn around after the first ceasefire. They shipped in 50 million rounds of ammunition, like thousands and thousands of guns and other artillery and things from Czechoslovakia. So there was a point at the beginning of the war for a while in which Israel was on the defensive and was not doing well. So I didn't just make that shit up.
Being on the defensive doesn't mean like being on the defensive doesn't mean the same as losing, though, right? They were on the mostly the problem with the beginning of the 48 war until April was that they were struggling to move their equipment and supplies between areas because of the attacks on the convoys, right? As far as
but not just
losing
that,
goes,
they didn't even
they
have
were
all
struggling to hold
they
on to
didn't even
places
have
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't even have all of the 47 and partition like land. They didn't even have the majority of that secured at all. They had like maybe 60% of the like partitioned land, which was much smaller than like even the after the 48 war land. Like that's all they had there, and they were struggling to keep that. So no, I don't think that Israel was this mighty warriors that were all organized that were ready to defeat all 7 armies from the beginning. I think there was a serious struggle at the beginning of the war.
No, they weren't. Yeah, they were outgunned. Definitely, they were struggling to move supplies around their area. They were also mostly struggling to hold on to places that were kind of isolated, like the Etzion block, which is very isolated. But as far as them like losing significant territory, I thought my understanding, even before the reason they decided to go more offensive, was because they were kind of surprised at the Arab failures to consolidate control around the rural parts. They literally changed their strategy quite early on to go from rural to raising antagonism in cities because they were failing, and that was actually one of the factors in deciding to go offensive in April, was Czech arms, but also the fact that Arabs were just like not as impressive as they'd expect them to be, because Arabs had a lot of equipment and a lot of shit, but they had a lot of planes but no pilots, right? So even with more planes, they were able to carry out like less than a quarter of the attacks that Israel did. Same with, they had a lot of guns but very little ammo. They had and
they were. I would say that they were outgunned. I think it's disputable if they were outnumbered from the beginning of the war or if they were already an advantage by that. But I think it majorly came down to just being a skill issue of just not having as well of a organized army and communication between the attacking armies, or even the communication between the same army attacking.
Yeah,
but
I don't think I've ever heard that
the
described
idea,
as losing, but yeah, difficulties for sure. Yeah.
I mean, they were losing territory, like not a lot, but they were losing, and they barely were holding on to much to begin with.
I would have to watch like a documentary, look at a step-by-step of the early days, but my understanding is that like it was a little bit even, I think I would even take Lonerbox's issue with what Lonerbox said, struggling to move supplies. I think there were times where, was it Jerusalem or Tel Aviv that was like, no, it must have been Jerusalem or another city that was like more inland, that was like under siege, and for a while it was scary. I remember reading over and over again, they tried to send like 100 resupply trucks, like 97 of them were destroyed. But as soon as like the Haganah and everybody mobilized and started their shit, it was over. That in 40
that was months into the war already, though.
It might have been months in, but I don't. But it was just.
Hold on, wait. Before that, they didn't. That Haganah thing. That was after they had a massive increase in the number of Haganah. I think it was like the army basically had a completely restructuring and turned into an actual army, and then their numbers doubled. I think it went from like
an actual army. Hold on, what do you mean? Didn't they have fighting practice for 20 years leading up to this under the Yishuv? Hadn't they been fighting for decades? How would you mean they just organized? Like,
because they actually did not. They were just like a shit ton of like militias and shit at the beginning of the war, at least. And there was a massive restructuring of the Haganah between the first ceasefire and after that, and all the arms. But I think you should watch like some sort of video of just like captures and like the war, just to like grab it in your mind. But what I would say is
that is true. They were in the middle because they didn't want to become an official army under the British because it was illegal. So part of their defensive posture at the beginning was them like in the middle of organizing their forces. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, but when we say organized, yeah, they might have merged into the IDF and everything, but like it wasn't like a ragtag group of people. Like they were very combat capable.
That didn't even happen. But that was completely after the war. But what I would say is that that's true. They had some training, but so did the Jordanian army. The Jordanian army had thousands and thousands of British trained troops, and they were fucking up Israel for a while.
I don't.
Whoa! What's your timeline? I thought the Jordanian army didn't get involved until May. The Haganah offensive was already beginning in April.
I might be mixing it up between the Jerusalem being cut off. I'm not even talking about Jerusalem being cut off. I'm talking about mostly the what I was talking about with the Jordanian stuff was like the Jerusalem being cut off, and that also might have to do with the Iraqi irregulars.
Yeah,
But
Jerusalem being cut off was like the big problem at the beginning. Yeah, until they eventually got Castle in April, and then I think from then on there was like it was pretty fucking.
Yeah, once they broke through that, I think everything was easy sailing from there.
But that
like
was
literally.
a couple months into the war, and that was after the first ceasefire. Is what I was talking about. The beginning of the war. Even wasn't it like the USA? Didn't the USA say that Israel will not last more than 2 years, and that they were already starting to like figure out draft plans on supporting the Arab states so they could have influence?
I don't think anybody even cared about that much influence in that region yet. No?
Yeah, but I think you. I'll send you this later once I'm home. But there was like a CIA document that was released that talked about the United States' position on Israel and how they thought they were going to lose. Like I'm not exaggerating when I said that the Israeli defensive looked very grim at the beginning of the war, and only through their like basically the desire not to fucking die and completely restructuring their army and coming up with a new strategy. I think their airports were completely bombed by Egypt. Like there was all sorts of trouble at the beginning of the war.
I don't know what's happening with your timelines here. You're saying they didn't get into the offensive until after the first truce, but the first truce was May, and again, like the big offensive with was it Operation?
I'm mostly talking about
whatever
the
the fuck it's called was April.
Or Egypt. Yeah, I'm mostly focusing on like the offensive against Egypt, not even the Jordanian one. But that was I gotta also digest more about the exact timeline on the Jordanian stuff. But I was mostly focusing on like the Egyptian front and like the Sinai and the capturing the pushing towards Tel Aviv by the Egyptian forces, which was before the first ceasefire.
Okay.
What else is there? You said something else. What was it? Or strong, because you called me out, Lonerbox, said I was making some shit up or something, or you completely disagreed. What else did you disagree with me about 48?
It was mostly about you talking about the intentions of the Arab leaders and the Arab armies, and saying that it was at least ethnic cleansing. When you say at least ethnic cleansing, it sounds like you're saying more likely genocide. And you invoked that quote as well from General Secretary about the massacres thing, even though that quote doesn't really tell you anything about what that guy generally believed, and how he was perceived, even how he was received by Ben Gurion himself. Like,
yeah, but I mean, he clearly was not for any Israeli state whatsoever. And he clearly was talking about if there was a war, there would be momentous massacres and like the Mongolians and shit. Like, I don't think that I was trying to. Someone else tried to tell me after that I was talking shit, and then showing me that like there was more context, but the context didn't really change anything. It was clear that that's what he meant. That like
the context is him hyperbolizing to try and avoid a war, because what he wanted was an Arab state with Jews as living as an ethnic minority. That's what he wanted. As far as wanting to even to remove them, again, not even dhimmi, no, equal citizens. He didn't say dhimmi. I don't know why you added that in. Like, it's so obvious that your bias is just like inserting things that aren't there.
I want to be clear about that.
And
but I'm not
yeah,
trying to lie about anything.
The fact is that throughout, again, a year into him giving that quote in that newspaper, Ben Gurion described him as one of the most compassionate and reasonable Arab leaders, or maybe even the most. So yeah, it just seems to be that he was taking a very anti-war stance and hyperbolizing to avoid it. But as far as going from that one quote to actual intention to a military, to an actual policy or plan, it's just you've got fucking worlds between each of these stages. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll look for more. Quotes from the other Arabic leaders.
There are a couple more quotes that you can probably find, but the fact is that by the time the war starts, you've got the Jordanians don't really want to fight at all unless it's over Jerusalem. The Egyptians.
Wait, I have a question. Do you think that if they captured all of the Israel, they would give them equal status citizenship? Is that what your claim is?
Well, the fact is we don't know.
Maybe
not. There's good reasons to think they would. There's good reasons to no. But what do you mean be realistic? We don't know. this is why people have that same skepticism when it comes to what were the Israeli plans for the removal of Arabs, right? It's like,
I think
you can say they said a lot of shit, but again, we don't, yeah.
The problem with doing historical counterfactuals is we tend to superimpose onto the past attitudes in the future. The Arabs would have absolutely genocided every single Palestinian if the Arabs had the mindset from 67 in 48 after losing that much. But if they would have managed to win that very first war, well, the entire international landscape changes. It might be that maybe they want to genocide the Jews, but maybe with pressure from the Soviet Union, somebody like, hey, listen, you guys are about to get invaded. All your shit is going to get fucked. If you don't stop, you just destroyed a country. And the Arabs at that point might say like, okay, well, chill. We'll just like divide this all and like be chill and not genocide. That could be the case because of the international pressure, right?
Maybe we should look at the areas that had Jewish people and the armies passed through. How many Jews were left over in?
Well, yeah, but this was as part of the war.
Is that the one you're going to use? Like sometimes like a few hundred were kept as POWs. Like
yeah, but how many were left
there were
to
massacres?
stay? How many were left to stay in Jordanian occupied territories taken from Israel? How many were left to stay in?
But hold on, wait, you can't use this as evidence of genocidal intent when this could be evidence of retribution for the outcome of the 48 war. What, right? There weren't 700,000 Israelis expelled from other.
Wait, hold on. I'm not talking about like. Okay, so let's say they didn't want to, but they wanted to get revenge by doing genocide.
But if they won in 48, if they won in 48, they wouldn't need to get revenge. They would have won, right? In victory, they might have acted.
What if they want to get revenge for all the attacks that Israel did, for them wanting to even have the audacity to create a state?
I don't think the drive there is going to be the same as the humiliation they felt by losing to fucking Jews in 48 in a war when they're Arabs. It's unbelievable.
The thing is that we know how Arab leaders treated Jews who they had control over it, because after the war, there were like about 1 million Jews living in different Arab countries. There was no policy of genocide against them. They were treated very badly. They were treated as second-class citizens. Sometimes there were pogroms. Sometimes those pogroms were actually condemned by the local leaders. Even Azam Pasha, the guy who said there will be massacres and all that, condemned a pogrom like 2 years earlier before the war. There was not even a policy of ethnic cleansing, apart from Egypt was the only place where they had an actual policy of removing local Jews. So they applied to like maybe 500 or 1,000 people. So yeah, we have a rough indication.
Wait, because there's no to go back and forth on this. Okay, and Lonerbox, I'm going to speak for both of us, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that me and Lonerbox would both say, is it possible they would have genocided them? Absolutely, it's possible. But can we say that with 100% certainty? It's so hard to develop that counterfactual. Okay, well then we all probably roughly agree it's possible they could have, and they definitely expressed some genocidal intent, sure. But it's also possible that if Israel would have made way more progress on the Egyptian front or on the Syrian front, maybe they would have pushed all the way to Damascus. Maybe they would have pushed all the way to Cairo. Maybe all the Arabs in these cities would have been expelled. Who knows, right? But like that counterfactual is such a macro, and there's so much stuff that's going to change internationally and on the ground that it's hard to say with certainty what would have happened past that point, I think.
Maybe with a slightly shifted cabinet.
Without records, it's really hard to do any counterfactual or see what the actual true intent was. I can't really make a convincing argument like that much without even statements that are like genocidal. There's a lot of like overhyping of wars, and I agree that can happen. So it's really hard to say what the true intent of the Arabic side will be without seeing like records of what they were trying to do, etc.
Based on what we have with actual records, like a slightly different cabinet in 67 would have ethnically cleansed Gaza and the West Bank. There were some people who wanted to do it. So.
Okay. Any other contentions, my fellow orbiter, Mr. Lonerbox?
Bro, you're like a meteor, right?
No.
Okay.
No, he is my orbiter. I'm not even talking about you, Mr. Destiny. I let him come talk to me sometimes, you know. Wow.
I think I'm satisfied.
Are you sure?
Do you have anything for us, Dustin? Did you enjoy PV?
Have the lion here.
How did it go compared to other events that you've been to?
I don't think I talked to you much about a lot of the drama stuff going on. The reason why I was a little bit hesitant to promote it on stream is I thought that event was going to self-destruct. I thought that it was going to be the culmination of like 3 or 4 different dramatic things that were going on behind the scenes. So that was my expectation the whole time. I thought it went incredibly well. I thought it was like an amazingly managed event. Kyle did an amazing job at managing talent, moving people around, scheduling people. Every part of that moved way smoother than I thought. I think it was easily the smoothest event that we've done. So yeah, I was really happy.
Felt pretty smooth. Oh fuck, what was I gonna? Yeah, as far as drama, all I heard was I saw a video from President Sunday called "The Downfall of Progressive Victory" or some shit, and I just thought, well, it's President Sunday. It's probably nothing at all, like some autistic bullshit. So I guess I was right. I don't know. I don't know why there was a downfall before we went in, but yeah.
Steven,
Well-
you owe me $200.
Why?
I won because we made a bet.
What do we bet on?
We bet about the canvassing event.
Oh yeah, I did bet you that it was going to be fucking horrible.
Did you bet it was going to be a
He said he
failure?
bet that it was going to be a failure.
Yep, I did.
Jesus,
I
what a
did.
pesky.
I thought it was completely.
You owe
fucked.
me $200.
All right, I'll add it to your first paycheck compensation for our first episode of Bridges. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Sounds good.
I thought you were betting that I'd be shorter.
Shut up.
I was betting that you'd be bigger, actually.
Ooh.
Whoa. What were you expecting? Like a 7-foot fucking?
Look, I heard
like
things
those
about
blow-up
stone
guys that you
hill
see in front
giants.
of car dealerships. What?
Yeah, I was. I've heard things about stone giants and Scottish people and something about those two things, probably.
I am probably the shortest man in Scotland. At least
Yeah,
that's-
exactly. That's what I was alluding towards. Thank you
Is
for.
what it is. I want to fuck. Wait. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this, so I'm gonna type it to one of you. Just okay.
Wait, what?
Hang on.
What?
Don't type it to me because I'm not at my computer right now.
What are
Okay, I'll
you
type
near
it
the
to
horses?
Dustin. Are people speaking about that, Dustin?
Hold on. What? No, I don't know about that. Wait, type me more about that.
Okay, I'm back at my computer.
Love
Type
you.
it to me about it.
No, fuck you. Too late. You said you didn't want it. Now I want to know more.
No, I'm back. I want to know.
Wait. Don't tell. Hold on. Wait. Don't tell. Hold on. I'm trading. 1 second.
No,
wait.
fuck you. He's gonna troll me. You
No,
have
I'm
to tell
not.
me.
Hold on.
Wait. Oh, this is so juicy.
Yeah, I need to know that. Tell me that, and then I'll trade you. Don't tell.
I can't.
Motorbucks.
Not right now though. Obviously.
Okay, well, we'll
I'll
tell you this
later.
thing in the future. I'll tell you this later. Okay?
No shot. Lonerbox
Yes!
message me.
No!
No.
Loner.
Fuck you.
You're gonna
Loner.
be decommissioned from orbit.
Yes.
I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Fuck you. That's way less juicy.
Oh my god.
Probably not yet. I don't know.
My god, why are you so loud? Okay. All right. Anything else? I need to do my shit.
I do have
Okay.
something else.
What?
Oh, shit.
What?
I wanted to try to give my grand narrative on the settlements and the reasoning for them and the why they happen and like.
Okay, go. If
I
you can do it
feel
fast
like-
without, yeah, go. Grand narrative.
Okay, fair. So I feel like with the things like Jerusalem, I don't think that they started at all because of the Great War of '67. I think for a long time they did want to have East Jerusalem. It was extremely important, like the Western Wall and whatnot. I think annexing that was always the plan. I think at the same time there's this problem with a bunch of people that want to move into settlements, and then the Israeli government just fuck it.
You think that's probably going to be a fear in Gaza? Is that regardless of how it doesn't have majority support, but it doesn't need it, right? It doesn't need majority support for a bunch of crazy settlers to go into Israel-occupied Gaza, so long as the government just doesn't want to use force to remove them.
So that could be a problem, but I think that the international pressure from the entire world is so focused right now that even if in Netanyahu's best world he's going to end up doing that, that's not going to end up actually happening.
So you agree that we might need some international pressure to fucking nudge them out if they decide to try it? Because they will try it. I think that's 100% true that
They will
some
try
people
what?
will try. Some right-wing Israelis will try to settle in Gaza.
I feel like it's just
occupation.
so stupid. And like Gaza, no offense, Gaza sucks. Like there's not like holy shit there. It's not Judea and Samaria. It's not like the cringe biblical shit that all these fucking cringe loser Zionists are like super obsessed with. I don't think anybody gives a fuck about
Yeah, it
Gaza.
does suck, but there's the right-wingers have a big fucking national trauma about Gush Katif, and there are people literally fucking camping outside the wall being like, we're ready to go back in.
Gush Katif, is that one of the settlements that was taken down in 2005 or 4, the disengagement?
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
the
but like, who cares? I think they'd
So-
rather just continue to settle more and more of the West Bank.
Yeah. So that wasn't even like part of the original like Jewish kingdom or blah 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 whatnot, but that was somewhere that they did live for like hundreds of years in like modern times, the before the Aliyah and stuff.
Yeah, but
So
they've
there's some
got,
shit about
bro,
that,
they've
but,
got Tel
in general,
Aviv.
they've
Like,
been
who the
fucking
fuck
up
cares?
like,
Like,
they got a nice place. Yeah, I agree. And it's not
There
even
are
that
some people
holy.
who hold on to the fact that there were Jews in Gaza up until 1929 when a bunch of them had to get fucked off because of the violence. Okay, like some people. Yeah, again, I'm just saying there are people who are clearly talking about it and who have like are protesting quite physically outside the border because they want to go and do it. Like I'm just saying, they'll probably get removed because Netanyahu doesn't want to deal with that. But fuck, it's not like a non-thing. I don't know.
It's not gonna happen.
Palestinians have
Nothing.
security concerns as well, you know. Do you think no one's going to try, or do you think like they will try and they'll get fucked out?
Oh, I think some people will try to cross the border and they'll get fucked out from the beginning.
Okay.
I don't even think
I'd
it'll get
probably
to the
agree with
stage
that.
of international pressure.
Okay.
That's all. Yeah. All right. Bye bye. Enjoy your stream.
What?
what do you think is like? So the war, after the war ends, so it looks like Israel is gearing up to head south. Let's say they do their southern sweep. Once they finish the operation, they have to leave, or the major military operations have to end. Like, where does Israel go from here?
Don't know. I know they want other Arab countries to get involved and to take some of that burden, but I don't think they're actually going to do it. Why the fuck would Egypt or Qatar or any of these people like go into Gaza? I don't know. I think I don't know. I feel like if I could be a fly on the wall in the Israeli cabinet, I'd probably see them just being like, maybe they'll leave.
I
Maybe the
feel like,
Palestinians
yeah, I
will
feel like
leave.
October 7th
That's
helps
as
them
long as
extend the status quo so much.
Mhm.
Like, they get so much international authority. Maybe not with, like, young kids or whatever, but it's just such an easy... It's like their new Holocaust, basically, like, for them to portray themselves as victims and just capitalize on that and continue to expand.
Yeah, I have no idea. I think it's gonna require, like, the only good outcome comes from a lot of international involvement, whether it's from the United States or the UN or from Saudi or Qatar or another, but like none of these countries are going to have any interest in doing that. So
The Palestinians like really need a cohesive leader representative. I think that's what the hardest thing right now. I think that's the hardest thing right now. Yeah. Do you think, here's an idea, because I'm trying to, the more that I like looked at the maps, the more that I thought about the situation, the one-state solution would just be so good if it were to work. It eliminates every weird, cuck, stupid fucking problem. Do you think there's any chance that like the Knesset can, oh fuck, does Israel even have a fucking constitution? Isn't the way their founding document
yeah,
shit
they
works?
do. Yeah.
Do they? Okay, because I thought they had a weird way of adding rules to where they don't technically just have like their founding document or there's some weird cuck shit. I'm sure they must have some kind of way to like.
Well, they have like their Declaration of Independence. I don't think it's like it's not a constitution. It's like
Yeah,
a
but I mean, I think
founding
they have like initial laws or something, but I don't think they have like a formal constitution. But I'm sure they've got some kind of ultimate authority document. I wonder if there is some way that they can enshrine like certain rules into the Israeli like legal system that need like an 85% vote to overturn, and then just start annexing or creating basically a unified state. So even if they were like a 50-50 demographics, they're not gonna get voted into non-existence or some crazy shit. Do you think that's possible?
I don't think the constitutional difficulties would be the big thing. I think the big thing would be the fact that military representation with a 50-50 odd split would be very, very difficult, given that the amount of like fighting that's happened between the two groups, and also just the fact that neither side wants to know each other. They don't want, like, most of them don't ever want to talk to each other. Even Palestinians who work in Israel, they go there, they work, they go home. Like, they don't like want to learn each other's language. They don't give a fuck about each other's history. Yeah, I think that's more the big issue, is like, how the fuck would these guys live in a shared political process? I do think that isn't impossible to change. at a very micro level, I've definitely noticed that one of the most disarming things when Israelis and Palestinians talk to each other is when one person tries to say, oh, well, do you have any idea what it's like having to deal with a checkpoint and having a gun pointed at your face? And then the Israeli might say, no, but I did lose like 2 friends in the fucking second intifada. Like, and then it's like, and then everyone's suddenly like, oh shit. And then suddenly both people are quite fucking like humbled by that. Or if it goes the other way around as well, right? But how you, so I don't think it's impossible, but there just needs to be like some will to achieve like working on that, and that would just take such a long time. So I don't know. I think if I feel like if Barghouti came back and he was like a big shot politician in Palestine and he started saying this is what we want, like one person, one vote and all that shit, I'd probably support it, but I don't know. I don't know if it would also just get him killed.
Do you feel like the PA can continue, or do you think it has to be completely dismantled and something new erected?
I don't know, because it's like, I don't know if it's rotten to the core or if it's just the
I think
fact
it's rotten
that,
to the core. I think when Arafat was the head of it, the way that it maintained its cohesion was people were bribed. It was always seen as corrupt. It was always seen as a political tool, basically, for Arafat to ensure his control over Palestinians and to maintain some kind of support from them by being the negotiator against Israel and the representative of the hopes and dreams. Like it feels like it's always been fucked in the eyes of the Palestinians. They've never liked the PA.
Yeah, that's true. But whether or not it's just because of leadership or if it's something that actually is institutionally wrong with it, probably because of the whole area A, B, and C thing, and even like the way they collect taxes and shit is like kind of rife for corruption. I don't know, but then again, I don't actually know how much. This is a really weird thing to say. I don't know how much Palestinians at least have like democracy as a high priority, like if they'd rather just be under like a leader that they find generally like strong and like convincing, because obviously like a lot of the other Arab countries don't have democracies, but I guess because the Palestinians have had that system in the past, maybe they want it more. I don't know.
Wait, have they had that in the past, or what do you mean? When they did
one
election
for yeah, they voted for Arafat, they voted for Abbas, they voted
Wait,
for
did they vote for Arafat? I thought Arafat just was involved in the creation of the PLO. Or do you mean when they made
they had elections. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but I mean like
in 94, 95, yeah.
Yeah, but he was already so popular because of like non-democratic. Who else would they have voted for besides Arafat? Was it Fatah that he fought with sometimes, or?
He was the leader of Fatah, but there was also like the DFLP were running and.
Oh, true, that's one.
But yeah,
what is the relationship? It's Fatah is part of the PLO, which became the administrator of the PA. Is that the?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Fatah is the party. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And yeah, Hamas boycotted that election, but like Arafat won like 90% of the votes, and it was a fair and free election. So. Then obviously you get to 2004 or 5, Abbas becomes president with a democratic vote, and then Hamas wins the parliamentary in 2006. So yeah, I mean they've had elections and they got the result that they wanted twice, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who knows? I think even with polling though, because Hamas boycotted that election, as did all the other rejectionists, I think even then, even with all those other opposition candidates in, I think Arafat would have probably still won like 40% of the vote in 95. So,
well, damn. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like the direction right now is not good. But
it's also very unpredictable, right? I don't know if that helps or not because...
Well, it seems kind of predictable in that it's heading for another explosive point because like there is no solution to the refugee problem. The UN has ensured that is intractable. That's tied to the resolution of Israel and Palestine. At this point, Israel has signed bilateral agreements with so many other Arab states that hate Palestinians. Egypt has no desire to do anything with them. Jordan doesn't want to do anything with them. They have foreign support from people that hate the Saudi-Israeli axis. Like, Israel doesn't want to do anything, it seems. Palestinians don't want to do it. Like, it just seems fucked. Like, when we say unpredictable, I don't even know, like, what could change to make things different. I don't even know where the change would come from. Like,
I feel like it's kind of encouraging to see Biden actually being a lot harder on Israel with the sanctions and the settlers and just, like, the public statements, because we haven't really had that from an American president since, like, Bush Sr., I guess. There might be something there, and then maybe if Palestinians can see that there's that kind of positivity happening from that part of the world, then there might be a shift there.
Maybe. Wait, hold on one sec.
I don't know.
Okay, sorry. Huh.
But yeah, I don't know. I came here to talk about history because I don't know dick about what to do right now. So
Okay.
that's my safe space.
Have you followed a lot from like? Do you know a lot from like 2005 to like? Do you know a lot about Protective Edge and Cast Lead and all that bullshit? Or
No, I mean, like, what do I need to know about that? Like,
well, I'm curious if the behavior of the Israeli army is as bad as like Finkelstein claims it is. I don't believe anything he says after the fact checking I've done from some of the few things he says, but I'm curious. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, what are the death tolls for Cast Lead and Protective Edge? It was like 1,500 for Cast Lead, I think, in the space of just under a month. And I think it was 2,000 dead in Protective Edge in the space of a month. I don't know. I think I've heard from IDF dudes that like they think that Israel's whole thing then was going above and beyond the law and like basically using the same guidelines that NATO does for like collateral damage and shit. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think the whole like dispute between the Goldstone report and the counter to it, where I think like Goldstone made a few very, very silly mistakes where they misread certain things about like Israeli doctrine when it came to like what was one of the accusations was that Goldstone said Israel was counting all police officers in Gaza as militants,
yeah,
even though they actually weren't, according to the source that they'd used. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything too exciting to look at there. Maybe. I heard that Israel violated more ceasefires than Hamas did, so who knows.
Yeah, ceasefire stuff with when the sides aren't truly ready for peace seems like kind of a meme. I think even in 48 and in 67, I think every time there's like a ceasefire, there's a lot of shenaniganery that's going on. Like, I don't know if people are aware of this, but like during a ceasefire, I don't think you're even allowed to strategically reposition troops. Like, I think it's just like, I don't even know if you're allowed to resupply troops, but when you move stuff around, yeah, that's technically a violation of the ceasefire. So, but yeah, I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think, I can't remember if it was Protective Edge or Cast Lead, but it was a ceasefire violation from Israel that was done. But this thing that they'd broken the ceasefire to hit was a tunnel that had gone further past the no-go zone.
I think that was for
zone.
Protective Edge. I think that's how that started, yeah.
Yeah, so, I don't know. It's probably good on the propaganda stage, but thought.
Yeah, okay.
What's your Finkelstein debate going to be on? Is there like a topic, or is it just...
I want to read... I'm wasting time. I should be doing it now. You're wasting time. But I want to read that Inquest into Martyrdom. And then I just want to start hunting down every footnote, and I want to figure out. I really should. Maybe I'll do this today. I need to figure out what the big questions are. This would go under debate prep. New note: Israel v. Palestine. I think big questions would be like whose fault was the Nakba, or who shares responsibility for the Nakba would be a big part. In 67, it would be like who shares responsibility for the 6-Day War. It's going to be big macro level questions like this. I don't know. What can you think of any that you would want debated between two scholars and then me?
The way that Mr. Finkelstein talks about fucking international law is, I feel like he cites it in a very like dubious way.
He doesn't understand
with the
it
human
at all.
shields thing, or
Yes.
yeah. I know he is very much of the whole wing that believes that Hamas did actually have a very moderated stance between sort of 2008 and or even between 2005-6 and now, I guess. Do you know anything about this? Like, not just the revised charter, but also like the idea that even them participating in elections counted as them implicitly accepting the conditions for those elections, which was the PA existing, which existed on the basis of recognizing Israel and wanting a peaceful solution. Do you know any of that? Or
no, not as much. I mean, I had heard that they moderated their charter a bit, but I'd have to check the revised charter.
So there's a whole from 2006-7 all the way up until 2022, basically, or 23. There's this whole idea that Hamas were like trying their best to moderate, and Israel just not having it, and Israel just aggressing on Gaza and forcing Hamas to radicalize. That's like a very Finkelstein kind of position.
What year was this?
This would be from 2006 onwards, I would imagine. Yeah, well, basically since they participated in the election, which would be 2006. Yeah. A good counter to that, I guess, would be if you look at when Hamas says that they're open to peace, usually they would say there's one quote from them. I think the quote from them is saying that they're interested in peace around the mid 2000s, is them saying, well, first of all, we want a complete withdrawal from the 67 borders. We want a state in the 67 borders. We want return of refugees, implementation of right return, destroying the wall, removing all the settlements, releasing the prisoners, and then we'll discuss peace. Like, it's that kind of fucking shit, right?
Or like we'll do a ceasefire if you give us release every single Palestinian prisoner, et cetera, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing about the revised charter, I mean, the guy who revised it and said that like we're a different party now and all that, he is still there, but he lost his leadership position like just I think it was actually a few days after the charter came out.
Sure.
But yeah, it never like formally supplanted the old one. But yeah, that would be a good thing to look into. So Benny Morris was okay with being up against two like scholars and then with you?
Yeah, I think Benny Morris has actually debated. Wait. Excuse me.
That's not a fucking insult. I just thought academics would be more like.
Listen, if Finkelstein can call himself a scholar, I can call myself a scholar. Okay, fuck him.
Okay.
But yeah, he was fine with it, surprisingly so. But I think he's debated Finkelstein in the past, and yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'd look forward to it. Sounds like a banger. I know Benny Morris is very unapologetic about the 1948 war.
Yeah. I mean, his
whole thing is like.
Oh, God.
Yeah, because I think even there's one article from 2008 where he puts like the refugees in quotation marks, and he's saying that the refugees who had basically just fought a war against them, like declared war, as if like all 700,000 of them fell under that category, and like saying that the barring of their return and because they feared the refugees becoming a fifth column to destroy Israel, and he was basically saying like I can't fault their reasoning or their logic and anything like that. So yeah, I think he's quite unapologetic about it, and I think once he's even said that they should have gone further, like they should have taken all of it.
Well, I think his feeling was after 2004, he was saying that like the biggest fault that Israel ever committed was that they didn't just ethnically cleanse or expel all of them.
Yeah, so I don't know how much I agree with that, but yeah, fucking.
I mean, it would have simplified the situation today, but yeah, obviously it would be sad.
It could have, but yeah, it's one of those things where even if you could prove that it would have been a better situation for everyone, like if they did that, it's like still you're making at the time you're making the decision to just like ethnically cleanse even further, like yeah, and I guess like Ben Gurion, like, quite rightly, I think said no because I think they could have taken the West Bank and Gaza back then, but
maybe. I think the whole international community was kind of freaking out, though, right? Like they wanted people to calm the fuck down.
Yeah, and it basically allowed Ben Gurion to say that like that they were in good faith pursuing peace after the war, even though that's not necessarily true or not as simple as he put it. I think even for a while, Ben Gurion just lied to the international community about. He had this line where he would constantly say that not a single Arab was expelled. So
sure,
like none of them. Yeah, I don't know. I would look forward to seeing that.
Okay. All right. Well.
Cool. All right, I'll leave you to it. Okay.
Okay. I love you, buddy.
Take care. Bye.
Fuck me. This is a lot, but yeah, I witnessed firsthand too much threats on James's life during TwitchCon. He couldn't even go home because he knew his address and was en route to Vegas after threats. He had to use our hotel room to hide out while waiting for law enforcement. Wait, why would you not just say this out? Like, I can understand not reporting rape stuff because you don't want girls don't want to out themselves or anything like that. But like, why would you not just report this? My guy, drinking Red Bull's energy drinks right now might not be a good look. Christian Horner, the team principal of the Formula One Oracle Red Bull Racing team, is being investigated because of alleged aggressive and controlling behavior towards a female employee. Okay. The only thing that's scary about Finkelstein is how slow he talks. I'm worried I'll get, like, super fucked. Because I won't have the patience to listen to him finish. Wait, oh no. Firing up my PC to join in. You have 10 minutes, 3 minutes. What's in it for me? Let's discuss payment. Why would you do this?
Yep. Do you support this bill? Do you support us continuously sending money their way while many of these guys, this is their war. We're fighting their war and they're not paying the bill. We're paying the bill for NATO and Russian European allies to be protected. Why are we taking the debt for this? Do you support that?
There needs to be an understanding here that we can't just continue to have a blank check. But to say zero, I feel like minimalizes U.S.'s power in the world as a global superpower. So what are the ripple effects of saying nothing? So we're just okay with Putin invading Ukraine and taking over Ukraine? Are we just okay with Xi invading Taiwan? Are we just okay with terrorism running rampant around the globe? Because if we don't...
Why is it the only shows I've done with Adam are talking about, like, did you see the celebrity crush and who divorced who? God, fuck. He seems like he has, like, some kind of, like, political takes and shit that would have been interesting. Yeah.
Do anything, what happens? What happens? Look at what's going on in the Middle East. If we step away, power vacuums are formed. And all of a sudden, our enemies that are running rampant around the world will step in and fill that vacuum.
So your fear is that if we don't do anything, Putin's going to get stronger. That's what your fear is.
I think doing nothing sends a signal to autocrats around the world that U.S. will do nothing when we do what we want to do.
So what are you going to do? What are you going to do when Russia went from spending 80% when it was trade dollars, using U.S. dollars, to now down to 13%, and the transaction went from only 3% being won to now 30%. What are you going to do when we keep spending this money and printing the money, and then all of a sudden one day the dollar collapses, then you're being affected by the money? Are you now going to come back?
The dollar is going to collapse because Russia is holding more foreign reserve currency in yen, or is trading more with China than with the U.S.? What? What?
I can say I wish we wouldn't have sent all this money out there, because the way this typically works is when we all become involved parties is when it starts making direct impact to us. When we start feeling direct impact, then we say what? Well, I don't know if we're doing the right thing with this or not. It's not cool. Like this whole thing with Governor Hochul. What does she say?
Kathy Hochul.
Kathy Hochul, whatever her name is. Governor Hochul.
New York.
She says, we welcome you. We welcome you, right? Over here, we appreciate you. And then they're like, oh, really? Okay. Here's a few thousand illegal migrants. No. You guys got to leave. Eric Adams, no. You guys got to leave. Oh, what happened? Oh, when
have you been on the show yet? I was on the show one time, but there was some crazy, like, self-schooler woman, homeschooler. She didn't call it homeschool. She called it, like, I don't know. It was just cringe.
Impacted by it, it's a noble thing to do. The moment, boom, it hits your security and safety and your finances, then you're like, nah, man, I'm not for this. So all I'm saying is for us,
did she call it unschooling or home education or something? She didn't like homeschool for a reason. I remember what it was, yeah.
Situation like this, as much as they trashed the guy, the previous president, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this. There was no wars going on. Now we got all these wars going on. Who's making all the money here? And on the back end, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, I don't know, whichever one it was, Rob, if you can pull these guys up, they're getting a $400 billion contract to rebuild Ukraine. Type in 400 billion rebuild Ukraine, okay?
It's like the Marshall Plan on steroids.
Is this the one, Rob? It's a story that was written about. If you can go back, it'll be one of the stories. You type in news. You just type in news, you'll see it. So $400 billion, these guys are like, fantastic right there. No, that's not it. It's another one.
They're rebuilding it. You're right. While I was pulling it up, can I...
400 billion rebuild Ukraine. What? Does BlackRock even own a construction company? What does this mean? Consultancy.eu. This is from like a year and a half ago. What is he even referring to? Maybe you'll find it.
Pat's right. It's like Halliburton got in Iraq 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, what you do, your analogy with Kathy Holcomb in New York, Governor of New York, I think is spot on. So I'm not going to give you pushback. That what I will say is what you're talking to is about the BRICS. You know, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. We'll see what happens with that. Putin mentioned that in the interview as well. That is a concern of the U.S. dollar and the crumbling of the U.S. dollar, but that's been ongoing well before the Russian war. Sanctions in U.S. dollar. Russia's been. When was BRICS originally formed? 2005. Find that, Rob. So this war, as
BRICS isn't even real. Who cares?
Much as it is sort of coalesced in that conversation, that is okay. 2009, the war started in Ukraine in 2002. So the BRICS, that's already been formulated prior.
The war in wait, what did he say?
It is okay. 2009. The war started in Ukraine in 2002. So the BRIC.
Do you mean 2022? Or, yeah, he meant 20. Yeah, okay.
That's already been formulated prior to what's going on here. But yes, it is exacerbating the problem, no doubt.
But isn't it unbelievable?
Can you just pull it up to just show the 400 billion, right?
Yeah.
Just go to the link you just showed real quick.
Isn't it unbelievable though, Adam? Last week it was 118 billion. Let's protect our border. With Ukraine and Russia. Now it's to hell with the border. We don't give a shit about us. We have to help them. And if you're not asking the question of why, it's unbelievable. Hold on, Adam, because you said you still didn't really answer the question. Are you cool with the $95 billion? Are you cool with that? Just going?
Well, listen,
yes or no?
I'm not cutting that check. But
no, yes, you are.
No, you aren't.
Yeah, you are.
So, hold on.
Yeah,
relax.
you are.
Hey, just relax. I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
How much money should we send our allies around the world? You give me a number. Let's say I'm cool with the 95. I'm cool with it.
You're cool with it?
Tell me how much.
Me personally.
Make him answer that question. Don't let him score him. He has no answer. He has absolutely no fucking idea. He has no idea whatsoever. Don't let him get away from that. Please. He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer. Okay. I can't watch the rest of this. I'm going to try, but if he doesn't answer that question, I can't watch the rest of this. Or he's going to say 0.
Let's say I'm cool with the 95. I'm cool with it.
You're cool with it?
Tell me how much.
Me personally, absolutely 0.
Okay.
Hold on, absolutely 0.
So you're an isolationist.
No, I am an America first. America first. Adam, how can we're a sinking ship.
We can still deal with the border.
Guess what?
Separate
That's
bill.
bullshit. No, we can't take
You guys are talking out of both sides of your mouth, and I'll tell you why.
How?
Because you're like, it's called the border bill, but all the money went to Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan. Okay, cool. So now the border bill can be addressed independently as a single issue. Have the fucking debate.
Adam, let me ask this. And by the way, the way we're feeling is the way America's feeling. Okay, meaning some are feeling like him, some are feeling like me, some are feeling like you and Tom. But America's feeling like this. This is not just a conversation that's taking place here. Here's a question I want to ask you. Okay, so let's just say your kids are going to private school. Okay, and you're down to your last $22,000 in the bank. You and your wife are married. You got 3 kids. Okay, and you had a setback. Your wife had a job. She got fired. She was bringing in 82 grand a year. Okay, and you can't count on that now. That 82 is gone. And you need to find a way to pay for this bill to go to school this next month, $1,500. Let's say $2,500, $800 a kid, right? I come to you and I say, hey, Adam, I need $6,000. And you say, what do you mean you need $6,000? I need $6,000. Before you give me the $6,000, who are you going to talk to? Your wife.
Probably going to talk to your wife.
Which you're supposed to do that. So you go talk to your wife and you say, hey, babe, Pat needs money, man. I want to give him $6,000. What do you think your wife's going to say?
This is something that's so annoying, and he should know. Okay, I need to undo this real quick. Hold on. Individual finances are not the same as corporate finances, which are not the same as a state's finance. To try to compare like personal finances of like, we've got to budget the household, like the American needs to budget itself. Like, the fuck are you talking about, bro? You can't make currency as a household. You don't collect taxes. Like, it's a totally, you don't do trade. You don't like, it's households are nowhere near compatible with even how a corporation spends its money, and are not compatible with how states or countries spend their money. It's just, I hate these comparisons. They're so dumb.
We need that money for our kids.
She's going to say, babe, are you kidding me? We have $20,000. We're down to 20. We had 100 last year. I had a job. I lost it. That 82,000. I can't get another job. The bill is due. How are you going to pay that $2,500? You want to give Pat $6,000? I know he's your friend. I know you want to help him. But bro, you got to pay your 25 for the kids first. You're like, no, I'm going to pay to Pat first. What is the responsible thing for you to do?
Well, it sounds like your kids aren't going to private school anymore. It sounds like they need to be enrolled in public school at that point. If that's the only money you have.
Perfect. Okay, let's go there as well. By the way, you're even taking my argument to a better place. I agree. So guess what? Let's remove some entitlement programs we have in America. Sure. Let's play that card. So now you put them in public school. So now your wife's convinced you to take your kids out of private school, put them in public school. Are you still giving me the $6,000?
Well, it depends on what your $6,000 is.
You shouldn't be playing in this hypothetical at all. You shouldn't be doing it at all. Like, let's say that your son comes up to you and he's like, Dad, Dad, I made like 20 friends because you gave me like $500. Can you give me like $1,000 more? And your dad's like, have you made any money? Like, well, no, but like I'm networking a lot. It's like, okay, you give him $1,000. Then he comes back again. He's like, listen, Dad, I'm actually in debt like $150,000. Can you give me like $1 million? I guess. Like, this is the last time. Okay, cool, Dad. And then he comes back and your kid's like, I made like 5 million friends. I like 5 million friends. But also, I'm in debt like $35 million. I'm bleeding money every single fucking month. I have no path to monetization. Can you give me more money? You would say, obviously not, but this is the history of like every successful tech company in America. Corporate finances and individual finances are not the same, and neither are country finances compared to a corporation or compared to a house, right? Hey, times are tough right now, guys. What should we do? Well, as a corporation, consumer demand is down. We might have to cut some employees. We have to cut back our spending a ton, right? What do you do as a household? We're not making as much money. Dad got laid off. Time to cut our finances. What do you do as a country? You have to spend. You don't cut government expenditures in a fucking recession. That's what we did in the Great Depression. It's a horrible idea, right? You don't do austerity when your economy is dying. You print and you stimulate as much as you can because you need that financial stimulus to keep your economy going to avoid depression. The financial policies of governments and of corporations and of individuals are never related. They have nothing to do with one another. The way that these guys utilize money is completely different. Don't ever fall for this weird thing of like, well, how would you balance your household budget like the federal government? No, motherfucker, I'm not the federal government, so I wouldn't.
For? Am I getting return on my investment?
Okay, so now you're thinking from the perspective of investment. This is not an investment. You're not going to get the money back.
This is well, if Trump wants this to be a loan.
You are not getting this money back. No, that's BS. This is not a money coming back. You're never going to see a penny of me ever again. And you've been giving me money.
You're investing in the global world order.
You're investing.
No, there's no chaos.
You're investing in a friend.
We're just not going to like the Houthi situation. We're just going to let them just run like rebels in the Red Sea.
No, this is not Houthis. Russia's not Houthis.
That's part of it.
Stay with this.
That's part of it.
So let's just say you give me the money, okay?
Yeah.
And you keep giving me the money. What I do is by you giving me the money is my wife and I, we have a lesser chance of being separated. I stop calling you and bitching about my finances. So now you're like, well, Ma, babe, I'm giving them the money so they can stay together. Meanwhile, your wife is like, bro, you may not stay together with me of what you're doing. So you trying to save here is affecting your life. That's what American people are having a hard time with. They're having a hard time with this concept to say, you just fooled us. You told us a border bill, and everybody in the media said, look at the Republicans. They say they want to help the border, but none of them give a shit about the border, right? And America bought it. Then 3 weeks later, after you call it a border bill, 2 weeks later, after you call it a border bill, you simply remove $20 billion out of it, $23 billion out of it, which the $23 billion was supposed to go to the border. Now you say, no, it's only a $195 billion bill. It's Ukraine, Taiwan, and what do you call it, Israel. What's the point? You never had the intention of fixing the border. And by the way, and then when you say the following, you're like, well, let's first fix this, and then we'll go fix the border. No, let's fix the border first, then let's go fix the world.
I agree with you. Okay. I would rather them pass a border bill before this bill.
Then perfect.
I'm with that.
But they're not doing
But that's not what they proposed.
That's not the point.
You're asking which one I'd rather do. I'd rather do both.
No. You
it's
said
called domestic and foreign agenda.
No, you said.
So you guys are acting like we can only in America first.
I'm simply stating what you said. You said, let's first get this $95 billion, and then let's go focus on the border.
No,
how's the border not the first one?
Am I a freaking senator? Am I the person proposing this bill? We're reacting to the news of the day. They passed this bill in the Senate.
Why are they so out of touch? Technically, they're not out of touch. What he's saying was actually true. A lot of Americans do feel this way. But it's because people like him tell them to feel this way. That's why.
That's what we're discussing. Believe me, I would much rather them focus on the border, but they're not. Why? Ask yourself why they're not putting the border first.
Because they don't give a shit about us. They
we know the Democrats want an open border policy. And Trump, what is Trump doing? Basically saying, do not pass a border bill. Why? Because it's politics. He doesn't want a border bill because he wants to run on the fact that migrants are running into our country.
Yeah, yes. Hello, yes.
Like it's a open border situation, which it is. So he wants to run on that.
Adam, let me
that's his agenda. I would much rather, to be super freaking clear here, I would much rather them pass a border bill first. But that's not what they did. They did a foreign aid package.
Yeah.
So we're commenting on that.
But the trend, the continuous trend is the world comes before America.
Yep.
That's the continuous trend. That is the level of frustration with you.
You can walk and chew gum at the same time. It doesn't have to be one of the, it's a whole ass country, my dude. You should know this as a business owner, right? Or even as an individual. That's something that we can apply at all levels. Why didn't you pay your rent? Bro, I had to pay my cell phone bill. You can't do both at the same time. Why don't I ever see you on like Saturday, Sunday? Bro, I work Monday through Friday. Okay, well, what are you doing on the weekend? The fuck?
American people.
Thank you.
That the world comes before America. That is bullshit. If you and I are friends, no matter how good of a friend I am to you, your wife comes first. Your kids comes first. You take care of your family. Then if you can help me, help me. But my job, your job is to take care of your family first. The job of somebody here, if I have the resources I'm investing into Vitamin and PB Podcast and David Consulting and Connect and everything we're building, imagine if I'm like, nah, forget about this money. Let me do it here. Let me give it to this guy. Let me give it to this guy. And then we get smaller. We have fewer resources. The reason why we have more resources here is because we keep reinvesting into it. America is not reinvesting in protecting us at the southern border. But you don't feel it because because there is no southern border in Miami. There is no southern border in Fort Lauderdale. There is nobody coming from the bottom except for maybe Cuba, and we haven't had that since the Muriel Boat lift in 1979. We don't have that here, so it's not felt. Rest of America is feeling it, and it's getting very frustrating where politicians are manipulating. Now, if this goes to the House, what do they need, 218? They need 218? What was the number they said? If they need 218, and I don't know if it's going to pass or not, but if this passes, this is more of a reason where you see this is not about Republicans and Democrats. This is all about establishment and anti-establishment, because if Republicans don't have the backbone to stand strong to say, we will entertain a bill like this after we deal with the border, after we protect us first, then there is no lack of, a proper negotiation there. No one's doing a strong arm negotiation from the Republican side. The Republicans should stick together and say, listen, man, fix the damn border first, then let's talk Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. That's all I'm saying.
But that's not what they did. So that's not what we're talking about.
We are.
Believe me, the old I can walk and chew gum at the same time?
Yes.
I'm not arguing with you.
Yes, thank you.
Right here. I would much rather the Senate propose a border bill. First.
Look, it's unbelievable that they did it.
We're in agreement here.
I know.
Guys.
I'm with you.
You act like I'm fucking being an asshole. I agree with you.
You are.
No.
Okay, how am I being an asshole, Tom? Because I'm commenting on the fact that
You're not commenting. You're not commenting. You've been running over people for 20 damn minutes, and you.
Oh my god, bro! It's a 1v3. Why are conservatives so soft? Baby soft. This guy's eating Gerber food in between shots. Like Jesus.
You reset arguments. Oh, so we do nothing. That's such a lazy retort. Why don't we come back to what's going on here? This is establishment versus anti-establishment. Anti-establishment.
I'm glad they're finally admitting it. Thank you. Yes. Welcome to my analysis from 2 years ago. Yes, it is just establishment. That's literally your entire platform. I'm anti-establishment. Thank you.
We want a line item veto. We want a balanced budget amendment, so this can't go on unchecked. Establishment, it's not a bill, it's a deal. And a deal contains all kinds of other provisions, as you just pointed out, that J.D. Vance said in an op-ed, and he's absolutely correct. There's earmarks, there's provisions, there's pork, there's a bunch of stuff. And then they put a branding on it to flow to the media to deceive you and redirect your attention from what's really going on in there. Do I think there should be money for Iron Dome in there? I do. But to get Iron Dome, does somebody that feels that strongly about it say, oh, but I also have to agree to this? That's the way these deals are made. They're not bills anymore. They're establishment deals that have a bunch of stuff in them. And I'm sure.
Wow. Can somebody link me Tom Ellsworth? Can somebody link me his impassioned cries against Donald Trump and the Republicans when they play these games with the budget or with the debt ceiling, when our government got shut down because they wouldn't do this without negotiating other sorts of legislative actions? Can somebody link me that? I know he has it, because there's no way that he's complaining about a relatively normal legislative procedure where bills are tied to other things all the time. There's no way he's complaining about that, but he didn't complain about those other things, right? There's no way, right? There's no way that would be the case, right?
Zelensky is very pleased that he got the relief from it, because the spring collection from Louis Vuitton is looking pretty good. And they're going to use, there'll be corruption, and they're buying, and they're doing these things. It's flowing out. It's terrible. I go back to what Trump said about NATO, and your argument, I think, was lazy. What, do we do nothing? No, we don't do nothing. Trump said, I'm all in on NATO. You are our friends, you are our allies. But in the middle of the administration, what did he say? You have to pick up the check, and I want you to pay your fair share. And Trump was back, I got stuff with my country that I'm going to deal with and deal with first. I'm not going to leave you behind. I'm not going to abandon my foreign policy and my friends and my allies, but I'm going to take care of America first. But you, if I participate and I help you in NATO, you got to pick up the check. These were not island nations with two palm trees with a hut. These were thriving economies that have resources and the ability to pay the check. And they wanted us to just keep flowing it out. That's why he went toe-to-toe with Germany and say, pick up the check. That is foreign policy. America first, work on the things in America, work on the things that matter to us, and on the foreign stage, find an equitable way. That one thing I'll correct you on, Vinny, one thing. You said tax money.
What were his full statements here? Hold on.
This is Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
The former president told his supporters yesterday that he would encourage Russia to do, quote, whatever the hell they want to any NATO member country that did not meet its spending obligations. Take a listen to how he put it to his supporters in South Carolina yesterday.
One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want.
Why would you
Now,
say
Mono,
this?
I mean, just a stunning admission from the former president. He's essentially saying that he would not abide by the collective defense clause in that agreement. Now, I do also just want to point out that Trump has long held the view that NATO is a drain on American resources.
Okay, okay, gotcha.
It's not tax money. It's future debt, and it's big stacks of it that affects the long-term monetary system with an impact, which is exactly what happens with Russia shifting the currencies they're using to do trade. It's all interconnected. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a little upset here, but I've been quiet for 20 minutes, and I'm telling you, I think we got to keep our eye on the ball and what's really going on here.
Tom, I appreciate your passion and your wisdom. I do. But, you know, Vinny wants to give zero.
Yep.
Cool. That's Vinny's opinion. Yep. Zero money for anybody. Let's say there is a border bill. Let's just say there is. We all should hope one. We all want that, yes? You said that you would support the Iron Dome. Okay, they're going to give how much? $14 billion to Israel. Tell me an amount.
I said the guys that supported Iron Dome get cornered and they have to vote on a deal. It's not a bill, it's a deal.
Okay, a deal. I get it. It's a proposal.
But it's a bunch of money for other stuff.
It's a foreign aid package. It's a bill. It's a deal. It's semantics.
Foreign aid. It's not semantics. If I want to help
Tom, here's
Israel,
my
and I said, why can't we just vote on that? Senator Tom, I'm not going to let you vote on Iron Dome. If you want Iron Dome, then I got to get this. And I'm cornered. That's the way it works.
I understand that. So how much money would you give to Ukraine? How much money would you give to Taiwan? How much money would you give to Israel? How much money would you give to these allies of ours? Vinny's at zero. How many are you at? The U.S. Senate is at 95.
I don't have a budget in front of me, but the first thing I'd be taking care of is the United States of America and our border.
We've
our
already
people,
said
and
that.
our taxpayers.
You're evading the question.
I'm not evading the question.
Foreign aid policy.
I don't
Vinny's
have
at zero. The U.S. Senate is at 95. What number are you at?
Ukraine is the most resource-rich and corrupt country. We could have given them support and give them things and give them arms and also have a way for them to pay it back and have them a way to participate in the solution. Do I have a spreadsheet to tell you what I would do? How much would you...
Wait, so you'd give them loans then instead of...
You do this.
Tom, you're the biz doc. You probably do have a spreadsheet.
No, I don't. But I would take care of America first, and I would make a rational approach.
Let me ask you a question. Say he says $5 billion. Say he says $20 billion. What's your follow-up question? I'm actually curious what your
I want to
follow-up
know if his
question
number is zero. Is what I'm trying to get at. Is the number zero?
I just said it wasn't.
Okay, cringe. Okay, AirPlay for iPad, screen mirroring. Okay, I think we'll set this up so I can read and you can see it. You want me to ask these dumbass questions? Do that. How to turn off this bullshit.
And in today's video, we're going to talk about how to turn off the stand-up reminders on your Apple Watch.
Yes.
If you've ever received those notifications prompting you to stand up and you want to avoid
Yes.
them or maybe just take a break from them, then this tutorial is for you. Don't worry, it's really easy and the process is simple. So first things first, you don't even need your iPhone for this. Just open up the settings on your Apple Watch. Scroll down a bit and you'll find the activity section. It's right there. No need.
So if I turned off activity, I uninstalled that app and I still get the fucking notification. So I have to, how are there notifications from an app I don't even have installed anymore? Fuck me, dude. Maybe they fell under another app. Hold on, let me check. Oh, hold on. I bet it's this one. Bum, 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 bum. Notifications. I found it. It was under a different app. Thank God. Turn off all this fucking bullshit. Thank you. Boom. I don't know how the fuck I have this app. Okay. Good. Oh, fuck. Bro, we've wasted so much time today. I mean, I guess we're not wasting it, but... Okay, here's a quick question. Here's a business question that I've had that I'm not really sure what the resolution is. A merch question. I don't even know if everything I'm about to say is true, but we'll assume everything I'm saying is true. I actually don't know the answer, okay? I think a long time ago, we went to buy designs from Gemzar for art-related stuff, because his work is really fucking good. This isn't a Gemzar design, by the way. And I think we were going to choose between either doing royalties or just buying the design. I personally don't like royalties because it's a clusterfuck to keep track of and blah, blah, blah. I'd rather just buy the design outright and then, sell it in the future and pay a flat fee, whatever they think is appropriate, blah, blah, blah. One thing I'm curious about is, what does it look like when somebody creates a character? And here's the question that I had. Can you create derivative works off of designs that you buy? Or does somebody own the rights to a character they make? Like, even, not even necessarily just legally, but like ethically. Why did I ban that guy? Because saying looks like AI is the most brain dead shit. Everybody was doing that for like 2 months on the internet. It was the most annoying shit ever. Where every single time somebody saw a picture, like, oh, it looks like AI, it looks like AI. It was fucking retarded. I think it depends on what you buy from them. The design is irrelevant. The merch is, oh, don't care. Depends if you bought the license, the character, or the print. Do you always buy, would you always buy a license to a character? So like, here's a question. A long time ago, I bought Leiru's Face Destiny. I paid a guy, these Chinese knockoff shirts. So I paid a guy some money to buy, he drew the shitty face, and I bought it from him. I was like, oh, fuck it, I want to own this so that I can sell it. And I bought this from him. Do you think it's either illegal or or unethical? I say illegal. Would it be a copyright violation to make, to do, where's Destiny holiday sweater? It's going to be the game, isn't it? Ugh, I'm not going to be able to find this. Fuck. Would it be a derivative work to use this like face, but then to change it for future merch? What exactly did you buy the design or the rights? I mean, both. We bought the design. But the question is, I wonder if maybe you just have to specify it, or maybe you just have to clearly say as much. Oh yeah, because we made this. I guess maybe you would have to, maybe the contract would have to spell out that you're buying rights to the actual character itself. Huh. Okay, never mind. Nobody's all right. Fuck. Okay. Don't you have a lawyer on retainer? For what case right now? I might email a lawyer friend and ask. The fuck is this guy linking in chat? Why? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, we have to move on. Okay, well, that was that. Oh, shit. Somebody made... Oh, this guy made a big post on ADHD and said I could have expressed things better, and he deleted it. Okay, well... It's me, I made a new one. I thought it got buried. Why would you make a new one just because it got buried? That's what happens with threads. You just keep making new accounts, a new thing. Okay, well, I'll look at it tomorrow now. Now you lost me looking at it today because you're fucking around too much. Okay. We need to get iPad on screen. Hold on. Seems like you were right all along. Wait, about what?
Oh, wait, I only ordered one.
It's happy hour. 2 for $1 pitchers.
Oh. Okay. Yo. Who are you? Speak! You gave me an extra pitcher. I thought you might want it. I didn't mean nothing by it.
It's okay. Hey, you.
Okay.
I guess that means the next round's on me.
Dustin, you unfriended me on Discord. Listen, I love all of you so much. I had to go through an unfriend. I keep running into the Discord friendship limit, so I ended up removing like 500 people from my friends list. I'm sorry. I love you.
best time of my life.
Amen,
This is
brother.
the best time of my life.
Amen.
And you know what? I think you might be my best friend, dude. I love you, buddy. You're my best friend. Come here. And dude, tomorrow we can start off at my buddy Mikey's, and then we're gonna hit.
You're not very good at this, are you?
Good at what?
We met each other blackout drunk.
So?
That means that we're not gonna remember any of this. We're not even gonna remember this conversation.
No, I remember Whippets. I remember doing Howling at the Moon with you.
After tonight, I'm just gonna fade into the ether like a ghost.
That's not true, man.
And one day,
that's not true.
We'll be at the same bar. You won't even recognize me. You'll even lock eyes with me. But you're not gonna say anything because you're not gonna remember any of this.
Dude, give me your phone.
I'll give you my phone number. So what, you can text me tomorrow morning? Great Lincoln last night, bro. Oh, we gotta run that back again, bro.
We have to remember.
Don't you get it? I don't want to remember.
Ouch.
You ever wake up so hungover that all you can think about is all this stupid shit you did the night before? Well, that's this. That's happening right now.
No,
We pantsed an Uber driver tonight.
That was hilarious.
Agreed. But it's not gonna be funny when you see your Uber rating.
I don't care about my Uber rating.
Oh, you don't care about an assault charge?
Hey, I see you with it tomorrow.
You and I aren't friends tomorrow. We're friends right now. And that's it. I guess that means the next round's on me. Wait a second. Have we met before?
It's happy hour. 2 for 1 pitcher.
Fucking retarded.
I think you might be my best friend.
We pitched it, pitch driver to driver.
I remember Whippets. I remember Howling at the Moon with you.
We met each other blackout drunk.
We have to remember.
I don't want to remember. I don't want to remember. Wait a second. Have we met before? This night has been the greatest night of my entire life. And if I remember it, I'll regret it.
Oh, he's gonna say no.
So just let me forget it.
I've never seen you in my life.
Oh, but he did.
Good. And I don't want the world to see me.
Okay. Okay, I actually have to stop. I can't believe we've streamed for 5 hours today already. I just can't help myself. Okay, this is the last one for real. I can't help myself. My dating advice for unattractive men.
Young.
Wait, I need to get at least a 940. Otherwise, we're not watching this.
maybe a teenager or in your early 20s or something like that, and you relate to like my older videos, and just it seems hard for you to find love or whatever, I guess this video might help some people out. At least that's what I hope it's gonna do. So I'm gonna share some of my takes, some of my tips, and my views on dating in general, and hopefully it can help people figure out what they want. And that's gonna be, we're gonna use some pictures. I made these. It's kind of terrible. It's terrible, but it is what it is. I'm not good at creating pictures or stuff. Anyway, let's go here. First step I would say to anyone is to know yourself. Like, what is it you want in life? Are you like, do you just want pleasure and have fun, or do you seek commitment and love, or do you want a lot of money, or do you want to be popular? Usually people who are young, they don't really know what they want. And I'm one of the very lucky few who managed to figure that out very early. But it's something I would recommend everyone to meditate on. Like, spend some time every day, just you with your thoughts, maybe in the evening or morning, or like before or after showering or during a shower, and just think about what makes you happy, what it is that you strive for. Like for me, for instance, I'm very driven by love and commitment, because it's like for me it's been like a spiritual thing. So I have not much interest in like sleeping around or sex. I've never really cared about being popular or having money. Like I keep my social circle.
Okay, fuck. I thought I was gonna do some wild shit. Good advice. Okay, wait. I need to try this. I'm so sorry. I don't want to do this again, but I feel like I have an obligation to Jimmy Carter. Listen to me, okay? I need a 950 to release him from the mortal world. I need a 950 to release him from the mortal world. I'm trying my best. Jimmy, I need a 950, okay? Oh my God! Check the news. News for the next week, guys. I gotta go to store one. Check the. Oh my God! Check the news for the next week, guys. If it happens, okay. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Oh, okay. Is your rhythm better with your eyes closed or open? I don't know if it would matter much. Did you watch the video that August wanted you to watch? No, I didn't even. And I told him to send me videos and I'd watch them. What did he send me?
Massive debate has now...
52-minute video on war in Ukraine. We've got Matt Walsh tweets.
But at the same time, I think one thing the people that you're...
Foreign aid by definition is taxation without representation. What? Taxpayers are funding foreign governments without any say in how the funds are used? That's not at all what that means, but okay. This country was literally formed to stop. That's like saying it's taxation representation because we're funding welfare and they can spend the money however they want or whatever. The individual, like, this is dumb.
Talking about. One thing that annoys them is when they see, I don't remember who tweeted, someone tweeted something like, if you're an American patriot, it means you're pro-Israel or something like that. Yeah. Right. This idea that like it is your patriotic duty to have this particular feeling about another country, no matter what the other country is. I don't care what country it is. So that goes too far.
Wait, hold on. This has been a trend in podcasts. Do we feel good about the moving camera? Like putting these cameras on like things that like move them back. Does it make it feel better or cooler? I can understand for movies, but for podcasts, we like this.
About another country, no matter what the other country is. I don't care what country it is. So that goes too far on that side of it, and I think they're kind of reacting. It's kind of what you're saying. Yep. They're reacting to that.
I do think. I do think that there is something patriotic about supporting our allies because we form alliances because it's in our national interest to form alliances.
Yep.
And having formed those alliances, and if we're all operating in a kind of good faith where those alliances are concerned, then there is a kind of patriotic.
Yeah, but you don't have a. You don't have a patriotic. You don't have a patriotic. You do not have a patriotic duty to support any country that is not your own.
Well, I will say that I think that what that statement is missing is the phrase at the end, right now. Okay, so I don't think that you have a patriotic duty to eternally support any other country because circumstances change. The country, I mean, how many times have we seen alliances change and people end up on the other side of those alliances? But the idea that in a conflict between a democratic ally and an actual terror group, that it doesn't connect to any sort of, we're not talking about nationalism now, which is just attachment to country. We're talking about patriotism, which goes to underlying principle, that you have no duty at all to support a fellow democracy that is an ally in its own battle for survival. That seems to me to raise some patriotism principles. In the same way that would raise patriotism principles to say that if Hitler were about to overrun Britain, people who are saying, well, you know what, it doesn't implicate the United States at all, or patriotism at all, to watch Hitler overrun Britain. And it seems like it kind of implicates patriotism to watch Hitler overrun Britain.
Am I crazy, or my World War II, World War I knowledge is pretty bad? Isn't that kind of what the United States was doing?
Matt Walsh.
Didn't the United States kind of have a policy of like, we're not really going to get involved, I don't think, until like trade shit started getting attacked and then like Pearl Harbor and stuff? I think the trade stuff might have been World War I. Was that when U-boats were sinking bullshit or whatever? Not militarily, but with aid, yes. That skit was better than Oppenheimer. True. Oddly gamers. Okay, somebody said AirPlay for iPad. Screen mirroring. If you installed the app I linked in the Microsoft Store. What is this called? Oh, nice. AirPlay screen mirroring. $8? 100% is Air Server? Is Air Server and AirPlay the same thing, or? Why do you want to do this? So that if I'm reading or looking at something on my iPad, you can follow along, and it's not just me sitting here like a e-thought streamer. Best Windows app. I hate that we call programs on computers apps now. Best Windows app to mirror or to show iPad screen on desktop. Reddit. Duet display is the gold standard for screen mirroring. Apple device, not Apple device, but it does cost a bit of money. Is Duet display the best thing? Duet display Reddit. Better, worse? Any good? 1 year ago. Sorry, but this absolutely does not exist. And control the iPad using the PC's key. Oh, it's retarded. I used to find it a bit unreliable. Then I changed the cable I was using and it's worked perfectly ever since. I came out home today, so I tried to do it air and it worked well. Pay for a subscription? Oh, God. Duet display versus Air server? Is that what it was? Air display has a slight or annoying lag depending on how comfortable with lag you are, but doesn't require use of a cable. It can also eat up your available Wi-Fi performance. Oh, Duet display requires a cable. Really? With a suite of features. Bro. What the fuck? Look at what Christofaro said. If you have an Elgato and USB-C to HDMI adapter, you could use the Elgato to capture the screen and do video capture. That'll be bro. The whole point of having an iPad is how cool and wireless it is. I don't want to have like fucking more cables dragging all over my fucking desk. I can just do this via Wi-Fi. Prismatic. Air server essentially makes a hotspot that your iPhone can mirror into. Air server. Okay, Duet display versus Air server Reddit. What did I ever find for this? Air server. Okay, Air server Reddit. Does Air server work? 6 years ago. It's Air display, not Air server. Oh, you typo, you dumb fuck. Okay, Air display. iPad Windows. Over Wi-Fi. Wait, how did this post come out? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's not. It needs to be Air display. What does this guy recommend? Over Wi-Fi. The best free app is Space Desk. This app allows you to adjust the resolution, which is helpful because the iPad screen resolution is too high. Duet Premium. Bro, I'm not subscribing. Okay, fuck it. I'm just dealing with what this guy said. Okay. Adam asks a simple question. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna install this thing.
He's trolling the far right conspiracy theorists.
He didn't do it, Adam.
Who think that Taylor Swift. This has all been one
I did tell
concoction.
You. Hold on.
Okay,
Did I not? And everybody's my witness out there. All the PBD podcast fans. I told you there was absolutely no way that they were going to lose this game. And guess what? The whole game it looked like they were going to lose. And by the way,
why do you think they won?
Let me say something.
Tell me why they won.
Well, first of all,
tell me why they won.
Taylor Swift, can I make a fact?
Okay.
She's made the NFL and the Chiefs almost $500 million this year. It's like 400 some billion. She's made millennials and Gen Z fans, football fans. By the way, she was up there. She was with rapper Ice Spice. You guys know who rapper Ice Spice? The girl just tweaking and whatever, dancing. Oh, you don't know who she is?
No.
Okay, well, good for you. By the way, she was up there. This girl Ice Spice. She's up there wearing.
Should have gone to the concert with me. I invited you.
Listen, and by the way, you know Taylor Swift's lucky number 13 situation? Unlucky number 13. That's significance for her. She was born on the 13th, turned 13 on Friday the 13th. Her first album went gold in guess how many weeks? 13. Number one song had a 13-second intro. Every time she's won an award, she's been seated in seat 13, 13th row, or the 13th section of row M, which is letter 13. And by the way, she's in there. What a weird relationship. Ice Spice is up there with her. She's wearing Balenciaga, which, as you guys know, they had that. Last year they got in trouble for promoting child abuse and satanic imagery with their ads. They sued the production company, but then they dismissed it for $25 million. They said whatever. But now this is kind of weird. Ice Spice is up there. She's wearing, and I had this talk with Mike. She's wearing an upside down cross of St. Peter, which as some of you guys know, his martyrdom to represent. It's an upside down cross. Mike said it's an Alex Moss representation that was gifted by Playboy Cardi. Now check this out. She's flashing devil horns. Okay, as we all know this, you know the Krasenstein brothers who are so hip and they know about hip hop and rock and roll. They said that what she was doing was rock gestures. You guys tell me. By the way, besides wearing the upside down cross in Balenciaga, tell me if this is a rock and roll thing or this is the horns of the devil. Go ahead, show that. Show that. Like look at. She knows the camera's on.
Here, I'll just hold. I'm downloading an app on my desktop, and I don't know if Windows is going to be like, hey, is this your current address still? Or some retarded fucking shit. Or is this your current credit card number? Hold on. This is what he's looking at.
By the way, besides wearing the upside down cross in Balenciaga, tell me if this is a rock and roll thing or this is the horns of the devil. Go ahead, show that. Show that. Like, look at. She knows the camera's on her. That's giving shout out to the evil. That's evil. Look at Taylor's. You know what a role model she's drinking. But think about this. Let's not joke around. People were getting injured on the field. Left to right. Who was their starting linebacker? He runs onto the field.
You don't think she's like a Texas Longhorns fan?
No, she's not. She's not from Texas. She's from the Bronx.
No, they're doing a kamikaze or something. Here, slam it. I like the slam at the end.
This is. Let's be real. This is satanic. This isn't this. And then John Mayer had a girl. I forgot who this girl was, but she does the Baphomet sign, which is evil. And then she gets caught and looks at John Legend and she's like, "I'm sorry. Look at this. Look at this video. Look at it. She throws up the side. That's an evil sign right here. Look, boom." And then she goes, "Whoops. Oh." She's like, "I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry. I threw up the satanic signs." Because by the way, and let's be honest, the music industry, as we've heard from a bunch of artists, is evil. Music puts a spell on you. This is my opinion, Adam. Music can make you cry. It can make you happy. It can make you like rock it all to death. It makes you want to kill people. By the way, have you seen the Taylor Swift concerts, Tom? People are crying. Women are crying at them like their whole family just passed away. And we've been warned. Prince warned us. Michael Jackson warned us. And Bob Dylan. Here's a clip of Bob Dylan.
Oh, you got a whole setup for this.
Oh yeah, Bob Dylan.
That's Ed Bradley.
Yeah, but this is on 60 Minutes with Ed Bradley.
I didn't realize you had a whole setup already. Go.
He interviewed Bob Dylan, and guess what Bob Dylan said about why he keeps going with this thing. Go ahead. You can play that, Rob.
Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. You know, I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And on this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
You ever look at music that you've written and look back at it and say, "Whoa, that surprised me"?
I used to. I don't do that anymore. I don't know how I got to write those songs.
That's good, right? That's fine. But I'm just saying, Adam.
Am I allowed to talk yet?
You can do whatever you want.
No, Vinny, this is great.
But hold on. Was I right that they were going to win?
You were right. And I have something for you.
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so funny, Vinny. And I love you like a brother. Like, people don't understand that. I asked you the reason that the Chiefs won. Yeah. You're telling me Ice Spice. You're showing me Bob Dylan videos. Yeah. You're talking about the devil. You're throwing up gang signs. Yep. Not once did you say the following two words. Patrick Mahomes. Oh, he's
Okay. 48%. Wait, this didn't charge last night? The fuck? Okay. We're going to do this. How do you do D&D mode on the iPad? Focus? Is that what they call D&D now? Okay. What happened to Tree of Logic? Apparently her husband wanted to do Valentine's Day or something. I don't know. Or something like that. Okay. I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh. Screen. Oh my God. No way. No shot is it about to be this easy. No shot is it going to be this easy. Oh my God. It totally is. Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait, holy shit. Hold on. Just quick prediction. Clip this. Okay, either my dick or some incredibly personal information is going to be leaked on this iPad. I can feel it. I have to OPSEC the fuck out of this. I feel like this is going to lead to disaster. Oh boy. Get ready for it. Get your screen recorders working. Something catastrophic is going to happen. My God. Okay, I hid my horse porn folder. Do you think that you could make, do you think you could set a condition somehow on the iPad so that anytime you screen, oh, hold on. Let me Google this. Make it so screen share, autofocus, D&D mode, iPad. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I have to do this right now or shit is gonna get fucked. Okay. Settings. Focus. Apps. Allow apps not in your allowed list to send notifications. Nope, we don't want that. Oh, this is for allow notifications, customize screens, set a schedule. Okay, add schedule. Have this focus turn on automatically to set time, location, always. Okay, app. Oh, I wonder if screen share is not going to count as an app. Fuck! I can't do that. I can't set it up automatically, can I? Do the book app then? Yeah, but won't I use my iPad for other stuff besides just the book stuff? Whatever, dude. Whatever. I don't care. We'll fucking leak some shit. Do not disturb on. Right? Okay. Kindle. Do you think if I ordered a new XLR cable, I wouldn't get this noise? Okay. Like you can hear that, right? When I have this cord here. Oh fuck. It's picking up like crazy interference somehow. Jesus Christ. Create a shortcut that when pressed, it activates D&D and screen share. How do I create a shortcut? Nah, I don't care. We'll do it later. I'm sure nothing will leak the first time. Okay. How would we want to, like, do I want to size this a certain way? Like, if it's sized like this. Airplay. Settings. Personalization. No? Screen mirroring. Display your own network. Display. Oh, sorry. Jesus. I'm single user mode limit. Window behavior. Jesus Christ. Never mind. Turn off, allow everyone? Oh, fuck, dude. Do a scene where your cam is full screen and there is screen share in the corner? Do I want to have this like here, or do I want to just add this to OBS? Also, I don't know how big this should be. I add to OBS and then crop the window. Oh, snap it like this, paste. Stop making noise. Okay. Right click. Okay, right click, duplicate. Yes, right click, add window capture. What's this called? Air server? Okay, boom, boom, boom. Do I need to like crop it and shit? Do we really care about that? What happens if I like full screen it like this? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, should I have my air server on this computer or should it be on like my streaming computer? Fuck. Nah, I'll figure this out later. I think this is good enough. Put it, do I do full screen cam and then this in the corner? Or do I do this full screen and then my camera? I think it's like this, because if you want me to put this on screen, it's so you can read along. Why would I stick this itty bitty in the corner? What's the whole point of even having this then? Yeah, this works. Is the D&D indicator showing up at the top right when sharing? I think it is right now, right? Do not disturb on. Yeah? We're going to publish all these notes. I might be able to make my, I don't know, can you make your Kindle? This is the Kindle app. Can you make the Kindle notes like public? What were the main differences of the Camp David and the Taba negotiations? Basically, Camp David happened, and then from there, the Clinton parameters were made, and then from there, the Taba negotiations happened, and then nothing came from it. There was like an evolution. I think it went, right? It went Clinton parameter, it went Camp David, Clinton parameters, then Taba, right? Camp David, Clinton parameters, and then Taba. Or did it, or was Taba before? Control F, Taba. Taba was the last, yeah. Why do people keep... You know there's a Kindle desktop app. If I have a Kindle desktop app, is it going to duplicate what I'm looking at on my iPad? Or are people just bringing this up for no reason whatsoever? Because they just want to say something to show me that you know that an app exists. August. I don't have time for your bullshit. Get fucked. They think you're reading on your monitor. Oh, no, I'm reading on my iPad. And I want to take notes on my iPad. Okay. Today, we're finishing this book. We have like 40 pages left. Is the resolution okay, or does it look like it's low resolution on the screen? Can you tell? It's fine. Like you can read the page number in the bottom left really easily and everything, right? The head of the research partner with the IDSF said he'd gladly speak to you. He gave his email. Bro, I don't know. I don't care. I'm good. I have other shit I need to do before speaking to like highly opinionated people. I'm good. Okay. I'm good. Thank you. You're going to discuss your strategy with Benny Morris. Almost certainly, yeah. Hold on. Fuck. Okay. I'm reading. Good luck. Chapter 11, The Politics of Doomsday. We need one authority, one law, and one democratic and national decision that applies to us all. Abu Mazen, upon assuming the office of Prime Minister. That's Ahmad Abbas, the current leader of the PA. We eliminated all the terrorist squads except one. The problem is that this one consists of 3.5 million Palestinians, a high-ranking Israeli officer, January 2004. There was a dangerous erosion in our domestic and international position. Everything was falling apart in Israel. Dov Weisglass, Sharon's chief of cabinet, on the effects of the Intifada, from October 8th of 2004. You've developed among you a dangerous messianic spirit. I have learned from my own experience that the sword alone offers no solution. Israel will not survive as a democratic state if she continues being a society that occupies another nation. Ariel Sharon presenting his Gaza plan to the Knesset on the 25th of October, 2004. this mic shit. I wonder if I should buy a new XLR cable. Oh shit, where's our piano music? Hold on. Edmund, thanks for the $20, buddy. Why is everyone going so hard on Tumet on Twitter? He was kind of like a crazy, wacky, schizo piece of shit to everybody, I think. I don't know if he had any friends at all by the end of it all. The Arafat-Sharon encounter was an exercise in history's irony, a trip back in the time machine to the core of the conflict. In contrast to what could have been anticipated, this was not a meeting between two strong leaders capable of rising to the challenge of extricating their nations from the grip of conflict and producing a historic breakthrough. Sharon and Arafat were the sad embodiment of an archaic political orthodoxy devoid of a vision for the future. Societies and peoples condemn themselves to ruin if they fail to build a culture of fair compromise when setting conflicts. The loss of the middle ground, the lack of the culture of compromise, and the absence of agreed patterns for settling differences have invariably been the prelude to war. With regard to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the principle of compromise was now gone, the middle ground had been fatally wounded, and the so-called peace camp in Israel had been severely diminished and morally undermined by Arafat's rejection of its peace platform. I'm saving quotes. I just hate when people use this guy as like a big example of like, oh, like if you read Shlomo ben Ami, he completely says that it was Israel's fault and that blah, blah, blah. Both the discourse and the tools of peacemaking went into the fire of the bloodiest confrontation since 1948 between the Israelis and Palestinians. The two nations returned to the fundamentalist roots of the issue and to the complete demonization of one another. They went back to a primordial struggle, to believing that the salvation of one could only be founded on the destruction of the other. For the Palestinians, the Intifada has developed into a struggle aimed at ending the occupation through the shaping of a constituent myth of national and Islamic independence. The Israeli right's crude blunder lies in its assumption that it can solve the Palestinian issue and domesticate a national movement by means of a military crackdown. In fact, the mistake lies not just in confusing preponderance with omnipotence, and in assuming that overwhelming firepower is enough to win a war against a rebellious national movement, or in the seemingly technical question of whether or not a military solution can be applied to an amorphous body like the Palestinian Authority, but rather in a more fundamental question. The problem is whether, even after a victory, Israel would be able to dictate a political settlement as it sees fit. And this is where the tragic error of Ariel Sharon lay, at least during his first government. Zionism's major strategic success to date was that it forced its enemies to agree to make peace, but it could not force the terms of peace on them. Contrary to Sharon's assumption, a military victory would definitely not spare Israel the high and heavy price of a settlement. One of the themes of Israel's history is that sometimes the price for peace was expensive, and peace could only happen when either Israel or her neighbors were willing to pay that price. That price might be the exchange of land, it might be historic bilateral peace agreements, it might be the whatever, like, yeah. Contrary to Sharon's assumption, a military victory will definitely not spare Israel the high and heavy price of a settlement. Leaders in Israel's history who succeeded in creating a wide national consensus around them did it mostly by leading the nation through historic accomplishments. Such was the case of the founder of the State of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, of Menachem Begin, the architect of the peace with Egypt, and Yitzhak Rabin, the hero of the Six-Day War, who later paved the way for the mutual recognition between Israel and the PLO and made peace with Jordan. Ariel Sharon's case represents an entirely different phenomenon. The wide national support he managed to elicit at different crossroads in his controversial career as a military man and politician was born out of his ability to maneuver through periods of despair that he himself had often been instrumental in generating in the first place. His was a unique talent to produce political blind alleys, as a consequence of which his erroneous, frequently destructive moves were seen as an inevitable evil and the only option left in an otherwise desperate situation. The support for Sharon was always the result of the hopelessness and despair he himself had generated. Somehow, the national consensus around him invariably looked like a collective voyage into the abyss. Sharon's career had frequently defied Napoleon's definition of the leader as a dealer in hope. He dealt with despair, hopelessness, and fear. Such was the case, the invasion of Lebanon in 1982, when an entire nation followed him into an adventure that all were led to believe was inevitable, the last resort. His gamble ended by sinking Israel into a quagmire of blood, bereavement, and destruction for more than 18 years. And such was the situation when he embarked on an initiative to dismantle the settlements in the Gaza Strip that he himself had created in the first place. He was directly responsible for the calamitous network of settlements spread throughout the territories and in the midst of the dispossessed Palestinian population. In the spring of 2001, he was elected on the back of an overwhelming national consensus to the position of Israel's prime minister in order to respond to Arafat's macabre flirtation with suicide terrorism and conduct the dirtiest war in Israel's history, albeit a fully justified one in the eyes of the overwhelming majority of the nation. It's macabre, right? Macabre, or is it macabre? Wait, it might be macabre.
Macabre.
Macabre. Macabre.
Macabre.
Macabre. Terrified by what looked like unstoppable reoccupation. Terrified by what looked like unstoppable Palestinian terrorism, the people supported Sharon's war of targeted killings and practical reoccupation of the territories as a legitimate campaign of self-defense. But Sharon had a strategic objective that went well beyond that of legitimately protecting his fellow Israelis from the Palestinians' own brand of pathological terrorism. He demolished and pulverized the Palestinian Authority, the product of the vilified Oslo Accords, with the objective of changing by military means what many continue to see as the unchangeable compelling necessity, creating a Palestinian state along the 1967 borders and dismantling the bulk of the settlements that he himself created. This gap between the people's perception of the objectives of Sharon's wars and his real intentions was already there during the war in Lebanon, where Sharon led the people to perceive the conflict as a legitimate move of self-defense, while he had in mind a wider strategic objective to reshape the entire political map of the region, to change the Lebanese leadership, and to do away altogether with the political challenge posed by Palestinian nationalism. The popularity of Ariel Sharon was often that of the prince of opacity and fog, the master of the tactics of political and military deception. Moreover, in both cases, Lebanon in the 1980s and now in the Palestinian territories had tended to create such an intractable maze that salvation came through a mounting popular outcry for a unilateral disengagement, a precipitated escape, to a pullout without a settlement. In short, a policy of scorched earth. Sharon is the first prime minister since Oslo who did not aspire to solve Israel's conflict with the Palestinians, something that in his own twisted and torturous way, even Netanyahu had tried to do with the Hebron and Y agreements. I still need to read about that. I have that in my notes somewhere. Sharon's current endorsement of the concept of a unilateral political process, as reflected in both the Gaza disengagement scheme and in his attempt to define Israel's permanent borders with the construction of a security fence, the wall, leads one to the conclusion that he does not seek written agreements with the Palestinians. He is still to prove that he has a strategy of conflict resolution, and that as a statesman he has finally outgrown his attitude as a general when violence was his method of resolving contradictions. I think when this book was published, I think that Sharon would have still been prime minister, so he's going to speak about him, I think, in the present tense. Okay, good one. When it published, it was a month after Sharon went into a coma he never recovered from. Oh, rip. Generally, and in almost every situation, Israelis love national unity governments. They enable them, and primarily their leaders, to avoid the schism and torment involved in confronting the unbearably tough and divisive divisions facing the country. It was typical behavior on the part of the Labour Party to succumb to Shimon Peres's lust for power and rush to join Sharon's national unity government in March of 2001. That government had only a military strategy and no political platform whatever. Instead of serving as an opposition fighting for an alternative peace policy, the party defeated the motion I personally presented in the Central Committee to stick to the peace policy of the Barak government and resist the temptation of the cosmetic war it was offered in Sharon's government. But Labour preferred to go, without any soul-searching, from being part of the most daring political voyage since Oslo, the voyage we undertook as a government, to battling over portfolios in the Sharon government, which, in advance, assumed that the Barak team, as Mr. Perez himself had claimed, went too far in its concessions. The Labour Party turned its back on its own political audacity while in office and now endorsed the groundless political assumption of Ariel Sharon that the volcanic eruption of rage among the Palestinians could be calmed down by another interim settlement. From the moment the Palestinians saw the Promised Land placed before them during the last phase of the negotiations under the Barak government, and in the light of the explosive nationalistic atmosphere permeating the Palestinian camp throughout the Al-Aqsa Intifada, it had become utterly inconceivable for the Palestinians to consider returning to the framework of interim agreements. Sharon's assumption, now shared by his new partner, Shimon Peres, was that the Islamic and nationalistic mythological aspirations that were unleashed by this Palestinian War of Independence could be quelled through one more interim agreement was utterly unsustainable. It was totally far-fetched to expect that the Palestinians would accept a deal where Israel would give away a slice of land in exchange for security, a security that Arafat could provide only by cracking down on his allies from Hamas and Jihad, something he had refused to do even when the Clinton parameters for a final settlement were offered to him. The Sharon-Perez policies were utterly unsustainable, also because of Arafat's style of leadership. Alexander Ledru Rollins, I don't know, revealing affirmation during the 1848 revolution in Paris, quote, "I've got to follow the masses, for I am their leader," end quote, perfectly expresses Arafat's own style of leadership. He would never risk a civil war. He would always shun confrontation with his rivals. His political intuition would always lead him to be in tune with the national mood, never against it. Violence, Hamas violence included, was for him a legitimate expression of the national will, of which he saw himself as the major interpreter, the exclusive embodiment. And in any case, he regarded Hamas's violence as a major strategic tool of the Palestinian cause he would not undermine, so long as it did not directly challenge his personal rule. Arafat was I gotta throw this up here. Arafat was no Ben-Gurion who transformed the I think it's probably also good. Arafat was no Ben-Gurion who transformed the fanatic militants of the Irgun and even Lehi into politicians. He was no state builder who draws the line and disciplines a rebellious opposition as Ben-Gurion did when he ordered the shelling of the Altalena, the ship importing weapons and fighters from France for the Irgun. I need to look this up. With Begin aboard. Nice. But of course, in spite of Ben-Gurion's attitude to the extremists as Jewish Nazis, the revisionists, unlike Hamas that dreams of a theocratic Islamic Palestine, were essentially committed to a democratic Jewish state and never really believed they could establish an alternative Jewish society in Palestine. Abu Mazen, who was imposed on Arafat by the international community as the prime minister of the Palestinian Authority, was quick to understand and to share Ben-Gurion's predicament. But like Arafat, he also avoided the showdown with the extremists that Ben-Gurion did not hesitate to go for. Abu Mazen acknowledged that for an orderly Palestinian national movement to inspire vital international trust, there should be, as he put it in a speech to the Palestinian parliament upon assuming the office of prime minister, one authority, one law, and one democratic and national decision that applies to us all. That's true and based. But he was either too weak to challenge Arafat's way, or simply unwilling himself to risk civil strife in order to enforce his national vision. It was a reflection of the poor state of the peace process and of the fatalistic loss of public confidence in any kind of accommodation with the Palestinians that the second election of the Sharon era on the 20th of January 2003. On the 20th of January 2003 were about anything but peace plans. In what amounted to an overwhelming vote of confidence in Sharon's hardline military response to Palestinian terrorism, the elections ended in a landslide victory for the prime minister. The peace process was simply irrelevant in the electoral campaign. The Israelis have allowed their leaders to reduce their foreign policy platform to that of punishing and retaliating against those who, to paraphrase Ernest Bevin's definition of his foreign policy in 1951, would not allow them to take a ticket at Tel Aviv Central Bus Station, Bevin spoke of Victoria Station, and go anywhere they damn well please without getting blown up on the way. Very few now believed in a negotiated peace. And Labour, which for the past 2 years had served as the fifth wheel of Ariel Sharon's chariot, was hardly credible when it postured as the standard bearer of the peace process. But it is also clearly the case that Israel's absurdly proportional electoral system is no longer capable of producing workable majorities and efficient governments. It only mirrors the kaleidoscopic constitution of a fragmented society. The always arduous task of coalition building in such conditions almost invariably produces governments that are paralyzed by internal political equilibriums. Sharon's second government is a typical case in point. Rather than serving as a vehicle for the resolution of the Palestinian conflict, or any other internal conflict for that matter, the political system is so dysfunctional that it becomes the major obstacle to conflict resolution. The government is incapable of responding to the popular yearnings for peace. For, regardless of party loyalties, and according to most studies, the overwhelming majority of Israelis would support a peace settlement that is based on the Clinton parameters: 2 states, withdrawal from territories, massive dismantling of settlements, 2 capitals in Jerusalem, but they trust neither their political system nor, of course, the Palestinian leadership to come to an accommodation on that basis. Which may explain the results of a poll conducted in 2002 by the Steinmetz Center for Peace at Tel Aviv University indicating that, convinced of the incapacity of their political system to produce solutions, 67% of Israeli Jews would support an American effort to recruit an international alliance that would coax the parties into endorsing such a settlement. But was America under... But was America under President George W. Bush ready to assume this sort of responsibility? Definitely not. The left in Israel has been defeated twice, once in the polls and again through the vindication by President Bush of the right strategic vision. The Israeli left traditionally maintained that only through a settlement with the Palestinians could Israel reach a viable reconciliation with the Arab world and establish a reasonable system of peace and security in the Middle East. The right conveniently relegated the Palestinian dilemma to the fullness of time. It promised painful concessions to the Palestinians, but only after the strategic threats emanating from the rogue states in the region, Iran and Iraq, had been neutralized. The preference that President Bush had given to the Iraqi situation, clearly relegating the Palestinian issue to a secondary position, was seen by Mr. Sharon and his right-wing coalition as a defeat of the Arab thesis and a vindication of their own policies. ABC, or anything but Clinton, seemed to have been President Bush's attitude to the legacy of the Clinton administration on most domestic and international issues. This was particularly the case with the Israeli-Palestinian track. Probably nothing expresses better this change of attitude than Colin Powell's instruction to the officials in the State Department as soon as the new administration took over in January of 2001, no longer to make use of the term peace process. Sure, why not? This now much vilified Clintonian, naive Middle Eastern jargon was now to be superseded by an entirely different language and a distinctive approach. President George W. Bush embarked on a presumptuous grand strategy, a titanic enterprise aimed at dismantling the Iraqi tyranny, restructuring the Middle East, knocking down al-Qaeda, and helping democracy put down roots throughout the Arab world. It is in the context of this ambitious, all-engulfing, and in many senses, fallacious undertaking that Mr. Bush expected to see the emergence of a solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Baghdad and Jerusalem were supposed to be connected vessels, and Arab-Israeli peace was meant to emerge almost as an inevitable byproduct of an American victory in Iraq. It is a challenge to common sense to link an Israeli-Palestinian peace to regime change in Iraq, let alone to a solution of the most fundamental problems of the Arab and Muslim world. Victory in cultural wars and in those against terror is always an elusive affair. Mr. Bush should have known that an Israeli-Palestinian peace should not be allowed to wait until victory is declared, because there might be no such thing. We know this. I don't need to know that. America's plan of bringing democracy to the Arab world on the wings of squadrons of F-16s and on the tails of Tomahawk missiles was from the start a dangerous miscalculation. The Middle East has moved in the wake of the Iraq War from stability to uncertainty, and the Arab world remains as far away as ever from democratic norms of governance. The regional balance has been upset, but no alternative architecture of peace and regional stability has been put in place. America's credibility as an honest peace broker throughout the region has been mortally wounded, nor has its fallback plan for the peaceful democratization of the Middle East, the broader Middle East strategy, been any more successful or been acclaimed more warmly by the Arab world than the project of democracy through war. Democracy is not a project one devises and implements with rigid timetables. Democracy is a process, and the Arab world will have to go through it with hardly any shortcuts. For shortcuts may lead to abrupt transitions from the secular dictatorships now prevailing throughout the entire Arab world to Islamic democracies. The Algerian case in the early 1990s may be a relevant reminder. The free elections that were then allowed by the military ushered in a resounding victory for the Islamic Front, and hence an invitation for the army once again to take over, revert the verdict of the polls, and install a military regime. The powerful emergence of Islamic options in Iraq, in the wake of the collapse of Saddam Hussein's secular dictatorship, is a lesson that would not go unnoticed by regimes throughout the Arab world. None of the major endemic problems of the Arab and Muslim world has a military solution, nor, of course, of the Israeli-Palestinian tragedy susceptible to a solution that is not diplomatic and political. The lesson from Iraq and from Israel's war with the Palestinians is that the exercise of political and diplomatic skills and the forging of international and regional alliances around a legitimate objective are more vital than sheer military capacity for tackling complex political situations. It would be dangerously naive to believe that the exercise of power and the capacity to intimidate are unnecessary, but they will always need to be backed by reasonable compromises to be reached through diplomacy and negotiations. That's what happened in 73 with Yom Kippur. Go to the next page. Oh, fuck. No, stop. Is there not an easy way to like highlight to the next page? Am I retarded? Okay, wait. Isn't there a double tap? What does double tap do? Oh, does it? Destiny reading Arab Muslim every 2 sentences. I don't think religion plays a role in this conflict. Religion plays a role in the conflict in like 2000 and later with like Palestinians, but in the broader history, no, it didn't. Prior to like 2000. But he says as much in here. When you collapse like secular autocratic regimes, then what comes up afterwards will be wacky shit. Welcome to the last chapters of this book, though, dipshit. Can you just go? Oh, wait, it worked. Oh, fuck, no, hold on. That's not what I wanted. Okay, hold on. Oh, I bet we need to go fast. Boom. No? No. Fuck! Hold on. Highlight the text till the end of the page, then wait till it flips the page. Religion is more important than ethnic identity in the Middle East? That is absolutely not true. Where are you from to say that? Hold on, okay. Okay, now I wait here. It's not going. Oh, now it'll go, but it's not highlighting anymore. Bruv, there's gotta be, there's like a command or something that I'm just not, that I've like gotten by luck. I feel like I'm guessing moves on a fighting game. Okay, boom. Like, just go to the next page. Oh, wait, I think I figured out how. Okay. Okay. Hold at the bottom corner of the page. Yeah, you have to go to the bottom of the page. That's what the... In many ways, Iraq has become the battleground for the future of the entire Middle East. For the major question has now become whether President Bush is only a leader for war or an architect of a new regional system of peace and stability. Wait. In many ways, Iraq has become the battleground for the future of the entire Middle East, for the major question has now become whether President Bush is only a leader for war. Okay, I'll take questions between chapters. I think we're like 15 pages into it. Well, okay. There's 2 chapters left in this, okay? We'll do this out, okay? Because if I reach out, I'm never going to fucking finish this. In many ways, Iraq has become the battleground for the future of the entire Middle East, for the major question has now become whether President Bush is only a leader for war or an architect of a new regional system of peace and stability. There can be no escape from the conclusion that such a new order needs to pass through a solution of the Arab-Israeli conflict. One does not have to second the cynical discourse of the Bin Ladens and the Saddam Husseins and of many other much more benign figures throughout the region, according to whom all the ills of the Arab world stem from Israel's occupation of the West Bank and America's support for Sharon's progressive policies, in order to accept the Palestinian problem as a major cause of regional instability and a comfortable platform for mass hysteria throughout the region. It certainly serves the Arab rulers as a convenient pretext for the diversion of attention and energies from vital domestic concerns. Contrary to what the Israeli right and the neoconservatives around President Bush would have liked us to believe, the necessity, if not the centrality, for the solution of the Palestinian question for the wider problems of the Middle East remains unchallenged. The real test of America's leadership, therefore, once the war in Iraq is ended, Syria had presumably been disciplined, and a formidable American military machine had been deployed on the Iranian border, lay in whether President Bush was willing or able to bring Mr. Sharon and the Israeli right to their moment of truth with regard to the Palestinian problem. In other words, was President Bush ready to impress upon Mr. Sharon the need to move to the implementation of the painful concessions he had been promising to make, and, if it was a bluff, to call it? After all, the immediate effect of the war in Iraq should have created improved conditions for the reactivation of the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. The concern of the Arab regimes for their stability in its wake and their fear of Islamic terrorism combined with American pressure produced better regional conditions for any attempt to create an all-Arab envelope of active support for an Israeli-Palestinian peace than those that existed when Bill Clinton invited the parties to Camp David. Clearly, the Saudi Peace Initiative and its eventual endorsement by the Arab League at its Beirut summit in the spring of 2002 were closely linked to the effects of September 11th and the Iraq War on the Arab regimes. The launching by the United States and the other members of the Madrid Quartet of the roadmap for an Israeli-Palestinian peace created, for a moment, the illusion that the Middle East might have been witnessing a repetition of the logic of the First Gulf War. Then, the same coalition that made the war came to Madrid under resolute American leadership for an international peace conference on the Middle East. The Madrid Quartet, remember, is Russia, the United States, the United Nations, and the European Union. However, President Bush did not follow in the footsteps of his father, who, precisely because he knew how to build a coalition for war, could also forge in its aftermath a solid international alliance for peace. Neither a coalition builder nor a political architect, George W. Bush proved to be as maladroit in his post-war strategy as he was diplomatically awkward in preparing for the war. Does this mean that the president abandoned the roadmap and brushed aside the Palestinian issue altogether? Not necessarily. He had publicly committed himself to advancing his vision of a two-state solution to the conflict and was obliged by his European allies to pursue the process. But he did it the White House way, not the State Department way. This meant working on the roadmap with Sharon, not against him. For a while, such an attitude kept the roadmap alive as a broad, albeit not strictly binding framework for peace within which things happened, some confidence-building steps were taken, some summit meetings were even held, and a semblance of progress was created, but all this fell short on the level of resolve, commitment, and arm-twisting that was required to make this roadmap, whose inconsistencies, vague assumptions, and built-in fallacies make it an unrealistic road to peace, a binding platform for peace. What he's talking about here is because of Israel's bent to the right, because of the Second Intifada, because Sharon is the leader now, in order to actually make Israel sign peace with the Palestinians, you can't work with them. You have to force them into it, right? Israel doesn't want to make any concessions. They don't want to recognize an Israeli state. They don't want to give them land. They don't want to take any refugees, split the old city. They don't want to do any of these things. The United States can't be working alongside Israeli leadership. They have to be there to poke and prod them and to work almost against them. Oh, yeah, okay. How do you return this stuff while reading out loud? Return it? Like a library book? Oh, retain it? I feel like reading aloud helps me to retain it. The truth of the matter was that none of the parties was politically ready to give the roadmap a real chance. 4 years into the Intifada, and with Arafat as ambiguous as ever in his attitude to terror, or to making peace for that matter, it was becoming evident that no reliable Palestinian political force was left to make peace with. The Palestinian institutions that could secure an orderly return to peace negotiations and stability were in shambles, practically dismantled by war. The escalating violence in the Palestinian territories degenerated, in the wake of the Iraq War and the formation of Sharon's second government, into an all-out dirty war between Israel and Hamas that served the purposes of both. Remember, the Palestinians have been here before. In the Arab revolts in Mandate Palestine from 36 to 39, when they were revolting against all the Jewish immigration, they were also completely and totally crushed by the Brits, and that's why they weren't really able to ever recreate effective leadership past that point, although the leadership they had was still kind of deranged. But so it's a repetition of this over and over and over again. Ugh. But daily Israeli incursions into the Hamas strongholds in Gaza, with their appalling toll of civilian casualties and the targeted killings of Hamas leaders, from Sheikh Yassin to his successor at the head of the movement, Abdel Aziz Rantisi, and Palestinian terrorist suicide attacks against the civilian population in Israel were all the reflection of a macabre alliance between two sides for which a ceasefire would have meant facing political choices that they were unwilling or unable to make. In spite of the appointment of a Palestinian prime minister, first the ill-fated Abu Mazen, and then the astute political survivor, Abu Allah, further reform of the Palestinian Authority was bound to falter in the face of the continuing violence, and Arafat's unyielding resistance to any attempt to curtail his power and transfer portions of it to his ministers. Neither Ariel Sharon nor Yasser Arafat shed tears for the failure of reform. For the Israeli prime minister, the call for reform of the Palestinian Authority has been a comfortable pretext for avoiding taking tough decisions on a negotiated withdrawal from the territories and the dismantling of settlements. For the Authority's president, occupation had been his ultimate excuse for failing to undertake reforms. When Arafat agreed on principle with an initiative, the need for reforms as a case in point, it invariably meant that he did not have the slightest intention of carrying it out. This is like a reinforcement of when I was saying both sides think that that violence kind of like benefits them, but one side is delusional, right? Yeah, it's kind of a continuation of that. How did Destiny Google how to say macabre? Wait, was I right on that?
Macabre.
Macabre. Okay. This fellow can crush you in a debate. Listen, join the disagreements room and I'll drag people in after I finish this chapter. Nor was Hamas especially interested in allowing the reforms to succeed. For these were linked to a roadmap to peace that the organization despised and rejected. Rather than allowing the shattered Palestinian Authority to regain the trust of the public and recover its international credibility, the ambition of Hamas was to speed up its demise and eventually take its place. The Palestinian case is one more reminder of an... Wait, I don't like these random... I need more modally fucking background pieces. These are too... Do you think we can do like near automata OST? If it's quiet enough, will we get copyright hit? We'll see. The Palestinian case is one more reminder of an important fallacy to which Mr. Bush had subscribed. The real, and certainly the immediate, choice in the Arab world is not between dictatorship and democracy, but between secular dictatorship and Islamic democracy. Fuck. Go over there. Bro! With the collapse of the Palestinian Authority into lawlessness and banditry, and the shattering by Israel of Arafat's secular apparatus of government, it was the Islamic option that was gaining ground and filling the vacuum of the Palestinian territories. The Palestinian Authority and Mr. Arafat's personal rule were clearly being displaced in the hearts and minds of the Palestinian masses by the fundamentalist Hamas. Never especially competent, the Palestinian Authority's institutions had virtually collapsed, and its security apparatus had been severely shaken. If not practically dismantled, it certainly could not be relied upon effectively to curtail the terrorism of Hamas and Islamic Jihad, both of which have gained in popularity among the Palestinian masses, not only for being, unlike the PA, incorruptible, but also for bearing the brunt of Israel's attacks and leading the terrorist war of attrition against its civilian population. Not even within Fatah, Mr. Arafat's party, had a tolerable chain of hierarchical command been maintained throughout the Intifada. Fatah militias, such as the Martyrs of Al-Aqsa and Tanzim, conducted their own independent war against Israel as the only way they knew to vie for political supremacy in the Palestinian street against Hamas. In such conditions, free elections in the Palestinian territories could either result in a victory for Hamas or in a considerable increase of its political power in a way that could pose a major challenge to Arafat's personal rule. Was Fatah actually favorable to Hamas if they would have won elections? I wonder if it would have even mattered. I don't actually know enough about them, I guess, at the time, but... Also, wait, if I put focus mode on my iPad, does it put focus mode on my watch and my phone too? Oh, it does. Oh, shit. Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I seen your touching tribute to Mad on Twitter. I thought it was beautiful. I just wanted to let you know. Okay. I mean, isn't it a bit crazy? I mean, I know the guy wasn't liked or anything, but the victory laps going on right now, I would have thought Jeffrey Epstein died. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think it was so much that he wasn't liked or whatever, or so much that he did bad things. It's that he wasn't liked. He did potentially really bad things. He tried to meme his way through it unsuccessfully, because you can't meme your way through things if you're not making other content. And then he actively made enemies in either joking or real ways with almost every single person he DM'd. He was tweeting and DMing unhinged shit to everybody. Like, he was just doing a combination of all the wrong things.
Yeah, I could see that, because our last DMs were crazy as well. It's unfortunate, though. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw that he died, I looked back at that DMs, it's like, fuck, this is, I felt bad. I'm not gonna lie. I felt bad. But, anyways.
Yeah.
Fuck. Listen, last week was fuck. You know what I mean?
What happened
last week? You know, since episode 8, that OF episode where you wrote the question, since then, I haven't really bothered you with the show. I never tell you, yo, do this, do that. At most, it's like, yo, you have this guy in your contacts, just send him a message. But fucking hell, dude, if you're gonna fucking go somewhere, message me. You know what I mean? Because the way that I found out that you're not gonna be there on Tuesday was the producers hitting me up like, yo, Q, fucking Destiny's gonna be in some fucking place doing whatever the fuck. I was like, wait, this guy usually messages me if he's not gonna be there.
Oh, shit.
And then at the last possible second... Bro, and guess what?
That's my bad.
You know who takes all the gas? Me. They fucking. Anyways, it's okay.
Blame me. That was my fault. I thought I did. I removed it from my schedule. Usually when
they don't have the fucking balls to. They don't have the balls to blame. I say they. It's only one person. He knows who is, but I'm not gonna mention his name.
Wait, who is he?
Anyways,
why not mention his name? Call him out.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. That's my boy. You know what I mean? That's my boy. But it is what it is. It's cool. You know, I don't check your schedule. You know, your schedule has kicker keep to like 2030. You know what I mean? So
okay.
I don't really check it. I rely on your word, but that's besides the point. How was your event?
It went okay. Or they all went okay. Or no, I'm sorry. The canvassing event went really well. But also, I have to finish reading this book today. Do you have any big memes or anything you want to chat about, or?
Yes.
What?
I don't want to be here for a long time.
Sure, go.
But why didn't you give? No, fuck that. I've spoken to Mitch Jones, as you know. We will be having him on Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern time. He has a lot to say.
Okay.
Apparently, you know, there's, you know what? I don't want to speak for the man. I'm gonna let him speak for himself. All I'm gonna say is I have been provided a fuck ton of information, way too much that I can't be saying right now, but I will be saying it on my stream. Yeah, I'm doing a self plug here, but I'm low-key looking for the host. When are you gonna end? Let me just cut to the chase. When are you gonna end?
Probably 9 o'clock.
2 hours. Okay, thank you. See, you read my mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Math, it's difficult. Okay. But what's your thoughts on Mitch Jones? Just like if I were to ask you, what's your opinion on him like, in general, outside of everything else, like on the guy? Like, how do you see him?
Here's my issue with this is like a big issue that I have with people, and I don't know. This isn't like really scientifically backed. These are all like feelings I have. So maybe I'll read research and I'll disagree with this opinion in the future. But here's a thing that I have. Okay. I think that most mentally ill people are actually functioning perfectly rationally, and I think the fault lies in a lot of the people around them. I think what happens is mentally ill people develop maladaptive patterns in order to get what they want from the people around them. And what happens is people around them eventually always give in to what they want. And as long as the people around them give in, then the people will be mentally unhealthy. I don't think there's any incentive for people, in this case Mitch Jones, to change as long as there are always people around them that are willing to let him stay with them for free, do events with him, host him, welcome to the friend groups, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's just a pattern that plays out over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah. So I just feel like my problem with Mitch has always been that he's on this like eternal self-victimization thing, and I've never seen somebody with so much given to him and so much opportunity and so much laid at his feet and so much, and then to just see him squander it over and over and over and over again, and then to be given so many chances to restart over and over and over again. Like, I could be wrong, but a few months ago, wasn't his stream literally doing the best it ever has been, I think, on World of Warcraft shit? Yeah, yep. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah.
So, you see him as a mentally ill person that victimizes himself and pretty much has the world given to him, yet he always feels like he's the underdog and people are against him and this, that, and third. Is that, like, did I get that right or did I miss something?
Yeah, that's basically it. And then I have like a personal vendetta. I've even complained when Train does this sometimes and Which does this. I like have a personal vendetta sometimes because I hate it when people engage in this, like, it's me against the world. It's me, like, I'm on my own, nobody helps me, blah, blah, blah. Everybody that victimizes themselves like that are always getting an ungodly amount of help in the background. And then I feel salty because when I first started streaming, it was actually me against the world. Nobody on team, I was like the biggest streamer in the world and they wouldn't verify me on Team Liquid because I wasn't friends with any of those guys. Every major team fucking hated me. Even the teams that I did join, I didn't take a salary because I knew people might try to witch hunt me off teams and I don't want to fuck with the team shit. Like, I ended up leaving Twitch because of bad relations with them to go to OWN. I didn't get any equity or anything. Like I've done so much stuff on my own. And then when I hear these guys like say the same, I'm like, oh wow, really? Are you doing that? And then I look at them and they're literally friends with the most popular streamers. They get free places to stay all the time. They get help and support from every single person around them. They're the most connected people in the world. I'm like, bro, get them the fuck on. Like, on a personal level, that irritates me. But, you know, it's whatever.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Mitch has like redeeming quality. Well, they're not redeeming, but he's got good quality.
No, go into it because you showed us the negative side.
I mean, I think he's a funny dude. He's a pretty charming guy. Like, when Mitch is like at his best, I think he's a fun guy to hang around. I think he's like, yeah, he's funny. He tells good jokes. He's pretty cool. I guess he's good at World of Warcraft. He must be for an arena player. You can be fun to do content with. Yeah, I think like when Mitch is at his best, he does okay. But like, the problem is he's grown into a huge man-child and nobody has ever tried to correct that. But he's always just been given opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. And it's like, Jesus.
Do you think the way that you view him, as in, like you just said, mentally ill dude that's just given everything, victimizes himself, has this whole me versus the world idea when it's not the case, do you think you'll take that into the conversation on Kick or Keep? Do you think you'll hold it against him when he sits there and he says, hey, the evidence that came out, you know, the altercation between me and Miz, this is not how it went down. The reason why I didn't have the video is because of X, Y, and Z, 1, 2, and 3. Like, will you not look at it objectively because of the way that you already perceive him and because of his past?
What a weird question. How can you ask me if I'd look at something objectively? Even if I wasn't going to be objective, I'm going to say I'd be objective. But I mean, like,
but I'm hoping that you're honest. That maybe.
Well, yeah, but if I'm honest enough to be objective about whether or not I'll be objective, I'm probably going to be objective. So I would say, yeah, of course I'm going to be objective. But that answer is self-defeating. But yeah, I mean, like, I would objectively evaluate it. Like, there might be times where Mitch is getting fucked over by other people. I'm sure it's happened. Like, there are times where Mitch has kind of gotten fucked over by other people. It's just really hard to feel sympathetic for somebody that wields that much power so ineffectively.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. Even if he's right, you'd still not feel that bad for him just because you're like, bro, you have everything handed to you.
I mean, I won't feel bad for him overall, but I mean, I feel bad in this particular case. Like, if Mitch got a really bad paper cut, I'd be like, you're kind of a piece of shit, and your life is your life. But like, I feel bad if you get a paper cut. I mean, I guess that sucks, but.
Okay, but there's a difference between, I get paper cut and what you're trying to get at, but there's a difference between that and getting choked while you're unconscious by a fucking dude that's like triggered. You know what I mean? But that's besides the point. We're gonna get into it on Kick or Keep. The only reason that I bring this up is because, you know,
did he send you a bunch of videos too?
Hey, wait, did he send that to you as well, or like?
Yeah, but I'm streaming. I don't have time to read it, and I don't even.
Yeah. Not only did he send me a bunch of videos, but he also sent me like the ring. You're talking about the ring videos,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I mean, you should say that.
Yeah.
They're trying to hype your stream up because people are going to want to know that you've got information to leak. Jeez.
Listen, I've got too much. I've got some shit that I can't even get into. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Ring videos, fucking streamer videos, all that sort of shit. And by the way, Steve's gonna host, and we're gonna discuss that. And I'm looking forward to the show. His only, what's it called? The only thing that's concerning him is the fact that he sees you as like somebody who's like closely affiliated, or not closely affiliated, but like cool with Miskiff. So you might be biased. Would you say that there would be bias towards Miskiff, or like you just see both of these guys as like, bro, you're both the same to me. I don't really give that much of a fuck.
Are they both the same to me? No, I mean, I definitely like and respect Miskiff more, but I don't think I'd be biased towards Miskiff. I mean, it could be in this case that like to beat the shit out of Mitch as hard as he did, Mitch needed to fuck up really bad. And I'd be surprised if he actually fucked up that bad. Bad enough to get beat the shit out of that much. So I'm not sure. I'd have to see. Like, Mitch is probably closer to Miskiff than I am.
Okay, fair. As long as you're just gonna like see it as, you know what, if this guy brings enough evidence and like if everything is presented properly, I'll be on his side of things. That's fair. Because goddamn, like we had a long conversation. You know what I mean? Me and him, we had a long conversation, and I think it'll be great content. And it's good that you said yes, because there's been a couple of times where you said no to fucking great content. And this won't be one of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, this next kicker keep. Oh yeah, by the way, we do also have Henry and Chud and a whole bunch of other people coming on. It'll be great.
Usually, my hard lines are just when people go really weird on really personal things. So they bring up my kid or my relationship. That's usually like my hard cutoff. But any other type of drama, fuck it, I don't care.
Wait, it used to be wife. So is that still one of them?
Well, I don't have a wife right now, so that's not.
So it's not.
Wow, JB's man, thanks for the 5 year subs. But if I got another girlfriend or married somebody else, then yeah, it would be.
Okay, no, but hold on. So question is, like, the people that previously spoke on your wife, do those people get welcome back in?
Fuck no.
Oh, okay, I tried. Okay. All right, go back to your book, man. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Don't forget. I don't want to. Last time you said you go host and then you finessed. So just don't forget this time. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'll do my best. All right.
Okay. What did you want to say? You want to say something?
Yeah, but I forgot it. If he presents a good case, I'll believe it. Yeah, he just needs to have his shit in a row. Make sure that he like actually has a good presentation and not like, because sometimes when Mitch does shit, he's scatterbrained as fuck, and the case isn't laid out as convincingly as it could be or should be.
We spent a fucking hour, and he presented his case, and I told him, listen, I like you, but you present this to that blue haired nigga, you present this to Lil Steve, and he's just gonna rip through it because there's a whole bunch of he said, she said, and then he has evidence. He actually does have evidence, but he doesn't want to go into it fully because there's other people involved. So he's trying to.
Then he needs to go and no, that's stupid. He has to get their consent, or he just needs to burn it. That's what I do. If my reputation is on the line, I'm sorry, I love you, but if my reputation is on the line, I'll burn whatever connection I need to vindicate myself. Because why? Otherwise, don't bother. If there's somebody I'm trying to protect, then I'll just eat it. I won't say shit. But you can't half say things. Like, no, why would anybody believe that? But no, like, fuck that. Either burn the bridges or don't, or burn the connections. And also, is he really gonna burn a bridge? It's fucking Mitch Jones. He's not gonna, as long as he's got viewership, he'll always have friends in that community. So, all right.
Okay. All right. Take care.
Be careful.
Bye bye.
Found the shitty troll guy that's going to be at the Lauren show at Minds Fest. What shitty troll guy? Luke Rudkowski? Why do I have this guy blocked? Oh, I know why. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Oh shit. Is it still in focus mode? Fuck! How do I bring the thing down? Oh, there we go. Do not disturb. Okay. Okay. Did you say you wanted to speak to right-wing Zionists? Fuck no. No, I gotta read Finkelstein's book. I'm about to go out of town for like 3 days again. We're like on a serious time crunch, okay? Jesus. I don't know if I have enough time for this, actually. Maybe I'll just pick chapters from the book. Fuck. Not even within Fatah, Mr. Arafat's party had a tolerable chain of hierarchical command been maintained. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. They proposed a challenge to Arafat's personal rule. Too susceptible to procrastination and evasion by the two sides, the roadmap for a Middle East peace was stillborn. Both Palestinians and Israelis paid it nothing but lip service with only one objective in mind, not to be seen by the United States as the party responsible for its subversion. Having obtained from America the best of all possible worlds, the elimination, even if temporary, of major regional military threats that had haunted Israel for years, the destruction of Saddam Hussein's rogue regime, the disciplining of Syria, the buildup of pressure in Iran, a license to confine Arafat in his headquarters and discard him as an interlocutor, and a green light to bury unceremoniously whatever remained of the spirit and the letter of Oslo, Sharon had no particular reason to risk alienating one of the friendliest American presidents ever to sit in the White House. Something that was spoken about earlier in the book is one of the most humiliating moments for Israel. Remember, Israel is a country that works with a deterrence. For a long time, they fought essentially. They fought to have their military function as an iron wall, as this military power that served as a deterrence for enemies around them. However, when there was the coalition to fight against Iraq in the first Gulf War, Israel, rather than being a strong military player in that war, instead was a liability to the Americans. When America was putting together the Gulf Coalition to fight against Saddam Hussein in that war, Israel wasn't allowed to be included because I think the Gulf states still kind of fucking hated Israel. And as a strategy in that war, Saddam Hussein actually fired Scud missiles. I think it was one of the first times, maybe the first time, Israel's had missiles. Scud missiles are ballistic missiles, right? Launched like this, or are they guided missiles? But whatever. Saddam Hussein was shooting missiles into Israel in the hopes of provoking them into joining the fight, because Saddam Hussein knew that if Israel joined the fight, it would disrupt the coalition. So Israel is literally getting bombed, getting missile struck by Baghdad, and Tel Aviv has to, beg the White House, can we respond? And, DC is like, hey, you guys have to sit this one out and take it because, honestly, you're just a liability at this point. And that, in combination with the future failures in Lebanon, were kind of these humiliating moments in a country that had stood against the world in the Six-Day War, who was now just kind of a liability to its larger partner, the United States. It was just like that turnaround in military stuff was really embarrassing. So to see the U.S. come in and finally kick Saddam Hussein out, motherfucker. Yeah, and then the fighting against Syria. Syria has always been really obstinate. Assad and his father were really difficult negotiating partners for Israel. To pressure Iran, which was starting to fund regional discontent. Yeah, this is all just probably feels really good for Israel. They're getting some regional vindication, I guess. But, okay. Should I do notes like this, or should I just keep reading? I don't know if the extra information matters or not. I don't know what the fuck. Who knows the fuck I'm talking about? As to the Palestinians, the American presidents. Okay, Sharon had no particular reason to risk alienating one of the friendliest American presidents ever to sit in the White House. As to the Palestinians, wait, where was I? As to the Palestinians, they could certainly not claim to have received any special boost in their cause from the Bush administration, but they nevertheless knew that confronting America, the only power capable of delivering Israel, or at least putting effective pressure on it by turning down yet another presidential peace plan, would serve no useful purpose. Amazing writing. I can't tell if you're memeing or not, but I think that the writing in this is actually really well done. But yeah. Neither Israelis nor Palestinians even started to implement the roadmap's most primary provisions. Oh, what was this? This was an actual peace process? I wonder what this was. What was it called? Roadmap for Peace? Is there an easy way to like search? No, not that. Search. Oh, that autofill. My lolicon horseborn. Road map. Search. What page are we on? We're on like 295. Hello? Wait, fuck, what page was that on? There it is, sorry. Okay, can we get rid of that weird thing? No. No! No! Okay, how do I bring up this? Okay, that. Get rid of the search thing. Cancel. No. How do I undo the thing? Isn't reading a book on stream the same as watching a movie, DMCA? Technically, actually it is. It's a copyright violation to read a book on stream. I'm genuinely curious how you can study so much on certain topics. What's your motivation? One is because I actually find this really interesting. And then two is because it's going to be used in debates. So all of the, and three is because I get to practice it consistently, right? I keep having debates and talking to people. So like all of it is, yeah. How do I undo this dumbass fucking bullshit? Hello? What are you trying to undo? This roadmap. Why is this highlighted like this? I don't need it to be like this. Tap it with your finger. Yeah, I did. It didn't do anything. Nothing happens. It's your search. Yeah, how do I undo the search? Search. What do I do? I'm done. I don't want this here anymore. Did that get rid of it? Hit the X on the search. Like cancel, or is there something else? Oh, wait. Oh, what a weird thing. Okay, never mind. Fuck you.
No, you got it. You're good.
Yeah, I got it. Fuck you. Love you. Bye.
Fuck you. Bye.
Okay. Neither Israelis nor Palestinians even started to implement the roadmap's most primary provisions. The Palestinians did not crack down on terrorism, and the Israelis dragged their feet when it came to removing the so-called illegal outposts, let alone when addressing the need to stop the expansion of the legal settlements. The fatal symmetry between terrorism and the settlements that was born with the Oslo Accords and was eventually to wreck them was the same that subverted the roadmap from the first moment. Losers. Ooh, losers. The roadmap shares with the defunct Oslo process some of its major fallacies. They both assume that peace between a dispossessed, desperate nation and a state of revolt and an occupying force driven by the claim of historical rights and a longing for total security can be built on the inevitably diminishing asset of mutual trust. Both peace plans, therefore, contained no binding third-party mechanisms for monitoring and enforcement. It is likewise utterly unrealistic to expect the parties, particularly the Palestinians, genuinely to engage once again in a process that leaves wide open the precise contours of the final settlement. Remember, the biggest criticism of Oslo is that it didn't actually commit anybody to the final peace process. So, because the interpretation of Oslo was so wide, it gave too much flexibility to both sides at the end of the interim agreement, meaning a temporary piecemeal agreement that could be used to reach a full settlement later on. It didn't give them any guidance on what the final settlement would look like. So Oslo came, Oslo went. Nobody really knew. They weren't any closer at the finalization of Oslo to know what the fuck anything was going to look like in the future, which was a major, probably the major underpinning for why Oslo, I would say, is considered a failure. I sucked it off too much, but I shouldn't have. Okay, no more sucking on Oslo. The roadmap, just like Oslo, thus becomes a standing invitation for the parties to dictate the nature of the final deal through unilateral acts, such as the expansion of settlements by the Israelis and the wild campaign of suicide terrorism and armed uprising by the Palestinians. This is what I mean also when I'm critical of like saying, oh, we should just negotiate with Hamas. You can't just give Israel territory because they happen to be making a fuck ton of settlements there. And you can't just give Hamas ceasefires and whatever they want because they take hostages and kill civilians. You can't have this peace process where it's just being built upon by unilateral terrorism in the form of settlements or, civilian killing on either side. Clearly, salvaging the chances of peace required much more robust international assistance, even pressure and coercion, than was envisaged by the roadmap, or that which President Bush was ready to exercise. The American way, the supervision of the process by remote control and without a task force on the ground, was clearly inadequate. Destiny is a stripper's name, random Twitter /X reply. Nice. Have you ever seen the economic provisions of Oslo? They're worth reading. They're literally insane. Items like Palestine can only set their VAT 2 pp below the Israel VAT, that the total volume of Palestinian imports must be economically planned by a committee every 6 months. Clean out right. Are you addressing the fact that August is mad that he's not involved in the podcast? What does that even mean? Is he not? What is he saying in chat? It has not been uncommon throughout history for national movements to split in order to be able to reach a pragmatic solution to their aspirations. Zionism is certainly a case in point. The Palestinians will sooner or later have to share the same predicament. The question is when and in exchange for what. Clearly, however, the bait of the roadmap's first stage, the removal of a fear-scattered outpost and Israel's withdrawal to the position she held prior to the start of the Intifada, was not enough for the Palestinians to justify a civil war. Not even the bizarre idea reserved for the second stage of the roadmap of a Palestinian state with temporary borders could be seen as especially enticing by the Palestinians. Wait, I don't understand this paragraph. I'm sorry. The question is when and in exchange for what. Clearly, however, the bait of the roadmap's first stage, the bait was not enough for the Palestinians to justify civil war. That's good, right? Oh, no, I understand. The bait wasn't enough for the Palestinians to justify civil war. Never mind, I'm sorry. One of the things that Shlomo Ben-Avi says is that at some point, the Palestinians are going to have to fight amongst each other in order to figure out what they want to do going forward. You can't have leaders that are trying to suck off every side. That was Arafat's major sin. To some extent, Abbas has this problem. Like, you have to take a stand sometimes against your internal Palestinian factions, but no Palestinian leader is willing to risk a civil war. Where did you get that Israel was begging to join the Gulf War, but the U.S. little broed them? I read that the U.S. had to give them hundreds of millions of dollars, an anti-missile system, and handheld them because the moment Israel acted, the coalition would fall apart. So Israel had better cards, no? Really? Let's see. We're on page 296. What does he say when he talks about this? This is a note I took on my phone because I was reading the physical book. The Gulf Wars, or this is earlier. The Gulf War had also made the Israelis riper for compromise. It exposed the vulnerability of their home front. Thousands of Israelis left the big cities in a mass exodus to the safer south of the country. A supposedly nuclear power with a mythologically powerful army under its command, Israel had finally to resort to a passive, pathetically defensive strategy. Plastic sheets were used to seal doors and windows against Saddam's Scud missiles. The plastic sheets in the Gulf War were the ultimate argument for peace. One should not, of course, underestimate the impact of the Palestinian popular uprising, the Intifada, showing that Israel is the Democrat. Yeah, okay. Anything that undermines Israel's military ability to go and fight and kill people, I think fucks with Israel's head. And I think I don't know what I guess he doesn't mention as much, but I think I've read in other places that Israel was really irritated that they had to sit this out. Yeah, but I don't know, I can go and look for that somewhere else. But let's see, the first Gulf War would have been in 1991. Would we have wanted to give them hundreds of millions of dollars in 91? I guess we were an ally to them. Jordan hadn't declared peace yet. Soviet Union collapsed. I don't care. I don't want to go look this up right now. Not even the bizarre idea reserved for the second stage of the roadmap of a Palestinian state with temporary borders could be seen as especially enticing by the Palestinians. They already had such a state in the form of the Palestinian Authority. It is inconceivable that the Palestinians would agree to repeat the experience if the parameters of the final settlement were not agreed upon in advance. The temporary borders looked to them like a trap, and they rightly suspected that it was Sharon's intention to interrupt the process once the provisional borders were decided and never go beyond that stage. A temporary state could not, in any case, offer the popular legitimacy needed for an uncompromising war on Hamas and Islamic Jihad. Such legitimacy can emerge only if and when the Palestinians are convinced that Islamic terrorism is no longer a response to Israel's strategy of occupation, but an obstacle that needs to be removed on the way to a final settlement with dignity. Stop being terrorists. Palestinians, let's go. Political platitudes apart, Sharon and Arafat both had their own particular objectives, and these did not coincide with the roadmap. Sharon's hidden agenda, which he had been harboring for years, remains unchanged. The sterilization of the Palestinian national movement, which he has always seen as a major strategic, even existential threat to Israel, the confinement of a Palestinian homeland within scattered enclaves surrounded by Israeli settlements, strategic military areas, and a network of bypass roads for the exclusive use of the Israeli occupier, remain, in broad lines, his grand design. He does not seek the annexation of the territories to Israel, for this would inevitably lead to an apartheid state where the nature of Israel as a Jewish state would be lost forever. He would rather agree to an independent Palestinian state, provided, of course, it is downsized and militarily encircled by Israel, than risk putting in jeopardy the Jewishness of Israel. Ariel Sharon is wrong, of course, if he believes that he can trivialize the Palestinian problem by turning it from a major national conflict into an unresolved border dispute. For even if such a Palestinian state with temporary borders, as is envisaged by the roadmap is eventually created, it would follow in the footsteps of the Palestinian Authority and revert to a revolutionary strategy the moment it realized that its minimal requirements for a final settlement were not met. Arafat, just like his nemesis Sharon, did not believe in the roadmap either. Nor did he share, of course, its provisions about the need to introduce democratic reforms to the Palestinian Authority. He succumbed to international pressure and agreed to appoint a prime minister, but he remained as adamant as ever in refusing to transfer to the Minister of the Interior any authority over or control of the security forces. Even when confined to the debris of his encircled headquarters and the Muqada of Ramallah, Arafat continued to be the center of power, the superior and practically unchallenged authority, the almost mythological embodiment of Palestine. The roadmap was a trivial issue to him. Was a trivial issue to him, who had seen so many peace plans in the past melt away when confronted with the inalienable rights of the Palestinians and the deviating objectives that he himself had set for his disinherited people. The real issue, as far as Arafat was concerned, was resisting, displaying determination and resilience, sticking against all odds to his positions, those that formed the hardcore of the Palestinian ethos he so fully believed he embodied, and waiting for the moment when the conditions would again work in his favor. He was not blind to the heavy price that his people were paying. He was not blind to the heavy price that his people was paying for his unwillingness to change his ways, settle for a compromise, and assume a positive ethos of reform, democracy, and human and economic development. But Arafat's was the soul of a fedayeen, not that of a statesman or a state builder. He saw himself leading a war of attrition, not a political process. Much of the price paid by the Palestinian people during the Intifada was the responsibility of Arafat himself. The Rais? I don't know how to pronounce these dumbass bullshit-ass fucking word. Does reading out loud help you understand? Yeah, it does, I think. Pronunciation. Really? I gotta do this? It's gonna be the one it's gonna be the AI voice.
Rice.
Rice?
Rice.
Rice? Jesus. Okay. That voice sounds like Nathan? No, Nathan's like fucking Giga Chad. He's got like the Giga Chad deep voice right now, but I think it's like a puberty thing. I don't know what his voice is going to sound like when he's older. The Rice allowed the street and grassroots organization to create a state of lawlessness, anarchy, and sheer banditry. Even the local leaders of the Intifada, people like Marwan Barghouti, I don't remember how to pronounce his name, fuck, this is the politician guy we talked about, and Hussein Sheikh lost control in favor of criminal gangs. The degree of collapse of the Palestinian Authority was such that in Gaza, where for all practical purposes an independent entity emerged, Dalan and his men boldly challenged Arafat's rule. Amos Harel and Avi Issacharoff, wrote in their exhaustive study of the Intifada of a Dalanistan in Gaza. Who is Dalan? Would this be related to the Hamas? I'm guessing. But Arafat did not despair. He drew comfort from the terrible ordeal suffered by the Israelis, and he did not think for a moment that he was losing the war. Israel's economy was in decline. Indeed, a Bank of Israel report published in March of 2004 calculated the losses of the Israeli economy during the Intifada at about 40 billion shekel, not including defense expenditures. The country's international isolation was growing, and Jewish immigration had practically ceased. Not only was the entire world community now convinced of the need for Israel to withdraw to the 1967 borders, but the overwhelming majority of Israelis had finally come to terms with such conditions for a settlement. Arafat knew that this was mainly due to the impact of the Intifada on the Israelis and to Zionism's defeat in the most important battle of all, the demographic race. He also believed that the idea, so dear to him, of an international solution to the conflict was gaining ground. Time, Arafat was convinced, was definitely on the Palestinian side. Rais literally means president. I think it means like authority or something, and when it's used in this way, though, no? Do you notice an insane reading speed when you take Vyvanse? Nope. It's my normal reading speed. One thing you have to be careful of is if you take Vyvanse, if you take an amphetamine and you don't actually have ADHD, it can lead to you moving quicker, but you're not actually more productive. That's something you should be careful about. Stop making noises. Okay. He also believed that the idea so dear to him of an international solution to the conflict was gaining ground. Time, Arafat was convinced, was definitely on the Palestinian side. George W. Bush's departure from Clinton's Middle East strategy and from his personal commitment to the solution of the Arab-Israeli conflict affected the Syrian track as well. For Arafat to believe that time is on the Palestinian side, one issue that the Palestinians run into is they see themselves sometimes as a people dispossessed of a state. But they're not. They've never had a state. And this is a big problem because I think Palestinians historically have compared themselves to other people that have beaten Israel in wars. So when Israel fights on big battles, they win. They win. They won in 48. They really did win in 56, the Suez Crisis, or 58, 56, I think it's 56. They won in 67, like crazy. And eventually they won in 73 in Yom Kippur. But the war of attrition that Israel waged against, Egypt waged against Israel, Israel could not tolerate. Israel and her population, like quick, brutal, blitzkrieg military victories, they couldn't endure days and weeks of casualty here, casualty there, death here, soldier there, terrorist attack there. They couldn't endure that kind of fighting. And Egypt was able to press them with that kind of war of attrition, I think is what it was called. They lost in Lebanon, arguably because of that kind of pressure. And you see that the pressure from the Palestinians works as well. So this is why I think sometimes Palestinians have this idea that if we keep fighting, it'll work, because other people that have tried to wear Israel down over time seem to be able to do that successfully. But the problem was those other people had realistic aims for peace. Egypt had a goal in mind, right? Give us back the Sinai, we'll do peace. That was a final solution that they were looking for. Other states had final solutions in mind for peace, where it's like, okay, we can negotiate, we can do this. Palestinians don't really have a final solution that Israel can find acceptable. So, that's like the issue and Palestinians don't have a state to negotiate from. So it's hold on, one sec. Sorry. Sometimes when I'm too critical of Israel, I get these weird phone calls, and these people start chanting Hebrew at me, and then electronics in my house start shutting off, so. How do you win a war with people who want payback? You can't. You can't do that. Yeah. Alex Stein was the one I was talking about the Lauren tweet? Oh, okay. I don't know. George W. Bush's departure from Clinton's Middle East strategy, from his personal commitment to the solution of the Arab-Israeli conflict, affected the Syrian track as well. It took some time and no small wavering for Syria to adapt herself, albeit as always in her own oblique and ambivalent manner, to the new conditions created by the Iraq War. Israel and the United States, however, failed to respond. Syria's defiant attitude to the American accusations once the war ended that she sheltered fleeing Iraqi soldiers or leaders from having actively or after having actively supported them during the war, and the provocative response from Damascus to the implicit American threats that Syria might be the next in line to bear the brunt of America's rage were either acts of folly or a calculated exercise in brinkmanship, probably the latter. American accusations were anything but baseless, but before the flare-up in Iraq, Syria was already on America's list of states supporting terrorism. For many years, Damascus has been host to a plethora of terrorist organizations from Hamas and Islamic Jihad to Hezbollah. And during the war in Iraq, there were indications that not only did the Syrians facilitate the passage of Arab volunteers to Iraq, but they also transferred military equipment from their territory to Saddam's forces. In a deliberate disregard of America's request, Damascus refused to seal her borders with Iraq. This were not enough. Tishrin, the Syrian regime's mouthpiece, asked that the International Criminal Court should judge the American leaders as war criminals, equal in rank to the Nazi war criminals. Damn. Syria's behavior has led some in the American administration to adopt the view that Damascus' strategy was that of helping turn Iraq into a new Lebanon, where terrorist attacks and guerrilla tactics would undermine America's occupation. The Syrian attitude, of course, is not inconsistent with the hardline nature of the Ba'ath regime, probably the last secular ideological system in the Arab world. Syria has always seen herself as the standard bearer of the Arab cause against Western imperialism and the Zionist conspiracy. Under Hafez al-Assad, she developed into a Middle Eastern version of North Korea, an immobile economy and a society ruled by a hermetically closed and disciplined political system resting on two central pillars, the party and the army. Hafez, I think, is the grandfather to Bashir. I think it was his grandson that took power. Hafez. Let me just double check that. What is it? Was it his dad or was it his grandpa? Why would it skip a generation? It was his dad? Oh, okay. No shot. No shot. Sorry. Sorry, it looked like you have Hafez al-Assad, and then he's got a son called Hafez Bashar al-Assad, and then you have Bashar al-Assad. What the fuck? Why would you ever fucking do this? Wait, so who is who here? Holy fucking AIDS. There's eldest brother. Okay, he was recalled to Syria to take over Basel's role as heir apparent. Who is Basel? Okay, Bashar succeeded his father Hafiz. Okay, so it was his father. And then was His grandfather also, hold on, and Hafez? Wait. No, wait. Succeeded. Oh, wait, it's spelled differently. Are these two different people, or is it the same? Hold on, I don't know. I just want to see presidents of Syria. Oh my God. Can I get a list of this? Why would this not show me? List of presidents. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Bashar al-Assad is the current president. Prior to that, we have Hafez al-Assad. Okay, it was just these two. Okay, it was just his son. Okay. I felt like I read grandson at some point, but it must have been... Okay. Are you ever worried about the 8.6-fold increase of Parkinson's with ADHD medication? I don't think any link has ever been proven. I think there's an increase in those diseases with ADHD. I don't think there's been a link proven between ADHD medication and I think Alzheimer's was the one they were linking with initially, not Parkinson's, but maybe it was Parkinson's. Okay. His other son was a military leader, sure. All right. Jesus. Syria's behavior has led some in the American administration to adopt the view that Damascus... Oh, I need to read up here. It's fucking with my back. I don't have the e-girl postured muscles. Syria's behavior has led some in the American administration to adopt the view that Damascus' strategy was that of helping turn Iraq into a new Lebanon where terrorist attacks and guerrilla tactics would undermine America's occupation. The Syrian attitude, of course, is not inconsistent with the hardline nature of the Ba'ath regime, probably the last secular ideological system in the Arab world. Syria has always seen herself as the standard bearer of the Arab cause against Western imperialism and the Zionist conspiracy. Under Hafez al-Assad, she developed into a Middle Eastern version of North Korea, an immobile economy and society ruled by a hermetically closed and disciplined political system resting on two central pillars, the party and the army. But Hafez al-Assad, precisely because his formative experience was the disastrous and humiliating defeat, the Six-Day War, tended to be cautious and calculating. He would not lend himself easily to political or strategic adventures. The Israelis and the Americans knew throughout that he actively supported Hezbollah attacks against Israel, but Assad would never admit it publicly. That's kind of mean. Bashar al-Assad inherited his father's paranoid attitudes, narrow vision, and confrontational strategies, but without the prudence and astuteness that characterized the latter. The young president has proved so far to be a disappointment to those who expected him to engage in a double strategy of internal reforms and a foreign policy of peace and regional stability. Instead, he sometimes looked and sounded like the outspoken ideologue of philosophies of confrontation and vulgar anti-Semitism. Such was his speech in the presence of Pope John Paul II in Damascus. He also made no secret of his active support for Hezbollah as a legitimate movement of liberation. More than being the leader of a new Syria, a member of the club of promising young Arab leaders like King Abdullah of Jordan, King Mohammed VI of Morocco, and the ruler of Bahrain, Isa bin Salman al-Khalifa, Bashar has behaved so far as the hostage of the old guard inherited from his father. But the picture may nevertheless be more nuanced and less monolithic. Until very recently, the Syrian regime seemed to be engaged in a double strategy that did not preclude an accommodation with Washington. If Bashar was doing everything to irritate the Americans, he was at the same time showing bursts of cooperation that signaled to them that he could be a valuable ally for the US in the region. In the aftermath of 9/11, the Syrians helped locate and even arrest key figures in al-Qaeda. It was the Syrians who arrested Mohammed Haydar Zamar, a German citizen of Syrian descent, who had recruited Mohammed Atta, the ringleader of the 9/11 hijackers. The Syrians cooperated in international ways with the American war against terror, seemingly even helping to foil an al-Qaeda planned attack on American forces in the Gulf. And there was, of course, also Syria's vital vote for Security Council Resolution 1441 that allowed the U.S. a much-needed diplomatic achievement on the way to its onslaught on the Iraqi regime. Almost done with this chapter. I think. Wait, where do I see it? Show me. How do I see all the... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, 312. Okay, it's down there. Syria was not, of course, inviting an American invasion, nor did such an invasion seem probable. Rather, the Syrians, whose aspirations have always been to perform as the defiant champions of pan-Arabism, were now trying to occupy the vacuum of leadership in the Arab world, which was going through one of its gloomiest moments in recent history. Many saw the easy defeat of Saddam Hussein combined with the complacent behavior of Arab leaders as a Nakba, comparable only to the Nakba of 1948, which resulted in the creation of the State of Israel. In those hours of Arab humiliation, Syria aspired to appear as the only one attempting, however ambivalently, to redeem Arab honor. As in the case of North Korea's defiant nuclear policies, Syria is inviting the Americans to a dialogue, not an invasion. They would expect such a dialogue to lead to the restitution of the Golan Heights to Syrian sovereignty and to the legitimization of her special status in Lebanon. The Syrians believe that the risk of not bowing unconditionally to America's diktats was worth taking because even a victorious hyperpower like the US cannot allow herself the luxury of invading Arab countries one after the other. They also know that, the split in the international community notwithstanding, Iraq was a legitimate target. Neither international nor American opinion will now see an attack on Syria as justified, for which the Americans would not have even the semblance of an international coalition. My guess is going to be when he talks about Iraq as a legitimate target, it's going to be because Saddam Hussein was a pretty big piece of shit. The WMD fiasco aside, which was like stupid, Saddam Hussein is kind of a bad guy. A Damascene conversation should not be ruled out then. Syrians definitely want a dialogue with both America and Israel. To them, they are two sides of the same coin. The Iraq war, the Syrians claim, should be followed by a roadmap for peace, not only on the Palestinian track, but also between Syria and Israel. The Syrians were clearly taken aback by the way both Prime Minister Sharon and President Bush brushed aside their call for the resumption of negotiations for a settlement with Israel. There even seemed to be indications, as Israel's former military chief of staff General Yalon had hinted recently, of their readiness for a deal based on the international border, rather than on the 1967 lines that Hafez al-Assad so adamantly insisted upon, to the extent of making impossible a settlement with Israel. Both Mr. Sharon and Mr. Bush... Both Mr. Sharon and Mr. Bush may be committing here the typical mistake of leaders lacking the sense of timing and the capacity of decision of the statesman. The weakness of your rival is a reason to reach an agreement with him, not the trigger to humiliate him even further. The stress under which the Syrian regime found itself in the wake of America's global war on terror and the invasion of Iraq propelled it to try to improve relations with America and with the international community at large. It is in this context that, even if out of sheer tactical considerations, the Syrians launched their initiative for a Syrian-Israeli peace. General Yalon was right to see that as a golden opportunity which, if seized, might contribute immensely to regional peace and stability. The haughty rejection of the Syrian overture exposed the weakness and indeed the fallacy of the philosophy of the Israeli right and its neoconservative counterpart in America. They both maintained that the neutralization of strategic threats in the outer circle of the Middle East would create the ideal conditions for, and would be followed by, peace between Israel and its immediate Arab neighbors. But neither on the Palestinian front nor on the Syrian track was the philosophy being vindicated. Both Israel and America were clearly hesitant to seize the opportunity created by the neutralization, even if temporary and still precarious, of the strategic threats in the outer Middle East in order to pacify the inner Middle East. On the contrary, they seem to be overlooking them. On the Palestinian front, the Israeli argument, seconded by the American administration, was that the chaos and lack of credible leadership made it impossible for Israel to use her improved strategic position in order to strike a peace deal, thus leaving only one alternative out of the impasse: unilateral disengagement. As to Syria, President Bush's policy of too many sticks and hardly any carrots is clearly an impediment on the way to co-opting that country into a regional system of peace and security. Ariel Sharon's rejection of the Syrian overture stems from his knowledge of the inevitable territorial price, a full withdrawal from the Golan Heights that he's clearly not ready to pay. Nor is his dilemma an easy one. He knows he cannot tackle and absorb two major political earthquakes at one time, one that would emanate from his disengagement plan from Gaza, and another that would inevitably emerge from the pullout from the Golan. A coalition of the Golan settlers with those of Gaza and the West Bank is a politically lethal alliance that had already contributed to doom Rabin's peace efforts. Ever the tactician, rather than the bold visionary statesman, Ariel Sharon prefers not to tempt fate or to court political disaster. It was an irony of history that precisely when the gravity of most of the strategic threats that haunted the Jewish state for years was reduced, thanks to America's war in Iraq, Israel found herself trapped in a deadly conundrum of her own making, and with only doomsday scenarios on the horizon. Though Israel could be said to have won tactically the war of the Intifada, she could by no means claim a strategic victory, for she was incapable of turning her military superiority into a strategic breakthrough. One thing that's an important lesson from this book is taking military victories. After a military victory happens, you have to do something with it. You have to seize it, and you've got to make something happen afterwards. You can't just win and then chill and do nothing. Because right after big military conflict, the sands have kind of been unsettled, and there's a way to restructure the world in a way that benefits everybody. This was the major folly of Israel after 1967. That when Israel won the Six-Day War, they didn't really do anything after it. They felt like they were literal fucking gods, and they just kind of like chilled. And nothing good happened afterwards. I found a New York Times article at the time saying the U.S. gave them Israel $750 million of Patriot missiles on top of the $3 billion we gave them regularly as compensation for the Iraq War. Gotcha, makes sense. How many Scud missiles did did Iraq launch? I'm curious. How many missiles did Israel launch? Wait, how many missiles did Israel? No, did Iraq launch Israel Gulf War? 42 missiles. Damn. I wonder how much damage these cost, or how much damage it created. Most of them in Tel Aviv. And there was no way to intercept any of these, right? At the time, I'm guessing. Okay. Moreover, with no political solution in sight, the specter of an apartheid, binational state of South African characteristics, but with no conceivable South African solution to it, was suddenly no longer a hollow threat. with Israel incapable of halting the cancerous expansion of settlements and removing the bulk of them, while the Palestinians under Arafat's leadership persisted in their impotence to stem the tide of violence and continued to waver about whether to respect the Jewish character of Israel, the two-state solution, which had been the platform of every peace plan so far, started to look like no longer being possible. By erasing the Green Line, Israel had gained in territory but lost a most central battle of Zionism, that of demography. Among the most fertile peoples on earth, the Palestinians and Israeli Arabs together have already reached demographic parity with the Jews. Only 50% of the 10 million people living between the River Jordan and the Mediterranean are Jews. By the year 2020, that will be reduced to 42% with no chance of reversing the trend. From a Zionist perspective, this is nothing short of a demographic doomsday. The fear was that if the two-state solution continued to elude the parties, it was also by no means inconceivable that the PLO should cancel its 1988 endorsement of the two-state principle and revert to its old stand about one single Jewish Arab state. It was precisely in order to curb such a possibility that Ariel Sharon and the civilized Israeli right, as opposed to the messianic settlers and their supporters on the far right, endorsed the concept of unilateral disengagement. Separation between the two communities in Palestine, a concept that was inherent in the Zionist enterprise from its early days and was later institutionalized through all the mechanisms of governance put in place by the British Mandate, was always staunchly opposed by the revisionists as a betrayal of Eretz Israel. I think Eretz Israel was the concept of owning all of the British Mandate for Palestine, and I think a little bit further as Israel, basically. What? Okay. Cringe. Okay, hold on. This is too intense. Cowboy Bebop, study music and chill out. Okay. Jabotinsky never had in mind a physical iron wall to cut through the heart of Judea and Samaria. His was a metaphorical wall, a concept of deterrence, a call never to give in to Arab intimidation. Fuck, this song sounds horrible. Just listen to Boards of Canada? I feel like I'm gonna get DMCA hit for this. Maybe not, okay. We should just listen to the Arab, or the Islamic, Rahids. I'm just making shit up that sounds right. What was that? They're not Shaheeds, right? Nasheeds, that's it, whatever. But now his disciples did give in. In the 1990s, Yitzhak Rabin was the first to initiate plans for a fence that would physically separate Israel from the territories. The same politician who then led a vicious campaign against Rabin for giving into terror, Ariel Sharon, rushed to endorse the same concept of separation of the Israeli left, but now it was a pharaonic project of concrete, a Chinese wall hundreds of kilometers long to keep at bay the new barbarians. Important sections of the Israeli right were compelled, against their dearest ideological belief, to erect a wall in Judea and Samaria, thus breaking the historical unity of the biblical lands of Eretz Israel. Judea and Samaria are cringe Jewish ways to refer to the West Bank, basically. Sharon's wall, though it certainly is not a contribution to mutual trust, was well, hold on, I should be more clear. The reason why it's referred to as Judea and Samaria is because it illustrates, it underscores the important, historical / religious value to Jewish people when they talk about it that way. That's not just the West Bank. Those are our historic lands. It's almost like a way of like laying claim to the lands is to call it that. You know, that's all. It's like when Ukraine changed their capital to Kyiv from Kiev or whatever. Sharon's wall, though it certainly is not a contribution to mutual trust, was conceived as a clear move against the one-state solution. It is an acknowledgement that Zionism has lost the demographic race. Demography and the dream of greater Eretz Israel simply could not be reconciled. The wall is a defiant, resolute, and bold manifestation that Israel would not allow this fact to usher in a one-state solution. But it is also an acknowledgement by the Israeli right that it has lost the battle for. It's also an acknowledgement by the Israeli right that it has lost the battle for Eretz Israel. But unlike the case of Gaza, a small and compact area with not too many ideological settlers, where Sharon plans a total withdrawal if he ever advances a disengagement plan from the West Bank, this will surely be a far more modest affair. Wait, hold on, what? But unlike the case of Gaza. A far more modest means a more extreme affair, right? I feel like it's weird phrasing, but okay. Was he trolling with that Kiev comment? Wait, am I? I thought in Ukrainian you pronounce it Kyiv, and so they changed the capital from Kiev to Kyiv. Kiev was like the old Soviet name for the city. No, it means the opposite? Oh, okay. All right. There, he might try to remove only a small number of settlements. Oh, I understand. Never mind. I'm sorry. She's confirming. If he ever advances a disengagement from the West Bank, this will surely be a far more modest affair. As in, he would only suggest a modest amount of settlements to be withdrawn, not the entirety of it. I think that's what it's called. Okay. I don't know. The music is distracting. Please change it. Yeah, what the fuck is this psycho music? Christ, fuck me. Oh my god, I feel like we're not gonna finish this tonight. No, we can do this. We're doing it. Oh, you guys are gonna hate the glitch sounds. Fuck. What was the name of that? Actually, you know what? Fuck it, we can do this. There, he might try to remove only a small number of settlements in a way that would leave the Palestinians essentially confined to scattered autonomous enclaves, surrounded by settlements and encircled by a dense network of bypass roads. There is, of course, not the slightest chance that the Palestinians would acquiesce to such a plan. A Palestinian international campaign for a one-state solution, backed by a wide popular insurgents, cannot be discarded if indeed the Palestinians come to the conclusion that a viable state is not in the offering for them. That the Palestinian insurgents might even expand into the Arab population of Israel as well is not, in such conditions, a far-fetched possibility. Nor is the potential response of the extremists in Israel difficult to imagine. Transfer schemes of all kinds against the Palestinian population and the Arab community in Israel could certainly be violently advanced, and a resurgence of Jewish terrorism against Arab targets cannot be dismissed. There we go. What started in the 1930s as a civil war between Jews and Arabs in mandatory Palestine had become, since 1988, a struggle for separate statehood, would thus refer to its original condition of a ruthless civil war. Such a scenario can be averted either through an immediate resumption of negotiations on the basis of a two-state solution along the 67 borders, or through a unilateral disengagement where Israel would pull out from the bulk of the West Bank and allow a contiguous, viable Palestinian space to exist. Ideally, if the latter option is taken, Israel should leave the door open at the same time for future negotiations for a contractual settlement with the Palestinians. Alas, neither of these options enjoyed a realistic chance in Sharon's right-of-center coalition, especially as long as Arafat was in control of the Palestinian Authority. There seemed to be no political conditions to produce such bold moves. Israel's march of folly into the occupied territories, represented by her absurdly adventurous policy of settlements, has created a reality on the ground that can no longer be solved only through traditional diplomatic means. If and when the conflict becomes so acute and so unbearable, with a civil war between Jews and Arabs claiming its frightening daily toll, and the Arab states being drawn into the conflict again, an imposed settlement by an international alliance for peace in the Middle East, led by the United States, might be the last resort. However reluctant the Americans might be to lead such a coalition, they could be compelled to do so when weighing the price in terms of the regional instability and the international indignation that a Jewish-Arab civil war might produce against the difficulties of an imposed solution. Each and every one of the options, including that of the imposed settlement, that are theoretically open to the parties, would inevitably unleash internal earthquakes of unprecedented dimensions within both societies, the Palestinians and the Israelis. If the parties fail to return to the two-state solution, a civil war between Jews and Arabs within the one South African state is inevitable. In either of the remaining options, profound cleavages would also open, and civil strife would certainly be unleashed, this time, however, within each of the separate societies. But this, at least, would be a sacrifice in the service of a moral cause, a life of independence and dignity for each nation in its own state. In the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the possibility of peace without agony was missed years ago. From now on, nobody can spare the parties their cavalry. Both Palestinians and Israelis rightly earned it with their political short-sightedness and sometimes sheer human stupidity. A one-state solution is a nightmare only the extreme right and the most fanatic settlers would strive for, but even then, with the hope that the mass transfer of Palestinians would make it bearable. But the two-state solution is not necessarily the alternative preferred by all the opponents of one state. A withdrawal from the bulk of the territories without allowing the creation of an independent Palestinian state is an option that was being toyed with during the last days of Arafat by members of Israel's security establishment. Moshe Yaalon was certainly one who believed that the two-state paradigm was obsolete and needed to be replaced by agreements with the Arab states bordering with Israel, essentially a return to the armistice agreements of 1949. According to this old new paradigm, Israel cannot reach peace with security with a revolutionary national movement that is inherently incapable of reforming itself and offering stability in exchange for land and sovereignty. The impossibility of reaching a negotiated settlement with an invertebrate national movement and the unresolved war with an anarchaic enemy and a state of constant turmoil like the Palestinians finally brought home to some Israeli generals the lesson that security depends on the political stability of your neighbor, not on the amount of land that you occupy. The idea was then to resuscitate the Jordanian option in the West Bank, encourage Egypt to return to the Gaza Strip and reach a settlement with the Syrians on the Golan Heights. This, the return to the capsule doctrine, whereby the Palestinians are encircled and their national movement is sterilized by a ring of peace agreements between Israel and the dictatorial, but stable and orderly, Arab states surrounding it, is what really lay behind General Yalon's desire for peace talks with Syria. General Yalon provided proof of a political resourcefulness of sorts, but by trying to rescue from oblivion such an anachronistic and indeed obsolete concept as the capsule doctrine, he displayed his failure to understand the most fundamental lessons of history. National movements that cannot be suppressed by military means cannot be obliterated by simply ignoring them or by changing the identity of the occupier. Ariel Sharon's plan to disengage unilaterally from Gaza and dismantle all of the settlements throughout the Strip is one concrete proof that the Prime Minister has totally discarded the option of direct negotiations for a two-state solution and has opted for the unilateral approach. Typically, Mr. Sharon did not conceive his plan as part of a grand strategic design or as a component in a wider vision of peace with Israel's Palestinian neighbors. Always the tactical projector and hardly ever the strategic planner, Sharon took the decision to withdraw from Gaza in the autumn of 2003 in a desperate attempt to do something to relieve the international and domestic pressure on him. These were days when the Prime Minister was in dire straits. The dirty war in the territories had unleashed waves of protest among soldiers and reservists. Even members of elite commando units and fighter pilots demonstratively questioned the moral legitimacy of the ruthless and indiscriminate war that they were ordered to wage. 4 prestigious ex-chiefs of Israel's security services, Shabak, our Israel security services, warned in a joint interview that Sharon was leading the country to the abyss. Track 2 peace plans, such as the Geneva Accords, indicated a potential way out of the impasse of blood, a way Sharon was by no means willing to take. There was also a real possibility that the left might be able to repeat the kind of anti-Sharon mass campaign that had brought him down in the wake of the Sabra and Shatila massacre. Track 2 peace plans, such as the Geneva Accords, indicated a potential way out of the... Okay. When we say track 2 peace plans, that means... we're talking about Camp David too? Wow, Frank Sino, Peace G. Thanks for the tier 5 subber. What are we doing? Why? Is that him? Wait, like... Oh, God. Well... I think track 2 is still referring to a part of the said roadmap. Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah. What? Oh, okay. As Sharon's chief of cabinet, is this Dove Weisglass? I need to look this guy up. Put it later in a revealing interview. No, I don't need to look this guy. We're not looking at every fucking chief of cabinet. Fuck you. Put it later in a revealing interview. There was a dangerous erosion in our domestic and international position. Everything was falling apart in Israel. The Prime Minister now faced a number of choices, none of which was very appealing to him. One was that of totally dismantling the Palestinian Authority and reoccupying all of the territories. Another theoretical option was to start direct negotiations for a peace deal that would inevitably entail the almost complete withdrawal from the territories. Sharon's foreign minister, Silvan Shalom, had his own brilliant contribution to the pool of ideas put forward by the Prime Minister's advisors. He proposed to simulate a peace process, to pretend negotiations, to meet every now and then with some Abu and do nothing. Jesus. Mr. Sharon ruled out all of these options as too risky or impractical, and in a secret meeting he held in Rome on the 18th of November 2003 with Elliot Abrams, the head of the Middle East desk at the White House, communicated to the Americans his raw plan to withdraw unilaterally from Gaza and dismantle all of the settlements in the Strip. As it turned out, Sharon managed with a whim born out of desperation to kill several birds with one stone. This unilateral disengagement, the problem is it's always kicking the can down the road. We're not actually solving the Palestinian problem. We're just doing little itty-bitty things to appease our neighbors and to appease the Palestinians and to appease the international community without ever actually taking the hard step and doing what needs to be done to finally solve the problem. The Abraham Accords are another in a long line of examples of that. The man of war was suddenly cast in the role of the peacemaker, or at least as somebody who could claim that he also had a plan to keep his domestic and international critics busy and eventually force them to accept his agenda. Weary of the chances of pushing ahead the ill-fated roadmap, the Bush administration seized Sharon's idea as if it had suddenly found great spoil. Sharon's reward was that by endorsing the concept of unilateral disengagement, the United States implicitly reiterated her support for a principle that was the cornerstone of Sharon's policy, and indeed the key to his political standing at home, namely that no negotiations with the Palestinian Authority would start before there was an end to terror. And since the chances that Palestinian terror might end without a political horizon in sight were non-existent, that meant that the option of negotiation was, for all practical purposes, removed from the agenda altogether. The cycle of violence, right? That's benefiting Israel, not really benefiting the Palestinians. Sharon drew additional benefits from his whimsical plan. He stifled the mounting protest within Israel, he managed to domesticate the Labour Party that asked now to be allowed into his coalition, and he sidelined left-wing Track 2 plans such as Geneva, which hardly anybody speaks of anymore, or less, which hardly anybody speaks anymore. It more or less went into oblivion. Geneva, this is a thing that I need to look up. The Geneva plans. There was a Geneva conference or something that had to do with this. What was it? 311. Oh my god, okay. And if all this were not enough, he almost managed to nip in the bud an American initiative communicated to him at his Paris meeting with Elliot Abrams to start peace negotiations with the Syrians, the outcome of which could only be the de-evolution of the Golan in exchange for Syria's abandonment of a war option, which Sharon is convinced she does not possess in any case. But, however cynical and opportunist, and certainly imperfect in its details, Sharon's plan may be, it nevertheless offers chances as much as it entails enormous risks. The international community can and should play a vital role in enhancing the opportunities and in curtailing the risks. In other words, the disengagement should not be allowed to be wholly unilateral. Never before has an Israeli leader seriously contemplated dismantling settlements and, well, except in the Sinai, right? For Egypt. And maybe in the occupied territories, it means. And notwithstanding the enormous political difficulties that Mr. Sharon has encountered in the embarrassingly dysfunctional institutions of his own party, it is reasonable to say that never has a prime minister in the past enjoyed the political conditions necessary to carry through such a divisive move. Even at the height of his political power, Yitzhak Rabin did not dare to dismantle Netzarim, an isolated settlement in the Gaza Strip that is protected by 10 times more soldiers than it has inhabitants. And when, in the wake of the massacre perpetrated in 1994 by a Jewish fundamentalist against Muslim worshippers in Hebron's Tomb of the Patriarchs, a unique opportunity emerged to evacuate the hotbed of political religious extremism that is the Jewish quarter in Hebron, Rabin again wavered and gave in to the settlers. Settlers have had a big power sometimes on right-leaning prime ministers, or a lot of political encouragement. That massacre that occurred in the Tomb of the Patriarchs was committed by a guy called something Goldstein. That's the guy that Ben Giver, the current, I think, Interior Secretary of Defense or Protection or bullshit, or Interior Secretary of Security or whatever, that's whose picture he had on the wall, was the guy that committed that massacre. I think we've said this like 20 times stream, but unhinged. Giver? How the fuck do you say that guy's name? If Mr. Sharon is not bluffing, and if he manages to overcome his political constraints, which is still far from certain, he will be setting a precedent with far-reaching consequences. He will again vindicate the mantra that only a hawk is capable of pulling out from Palestinian territory, confronting hardline religious settlers, and surviving politically. And whatever his rhetoric may be, he will also signal to some, not all, settlers in Judea and Samaria that they are not immune from evacuation either. Ariel Sharon, like his predecessor since 1993, came to his moment of truth with a broken coalition, a divided government, and a spineless parliament. Once again, it is the dilemma of a leader with a front without a political home front. The fate of any Israeli leader who has tried to withdraw from the territories, either through an agreement like Rabin and Barak, Rabin being peace with Egypt, and Ehud Barak being... Yitzhak Rabin was Oslo Accords. Ehud Barak was... attempted to do the Camp David, or in a violent way, like Sharon, had been to face political defeat, and in Rabin's case, even assassination. Israeli politics defy the rule that stability and equilibrium are only maintained by pedaling the bicycle. It is precisely by pedaling, moving, and initiating that the leader paves the way for his political demise. Rabin, Perez, and Barak were defeated because they tried to break the old paralyzing inertia of war and conflict. And even in the case of Netanyahu, that's probably good. Not good. All the right is losing their minds. What does that mean? Longtime Clinton aide Huma Abedin is dating George Soros' son. Why would they be molding? Doesn't this make perfect sense for them? And even in the case of Netanyahu, it was only when he ventured, however hesitantly, into an agreement with the Palestinians, the Wye River Memorandum, that he lost his political base and ended up losing power. Ariel Sharon might still prevail, although this remains to be seen. His political survival, now that his party has abandoned him, requires a miraculous degree of luck and much political astuteness. Now, not even now that the Knesset has approved the disengagement plan and the Labour Party has joined his coalition, are Sharon's political survival or the implementations of his plan a foregone conclusion. What is refreshing, though, is that Sharon, the unscrupulous and ruthless man of action, has finally realized the limits of force. No one who knew his personal and political history would have imagined him delivering a speech like the one he gave on the day the Knesset approved his plan. Addressing the settlers, those whom he had spoiled and cultivated for years, he said, quote, "You have developed among you a dangerous, messianic spirit. We have no chance to survive in this part of the world that has no mercy for the weak if we persist in this path. I have learnt from my own experience that the sword alone offers no solution. We do not want to rule over millions of Palestinians who multiply every year. Israel will not survive as a democratic state if she continues being a society that occupies another nation. The withdrawal from Gaza will open the gates of a new reality." Based. Sharon's disengagement plan is politically courageous, but potentially ominous. The main risk in his move is the Lebanization of the Gaza Strip once Israel has withdrawn its settlement and military forces. Oh no. Pulling out from Gaza without coordinating it with a Palestinian or an international body that could help secure stability, while maintaining the control of the crossing points to and from the Strip and keeping Israeli forces along the Philadelphia Road, the border of Gaza with Egypt, in a way that can by no means be defined as the end of occupation, can only be an introduction to a new phase in the Israeli-Palestinian war of attrition. Philadelphia would certainly become the center of gravity of all the indigenous and probably also of regional terrorist groups committed to the war against the Israeli occupation. Nor is it that outlandish to assume that Hamas would develop or acquire missiles with a longer range than that of their homemade Qassams, which could hit targets deep in Israel, a city like Ashkelon, for example. Moreover, the assumption is far-fetched that one can undermine the logic of the Palestinian struggle for independence by driving a wedge between the two organic components of the Palestinian nation, Gaza and the West Bank. Gazans would not offer security to Israel as long as their brethren in the West Bank remain under occupation. I don't believe at this point the Iron Dome had really been developed yet, so missiles from the Gaza Strip were still scary. This is pretty prescient, though. Like, this is basically what happened exactly, right? Rip. However incomplete Israel's pullout from Gaza might be, the Palestinians will see it as a major victory, as an embarrassing capitulation by the Israeli occupier. A direct line would be drawn in the Palestinian mind between what they perceive as Israel's shameful flight from Lebanon and its even more traumatic disengagement from Gaza in a way that would fire the imagination of young Palestinian fighters and inspire the next phase of Palestine's war of independence. If a credible peace process does not accompany or immediately follow the Gaza disengagement, next in line to try to get rid of the Israeli occupier would have to be the West Bank, and it is by no means improbable that the withdrawal from Gaza would be followed by an even more ferocious stage in the Intifada throughout the West Bank. That didn't really happen, at least, right? There can be little doubt that Hamas, the dominant power in Gaza, would claim, as Hezbollah did in Lebanon, that Israel's pullout represents a victory for its campaign and a vindication of suicide terrorism. If Hamas is allowed to become the governing authority in the Gaza Strip, this could usher in the establishment of a mini Taliban state at permanent war against Israel. That is exactly what happened. That would send a dreadful message throughout the region. It would also deal an additional blow to the Palestinian Authority and to those within it who still hope for a negotiated settlement. President Bush's support for Mr. Sharon's disengagement plan from Gaza was seen as a setback by the Palestinians. What the fuck? Okay. Lycan is such a slimy fuck. Uh-oh, what's going on now? President Bush's support for Mr. Sharon's disengagement plan from Gaza was seen as a setback by the Palestinians. They are rightly concerned that Israel would not only control the airspace of the Strip, but also the land passages. They should not be surprised either if Israel were to maintain complete freedom of military action should they fail to combat terrorism effectively, the blockade. Sharon was right to abandon the idea of keeping under Israel military control the Philadelphia Road, for this could be a source of friction, as was the case of the Shabbat farms in southern Lebanon. The major Palestinian concern, however, is that of Gaza being both first and last, and that no further stages of disengagement are envisaged by Mr. Sharon. But with all of its evident shortcomings, the Gaza disengagement project, if it is executed in the framework of an overall peace plan, a reformed quartet's roadmap, for example, and a coordinated international effort to prevent a chaotic vacuum of authority in the Gaza Strip after Israel has withdrawn its military and civilian presence, can still be a platform worth supporting by both the Palestinians and the international community. The American-STAT experience in Iraq has, it must be hoped, taught them that international legitimacy can be no less vital than overwhelming military might. Sooner or later, Israel would have to come to the same conclusion if she is to have solid peace arrangements with her Palestinian neighbors. If she persists in discarding the Palestinians as valid interlocutors, Israel's unilateral move needs the support and active assistance of the international community to acquire legitimacy. Lack of legitimacy is the main problem, too, with the recent exchange of letters between Prime Minister Sharon and President Bush on the contours of a final Israeli-Palestinian peace settlement, an exchange that was offered to Mr. Sharon as an American reward for his Gaza plan. To be sure, the key principles subscribed to by President Bush, blocks of settlements in the West Bank, and the stipulation that the right of return should only apply to the Palestinian state, not to Israel, are not altogether new. The Clinton parameters of December 2000 outlined similar contours for a final status agreement. In fact, Clinton was far more elaborate and specific. His outline embraced every particular item in such a final deal, including precise percentages of land for the blocks of settlements, the ratio of swaps, the ruling out the right of return to Israel, and the future of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount. There are, however, major differences between the two presidential documents. Mr. Bush did not seem to have assimilated fully the lessons of Iraq, and his pledge to Ariel Sharon was as unilateral and as illegitimate as America's invasion of Iraq. Bush's letter recalls the Balfour Declaration only in one vital point. Both were exchanges of letters between a Western power and the Zionists, while totally ignoring the wishes and positions of the Arabs. Another difference between the two documents is that Clinton parameters were not the sudden political whim of a president desperately looking for re-election, nor an attempt to throw a life belt to a politically drowning Israeli prime minister. The parameters were a brilliantly devised set of points. The parameters were a brilliantly devised point of equilibrium between the positions of the Israelis and the Palestinians as they stood in the advanced stage of the peace process. The Clinton ideas were born out of negotiations between the parties. They were not an arbitrary imposition. It is again the question of legitimacy, without which a peace platform cannot endure and would not be viable, that is at stake here. Being the result of negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians for an overall settlement, the Clinton parameters were acclaimed by the international community. Leaders throughout the world, from Secretary General Kofi Annan to President Putin of Russia, practically all of the European leaders and those of key Arab states joined the American effort to convince Yasser Arafat to seize the historic opportunity and endorse the parameters. This is not the case with President Bush's pledge to Mr. Sharon. It is the unilateralism of the move, perhaps more than its content, that has alienated the Europeans, the Arab states, and of course the Palestinians. For all its deficiencies, the Gaza project, being now the only game in town, might still be seen by the Palestinian leadership as an opportunity of recovering their relevance and moving back to the forefront of the peacemaking efforts. Their performance in creating a reliable Palestinian Authority in Gaza that would fight terrorism, create an orderly environment throughout the Gaza Strip, and build decent public institutions there can turn that land of desolation and despair into a model for the wider Palestinian state that would include, in future, the West Bank as well. RIP. Sharon's plan is also a challenge for the international community. The Palestinian institutions are shattered and their economies in shambles. There are indications that key members of the international community are ready to move from declaratory policies and the familiar inertia of condemnations of the policies of Ariel Sharon to a practical and pragmatic approach. Many now believe that only an active and robust involvement of the international community closely to assist the Palestinians in their task can ensure that Israel's disengagement does not start and end in Gaza, but could be the prelude to a wider and more credible peace process. This might require persuading Sharon to turn his move into an internationally supervised disengagement, leading to an active foreign presence in the Gaza Strip. Since Israel intends to run away, whatever the consequences, only the robust involvement of the international community in assisting the Palestinians in rebuilding their security forces, in institution building, and in laying the foundations for economic growth can turn the politics of despair and devastation into those of hope and peace. So the unilateralism of this withdrawal was really bad, and it fucked over everything, right? Yeah. Okay, this is the final chapter, conclusions. It's 20 pages. Let's take a quick break, and then we will finish this tonight, okay? What do we got going on? What do you want? Too Mad died. Wait, really? No. Oh. Ian Miles Chong execution. Why do you keep falling for stupid meme shit? Okay, what is this? We got like and drama. Based on what you've read so far, what do you think the title of the book is supposed to mean? Scars of War, Wounds of Peace. I don't know. That there's like a price to pay for everything. Like every war creates new conditions on the ground. These are the scars of war that shapes and molds people's ideas for a movement forward, and that peace is oftentimes painful in this region. It either requires prior wars that have created scars, like Yom Kippur, or it requires huge concessions made to other people, like the Sinai to Egypt, and that the wounds created by peace are sometimes too big, I guess, politically for nations to bear. I don't know, that'd be my guess, I guess, I don't know. I was a good English student, okay? Make shit up. He's actually dead? What the fuck? Okay. What is this? Aristocracy quote tweets shitting on Destiny and takes a jab at Finkelstein. Guess who those people like and went out of his way to defend? I'm hosting a 2-on-2 debate on Israel-Palestine in about 2 weeks in person over many hours. The people involved are Palestine, and Muin Rabbani. I should look this guy up. Israel, Benny Morris, Steve Bonnell, 3 specialists on this topic, plus 1 random argumentative influencer who knows next to nothing of the topic is an extremely bizarre way to conduct a deep calling a specialist something. Why would you think this tweet is shitting on me? She quote tweets shitting on Destiny. Oh, never mind. Hold on. It's just it's a weirdly phrased thing. She quote tweeted a tweet that was shitting on Destiny, and then she took a jab at Finkelstein. I thought it was saying she quote tweets shitting on me, but she's quote tweeting a tweet that shits on me and then takes a jab at Finkelstein. Guess who those 2 people like when I was way to defend? Wow. Wait, what do you mean? People have been trying for years to discredit his academic work to no avail. I think Lycan just meant to respond to this tweet. He's defending my academic work. Why would Lycan defend me on a tweet that's not even mentioning me? This is such a stretch for a title. You guys have too big a hate boner for Lycan. Chill. What the fuck? The Omar guy is shitting on you? Yeah, of course. This guy is ultra mad. Lycan with another banger. The demonstration at Mount Sinai Hospital yesterday was reprehensible. Hospitals are places for treatment and care, not protest intimidation. I strongly condemn the display of anti-Semitism, blah, blah, blah. Okay, thank you. Was there actually a demonstration at the hospital? Yes, they scaled the walls, put Palestinian flags up, and screamed intifada, intifada. Wait, what is this tweet implying? Couldn't he just Google it? Or is he implying it was like fake news? Who is this guy? Oh, I've clicked this before. A Dutch-Palestinian Middle East analyst specializing in the Arab-Israeli conflict and Palestinian affairs. Rabbani is based in Amman, Jordan, and was a senior analyst for the International Crisis Group, the Palestine director of the Palestine American Research Center, a project director for the Association of Netherlands Municipalities, and a volunteer and journal editor for Al-Haq. Rabbani is currently a senior fellow at the Institute for Palestine Studies, a co-editor of Jadaliyah, and a contributing editor to the Middle East Report. He was born in the Netherlands, received his BA in History and International Studies from Tufts University, Greater in Boston. Is there any validity to Likens' statements? Why aren't there lengthy papers from established historians dismantling Finkelstein's arguments, such sources used in the book, since he's clearly the most popular historian on the topic? That's a good question. So this is going to be the most arrogant thing I've ever said. My hope is that here's my hope. I've got two grand designs, okay? Ready? Two big grand designs, all right? One is that I hope that this is like the best debate that has happened to date on the Israeli-Palestinian thing. Benny Morris is he's one of the preeminent Israeli historians. Finkelstein is at least one of the most popular historians. Hopefully I can contribute. This other guy, it seems, I mean, he's got like education on this topic, so he'll contribute. And this will be like literally a fucking 4 to 6 hour conversation, okay? Like 5+ hours of this. So I hope this is like a definitive, like, here is the current debate on this thing with sources, with knowledge, with context, with everything else. Number one. Number two, okay, I want people afterwards to see that Finkelstein is a hack, okay? But that can only be done by going through his book and his sources, which we'll do next. We're almost done with this book, okay? Also, sorry, that thing about footnotes and everything, David Irving had the same thing. Remember, the Lying About Hitler book that was written by that one dude? I should just read that on stream. This is a good book. This would actually be so much fun. And it's easier reading. We could probably read this in a single day, I bet. What was this, like, how many pages was this? You're going to bring quotes in real life? Yes. One thing I'm excited about this iPad is I think I can use this iPad for notes and stuff. And it's like way easier and it doesn't look as cringe like to have my phone out. If I have a whole iPad, it looks more, yeah. Fuck that, just watch the movie. Was there a movie about this? I read history books and oh my god, Lying About Hitler was so dry. Was it? Would you say so? I didn't feel that way. Maybe it's because I had a debate coming up about it. Get the magic keyboard thing for it? I've already got it. Lying About Hitler, Amazon. Why even think that this debate is going to be good when we all know that whenever you corner him in a particular argument, Finkelstein is going to move the goalpost to does body count matter? Because this will be the debate I prepared for the most in literally my entire life. And I have probably a more comprehensive understanding of this particular thing than I have literally for fucking anything else I've ever read. I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? Hopefully, I just have to prepare my strategies and all that. Oh, it's 335 pages. They're easy to read pages, though. Give me a goddamn book sample. Read sample. Fuck, maybe it's not that. Oh, does body count matter? Oh, I'm sorry. I just understood it was a joke. I thought that, I thought you meant like the casualty rate, like in the Palestinians, like the body count, the death count. I just fucking, my brain just short circuited on that. Would you say your mindset has changed, or that you have more confidence going into debates with the research? I feel like the I want to show the world he's a hack is a new mentality for you as a result of your power level increasing. No, here's my issue with it. Is that one, my friend Lycan is currently lost down this Finkelstein hole and I have to save him. Okay, that's one part. A second part is I'm irritated that I truly do feel like this might be, maybe my assumption is wrong, but at least in pop culture, I really truly do feel like Finkelstein is the most popular author on this conflict. I see his shadow behind almost every single pro-Palestinian person I've debated. So many claims, so many arguments that he's made in his books are offered by almost every other person that I've debated so far. I feel like he must be one of the most read authors on this. Not as much as any of the actual historians, but because he does pop history and his writing is incredibly provocative. You'll see when I start to read Inquest into Martyrdom. Can I get some sample pages compared to what I've read here, right? You've listened to me read this, Inquest into its Martyrdom. Can I get some sample pages on this? The writing for this is so much more provocative. It's insane. In September 2000, amid the diplomatic stalemate and after Israeli provocation, Palestinians in the occupied territories once again entered into open revolt. Like its 1987 precursor, the Second Intifada was at its inception overwhelmingly nonviolent. However, in Ben Ami's words, Israel's disproportionate response to what had started as a popular uprising, with young unarmed men confronting Israeli soldiers armed with lethal weapons, fueled the Second Intifada beyond control and turned it into an all-out war. It is forgotten that the first deadly Hamas suicide bombing of the Second Intifada did not occur until 5 months into Israel's relentless bloodletting. Israeli forces had fired 1 million rounds of ammunition in just the first few days of the uprising, while the ratio of Palestinians to Israelis killed during the first weeks was 20 to 1. In the course of the spiraling violence triggered by its disproportionate response, Israel struck Gaza with special vengeance. In a cruel reworking of ecclesiasticity, I don't know, each turn of season presaged yet another Israeli attack on Gaza that left scores dead and fragile infrastructure destroyed. Operation Rainbow, Operation Days of Penitence, Operation Summer Rains, Operation Autumn Clouds, Operation Hot Winter. In the warped memory of Israeli President and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Shimon Peres, however, this period was another mistake. We restrained ourselves for 8 years and allowed Gazans to shoot thousands of rockets at us. Restraint was a mistake. Despite continual Israeli assaults, Gaza continued to roil. Already at the time of the Oslo Accords, its intractability caused Israel to sour on the Strip. If only it would just sink into the sea, Rabin despaired. In April of 2004, President Minister Sharon announced that Israel would disengage from Gaza, and by September of 2005, both Israeli troops and Jewish settlers had been pulled out. Dov Weisglass, a key advisor to Sharon, laid out the rationale behind the disengagement. It would relieve international, in particular American, pressure on Israel, in turn freezing the political process. And when you freeze that process, you prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state. Israel subsequently purported that it was no longer the occupying power in Gaza. However, but this is what I mean, right? Like, this book is, it reads like pop history, basically, yeah. Yeah. And it's very annoying now, like, I also can see the way that he cites quotes now that I'm familiar with the underlying material too, some of it at least. In Ben Ami's own words, Israel's disproportionate response to what had started as a popular uprising, with young unarmed men confronting Israeli soldiers armed with lethal weapons, fueled the Second Intifada beyond control and turned it into an all-out war. Like, quoting Ben-Ami here as though he's only saying it was Israel's disproportionate response that had started it. It was only Israel that was doing this. It's very, very, very annoying. Ben-Ami wrote this book so well to be, I don't know why I'm shaking my iPad, it's not the book, to be utilized by propagandists, because he writes very meticulously, and he's like, here's what Israel did that was bad. Here's what Palestine did that was bad. Here's what the international community did that was bad. Next chapter. Here's what Israel did that was bad. Here's what Palestine did that was bad. Here's what the international community did that was bad. Next chapter. And he does it over and over again. People like Finkelstein just quote the sections of Israel bad. That's it. And it's so frustrating to read the way that he cites Ben-Ami, at least in this book, and probably with all the underlying stuff too. But we'll get there. Okay, don't care. What were we doing? Oh, any So we just summarized your primary issues with Finkelstein into bullet points. What would they be? One of them seems like quote sniping. Well, I just think his scholarship is very bad. No, sorry. I think his scholarship is counterfeit or disingenuous, at least from the little bit I've seen so far. It could be that I just happen to be stumbling onto things that I feel is very one-sided, and maybe other scholarship is good, but it feels as though he is engaging in academic fraud? I don't know how you would say it. Like, the underlying material just doesn't tend to support his opinions, and he's very selective about what he quotes. It's very, very, very frustrating. Okay, did I have any disagreeers? Zeri, you're up. What do you want?
I wanted to have a low-key conversation about socialism if you want to.
Fuck no, bro. Come on. Give me like one sentence. What?
I think that we can have better systems with like a planned economy. We can have like better, like.
Sure. Where is the evidence for any planned economy working ever?
There isn't.
So then why would we try that? Why would we move from something that seems to be working to a planned economy?
Because I think there's like a lot of nuance that, like, reasons for why they didn't work, and we can make it work.
Okay. Well, listen, we'll see what happens, okay? But fuck this conversation for now. Love you.
Okay.
Acnologia, go.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo, what up, bro?
Why is everybody's mic on Discord so loud?
Oh,
Okay.
is it loud? My fault.
No,
Yeah.
it's fine. Don't worry. I'll just turn every single person down. All right, what's up?
Okay, so can I talk to you about one thing from the roaming millennial conversation?
No, wait. First, start with what's your disagreement?
My disagreement is your summarization of just like, I guess kind of just like the way you summarize why there are certain issues in terms of like red pill shit.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, like I'm not even trying to say that like you're necessarily, because I understand like your premise is like when you say like there's like a lag in terms of like society catching up to like new norms, you know what I mean? But I feel like in general, most people, if you're like below the age of 50, like when you grew up, like your mom, like your sister, your like grandma, like everyone around, every like woman around, like most men around now like work. Like why would anyone expect like pre-70 gender norms within relationships?
Okay.
No, I'm asking you that.
I mean, they wouldn't. That's why I always give as the two biggest reasons why things have changed is birth control and women going to school and getting careers.
No, but you're like, oh, but like women became like way more like eclectic, whereas men are like a bit more like don't have as many facets to them, and they expect women to like fulfill like a very narrow role. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think that's the case.
That you're literally restating what I'm saying. When I say women to become more masculine, what the fuck do you think I'm referring to? Things like being able to fuck without getting pregnant, and things like getting a fucking job. You fucking retard. Yes. So men have to be able to do more. There's I work, come marry me, like they could in the 40s.
Okay. You know what the fuck I'm saying, bro. But whatever.
Okay.
All right. Good combo.
Love you.
Thanks.
Can we have a disagreement warm-up room where we can tell each other if our mics are working or dog piss and the disagreements are clear? Okay. Okay, what do you want? You were disagreeing a lot yesterday. Go.
Hey, Destiny. Okay, first, my disagreement is about your coverage of Mouthy's podcast.
Okay, quick.
And just to be clear, I'm not a Mouthy simp or anything, but okay. You covered Mouthy, and Mouthy kept, and his friends kept constantly saying, morally, this is not an argument. Morally, this is not an argument. And you kept appealing to international law. You kept appealing to...
Because they kept using terms like war crime and human shield. That's not morality.
Yeah,
that's not morality. These are legal terms.
I agree with that. They said that in the beginning, but then they're making like conversations about like morally. They didn't like they said war crime maybe like once or twice in the beginning, but like the entire 10 minutes after, it's just saying morally terms. Also, they made the argument. I'm sorry. Do you want to respond? Then I'll move to the other thing you said.
Give me the Let me go just look at the fucking thing real quick. Okay.
Also, he on Twitter he said that they're planning a response or whatnot. I'm not a simp. I have no dog in this fight, but I'm just saying it felt like wrong. They keep talking about morality. You could blame them for like confusing terms for that, but like you could also address the moral argument that they want to make. The other thing they said is like, well, what insurance do they have like that another October 7th will be? They said another October 7th will be unlikely, and you appeal to well, it happened before. Now, I mean, do you think that's really a good argument? I mean, it's just
wait, shit, hold on.
Really not very good. Yeah, that's fine. How's everyone doing?
Okay, sorry. I'm saying that it's not acceptable to be like, oh, well, October 7th probably won't happen again. Why would you ever say that? It literally just happened. Why would you say it probably won't happen again?
I mean, it's like saying 9/11 like would probably not happen again after it happened once, right? It's just pretty clearly, it just seems very, very true, right? Like after you're on guard, you're way more focused, you're like taking everything way more seriously, like just in terms of prevention. But
wait, hold on. But because we made massive structural changes to the way that we do security in the United States. Israel hasn't made, or doesn't seem like they're going to make massive structural changes to the organization of the occupied territories. Are they?
Well, okay, no. So Israel, if you follow the news on it, it seems like like we had prior. I'm Israeli, by the way, for those who don't know. It seems like we had some private knowledge, prior knowledge of a planned attack or something.
I don't believe that. I don't think that's true.
I mean, there are New York Times reports on that. There's like
it all comes from some anonymous Egyptian source that said they warned them that something might happen soon.
I mean, okay, that's fine. I was reading a Ben Caspid article. He's like a very big journalist. He's not any.
I mean, so is Glenn Greenwald. You can shoot me that article if you want, or post it.
No, he's not a Glenn Greenwald. That's what I wanted to say. He's not a conspiratorial. I'll send it to you. I even translated it for a friend. I'll send you the translation, but it's kind of whatever. That also, just a quick question. Might be weird to ask, but it's just like your first conversation with Mr. or Girl after the Vosh convo. I cannot find the VOD. It's privated. It's fine if you privated it for like your own reasons. I just want to know why I cannot find it. That's it.
I have no idea. I don't know what got privated or why from that. Yeah, but I'm sure if you look hard enough.
Also, my dad probably you will not probably have a good conversation with him. Either way, you said you don't want to. I'm just saying.
Wait, why would I not have a good conversation? Wait, why did I say I wouldn't want to?
Because my dad is not like a history bro. I didn't ask him, but it's just like he's not very history focused. He would just talk to you about like the internal politics of Israel. If that's something I think that's something you should know. I mean, do you know, for example, why there were massive protests against Benjamin Netanyahu, like judicial reform? Do you know that? Do you know the basics of that?
I don't remember. Wasn't he trying to do something to make it easier to pass the laws in the Knesset without the Supreme Court having judicial review of it or something like that?
Yeah, it's multifaceted. There's a bunch of it. So like that's my point is basically you said you want to go over the last 25, like from 2005 to modern day, but I think you just cannot go only over military and geopolitical stuff. You have to go over internal Israeli politics. My dad would be good for that.
You know what? When Israel learns to actually conduct its political affairs separate from its military adventures, then maybe that would be true. But it seems like up to 2024, February 14th, Israel is literally incapable of separating the IDF from the Knesset. It seems like these two things always run in tandem with one another. And when they come in conflict, it seems like the military apparatus wins. That's my feeling. But
well, I mean, when we talk about internal Israeli affairs, like the judicial reform, I mean, the IDF has nothing to do with that, really.
Yeah, but how relevant is that to everything that's happening right now? I'm sure it can lead to a little bit of internal strife or whatever, but is the judicial reform the reason why October 7th happened, or is that the reason why the settlements are expanding, or is that the reason why? Yeah.
No. Okay, that's true.
Sorry, I'm being dismissive. I understand. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm being really mean. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sure that the internal politics are interesting. I just don't know if I have time to like dive through all of that in like the 2 weeks I have before this debate coming out. But
yeah, I completely get it. Right, your debate with Finkelstein is not going to be about anything related to that. Now that I think of it, and also you don't have much time. I mean, the marginal returns are probably going to be low. Either way, look, take care. The other people want to talk to you. So bye, have fun.
Love you. Bye. Okay, I got one more. Pick a number. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who am I dragging up? Pisco said Pepe, which looks closest to be the number 2. Your name is Chess. State your disagreement in one sentence before we start talking. Okay. Caesar Sold. State your disagreement in one sentence before we start talking.
Yo.
Flesser, state your disagreement in one sentence before we talk. Hashtag Bull. State your disagreement in one sentence before we talk. You're the last one. Good luck.
I'm here. So my disagreement is the religious aspect to the Middle Eastern conflict.
Okay.
There's a really common thread in U.S. military history where we underestimated Islamic fundamentalism in CENTCOM when we were doing operations through the 60s, 70s, 80s. And I think that comes up again where I agree with you, the Israel secularism is really strong. But I don't think that's the same thing on the other side of the conflict.
Since like the 90s, probably not. But I think prior to that, I think the secularist regimes of like the Arab states were pretty. I think they were more ethnically focused than religiously focused.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because a lot of the information that I've seen, at least, is from U.S. Military history, and they have a bad track record with engaging with Middle Eastern conflict. So I'm viewing that through the lens of how have we failed over there?
Why would I don't care. Just because the U.S. has failed in some places doesn't inform my understanding of the history at all. Like, I wouldn't look through everything I know about this. Like, well, the U.S. has gotten it wrong sometimes, so maybe who the fuck cares about any of the facts on the ground? I would just look at the leadership styles, and I would look at the unity of all the Arab countries. They don't have unity. They're fighting with each other all the fucking time. They don't have religious unity. Sometimes they invoke it. Seems like they prefer, like, secular rulership or, like, monarchs rather than, like, theocratic caliphates or whatever. Or at least that seems to be the direction that most of the Middle Eastern and the Near Middle Eastern states have taken. And that seems to have guided most of their politics. What?
You're saying that's born out of some kind of like political aspiration, not some kind of theocratic aspiration from the Islamic countries?
I don't know, for Islamic countries, I'm not sure, but for the Arab countries, yeah, I think it was more political, and land and territory and pan-Arabism was a more important unifying philosophy than anything to do with Islam.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because if you
I
look
don't think
back
it's hard to
all
say.
Islamic history,
If you want to push on any
well,
leaders or any countries, I don't know where we get that from. Why we're saying it's hard to say. Like, what part of that is hard to say, or at what part is it hard to say? Like, where do we feel like can we think of anything before the year 2000 where religion was a massive influence on what was going on in the region?
No, but I think that there is a strong association with Arabs with their Islamic culture and their religion, right? So it's built into how they want to govern that their religion's part of their governance.
Well, but I mean, it's not like they're not. Wouldn't like you're talking about an Islamist regime that's like setting up like a theocratic regime, like in like in Iran, right? Like I think that's a little bit
Iran
different.
is the ones that are trying to prop up all these splinter cells, we'll call them, or whatever there are.
Sure, and over the past few decades, I agree that's become a more important thing. But I don't think leading up to that, I don't think historically, I don't think it was a huge driver.
My very, very generally speaking, my disagreement was that I think there's more religious aspect to the Palestinian side than the Israeli side, and you seem to paint it as it's purely, not purely, but primarily geopolitical. But and I think from the Israeli side, it is geopolitical, but I think there's a lot more religion playing into the Islamic side or the Palestinian side.
I feel like from the Israeli side, it got religious quicker than on the Arabic side. But I mean, if we were just saying you feel that way, if you don't have any like examples or anything of that, I don't know how to change your mind.
I'm not ready to quote material. It's something I've heard a bunch of times. I've watched all your research coverage, and that's a common thread that didn't reflect didn't reflect what I had researched before. So I should have come in more prepared. That's the reality.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well.
But yeah, thanks for joining me in.
I love you. Be careful.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, let's see if we can read this last chapter before 9 o'clock. All right, wish me luck. Whew. Okay. What is important about the legal case of Irving versus Penguin in the UK? Answer. It just showed that there can be renowned historians that everybody believes is really great because they use a lot of footnotes. Honestly, David Irving sounds like an older version of Finkelstein. He was a guy that was a renowned scholar because he had so many footnotes, and he always bragged about his footnotes and so many annotations and all of that. But when you actually started to dig into them, none of them really supported the material, and that's what came out in that court case as the material's being researched. But, okay. We're doing this. Bro, what is this? Oh. 28% battery. Good one. Face. Fuck. Okay. We can finish this tonight, and we're going to. Conclusions. 20 pages in 25 minutes. I don't know if we can do this, but... Which iPad did you get? Whatever the biggest one is. The biggest and best one. The state of Israel was born in war, and it has lived by the sword ever since. This has given the generals in the military way of thinking, at least since the Arab Revolt in the late 1930s, a paramount role in the Jewish state and too central a function in defining both Israel's war aims and her peace policies. Throughout, the army preached activism and frequently overreacted to real and sometimes imaginary threats. The army has also opposed most of the political breakthroughs in Israel's history. Chief of Staff General Mota Gur misread Sadat's peace initiative and was against it. His successor in 2000, General Shaul Mofaz, fiercely opposed Israel's withdrawal from Lebanon, as well as the Clinton peace parameters. And more recently, the army again resisted the Gaza disengagement, which had to be practically imposed on it by the prime minister. It's because of the preponderance of the military ethos that the extraordinary achievements of diplomatic Zionism in the early years of the Zionist movement were relegated to a marginal corner in the Israelis' collective memory. In the Ben-Gurion years, security was elevated to the status of a sacred cow, and the concept of preemptive war and the nation in arms to that of a vital existential philosophy. For years, peace with a hostile and vindictive Arab world was not viewed as a credible option by the Zionist leadership. To try to break with the Arab siege, attempts were made, therefore, to dilute the centrality of the conflict with the Arabs and to provide maneuvering space to Israeli diplomacy by diverting its energies to wider regional and even global issues. In the 1950s, the diversion took the form of moves to put together regional alliances like the Alliance of the Periphery, attempts, mainly by right-wing governments in Israel, to escape the consequences of the Arab-Israeli conflict by joining global wars persisted until very recently. Such was the case of the war against communism in the Reagan era and the war on terror under George W. Bush. But neither of those attempts could solve Israel's predicament. Oh, will this tell me how long? 1 hour to finish reading this? For just 20 pages? No way. The centrality of the Arab-Israeli conflict could never be diluted. Frequently lonely and powerless in the world parliamentary arena, but with a disproportionate military strength at its disposal, Israel has always generated apprehension throughout the international community, which the Arabs were wise to cultivate. A major success of the Arabs in their war against Israel has been to prevent her from evading the international consequences of the conflict. It was because of the conflict that Israel was put in the dock of world opinion. It remains a major strategic necessity for the Jewish state to extricate itself from that position. Two schools did exist in Israel, and indeed in the Zionist movement, with regard to the diplomacy of peace and the conditions that justify going to war. In the 1940s, however, and in the history of the peace overtures in the aftermath of the 1948 war, the two-school theory was just that, a theory. It simply did not exist in real life. The differences, if any, between moderates and activists were then microscopic, more a question of style and tactics than of substance. But both in the 1950s and the struggle between the diplomatic school led by Moshe Sharett and the activists led and inspired by Ben-Gurion, and in the 1960s when Levi Eshkol tried vainly to stem the tide of war and later enhance the chances of peace, it was the activists and the militants who prevailed. More important, however, the history of peacemaking between Israel and her Arab neighbors showed that it was the change of mind of the hawks and the shift in their positions, not the preaching of the doves, that allowed Israel to exploit chances of peace at vital crossroads. The major breakthroughs in peacemaking were made and legitimized by the Hawks. Such was certainly the case of Menachem Begin and Moshe Dayan in 1978 and Yitzhak Rabin in 1993. This is a pattern that, did I miss anything? Nope. No. This is a pattern that continues to be valid today. The Israeli doves, unelectable in times of conflict and lacking the popular legitimacy for making the inevitable concessions for peace, have come to assume the role of a docile, auxiliary political force in the service of the staunchest military hawk ever to become Israel's prime minister, Ariel Sharon. He is their hope for the future of the peace process. History has shown that Israel's crushing victories and the humiliation of the Arab armies could never be conducive to peace. That was certainly the case in the aftermath of the 48 War, where neither side was capable of solving the conflict before it became an intractable dispute. A similar pattern prevailed in the years of nationalistic drunkenness and military triumphalism that followed the 67 victory, the military stalemate in the 1973 war, the Intifada in the late 1980s, and the effects of the Gulf War on the Israeli home front enhanced the chances of peace more than Israel's overwhelming victories. And though defeated and ruthlessly repressed in the Second Intifada, the Palestinians can rightly claim to have imposed severe reverses on their Israeli enemies. Israel's unilateral pullout from Gaza and the construction of the wall in the West Bank are tantamount to an acknowledgement by the Israeli right of the defeat of its dreams of Greater Eretz Israel. Wait, this is too long. See, I feel like we're going to read this, and it's going to be a pretty scathing review of Israel. And I feel like this is going to be the type of thing that somebody like Finkelstein would quote, but in a couple pages, it's probably going to go in on the Palestinians, and then it's going to go on the international community and other websites, blah, 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 because it's just how he writes, which is nice, I think. But if you read it all. Israel's unilateral pullout from Gaza and the construction of the wall in West. This is another reflection of the way that Israel is forced to make concessions for peace only under the impact of military pressure and major setbacks. The peace of the brave, announced by Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat in 1993, is now declining into unilateral disengagement. This is not the peace of the brave, but it might be the peace of the exhausted. Not until the Yom Kippur War were Arabs and Israelis really capable of making the big leap to peace, and, surprising as this might sound, not until the First Intifada could a real distinction be made between the policies of the supposedly moderate laborites and the radical Likud with regard to the West Bank and the Palestinian question. At Camp David, Menachem Begin, I can never pronounce this guy's fucking name, Menachem, it's like some bullshit. Begin vindicated Ben-Gurion's concept of the centrality of Egypt to any attempt to reach peace with the Arab world. By taking Egypt out of the war cycle, and thus eliminating the threat of another all-out Arab war against Israel, Begin inaugurated a new era in the region. For all practical purposes, he was the Israeli father, Sadat being the Arab father of what later became known as the peace process. Sooner or later, the Syrians had to follow suit in their own torturous, peculiar way. With the demise of the Soviet Union, the provider of an Arab war option, the leaders in Damascus were left with no alternative. Hafez al-Assad, just like Sadat before him, did not of course join the Zionist movement. He was simply forced to respond to changing global conditions. Mr. Assad did not change. It was the world around him that changed, and from sheer survival instinct, he had to respond. It was not for the sake of the Palestinians that the Arab armies had invaded Palestine in 1948. The Arab leaders had their own territorial and political ambitions. But, paradoxically, if it was not Palestinians that drew them into the war ended by drawing them into the Palestinian question. The boldness of Sadat's peace initiatives of 1977 lay in his being the first Arab leader to disengage from the paralyzing pan-Arab inertia of Palestine first. That is, from a policy that mortgaged the chances of an Arab-Israeli peace to the solution of a problem that looked more and more insoluble. Anwar Sadat reduced the Arab-Israeli conflict to a solvable territorial dispute between sovereign states whose internationally legitimate borders needed to be respected, and he thus gave the Israelis space to live in the midst of the Arab Middle East, a space very few among them believed they would ever enjoy. It was Abba Iban who said that the Palestinian leadership never missed an opportunity for peace. In the aftermath of the 1967 war, this could just as well be said of Israel's leaders who rejected one after another of Sadat's peace overtures. Neither in 1948 nor in 1967 was Israel subjected to irreversible or irresistible international pressure to relinquish her territorial gains because her victory was perceived as the result of a legitimate war of self-defense. But the international acquiescence created by Israel's victory in 1967 was to be extremely short-lived. Reasonable border modifications are one thing, legitimizing a Jewish empire is another. When the war of salvation and survival turned into a war of conquest, occupation, and settlement, the international community recoiled and Israel went on the defensive. She has remained there ever since. The Yom Kippur War could have been avoided, but Israel's politicians and military failed to gauge the real meaning and extent of Sadat's vision and intentions. His was a revolutionary approach that radically changed the politics of the Middle East by paving the way for the ascendancy of the United States to a hegemonic position in the region. Sadat also taught a lesson to his Arab counterparts that, once accepted by them, would change the politics of the Arab-Israeli conflict from war to peacemaking. 15 years before the Madrid Peace Conference, which was only possible because of the decline of the Soviet Union as a world superpower, Sadat understood that Moscow was a major obstacle to peace and that only through the good offices of America and extraordinary leverage on the Jewish state could the Arabs realistically expect to get back their territories. All the Soviet Union could offer the Arabs was a war option that, as the Yom Kippur War had shown, fell short of bringing Israel to her knees, and simply succeeded in draining the resources of the Arab world. Sadat laid down the fundamental truths of any Arab-Israeli peace in the future. Israel cannot expect to have both territories and peace, but nor can the Arabs get away with their territories, as Nasser expected, without offering full peace and recognition to the Jewish state. Sadat was just a cool guy, big guy. This is very important. Early Zionism, this is a defining aspect of the region. Early Zionism was blessed with a sense of pragmatism and diplomatic savoir-faire, I don't fucking know. Not exactly the hallmark of the state of Israel in later years. Grand territorial designs were always on the agenda of the Zionist movement, but in the early years, they were tempered by a sober acknowledgement of the limits of power. Moderation and humility were not, however, characteristics of Israel's leaders in the 1950s and especially after the 1967 victory. As from the late 1930s, the notion developed among the leaders of the Yishuv that any territorial deal proposed to them, however modest and insufficient, should not be turned down automatically. The mini-Jewish state proposed in 1937 by the Peel Commission, for example, and the UN resolution on partition in 1947, but rather tactically endorsed as a first step. Savoir-faire? Whatever. Why does this guy keep talking about the same authors, Ilan Pape and Finkelstein? I don't know why. I feel like Ronald Reagan 666 has spammed this over and over again. Avi Schleim seems like a cool dude, from what I've read of him, from the little I've read of him. Okay. It took years of trial and error. Wait. The Zionist leaders had their own strategy of phases, to borrow a highly loaded expression later used to define the PLO's strategy of settling first for a small Palestinian state on the West Bank and continuing the struggle for all Palestine complete in a later stage. Israel's territory gains in the 48 War did not altogether shelve the dreams of further expansion. In 1950, Israel's leaders looked for a preemptive war with Egypt and harbored fantasies of additional territorial gains. It took years of trial and error, some very dire lessons for both Israelis and Arabs, to appreciate the limits of their capacity to impose their will on one another. Israel's dream seemed to have been, for all practical purposes, shelved when she was forced by international pressure to relinquish the Sinai Peninsula in 1957. But her lightning victory in 67, her lightning victory reopened the debate about Zionism's territorial objectives. Sadat's Clausewitzian War of 1973 and his subsequent peace initiative forced Israel to face the dilemma of peace versus territories. Today, 32 years later, the Israeli debate continues, but very few are really convinced that Israel can have both peace with the Palestinians and territories. And, as Sadat anticipated, neither the Assad family in Damascus nor Arafat's successors in Ramallah continue to expect that they can get back their land without offering Israel a full-fledged peace agreement. The traces of Israeli aggression, as Nasser was the first to establish, do not refer any longer to Israel's territorial exploits in the 1948 war, but only to the lands taken in 1967. The Six-Day War, it is now clear to the entire Arab world, has legitimized the 1948 borders. Clausewitzian? You say Klaus like Santa Claus? Clausewitzian? Okay. Israel has never accepted the Arab claim that the Palestinian problem is the core issue of the Arab-Israeli conflict, and for many years she preferred to overlook its centrality. But when it became a challenge, no responsible Israeli leader could ignore, a capsule theory was developed, namely a strategy of reaching agreements with the surrounding Arab states in a way that would capsulate or limit the Palestinian problem and prevent it from triggering another Arab-Israeli war or creating dangerous regional turmoil. Menachem Begin believed that at Camp David, he had secured for Israel the control of Judea and Samaria, but the Palestinian problem that practically disappeared from the scene as a meaningful political challenge after the debacle of 1948 and reemerged after 1967 as a powerful political movement that did not hesitate to resort to the tactics of mass terrorism could not simply be brushed aside. The capsule doctrine was thwarted by Arafat and his renovated PLO. Arafat's success lay in keeping alive the centrality of the Palestinian problem in the politics of the region despite Egypt's separate peace with Israel. That the formal peace agreement signed at Camp David remained throughout a cold peace had much to do with the persistence of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Menachem Begin's attempt to capsulate and sterilize the Palestinian challenge and later to eliminate it through his war in Lebanon was doomed to failure. In fact, Begin's failure was written in the very text of the Camp David Accords. It was he, after all, who subscribed to such revolutionary clauses as those referring to the recognition of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people and their just requirements, and to the resolution of the Palestinian problem in all of its aspects. However much he later tried to undermine the chances of a meaningful, as opposed to a token, Palestinian autonomy, and fill the West Bank with settlements, Begin would go down in history as the one who laid down at Camp David the political foundations of the Oslo process, and consequently established the premises upon which a future Palestinian state would have to emerge. Begin's mysterious retirement from political life and his seclusion in his humble Jerusalem apartment until his last day was his way of admitting that he had failed to secure Israel's hold on the biblical lands of Judea and Samaria, and that he had in fact paved the way for the emergence of an independent Palestinian state. The tragedy of the Arab-Israeli conflict stemmed from discrepant historical rhythms. Driven by the dire lessons of Jewish history, the modern Jewish national movement, certainly until 1948, was characterized by its pragmatic and realistic responses to objective historical conditions, a spirit of cautious realism that was later abandoned by the State of Israel. The Arabs, and especially the Palestinians, have consistently fought for the solutions of yesterday, those they had rejected a generation or two earlier. This persistent attempt to turn back the clock of history lies at the root of many of the misfortunes that have befallen the peoples of the region. But eventually, it was the Arab side that led the strategic shift from war to political accommodation. With Sadat. Peace breakthroughs in the Arab-Israeli conflict began almost invariably thanks to Arab, not Israeli, moves. Such was the case of the Yom Kippur War that was started by President Sadat with the aim of breaking the political deadlock and unleashing a peace process with Israel. Such was likewise the case of his 1977 peace initiative, and so also the first Palestinian intifada that forced Israel to abandon the convenient politics of inertia with regard to the Palestinian problem. The resistance to seizing the opportunities for a settlement was never an Arab monopoly. True, in the aftermath of the 1948 war, peace was not yet a realistic possibility. Encircled, embattled, boycotted, but also enamored with its newfound military prowess, the Israel of the late 1940s and the 1950s was in no mood for peace that entailed giving up the territorial gains of her war of independence. But when, after 1967, and especially after 1971, Egypt started to signal her readiness for a settlement based on the international borders, and the Arab discourse about the traces of Israeli aggression clearly referred to the territories acquired in the Six-Day War, not to those gained in 1948, Israel failed to rise to the challenge and missed clear opportunities for peace. It was then that the Arab side, specifically Egypt, with Sadat, that was active in devising initiatives aimed at breaking the deadlock and unleashing a political process that could have led to peace. The Yom Kippur Egyptian onslaught of the Bar-Lev Line in 1973 and the Palestinian Intifada in 1987 were both essentially Arab political moves aimed at forcing Israel to come to the negotiating table. Without the Yom Kippur War, Israel's peace with Egypt would not have been possible, nor could the Oslo Accords, which are Israel's recognition that the Palestinian problem needed to be addressed on its own merits rather than be solved through Jordan or ignored altogether, have emerged without the Intifada. But for the Palestinians to begin seeing a tangible solution to their plight, their leaders needed to change their strategy and display, for a change, a sense of statesmanship. Arafat will go down in history as the father of a major strategic change in the history of the Palestinian movement. He was the initiator of the Israeli-Palestinian peace process through the PLO's 1988 Algiers Declaration. In Algiers, the PLO abandoned the utterly unrealistic concept of a solution based on one Arab-Jewish state in Palestine and endorsed instead the concept of a two-state solution. To look up this particular declaration. Thus extending an implicit recognition of an independent Jewish state in Palestine. However, unwilling Israeli governments might have, however unwilling Israeli governments might have been to negotiate with the PLO, and notwithstanding the fact that the Algiers Declaration was mainly aimed at responding to the requirements of the Reagan administration for it to recognize the PLO, Arafat's courageous move would leave Israel no option but to open, sooner or later, negotiations with the PLO. Arafat's endorsement of the two-state solution would also turn out to be the trigger for a momentous change in the Israeli political setup. It forced, for the first time since 1967, a real political debate in Israel on the future of the territories, and helped expose the real political differences between right and left, Likud and Labor, with regard to the Palestinian question. Nothing could be the same after 1988, a year when another momentous decision was made by an Arab leader, King Hussein of Jordan. He unceremoniously buried the so-called Jordanian option, another futile Israeli strategy aimed at capsulating the Palestinian problem within an Israeli-Jordanian peace, with his announcement that he disengaged Jordan from the affairs of the West Bank and handed over to the PLO the responsibility for the future of the Palestinian territories. Nowhere is the reality of connected vessels between the Arab states and the Palestinian question more patently clear than in the case of Jordan. The best of enemies since at least 1946, Israel and Jordan would nevertheless only come to a peace agreement in 1994, and even then only because Israel had reached an accommodation with the Palestinians through the Oslo Accords. There is a strong Palestinian dimension to the profile of the Jordanian state, and its peace with Israel was conceived as a move vital for the existence of the kingdom in the context of the delicate triangle of Israel-Jordan-Palestine relations. Sadat's 1977 peace initiative and Hussein's and Arafat's momentous moves in 1988 were also crucial for the politics of peacemaking because they relieved Israel of some of the false assumptions upon which it had based its peace strategy. Israel always saw Lebanon and Jordan as the weakest links in the Arab front, and the misconception prevailed among her leaders that these countries would be the first to come to a peace settlement with the Jewish state. But fragile states sandwiched between strong regional powers and suffering from a serious gap of legitimacy, Jordan, a Hashemite monarchy, perceived as a product and client of the West and a covert ally of the Zionists, and Lebanon, torn between its Christian identity and its Arab destiny, they could never be free to lead the big leap. Nor did Israel ever propose to them a deal they could not resist. The Jordanian option existed only in the imaginations of the Israelis, and their drive to establish an alliance of minorities with the Maronites of Lebanon was never going to be a meeting between equals. Sharon and Begin inherited from Ben-Gurion and Dayan the notion that Israel would reshape the political as well as the physical map of Lebanon. The resounding failure of Israel's adventure in 1982 and the rapid collapse of her peace agreement in 1983 with a Christian president in Beirut were the inevitable outcome of an ill-conceived strategy. Not even today, when, isolated and subjected to the uncompromising pressure of the Bush administration, the Ba'ath regime in Damascus has sunk into the deepest crisis in its history, is it possible to disentangle the Lebanese-Syrian connection and reach a separate deal between Israel and Lebanon? Peace with Beirut would have to be either simultaneously with or sequential to peace with Damascus. Whew, okay. Yitzhak Rabin... Does it actually go to the very, very, very last 332? Fuck, it really does. That's when the bibliography starts to cringe. Yitzhak Rabin will go down in history as the man who overrode many of the inconsistencies in Israel's peace policy. With the change in 1992 from the paralyzing experience of Shamir's government to Rabin's extraordinary resolve to exploit what he called the window of opportunities for an Arab-Israeli peace, Israel embarked on an entirely different course of action. Rabin was the first Israeli leader to address the Palestinian problem on its own merits and not as a collateral secondary effort. Rabin's determination to break taboos that were deeply embedded in the Israeli mind unleashed hopes for peace that would tragically clash with the hard realities of a Syrian regime incapable of assuming normal relations with a Jewish state, even in exchange for all the land. Oh, historically, I think Israel actually offered Syria back the Golan Heights, and I think Syria still refused. I don't remember the year that this happened, but yeah, Syria was hella mad. That the hopes for an Israeli-Palestinian peace were frustrated was the responsibility of both sides. The inbred incapacity of the Israelis to abandon the politics of fait accompli and their obsession with settlements in the occupied territories were a major reason for the despair of the Palestinians. The hopes of peace were also wrecked on the rocks of a dysfunctional Palestinian system led by a leader, Arafat, incapable of renouncing the drug of Palestinian martyrdom and fearful of the task of leading the big leap to the end of the conflict. A quote that was earlier in this book that I enjoyed, I think it was in reference, it might have been in reference to the first Intifada, but it was that the Israelis were discovering the weakness of their strength, and the Palestinians were discovering the strength of their weakness. That the conflict had turned on its head, and Israel's superior military might was in a way kind of used against it by a foe that once saw itself as strong and now enjoyed basically being weak because the more civilian casualties brings about the Lycans of the world to say that they're in the right. I'm just kidding, sorry. The Finkelsteins of the world. This was made patently clear when Ehud Barak's bold, even if awkward and sometimes erratic pursuit for peace, and President Clinton's readiness to compromise the legacy of his entire presidency by advancing those far-reaching parameters for an Israeli-Palestinian peace were turned down by the Palestinian leader. Arafat's rejection of the Clinton peace parameters was, as a close witness to the process, the Saudi ambassador in Washington, Bandar bin Sultan, defined it, a crime against the Palestinian people and the people of the region. Arafat should be given credit for being the initiator of the political process with his 1988 Algiers Declaration, but in Algiers he also established the conditions for a settlement with Israel from which he never deviated. To him, the peace process was not meant to be an open-ended give and take. He had already given, now he had only to take. A Palestinian state in the 1967 borders, the right of return for the refugees, Jerusalem and the Temple Mount. The Israelis, including Rabin, who signed the Oslo Accords with him, did not concur with Arafat's interpretation of the peace process. Arafat believed that in 1988 he had made his major historic compromise and that it was now up to the Israelis to make the necessary concessions. He believed that the onus was now on them, not on him. Oh, it was on 67, right after the Six-Day War. Okay. Does the Middle East enjoy now, in the wake of the Iraq War and President Bush's war on terror, a new window of opportunity for an Arab-Israeli peace? As the Arab-Israeli peace process in the 1991 Madrid International Peace Conference has shown, the prospects of peace in the Middle East always depended on a synchrony between global changes and regional conditions. With the election of George W. Bush to a second term in the White House, the prospects for a resolution in the 125-year-old conflict look somewhat brighter. Notwithstanding America's difficulties in Iraq, the brutal determination of the president in pursuing his policies in the region, the threats of the stability of the Arab regimes from Islamic fundamentalism, and their fears that the persistence of the Palestinian problem might end up dissolving their home front and undermining their regimes, have all helped create more favorable conditions for an all-Arab accommodation with Israel. The endorsement in the spring of 2002 by the Arab League of the Saudi Initiative for Peace with Israel was the Arab response to America's war on terror. More recently, Syria's international isolation, and the pressure exerted on the Ba'ath regime by the United States and its European allies brought President Assad to plead publicly for peace with Israel, free of the chaotic style of governance of Yasser Arafat and of his macabre flirtation with terrorism. The Palestinian Authority, defeated and pulverized by Ariel Sharon's ruthless methods of repression, is more ready now to move back to a pragmatic course of action. Even the serial producers of suicide squads, Hamas and Islamic Jihad, exhausted and decapitated of their historical leaders by Israel's merciless campaign of targeted assassinations, are now pleading for a truce, hudna, and are even ready to contemplate an accommodation, albeit limited in time, with Israel on the basis of the 1967 borders. And as for Abu Mazen, Mahmoud Abbas, he knows only too well that the Palestinians could only have the upper hand if they shift the struggle from Israel's marketplace and kindergartens to the negotiating table. It is there that Mr. Sharon lacks answers, not in the military field, and it is there that the Palestinians run a chance of calling his bluff. Another key to the reactivation of the peace process is Egypt. Ariel Sharon, who, unlike most of his predecessors, especially those of labor, never courted the friendship of President Mubarak and never thought of making the traditional pilgrimage of Israeli leaders to Cairo to plead for Egypt's mediation with the Palestinians, nevertheless succeeded in warming up Israel's relations with the Rais. The latter even recently advised the Palestinians that only with Sharon do you run a chance of having peace. Israel's plan to pull out from Gaza and the alarming prospects that this might create for Egypt, an unstable common border with an anarchic Palestinian entity in Gaza, are a major reason for Mubarak's sudden infatuation with Sharon. Sharon's determination to use force mercilessly and unscrupulously, and his success in maintaining his intimate alliance with an American president who has just been reelected for a second term, conveyed an unequivocal message to President Mubarak. Improving relations with Israel, contributing to making possible its Gaza plan, and exerting pressure on the Palestinians in favor of more pragmatic policies are all vital Egyptian interests. Not peace, but the continuity of his regime is President Mubarak's priority, and this requires that he adapt his policies to the changing conditions. A note of caution would not be misplaced, however, in assessing the chances that these improved conditions will usher in a permanent Arab-Israeli settlement. The Arab-Israeli peace process has known more than one moment of euphoria in the past, nor is this the first time that regional and global conditions seemed so favorable for the chance of peace, and, indeed, the parties were more than once on the brink of peace. The Middle East is a cemetery of missed opportunities. Today, the forces that might still derail the possibility of peace have anything but laid down their arms. Iran's nuclear ambitions and her hostility to the Arab-Israeli peace process are major destabilizing factors. Iran's Hezbollah clients have already started to strike roots among radical Palestinian organizations and the territories in order to undermine the chances for a ceasefire or a smooth execution of Sharon's Gaza plan. Remember, this book was published in like 2004 to 2006 or something, around there, I think. 3 times in their history, the Palestinians were offered statehood, in 1937, in 1947, and through the Clinton parameters in 2000, and 3 times they have rejected it. Arafat was known for always being more cautious of what he was denied than of what he had obtained. Will Abu Mazen be able to supersede this obsession with the unobtainable and build a positive ethos of democratic governance and human development around a pragmatic peace with Israel? Abu Mazen is leading the post-Arafat Mahmoud Abbas or whatever. Mahmoud Abbas. Fuck this guy. Is leading the post-Arafat transition with admirable wisdom and a commendable display of diplomatic skills. It is an irony of history that the only Arabs in the world that were allowed the sovereign right of electing their leader in fully democratic elections are those living under Israeli occupation. It is no less true, of course, that the Palestinians have shown the world a commendable sense of democratic maturity. But it nevertheless remains to be seen how the non-charismatic Mahmoud Abbas fills the void of revolutionary legitimacy created by Arafat's departure and consolidates his leadership by controlling the plethora of anarchic grassroots militias which, if not disarmed, will only serve as a pretext for the hardliners in Israel to stick to a military course of action, which unfortunately is basically what happened. Yeah. This is a really good quote, true. Despite some promising signals from Hamas, both with regard to their eagerness for a ceasefire and to their readiness to move to a more constructive political phase, I doubt if they can really reconcile their desire to maintain their distinct identity with such a radical shift of strategy. Their predicament is tough. For them to go to elections and be defeated could be a serious embarrassment. But nor would a victory be so welcome either, for this would force them to make the choice of recognizing Israel and joining the peace process, a decision they seem at present utterly incapable of making. In one way or another, Hamas would have to keep alive its military option, its terrorist capabilities, and its political pursuits, or in its political purity if it wants to survive. Moreover, a PA under Abu Mazen would probably follow Arafat's legacy and avoid a frontal clash, let alone an all-out civil war, against Hamas, so long as the Israelis and the Americans do not offer the ultimate bait, that is, the contours of a final settlement that could be acceptable to the Palestinians. It is, of course, possible that everybody will now look for a diplomatic solution by resuscitating the roadmap. It would have to be a reformed roadmap, however. I do not believe with the bizarre idea, reserved for the second stage of the roadmap, of a Palestinian state with temporary borders can be seen as enticing by the Palestinians. They already had such a state in the form of the Palestinian Authority. It is inconceivable that the Palestinians will agree to repeat the experience if the parameters of the final settlement are not agreed upon in advance. They will probably see it as a trap, whereas the introduction to a long interim agreement, whose end would depend on whether or not they finally turn into Finns, as Sharon's aide, Dov, what was it? Voskglas? Is that what we said it was? Vosglas? Remarked sarcastically in a recent interview. Any attempt by Israel to trivialize the Palestinian problem by turning it into a banal, right? Banal? Border dispute will fail with Abu Mazen, just as it would have failed with Arafat. For even if such a temporary state is eventually created, it will follow in the footsteps of the Palestinian Authority and revert to a revolutionary strategy the moment it realizes that its minimal requirements for a final settlement are not met. Okay. Arafat was a difficult partner, but at the same time, he was the ultimate defender of the two-state solution. Without him, stemming the threat of a one-state paradigm is a much more formidable task. Many in the Palestinian leadership are troubled by the difficulty of pursuing the two-state course without the backing of Arafat's authority and the legitimacy that only he could provide. The Palestinian factions that are openly opposed to, or simply skeptical of, the principle of a second partition of Palestine have gained considerable power and moral authority during the Intifada. They now include not only Hamas, which is especially dominant in the Gaza Strip, but also grassroots militias within Fatah itself, such as the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade. In other words, Arafat's death does not necessarily eliminate the threat of the demise of two states for two peoples, and of the mutual recognition of the PLO and Israel. In fact, it removes from the scene the ultimate legitimizer of these two historic shifts in the Palestinian strategy. His successors might be far less capable of defending the Oslo legacy in conditions of conflict and persistent war with Israel. Oslo is the most vilified term in Palestinian political discourse. Abu Mazen was chosen as their heir not because he was the architect of Oslo, but in spite of it. And even if an entirely new and promising chapter of the Egypt-Israel-Palestinian Authority triangle does unfold, and the Gaza withdrawal turns out to be the most successful and peaceful undertaking, when the moment of truth arrives and the parties sit down to explore the parameters for a final settlement, for after all this is the objective of it all, the Israelis may find the Palestinians changed their tactics and leadership, but not the price of peace. The Israeli government would then once again realize that it is a prohibitive price it cannot afford, or it is politically incapable of paying. The Israeli left is bound to admit that its policy of fighting terrorism and negotiating peace at the same time was a resounding failure, and that it was Ariel Sharon's ruthless crackdown on Palestinian terrorism that brought the Palestinians to their knees and forced even Hamas to plead for truce. But the right was and continues to be equally wrong in its far-fetched assumption about the price of peace and its capacity to impose it on the Palestinians. Abu Mazen's conditions for a peace deal with Israel are no different from those that prevented an agreement with Arafat. In fact, he had already spelled them out: a Palestinian state within the 67 borders with its capital in Jerusalem, and a just solution of the refugee problem in accordance to UN Resolution 194. Arafat's positions were not the child of his whims, and what Abu Mazen did was merely to reiterate what would have been the undeviating official Palestinian position since 1988. The Palestinians do not believe that these are overly radical positions. On the contrary, to them, they represent the most moderate deal they can offer to Israel. Before he was being dubbed engineer of the Intifada, Marwan Barghouti used to proclaim that these positions were exactly what made Fatah the equivalent of a Palestinian Peace Now movement. A change of leadership among the Palestinians does not alter, then, the conditions for peace or its price. Peace will not be cheaper because of Arafat's disappearance. The tragedy of this conflict is that the only man whose signature on an agreement of compromise and reconciliation, which would include giving up unobtainable dreams, could have been legitimate in the eyes of his people, was incapable of bringing himself to sign. He took this legitimacy with him to the grave and left his heirs with the same positions and the same beliefs on which compromise will be beyond their reach and their capacity. That is his terrible legacy. And, as if that were not enough, it is also possible that in his heirs' eagerness to fill the vacuum of revolutionary legitimacy the founding father left behind him, they will be compelled not only to stick to his well-known positions, but perhaps even to be more radical if they wish to survive. The fact that Sharon's intentions with regard to the post-Gaza process are not exactly those of peace now, to use Barghouti's metaphor, does not make the chances of a negotiated Israeli-Palestinian settlement any easier. Mr. Sharon has recently given sufficient indications to his intention to turn the struggle for a greater Jewish Jerusalem into the main effort of his policy after the completion of the Gaza disengagement. He has already started to put into practice the scheme to link Jerusalem with Ma'ale Adumim in a way that will not allow for a contiguous Palestinian state. Was, for example, Mr. Sharon's readiness to allow the Palestinians in Jerusalem to participate in the elections for Arafat's successor really an indication that he had finally assumed that there would be no solution unless the Palestinians have their capital in Arab Jerusalem? It's not entirely implausible that what he has in mind is to establish a precedent whereby a functional, rather than a territorial division of at least part of the West Bank would be the essence of the future peace deal. Palestinians living in Israel's capital can vote in the Palestinian elections, just as American citizens living in Israel are entitled to vote for the President of the United States. Is how Mr. Sharon's entourage explained his surprisingly forthcoming attitude to the voting rights of the Palestinian Jerusalemites. The Arabs of Jerusalem, and maybe even those of the state of Israel proper, might be asked in a future final settlement to vote in the Palestinian state without the territories they live in being part of the state of Palestine, just as the settlers throughout the West Bank could remain in their settlements. Be citizens of the state of Israel and vote in the elections for the Israeli parliament. Sharon, who is so surprisingly sanguine in allowing the Palestinians of Jerusalem to vote, may believe that this is the best way to reconcile his demographic worries with his territorial ambitions. He let the Palestinians in Jerusalem vote in the Palestinian elections? Is that what he's saying? Yes. Yeah. Okay. That was good. It's worth saying. Okay. We're almost there. 6 or 7 pages left. Is this why the Clinton borders were so clean? Did they not remove settlements? Well, they were clean because there were less settlements back then, because it was like 24 years ago, and because Israel had agreed to remove like 100 settlements to make that to fit within the Clinton parameters. It was an unbelievably good deal. It was an unbelievable what was presented at Taba and what was part of the Clinton parameters, but Arafat never accepted, never wanted it, and was never going to. Rip. The political culture prevailing throughout the region is also a formidable hurdle on the way to a final settlement. The Middle East remains a region in flux. The legitimacy and stability of its political regimes is questionable as ever. It was always easier for an Arab leader to achieve popularity with the masses when he confronted the enemy on the battlefield, even if he was defeated and humiliated, rather than gain legitimacy for a peace with Israel that is based on compromise and concessions. Left to their own devices, the countries of the region do not possess the necessary culture of conflict resolution to solve their differences. The dysfunctionality of Israel's political system is no less an impediment to an agreement with the Palestinians than Abu Mazen's difficulties in consolidating an orderly polity and a hierarchical system of decision-making in the Palestinian territories. Moreover, the Palestinians have understandably lost their trust in the Israelis as partners for peace. The devastating effects of the Intifada on the Israeli public has been anything but conducive to enhancing trust in the Palestinian partner. Oslo was made possible when an almost post-Zionist clamor for normalcy and peace took possession of Israeli society. The Israelis' Tel Avivian secular and hedonistic existence has always vied for supremacy in a constant Kulturkampf with the other Israel, a Jerusalemite traditionalist and xenophobic Israel, skeptical of modernity and suspicious of peace with the Arabs. This internal struggle was never conducted in a vacuum. Its outcome depended on the perceptions that the Israelis had of their Arab neighbors, particularly the Palestinians. Arafat's rejection of the peace deal offered to him in December of 2000 and his endorsement of the Intifada not only set fire to all of the mechanisms of peacemaking, but also dealt an almost mortal blow to the peace camp in Israel and allowed Jerusalemite Israel the upper hand once more in her politico-cultural war. In a number of articles I wrote after the collapse of the Israeli-Palestinian peace talks under President Clinton's mediation, for example, The Only Way Out, Newsweek 2017, A New Paradigm in the Middle East, I argued that our failure to reach a peace agreement needed to be seen as a defining moment, not just a technical failure, and therefore the conclusion needed to be drawn that the old peace paradigm of Oslo had run its course and was no longer valid as a framework for peacemaking. I then advanced the idea that an Israeli-Palestinian peace would require a tight international envelope to make it possible. I argued that an international alliance for peace under American leadership was needed in order to articulate a new peace paradigm. The Madrid Quartet and the roadmap it has produced are steps in that direction, although this new international endeavor still suffers from many weaknesses. It is my view that neither the unilateral approach now prevailing in Ariel Sharon's government nor bilateral peace talks can lead to a final Israeli-Palestinian peace settlement. The legitimacy for Israel's permanent borders and for a viable Palestinian state would have to come through an international peace scheme. Hold on, let me make sure this fucking restaurant is going to close. Ooh, shit. Okay. All right. The State of Israel was born out of an international proclamation, the UN's General Assembly's resolution on the 20th of November 1947, and its borders were decided in the spring and summer of 1949 in armistice agreements brokered by the international community, represented by the UN's Deputy Secretary General Ralph Bunche? What had started out as an international endeavor will now, 60 years later, have to be completed as such. If the all-powerful Arafat attributed such importance to having an international umbrella escort him to the altar of an agreement, it is likely that lesser figures, saddled with such difficult terms of inheritance, will be able on their own to overcome the belief in the right of return in the Temple Mount without a tight-fitting envelope of support from the international community, especially from the Arab states and the Palestinians' allies in Europe? Sure. Will be? Okay. Palestinians and Israelis would simply not be capable of accommodating themselves to each other's minimal requirements for peace. We stand then at the end of the peace process as we have known it to date. That date being 2006. From now on, our options will be between a violent and unilateral separation or disengagement, such as the one being led by Ariel Sharon, and a comprehensive peace plan that will be annexed to the roadmap and will lead to its practical imposition on the parties by an international peace coalition headed and led by the United States. I believe that this peace plan should follow the letter and spirit of the Clinton plan, and I have proposed that this be anchored in a special Security Council resolution that will view the plan as the authoritative international interpretation of Resolution 242 on the Palestinian issue. The Clinton peace parameters, a sensible and judicial point, that would be a sick fucking plan. The Clinton peace parameters, a sensible and judicious point of equilibrium between the positions of the parties as they stood at the last stage of the negotiations in December of 2000, provide the most advanced and precise set of principles upon which a reasonable compromise with overwhelming international legitimacy can be articulated. The parameters do not contradict any of the principles laid down by the Saudi Peace Initiative that was later endorsed by the entire Arab League. The two platforms are not mutually exclusive, they are complementary. Only when such a precise peace platform is established will the parties be able to develop a vested interest in securing an orderly transition to the final settlement. Clinton's failures did not lie in the nature of his peace platform, but in the deficiencies of his international diplomacy. He was unable to rally the Arab governments to his peace enterprise, and he did not build a solid and effective international foundation to sustain and internationally legitimize his peace deal. A major fallacy of the Oslo Accords is precisely that they contained no binding mechanisms that would lead the Palestinian people from a state of revolutionary struggle to orderly and democratic statehood. An orderly Palestinian polity is crucial if it is to meet Israel's elementary security requirements. Before Arafat's death, I was the one I was of the view that this Palestinian system could not be reformed from within, certainly not as long as there is no binding roadmap for peace and an end to the occupation. The only way out of the impasse, I believed, was the establishment of an international mandate in the Palestinian territories that should accompany the Palestinian Authority in its transition to democratic independence, real free elections, economic order, and a resolute security system. The Palestinian elections and Abu Mazen's admirable achievement in changing the nature of the Palestinian discourse will hopefully make the trusteeship concept redundant. A nation that goes in fully democratic elections with such a display of civic spirit is a nation whose march to independence is unstoppable. But given the strength of the Islamic challenge to the new Palestinian Authority, it still remains to be seen whether Abu Mazen's leadership changes the need for such a close international nursing the Palestinians' transition to democratic governance. Abu Mazen himself must not reject the concept of such international assistance to the struggle for Palestinian democracy when he agreed to participate in the London International Conference for Palestinian internal reforms. The political horizons of a final peace deal remain unclear, and Abu Mazen's new strategy fails to deliver a settlement that is acceptable to his people, especially to the more radical groups. His internal legitimacy would certainly be questioned, and the militant organizations would again challenge both his reforms and his negotiating strategy. Whew. Fuck me, dude. The restaurant will go to close at like 10:30. Might just finish this on my own. It just looks like 5 pages left. 328 of 3. Fuck. Wait, hold on. The idea of a protectorate in the Palestinian territories is not entirely alien to Israel and the Palestinian peacemakers. It was discussed and even established as the main feature of the Israeli-Palestinian Declaration of Principles during the first round of talks on the secret channel in Oslo, but was later ruled out in favor of a direct handover of the Gaza Strip to an elected Palestinian Authority. In view of the resounding failure of the road that was taken, and given the total collapse of trust between the parties and the state of decomposition into which the Palestinian Authority has degenerated in the Arafat years, recovering the concept of an international protectorate was not an unreasonable way to extricate the parties from the impasse. It remains to be seen whether Abu Mazen's rule will make such a concept redundant. Oh my god. I just realized today's a fucking holiday. We'll be fine. The paradigm of an international envelope that would coax the parties to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict into endorsing an agreed peace plan would not work unless the gulf that is open in the transatlantic alliance, especially in the wake of America's invasion of Iraq, is bridged. The differences in their approach to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict being a major reason for the chasm between Europe and the United States, a common platform and a joint effort for its solution are deemed vital, certainly by the Europeans, as the bond without which the transatlantic alliance could not be fully restored. Sooner or later, it is in Jerusalem that the future of the alliance that was wrecked in Baghdad will be decided. It is vital that the Israelis realize that no change in the international system, however radical, will spare them hard and painful choices. They must also learn the lesson from their agonizing attempt to quell the Intifada, as others in history have learned, that states, however strong, have little deterrent power against national uprisings. Internationally legitimized borders will offer Israel more deterrence power than F-16 raids on terrorist targets that end up killing innocent civilians without deterring the terrorists. It is by no means the case that force and the capacity to intimidate one's enemies has become unnecessary, especially in a region whose value system does not allow for such a luxury. But, as the United States has learned the hard way in Iraq, this is an era where power without legitimacy only breeds chaos, and military supremacy without legitimate international consent for the use of force does not offer security. Israel's respect for her international borders with Lebanon has given more security. Oh, this is a really good encapsulation of the 67 war, right? Power without legitimacy. So Israel crushed and power without legitimacy and military supremacy without legitimate international consent for the use of force. No, never mind. Wait, it's not the same thing I was thinking of. But I was thinking more on the track that like diplomacy and military power always have to go hand in hand. If you just use power without diplomacy, you just make your opponent's ass mad. If you just use diplomacy with no power, like when Egypt tried to do it before the Yom Kippur War, nobody gives a fuck. Israel's respect for her international borders with Lebanon has given more security to her northern villages than 20 years of military occupation of that country. Only when a free and independent Palestinian state assumes a vested interest in respecting the regional order and a civilized system of governance can peace prevail. This will have sooner or later to be complemented by a peace agreement between Israel and Syria, whose parameters are known only too well. Only then might the conditions be created for an accommodation between Israel and the Arab Muslim world, and a regional system of security can perhaps be made possible. Any attempts to develop such a regional system before the Arab-Israeli conflict has been resolved is doomed to failure. Arabs and Israelis tend to pay great reverence to the past. They are both saturated with history, but the past is frequently the enemy of the future, and nothing in the Arab past has prepared them for the idea of a Jewish sovereign state in their midst. Hostages of their traditional way of dealing with the Jews as nothing more than a tolerated minority, the Arabs only fueled the paranoid instincts of the Israelis. Nor were Israel's pasts and the Jewish historical experience conducive to easy reconciliation. Israel's history as a state has been characterized throughout by a traumatic reaction to any initiative that has a bearing on its physical security. The crisis of the Jewish conscience in the transition from Holocaust to statehood may also help explain the rigidity of Israel's approach to peacemaking in its early years of sovereign existence. It always opted for a pessimistic, if not fatalistic, interpretation of regional challenges. The territorial answer to the Jewish atavistic fear, Israel was for too long unable to break the walls of its Jewish heritage. Israel's agonizing challenge today is to conduct a radical change of strategy by overcoming the traditional tendency of her leaders and policymakers to take or to avoid decisions only on the basis of worst-case scenarios. Israel's preemptive strategy throughout the 1950s, her embrace of a nuclear option and the temptation to use it in 73, the desire of her generals to launch an early strike in 67, the invasion of Lebanon in a war of choice in 82, the vociferous, almost hysterical rejection of the Clinton parameters by Chief of Staff General Mofaz as a threat to the very existence of the State of Israel, even the building of the wall on the West Bank are all consequences of an Israeli outlook that, as mentioned before, Levi Eshkol defined with typical Jewish humor as a kind of Shimshon der Nebakdiker crisis. Holy Jesus! Samson the Nebish. I don't know what the fuck that means. Israel could never really decide whether she was an intimidating regional superpower or just an isolated and frightened Jewish ghetto waiting for the pogrom to happen. From the perspective of a conflict more than a century old, and from that of the politics of war and the all-or-nothing diplomacy that prevailed for so many years in the Arab-Israeli dispute, Zionism can claim that it has prevailed against all odds. The major victory of Zionism that began in the Arab eyes as a foreign colonial intrusion is that it succeeded in forcing its enemies to come to terms with it, accept its existence, and even contemplate peace with it. Israel even managed to force the entire Arab world, and the international community as well, to accept the legitimacy of the 1948 borders, even though these went far beyond the borders that were approved for the Jewish state in 1947. If Israel accepts trimming her post-1967 territorial ambitions, and as both the negotiations conducted during the Barak government and all the recent studies of Israeli public opinion have shown, Israel is ready for a pragmatic, non-ideological approach to peace and accepts that the territorial phase of Zionism has come to its end, Zionism's victory can still finally be sealed. This would require the Palestinians to trim their dreams as well. The destruction of Jewish statehood and sovereignty twice in the history of Jewish people was the result of our failure as a nation to take the right political course, to opt for accommodation with reality instead of engaging in messianic hallucinations. The punishment was very severe, centuries of exile and persecution. This should serve as a lesson to the Palestinians and their leaders who throughout their history have preferred the dangerous inertia of national myths and unrealistic dreams rather than choosing a wise and prudent political course. Peace cannot wait for an Arab democracy to emerge. It will have to precede it. The end of conflict and the beginning of a peace of ideological disarmament are vital for the democratization of the region. Peace should serve as the major agent and trigger for Arab democracy. As long as there is no peace, Arab dictatorship have the ultimate argument for staying in power. Democracy is the key for Arab leaders to be able to end the historically destructive pattern of government whereby they were constantly forced to placate and control an Arab street, which they had themselves incited with bellicose rhetoric against the Jewish state and its American imperialist patrons. It was when trapped in that insoluble conundrum of their own making that the Arab leaders maneuvered themselves against their own will into the 56 Sinai campaign and the 67 Six-Day War. As from 1948, the Arabs expected Israel to behave in order to be accepted as a state, however small and modest, in their midst. They were proved wrong. It was Israel's behavior as an unyielding and intimidating regional superpower that threatened the territorial integrity and the political stability of her Arab neighbors, and whose policies even condemned her to international isolation, which eventually forced the Arabs to wish to come to terms with a Jewish state. At the end of the day, it was Israel's bad behavior, Jabotinsky's iron wall philosophy, and Ben-Gurion's doctrine of offensive defense, backed by the ultimate nuclear deterrence, which changed the Arabs' attitudes to the Jewish state. But forcing Israel's Arab enemies, fuck me, I fucked that up. I don't care, fuck that. But forcing Israel's Arab enemies to accept her existence and make peace with her is one thing. Imposing on them the territorial terms of a settlement is quite another. Demography and territory, the two pillars of the Zionist enterprise, cannot be reconciled unless Israel abandons her territorial ambitions and departs from the unrealistic and morally corrupting dream possessing the biblical lands of Eretz Israel. A Palestinian people yearning for freedom and dignity lives under occupation. Israel's moral standing, as well as vital political imperatives, require that the Palestinians recover their rights and dignity as a nation. Oh, last page. Democracy and Jewish statehood cannot be reconciled with territorial aggrandizement. Transfer and separation were, and one shall recall, important concepts that were advocated from the early days of the Zionist enterprise. Oh, that's such a good fucking quote. In the inevitable second partition of Palestine borders might have to be reshaped to accommodate new demographic realities, but the transfer of populations cannot be allowed. The resettlement of refugees in historical Palestine, to borrow the expression used in the Clinton parameters to define the Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza, is a different matter. Israel's existence as a nation and as a state derives from the critical lessons of Jewish millenarian history. Her task today is to confront the world around her, not only with the traditional defensive tools she has developed and acquired over the years, but also with the audacity of thought. The same creative imagination that have been the hallmark of Jewish elites throughout the centuries. Israel's leaders and her civil society bear a heavy responsibility to conceive bold and generous solutions precisely because of the high ideals upon which the Jewish state was built and because of the noble values of the Jewish civilization that cannot be reconciled with the denial of the natural right of an occupied people to a life of freedom and dignity. It was the unique combination of demographic and utopian reasons that the Zionist movement enabled the Jews to recover their birthright and endowed them with the key of the future. The same tools need to be put at the service of this most vital task of the Jewish state, bringing an end to the conflict with the Arab world, in particular with the Palestinians. For the Jews have not survived all the horrors of extermination only to entrench themselves behind the walls of their own convictions and remain righteous and immobile. They have survived in order to devise a solution to what for too long looked to be an insoluble conundrum, that of making Jewish statehood a legitimate reality in the eyes of those who consider themselves its victims. No one in this conflict has a monopoly on suffering and martyrdom, nor is the responsibility for war atrocities exclusive to one party. In this tragic tribal dispute, both Jews and Arabs have committed acts of unpardonable violence, and both have succumbed at times to their most bestial instincts. What is no less grave is that they have both too frequently chosen the wrong course, refusing to seize the changing realities and adapt their policies accordingly. The time has finally arrived to assume that the complete satisfaction of the parties' respective dreams or presumed rights will only lead them both to perdition. Hence, it is incumbent upon each to devise realistic ways that would heal without opening new wounds, that would dignify their existence as free peoples without putting into jeopardy and selective security and the particular identity of the other. The moment has come for the creative energies of the parties to this most protracted of conflicts to be put at long last to work in the service of a durable peace. For as the wisest of kings wrote thousands of years ago, there is a time for slaying and a time for healing, a time for war and a time for peace. Cute. Okay. I've got to go. I love you guys. It's been fun. Happy Valentine's Day. Be careful. We'll talk about what we're doing next tomorrow. Be careful. I love you guys. Don't die.